So Pure So Flirtatious chapter 1375 to chapter 1448. What? Resigning? How can that be? Lu Jifei was shocked. I spent a lot of effort to sign the contract like this. How can I just resign it? You tell me the truth. This contract was signed normally. You also made a great contribution. Why did you sign the contract like this? Lu Zhinan frowned. When Su Xiaoban took out the contract and explained everything to him, he began to wonder why Lu Jifei signed the contract like this, but he didn't ask because he didn't think Su Xiaoban would know. Because I have some personal grievances with Jing Xiaolu of the Mingyang Security Company. This time, she was in charge of the negotiation, so I thought of such a way to mess with her. Anyway, the final contract signed is also beneficial to our company, said Lu Jifei. Beneficial my ass. Lu Zhinan glared at Lu Jifei. Su Xiaoban told me before. You tricked them like this. Can they still cooperate with you sincerely? There is a gap between the two sides, and this newly established company won't go far. This? Lu Jifei really didn't think of this. He just wanted to mess with Jing Xiaolu before, and he felt that this contract was very beneficial to the company. He didn't consider the feelings of the Mingyang Security Company at all. Now that he heard Lu Zhinan's reprimand, he suddenly realized that cooperation was two-sided. It wasn't just one party that had the final say. Lu Zhinan sighed. This Lu Jifei still has a conspiracy, but he still doesn't know enough about the business world. However, it doesn't matter. My company doesn't lack talents. What I lack is this kind of conspiracy theorist who can help me get rid of my opponent. Well, you don't have to worry. I have already thought of a backup plan for you. Lu Zhinan said, except for Su Xiaoban who knows about your use of incense, don't tell anyone else. I will also ask Su Xiaoban to shut up. Thank you, President Lu. Su Xiaoban quickly thanked him. After this time I will transfer you back to the head office to be a Deputy Director of Finance or Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department, said Lu Zhinan. Leave the mess on your side to Su Xiaoban. Let him be a branch manager. If the company has problems in the future, blame it on him. President Lu is wise. Lu Jifei said quickly. In fact, he also thought so. In the future, he would look for Su Xiaoban for all the bad things. It had nothing to do with him. If you hadn't revealed the incense, it would have been a great achievement for you. After all, everyone saw the benefits in the contract. And you are the hero of this negotiation. As for how this branch will develop in the future, you don't have to participate. Lu Zhinan said, okay, you go back first. Yes, President Lu. Lu Jifei responded. Right, that Wang Lixia isn't a good person. She promised you, then she recorded what you said with her mobile phone and sent it to Su Xiaoban to complain to me. If I didn't delete the recording quickly, you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences this time. Lu Zhinan said, you should be careful in the future. Don't get involved with that Wang Lixia. Why do you like her so much? What kind of woman can't he have? He just had to provoke Su Xiaoban's woman. Please rest assured, President Lu. If I touch Wang Lixia again, I will castrate myself with a knife. Lu Jifei promised. Lu Zhinan was happy after listening to Lu Jifei's promise. He waved his hand and let him go out. After Lu Jifei left, Lu Zhinan hesitated. He picked up the phone and dialed the phone number left by Su Xiaoban. Su Xiaoban? I'm Lu Zhinan, said Lu Zhinan. Vice President Lu, hello. I'm Su Xiaoban. Su Xiaoban had just returned to the office. Before he could take off his coat, Lu Zhinan's call came. He secretly thought that Lu Zhinan was efficient. Su Xiaoban, I discussed with my father about what you told me, but he refused. Lu Zhinan said, the company's contract is a big deal. Once it is signed, how can it be changed casually? If this precedent is broken, all the companies who have signed contracts with our company will come to our door and ask to re-sign the contract. Wouldn't it be a mess? But Su Xiaoban did not expect that the request to re-sign the contract would be refused. But this time, the situation is different. This contract was signed under unfair circumstances. How can it be compared with a general contract? Yes, you said it's not normal. I know it's not normal, but what about others? Others don't think so. Lu Jianan said, I believe what you said about incense, but my father and grandfather don't believe it. They won't take this kind of weird reason seriously. I can't help you even if I want to. Vice President Liu, is there no turning point? Su Xiaobin asked unwillingly. Lu Jianan thought, if you didn't call me Vice President Liu, and you were more humble, maybe I could help you. But now, you are obviously not on the right track. Do you still expect me to help you? You can just be the stepping stone for Lu Jifei's promotion. No, this is a big group, a big company. It's not up to you to decide. Lu Jifei said, the contract is signed. If you want to change it, isn't it a joke? Okay, that's it. Wait. Before Su Xiaobin finished speaking, Lu Jianan had hung up the phone. Su Xiaobin had to smile bitterly. Xiaobin, how is it? Wang Lixia had taken a shower and dressed up. She sat on the bed anxiously waiting for Su Xiaobin to come back. However, Su Xiaobin was answering the phone as soon as he returned home. When he finished the call, Wang Lixia quickly asked. AI, don't mention it. Su Xiaobin's face showed a painful look. Your matter was suppressed by the group's Vice President Liu. He didn't let me continue to make trouble. He said that he would give me the position of the general manager of the Songjiang branch as compensation. What kind of compensation is this? Can't you take over the position of the general manager of the Songjiang branch? Wang Lixia was anxious when she heard it. I thought I could, but Vice President Liu analyzed the situation. I really don't have much hope. Su Xiaobin sighed. What's going on? Asked Wang Lixia. The Liu family, Lu Jianan, Lu Zhiqiao, and Lu Huamei are all fighting for power. Now that the Songjiang office has been upgraded to the Songjiang branch, the general manager of this branch has become a lucrative position. These three people all want to place their cronies in this position. Su Xiaobin explained, especially Lu Zhiqiao, he is the director of the group's personnel department. It is more convenient for him to place his cronies. So it is really hard to say if this position can be mine. What about now? Asked Wang Lixia. Now that Lu Jianan has recommended it, it should not be a big problem. Su Xiaobin said with a bitter smile. However, it doesn't matter if I take the position or not now. It is better not to be the general manager. Why is that? Why is it better not to be the general manager? Wang Lixia was surprised after listening to Su Xiaobin's words. Because Lu Jifei made things difficult and signed the contract like this. As Su Xiaobin spoke, he told Wang Lixia in detail about Lu Jifei using incense to sign the contract. Why is it incense again? Wang Lixia frowned after listening. In this way, the relationship between the two sides has become bad before the cooperation has started. You are really right. The position of the general manager of this branch was originally a good position, but now, I am afraid that no matter who sits in this position, they will not be peaceful. That's right, said Su Xiaobin. Anyway, I still have to study the countermeasures with Ming Yang's Vice President Jing first. After all, the matter was caused by us. We can't just ignore the other party. Yang Ming returned to his room. He had just taken a shower and changed into his pajamas. He was going to watch TV and rest for a while before calling Chen Mingyan and the others at home. However, he heard a knock on the door from outside the room. Who is it? Yang Ming didn't expect someone to knock on the door at this time. He clearly put the "Do Not Disturb" sign outside the door. Are the people who knocked on the door blind? It's me. Fang Tian's voice came from outside the door. Yang Ming was helpless. Why is this old man Fang Tian here again? Didn't I just come back from his room? However, Yang Ming could ignore other people knocking on the door. If Fang Tian knocked on the door, Yang Ming couldn't do anything. He had to open the door and complain, "Are you blind? Didn't you see the 'Do Not Disturb' sign?" Yang Ming saw another person beside Fang Tian halfway through his words. It was the current family master of the butterfly family, Wang Songshan, whom he met once during the Chinese New Year training here. Yang Ming quickly put away his previous playful expression and replaced it with a serious expression, "Greetings, Uncle Wang. Why? Aren't you going to invite us in?" Wang Songshan looked at Yang Ming, nodded and asked. Yang Ming didn't know if his nod was appreciation or something else, but it wasn't good to delve into it. He quickly moved aside and said to Wang Songshan and Fang Tian, "Uncle Wang, Fang. Master, please come in." Fang Tian smiled and looked at Yang Ming with interest. "Old man Wang is not an outsider. You can continue to call me whatever you want. Old man Fang is more pleasing to the ear. I feel a little unnatural when you call me master." Yang Ming laughed twice and didn't answer. He could be rude when he was with Fang Tian, but in front of outsiders, Yang Ming still had to maintain the necessary respect. Otherwise, people would laugh at him for not knowing the rules. After Wang Songshan entered the house, he sat on the sofa and did not speak, but his face was gloomy. Anyone could see that he was not in a good mood, as if he was angry. Fang Tian, on the other hand, sat at the side. However, Fang Tian's expression was leisurely and complacent. There was even a hint of snickering. No matter how stupid Yang Ming was, he could see that Wang Songshan was definitely angry with him. Wang Songshan's nod when he entered the door was not a compliment, but a sign of anger. When Yang Ming saw that Wang Songshan didn't speak, he had to look at Fang Tian for help. Who knew that this old man still had an indifferent expression and was laughing there? Yang Ming gave him a few signals, but this guy actually turned a deaf ear and pretended not to see. Yang Ming was also helpless. This old man dropped the ball at the crucial moment. "Uncle Wang. Why are you here? Are you looking for me?" Fang Tian didn't speak, so Yang Ming couldn't be in a deadlock. He had to ask first. Otherwise, sitting there like this made Yang Ming feel a lot of pressure. It was as if he had done something to someone else's daughter, and her father had come to blame him. "Old man Fang, is this your apprentice Yang Ming?" Wang Songshan didn't answer after listening to Yang Ming's words. Instead, he snorted and looked at Fang Tian. Fang Tian laughed but didn't speak. Yang Ming had to bite the bullet and said, "Answering Uncle Wang, I am Master Fang Tian's apprentice." "I didn't ask you." Wang Songshan waved his hand. He was a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming's interruption. Yang Ming smiled twice. He was a little embarrassed and complained in his heart. "What the F***ck is this? Your daughter also agreed to break off the engagement. Why does it seem like I made a unilateral decision? Does it make me the same as Xianxia?" However, Yang Ming definitely wouldn't say these words. No matter how strong Wang Songshan was, he was Fang Tian's best friend. Even if he beat him up on the spot, Yang Ming couldn't fight back. He could only admit that he was unlucky, so Yang Ming wouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. "What's wrong with my daughter? Why do you want to break off the engagement?" Wang Songshan smiled coldly, looked at Yang Ming, and asked word by word. "This?" Yang Ming looked at Wang Songshan's expression, and his heart was helpless to the extreme. "Senior Wang, as far as I know, I'm not the only one who is dissatisfied with this marriage. It seems that your daughter is also dissatisfied? Marriage is decided by the parents. My daughter's marriage is decided by me." Wang Songshan pointed at Yang Ming and said, "And you are old man Fang's apprentice. Master is master, so a master is like a father. Your marriage is naturally decided by old man Fang." The muscles on Yang Ming's face twitched twice. He originally thought that he could smoothly break off the engagement when he came here, but he didn't expect this situation to happen. It seemed that the one who wanted to break off the engagement was Wang Songshan's daughter, not Wang Songshan himself. Wang Songshan seemed to be optimistic about this marriage. He was forced to agree to break off the engagement. His daughter and he didn't have this intention, but there was a glimmer of hope. He still hoped that this engagement would be maintained. As long as he agreed to this marriage, it would be impossible for Wang Songshan's daughter to break off the engagement unilaterally. "Senior Wang, I don't agree with your words. What era is this? Love is free. How can you still mention those ancient engagements?" Yang Ming knew that he couldn't weaken his momentum at this time. If his momentum weakened, he might fall into the other party's trap. He could only grit his teeth and resist. "So, you are determined not to marry my daughter?" Wang Songshan's face changed after listening to Yang Ming's words, and his eyes became cold. "Yes." Yang Ming met Wang Songshan's gaze and said firmly. Wang Songshan only had the identity of an elder, which made Yang Ming feel a lot of pressure in his heart. But in terms of strength, Yang Ming felt that he would not lose to the person in front of him. Good, very good. Wang Songshan said good twice, but anyone could hear that he wasn't really saying that Yang Ming was good. He was saying the opposite. The families who want to marry my daughter and come to me to propose marriage can line up to the other side of the world. You actually don't want it. Uncle Wang, marriage is based on the love of both parties. I really don't have any feelings for your daughter. I hope you don't force this, Junior. Yang Ming knew that Wang Songshan would be angrier if he said this, but some words still had to be said. But there is a saying, I don't know if Uncle Wang has heard of it. It is called a forced melon is not sweet. It means that if I really get married to your daughter, then there will be no happiness in the future. Oh? How do you know that you don't have any feelings for her? Wang Songshan suddenly asked. Ah? Yang Ming was stunned. Wang Songshan's words made Yang Ming feel somewhat inexplicable. He thought, is this Wang Songshan confused? He smiled bitterly, Uncle Wang, I haven't even met your daughter. How can we talk about feelings? Really? Are you sure you don't have any feelings for my daughter? Wang Songshan seemed to ask somewhat unwillingly. Looking at Wang Songshan's artificial expression, Fang Tian, who was at the side, almost laughed out loud. However, he had undergone strict training and could control his emotions at will. His heart was overjoyed, but his face still had an indifferent expression that was not a smile. Fang Tian thought, this Wang Songshan is a master of acting. He obviously wants to play Yang Ming to death by asking this question. However, Fang Tian did not stop him. This old man's childish heart was not much worse than Wang Songshan's. What's more, he was just playing a little joke on Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan to let them suffer a little. However, Yang Ming did not know the plan in Wang Songshan's heart. He believed his question at the moment, Uncle Wang, you don't have to force this Junior anymore. I came this time with the idea of breaking off the engagement. I won't consider anything else. Good. Good. Wang Songshan nodded and said angrily, my daughter is a national beauty. Others can't marry her even if they want to. I'm giving it to you for free, and you don't want it. Well, let me tell you, you won't have this opportunity again. Since you don't agree now, there's no place to regret in the future. Since Junior has already decided, how can I go back on my word? Yang Ming was stunned and said inexplicably. When I return to Songjiang, I don't even know if I can come to the butterfly castle again. I have offended the butterfly family completely. I guess I won't have any contact with them in the future. How can I go back on my words? Are you sure that you won't regret it in the future? Wang Songshan stared at Yang Ming as if he wanted to eat him up. I'll give you one last chance to make your final choice. Are you going to marry her or not? I'm telling you now. If you don't marry her, don't ever think about stepping into the butterfly castle again. There will never be a second chance. I won't regret it. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and said. At this time I must hold on. If I waver slightly, Wang Songshan will definitely find a way to be aggressive. Yang Ming wondered, am I so good? Does Wang Songshan have to marry his daughter to me? His daughter wouldn't be ugly, would she? Otherwise, if she was really as beautiful as a fairy, why didn't she marry anyone? Why did she have to push him into her arms? Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Great, I finally got it. Suddenly, a voice came into Yang Ming's mind. This is Wang Songshan's voice. Yang Ming was suddenly a little inexplicable. What does Wang Songshan mean? And I didn't say anything. Yes. Yang Ming suddenly remembered his special ability that he had not used for a long time. The special ability to see through other people's thoughts. Only when my spirit is highly concentrated and when the other party's spirit is also highly concentrated can my special ability work. Being forced to retreat by Wang Songshan, I was naturally very nervous. Unknowingly, my special ability worked, and Wang Songshan was also nervous? Yang Ming guessed correctly. Wang Songshan was indeed very nervous. He was afraid that Yang Ming would not be able to withstand the pressure and suddenly go back on his words. He would agree to his request and marry his daughter. If Yang Ming really agreed, then there would be no more fun. Therefore, his spirit was so nervous that he was relieved when Yang Ming finally decided that he would not go back on his words. He had the thought of, great, I finally got it. However, this sentence was somewhat inexplicable in Yang Ming's mind. Why can't Yang Ming understand? What do you mean by too good? Could it be that he thought it was too good for her to break off the engagement? If it was too good, wouldn't it be contradictory? Yang Ming thought that Wang Songshan would definitely marry his daughter to him when he saw how Wang Songshan wanted to kill him. But the last sentence was obviously not in line with his previous mood. Could it be that there was a problem? Yang Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. If he didn't hear this sentence later, Yang Ming wouldn't have any doubts. But now that he heard Wang Songshan's idea, Yang Ming had a little doubt. However, no matter how hard Yang Ming thought about it, it was impossible for him not to guess Wang Songshan's true thoughts. Yang Ming would never have thought that Wang Songshan was Wang Xiaoyan's father. Although both of them had the surname Wang, in Yang Ming's opinion, they were two completely different people. How could there be any connection between them? Yang Ming didn't think that there would be any connection between Songjiang and Butterfly Castle. Yang Ming concentrated and wanted to continue to see Wang Songshan's thoughts, but unfortunately, he got nothing. Wang Songshan did not convey any new ideas. It seemed that he had relaxed his mind and was not focused on one point. Yang Ming couldn't detect other people's thoughts when their thoughts were not active. Yang Ming couldn't do anything about this, but even so, Yang Ming already felt that his ability was amazing. This ability to see through other people's thoughts had given him many warnings. He had also gotten a lot of benefits from it. Since he couldn't hear Wang Songshan's new thoughts, Yang Ming could only give up the idea of continuing to use his special ability. He thought, maybe Wang Songshan's previous actions were all for his face? In fact, he didn't want his daughter to marry him, but in order to maintain the face of the big family, he had to make a gesture. In the eyes of outsiders, it was Yang Ming who wanted to break off the engagement, not Wang Songshan's side. Although Yang Ming didn't understand whether there was a specific meaning in doing this, Yang Ming could only guess from the current situation. Wang Songshan's voice sounded again, and Yang Ming quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Well, in this case, our butterfly family will break off all ties with you. Wang Songshan said, we will have no relationship in the future. Do you agree? Yang Ming glanced at Feng Tian. What does it mean to have nothing to do with me anymore? Does he want to break off ties? Feng Tian and Wang Songshan have been old friends for many years. If they break off ties. Yang Ming wanted Feng Tian to say a few words, but this man was like a stone sculpture. He sat there with no other actions or words except for a faint smile. Yang Ming looked at him for a long time. As if he was looking at a statue. Although Yang Ming was annoyed, there was nothing he could do. He knew that maybe Feng Tian didn't want to be caught in the middle. Feng Tian also had his own difficulties. It wasn't appropriate for him to side with either side, so he could only shut up. Yang Ming didn't want to make things difficult for Feng Tian. He sighed and said, Senior Wang, I don't dare to have any objections if you want me to break off ties with the butterfly family. But Master Feng Tian and you are best friends, Of course, he won't break ties with me. I'm talking about you. Wang Songshan waved his hand impatiently and interrupted Yang Ming's words. That's good. Yang Ming nodded, since Senior Wang said so, then I'm relieved. It's fine as long as it doesn't affect the friendship between you and my master. He is him and you are you. I'm not confused enough to confuse the two. Wang Songshan waved his hand. Thank you so much. Yang Ming clasped his fist. Since Wang Songshan didn't pursue anything, he wouldn't come to the butterfly castle again, so Yang Ming wasn't worried about anything. You're on your own now. Wang Songshan stood up and was ready to leave. Feng Tian also stood up and was ready to send Wang Songshan away. Before the two of them reached the door, they heard a rush of knocking on the door. Yang Ming frowned. Wang Songshan and Feng Tian came to find him and ignored the Do Not Disturb sign outside the door. It was understandable. They were all elders, so Yang Ming had nothing to say. But other people also came to knock on the door. Isn't this a bit too unruly? Sure enough, not only did Yang Ming frown, but even Wang Songshan frowned. He must have thought of this and asked coldly, who is it? What's the matter? Family master, you are really here. An anxious voice came from outside the door. Wang Songshan opened the door unhappily and glanced coldly at the person who came in. Who let you come? Why are you so unruly? Don't you know that I'm talking to a guest? You are also a disciple with status in the family. Why are you still so impatient? Family master, you misunderstood. If it wasn't a big matter, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to find you, said the disciple carefully. What's the matter? Say it. Wang Songshan's anger had subsided a little, and his gaze on the disciple was not so cold. Family master, someone is causing trouble outside the butterfly castle, said the disciple quickly. Causing trouble? What's the matter? Can't you even deal with a troublemaker? Wang Songshan frowned again when he heard it. Although the butterfly castle was famous, there were also some people who overestimated themselves and came here to cause trouble. In the eyes of those people, if they could defeat the people of the butterfly castle, their reputation would suddenly reach the peak, so many people did not hesitate to take the risk. Of course, these people paid a painful price. Although they did not die here, they still went back on a stretcher with missing arms and legs. So, when Wang Songshan heard that someone was causing trouble, his first thought was that some people who overestimated themselves wanted to use the butterfly castle to become famous. However, this person's idea was probably good, but in reality, it was impossible to succeed. Family master, that person is very powerful. We advised her to leave quickly and not make trouble here, but she didn't listen. We had to send a few disciples forward and wanted to forcibly invite this person away, but we didn't expect that person to knock down the 4 disciples who tried to dissuade her. The disciple carefully explained to Wang Songshan. What? This person has some strength? Wang Songshan was obviously stunned after listening to the disciple's description. The disciples who were responsible for guarding the safety of the butterfly castle were the best among the current 3rd-generation disciples. Wang Songshan and butler Muanping were the current peak of the butterfly family. Tombstone and others were the backbone of the butterfly family. Wang Kejin was the best among the 3rd-generation disciples. Although the disciples who were responsible for patrolling the butterfly castle were not as strong as Wang Kejin, they were also the best. That was why they were entrusted with heavy responsibilities, especially in terms of numbers. Wang Songshan heard that the troublemaker outside the door had actually knocked down 4 3rd-generation disciples with one move. This person's strength was indeed not simple. Although Wang Songshan, Muanping, Tombstone, and others could also do this, they were all the top assassins of the butterfly family. How could they be compared with a troublemaker? Why don't you report to Butler Mu? Wang Songshan frowned. Even if this troublemaker was quite strong, it was not to the point of alarming him. There had been such powerful troublemakers before, but Muanping had personally dealt with them. Family master, Butler Mu accompanied Miss out early this morning. Miss seemed to want to buy something, so Butler Mu accompanied her personally. The disciple said respectfully. Wang Songshan nodded after listening. The butterfly castle was not in the city, but in a deep mountain. Wang Xiaoyan naturally had to go far if she wanted to buy something. She had not been back for a few years and was unfamiliar with the place. It was normal for Butler Mu to accompany her. What is your name? Wang Songshan asked. Disciple's name is Wang Kezhao. The disciple replied quickly. Okay, Wang Kezhao, tell me the specific situation in detail. Since Butler Mu had gone out, Wang Songshan had become the only person who had the final say in the butterfly castle. He had to personally ask about this matter. Yes, family master. Wang Kezhao nodded heavily and began to say, disciple was patrolling outside the castle with several other disciples. At this time, a middle-aged woman came. As soon as she came up, she asked if Miss was engaged these few days. Disciple thought that she was a guest who came to attend the wedding and came to investigate in advance, so I didn't hide it and admitted it. Woman? Then? Wang Xiaoyan's engagement was not a secret in the European upper class, so Wang Songshan was not surprised and continued to ask. However, he was somewhat surprised that the visitor was a woman. Then, she asked again if Senior Feng Tian had come. But her tone was somewhat impolite. She didn't use senior, but directly called him by his name. Wang Kezhao didn't dare to conceal anything and even spoke of the details in detail. Oh? He knows old man Fong? Wang Songshan was slightly stunned and turned to look at Fong Tian. Could it be that Fong Tian's enemy came here to seek revenge? At this moment, Fong Tian's expression became somewhat inexplicable. Why did someone come to the butterfly family to look for me? Wasn't this a little too bizarre? Then how did you answer? Wang Songshan and Fong Tian looked at each other and saw that Fong Tian knew nothing about this matter. They had to continue to ask Wang Kezhao. Junior will naturally answer truthfully. Senior Fong Tian has already arrived at the butterfly castle, Wang Kezhao said. There is nothing wrong with your answer. Wang Songshan said, since she knows that my daughter is going to be engaged in these few days, then she must also know that my daughter is engaged to the king of assassins' last disciple. It is normal for her to know that Fong Tian is here. Yes, but her next words were a little impolite. Speaking of this, Wang Kezhao glanced at Wang Songshan and Fong Tian nervously and didn't dare to continue speaking. What did she say? Just say it. Wang Songshan waved his hand and asked. She said, ask that Fong guy to come out and greet me. After speaking, Wang Kezhao's face was a little embarrassed. Disciple was just repeating what the woman said. I didn't mean to be disrespectful to Senior Fong. I know, it's okay. Fong Tian waved his hand, but his brows were locked together. When did I have an enemy? Why did she come to the butterfly castle to seek revenge? Wang Songshan also looked at Fong Tian in surprise at this moment. Listening to the woman's words, it seemed that she really had a grudge with Fong Tian. However, Wang Songshan also showed considerable doubts about the woman's arrival at the butterfly castle. So, when several of our disciples heard that this woman was here to make trouble, we thought that Senior Fong Tian was looking for trouble. However, since she was looking for Senior Fong, we didn't dare to neglect. We asked her to tell us her name so that we could help her report. Wang Kezhao said, who knew that the woman sneered and said that if Senior Fong came out, he would know who was looking for him. We listened to her and asked her to leave. Who knew that she would knock down 4 of our disciples as soon as she made a move? I told the other disciples to stop and quickly ran back to report. The other disciples should still be in a stalemate with that woman. Old man Fong, is there a woman in your enemy's family? Wang Songshan glanced at Fong Tian and asked. I have retired from the underworld for almost 10 years. How can I have any enemies? Fong Tian smiled bitterly, I really don't know who this woman is. Forget it. Since you don't know, then let's go out and meet her. Wang Songshan looked at Fong Tian's pondering look and knew that he couldn't figure out the identity of the person, so he said, no matter what this person is looking for you for, since she dares to behave atrociously in front of the butterfly castle, I will never let her go. She dares to ask for people in my butterfly castle. This is clearly not putting me in her eyes. If this spreads out, people will think that I am easy to bully. Let's talk about it after we figure out the situation. Fong Tian was not in a hurry to get back his face. Although he was scolded by name, Fong Tian was not angry. There was no hatred for no reason in this world. Since this person found him, he must have offended her. However, the only thing that made Fong Tian feel strange was that he had been living in seclusion for 10 years. How could he offend a middle-aged woman? Wang Songshan nodded and walked out of the room. The disciple named Wang Kezhao quickly led the way respectfully in front. Fong Tian glanced at Yang Ming and said, you go with us and take a look. If they start fighting, you have to take care of it for me. Okay. Yang Ming was actually very curious in his heart. What kind of enemy does Fong Tian have? Since this person knows Fong Tian and can name him, I'm afraid that she is either very strong or crazy and wants to die. However, judging from the fact that she could knock down 4 disciples in one move, the first possibility was still more likely. It showed that this woman still had a certain level of strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible to knock down 4 disciples. Yang Ming, Fong Tian, and Wang Songshan followed Wang Kezhao out of the butterfly castle and walked towards the gate of the castle. Before they reached the gate, Yang Ming saw a beautiful woman standing proudly in front of the gate of the butterfly castle because of his special ability. This woman was very beautiful. Although she was already a little old, she did not lose her charm. What surprised Yang Ming in particular was that this beautiful woman's figure was well maintained. She was very fit. At first glance, it was obvious that it was the result of persistent training. This was the normal physical characteristics of people who practiced martial arts. The same was true for Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria. There was not a trace of excess fat on their bodies. Such a person, how did Fang Tian provoke her? Although this beautiful woman was very beautiful, her expression was very indifferent. There was a faint anger in her eyes, which made people feel very awe-inspiring. However, when Yang Ming looked at this beautiful woman, he only felt that she was a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. A few disciples of the butterfly family stood in front of her. They were all nervously confronting the beautiful woman. However, the beautiful woman didn't look as nervous as them. Instead, she was very casual, as if she didn't put these people in her eyes at all. This kind of attitude of looking down on the world showed her strength. Yang Ming could be sure at this moment that this beautiful woman had considerable strength. Moreover, since she came here to find trouble, she must have expected that Wang Songshan would become Fang Tian's helper. Even Fang Tian's disciple, who was himself, would not stand idly by. In this case, she still dared to do so. It could only mean one thing, that this beautiful woman was fearless. She had absolute confidence and capital to stand proudly in front of the butterfly castle. While thinking in his mind, his feet did not slow down at all. He followed Wang Kejiao and came to the gate of the butterfly castle with Fang Tian and Wang Songshan. However, when they saw the beautiful woman, they all showed a very strange expression on each other's faces. There was surprise in this expression, but in Fang Tian's eyes, there was also a trace of helplessness. Seeing Fang Tian's and Wang Songshan's expressions, Yang Ming knew that these two people must know the beautiful woman in front of them. Since this was the case, Yang Ming also gave up the idea of standing out. He stood quietly and observed the situation. "Sister, is that you?" Wang Songshan's mouth squirmed twice, and he finally asked. His eyes were full of unbelievable excitement. "You didn't die? I knew that you wouldn't die. You're finally back. That's great. Of course I'm not dead. That guy surnamed Fang is not dead. How can I die before him? I'm still waiting to kill him." The beautiful woman sneered and snorted. At this moment, even if Yang Ming was stupid, he understood that the person in front of him was Wang Ruoshui, the sister of the current family master of the butterfly family, Wang Songshan. Fang Tian's old lover. Yang Ming suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this beautiful woman was a little familiar at first glance. It was as if he had seen her somewhere. Now that he looked at Wang Songshan carefully, there was indeed some similarity between their eyebrows. However, even so, Yang Ming felt that the person who looked like Wang Ruoshui in his impression was not Wang Songshan, but another person. However, he could not remember who else for a while. Sure enough, after Fang Tian heard the beautiful woman's words, his expression was a little complicated. "Ruoshui. Don't call my name. You don't deserve it." The beautiful woman, should be Wang Ruoshui, coldly interrupted Fang Tian's words. Fang Tian was choked by Wang Ruoshui's words, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth halfway, not knowing whether to continue or to shut up. "Sister, it's good that you're back. Let's not talk at the door. Since you're home, let's go in." Wang Songshan was particularly excited. His sister, who had been missing for decades, whose fate was unknown, had suddenly appeared in front of him at this moment. This made him both surprised and afraid that he was dreaming. "I came back because I heard that my niece is getting engaged. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back in my life." Wang Ruoshui didn't even look at Fang Tian, as if he didn't exist in front of her. Fang Tian stood there and suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. His old face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but Wang Ruoshui simply ignored him. However, Yang Ming found it a little funny. This Wang Ruoshui obviously could not forget Fang Tian. Otherwise, she would not have swore solemnly that Fang Tian should come out and greet her. However, now that Fang Tian had come out, Wang Ruoshui, as a woman, couldn't put down her pride. It was reasonable to leave Fang Tian aside for a while. Yang Ming didn't believe that Wang Ruoshui came back this time just for her niece's engagement. If she wanted to see her niece, she could come and see her at any time. Why did he have to choose this time? Besides, if he wanted to see her, why did he ask Feng Tian to come out and greet her? If it was really just to see her niece, it didn't matter if Feng Tian was here or not. It could be seen that Wang Ruoshui still couldn't let go of Feng Tian in her heart, but she was embarrassed to come up directly, so she used her niece as an excuse. If he could think of this, Feng Tian could think of it too. This old guy was very smart. He might be at a loss now, but it was also because he suddenly saw Wang Ruoshui. He believed that after a while, he would be able to figure out the key to the matter. This is my niece's fiancé? Wang Ruoshui followed Wang Songshan into the butterfly castle. When she turned around, her eyes fell on Yang Ming. At this time, the most surprised people were Wang Kejiao and the disciples of the butterfly family. They never thought that the legendary sister of the family master would actually appear today. Then, those disciples who were knocked down by Wang Ruoshui were not wronged. How could they be Wang Ruoshui's opponent? This is my disciple, Yang Ming. Feng Tian didn't wait for Yang Ming and Wang Songshan to speak. He took the initiative to greet them and said with a smile. Come to think of it, he also understood the reason. Yang Ming somewhat admired Feng Tian's IQ. He was indeed very powerful. He understood the key in such a short time and seized the opportunity to take the initiative to please Wang Ruoshui. However, people at the level of Feng Tian and Wang Songshan were not good at emotions as assassins. Although they were extremely fanatical and excited when they saw that Wang Ruoshui was not dead, they had already calmed down at this moment. Feng Tian even thought of the reason why Wang Ruoshui came back this time. If Feng Tian was not smart, he could not become the king of assassins, so he quickly guessed Wang Ruoshui's mentality at this moment. Feng Tian was secretly delighted. This time, Wang Ruoshui would probably not leave his side again after she came back. However, this process would probably take a lot of twists and turns. Although they were in love at this moment, Feng Tian had abandoned her in the past. If they reconciled easily now, where would Wang Ruoshui's face go? Women always need a way out of this embarrassing situation. However, Feng Tian was very happy to create such a way out. He already felt guilty in his heart. This time, he held this idea and was prepared to not fight back and not talk back. He would do whatever Wang Ruoshui said. Anyway, Feng Tian's face was much thicker now than when he was young. He didn't care about anything at all. Of course, his disciple, Yang Ming's face was even thicker. He was better than his master. Previously in the room, the conversation with Yang Ming had already evoked his longing for Wang Ruoshui and his nostalgia for the relationship when he was young. Now that there was such a good opportunity to revive, how could Feng Tian miss it again? Looking at Wang Ruoshui in front of him, although she was already in her 40s, she looked like a woman in her 30s. She did not look old. Feng Tian was even more delighted. This time, he had made up his mind to finally embrace the beauty. This disciple of yours is not bad. Wang Ruoshui didn't turn a deaf ear to Feng Tian's words this time. Although her tone was still not very good and her words were a bit harsh, it also showed that she didn't really want to ignore Feng Tian. But I really don't understand. How can such a disciple be taught by a trash master like you? Feng Tian laughed twice and didn't refute. Instead, he followed Wang Ruoshui's meaning and said, it's just good luck, hee. However, although this disciple of yours looks good, who knows if he's just a good-for-nothing? Wang Ruoshui said and looked at Yang Ming. If you want to marry my niece, then you must have real ability. Whether you are qualified or not, you must first pass me. Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Wang Ruoshui inexplicably. Could it be that she still doesn't know that I broke off the engagement? Let's compete. If you win against me, you can marry a woman from our Wang family. Wang Ruoshui looked at Yang Ming and said, if you can't win against me, then you can only blame your stupid master for not teaching you well. After Yang Ming listened to Wang Ruoshui's words, he thought, isn't this sowing discord? Fortunately, I don't really want to marry her niece. Otherwise, after I lose, I might really listen to Wang Ruoshui's words and complain about Feng Tian. Senior, you made a mistake. Yang Ming felt that it was better to explain clearly. It wouldn't be good to continue with this misunderstanding. Made a mistake? What did I make wrong? When Yang Ming's words came out, Wang Ruoshui was also somewhat inexplicable. Senior, I'm actually not here to get engaged with your niece. I'm here to break off the engagement. Senior Wang Songshan and Master Feng Tian can testify for me about this. They all know about it. Yang Ming explained. What did you say? You want to break off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui listened to Yang Ming's words, and her face suddenly became gloomy. A sharp murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Do you know who I hate the most in my life? Yang Ming didn't expect Wang Ruoshui to turn hostile without any warning beforehand. He was stunned, but when he saw Feng Tian and Wang Songshan, who were smiling bitterly, Yang Ming knew why Wang Ruoshui was so angry. He was here to break off the engagement, and wasn't she also broken off by Feng Tian in the past? Therefore, in her heart, she already hated this broken engagement. So when he said that he was here to break off the engagement, Wang Ruoshui became so angry. What is this? Originally, the broken engagement was successful, and Wang Songshan had already agreed. Now, the fiancé's aunt came out. It seemed that she still had a lot of resentment for him breaking off the engagement. This made Yang Ming very helpless. Senior Wang Ruoshui, you may have misunderstood. Your niece and I are not the same as you and Master Feng Tian. The two of you have feelings for each other. Your niece and I have never even met. How can we be confused? Yang Ming knew that he couldn't compromise at this time. Although the woman in front of him looked very powerful, Yang Ming would be hesitant if he really fought with her because of her identity. After all, this person had the potential to become a master's wife. But even so, even if Yang Ming didn't attack, he still had the ability to protect himself. He wouldn't be harmed by Wang Ruoshui, so he braced himself and said the above words. What do you mean by feelings for each other? Wang Ruoshui's expression changed. Being mentioned by a junior about the matter between her and Feng Tian made her feel very embarrassed. It was as if a sharp thorn had been stabbed into her heart. She immediately became a little unhappy. Of course, marriage is arranged by the elders. Back then, he and I also met under the arrangement of our parents. Yang Ming was stunned and scolded in his heart. I thought that these two people had feelings naturally and freely fell in love, but I didn't expect that they only had feelings after a blind date. What is this? Why did Feng Tian, this old undying old dang, leave mercy everywhere? He already had a wife at home, but he could still develop feelings for her through blind dates. He was really something. Then you two eventually developed feelings for each other. But I haven't even met your niece, so how can we talk about feelings? Yang Ming spread his hands and said with a wry smile, Senior Wang Ruoshui, you'd better not get involved in this matter. It's because we haven't seen each other that I can't take it anymore. Aren't you looking down on our Wang clan too much? You didn't even look at my niece and rejected her. You are really arrogant. Wang Ruoshui sneered, although that Feng fellow didn't agree to this marriage back then, he still looked at me. Hee hee. It's not that I'm belittling myself, but that niece of mine is much more beautiful than I was back then. Wang Ruoshui didn't finish her words, but the meaning was obvious. Yang Ming could also hear it. That was, although Feng Tian said that he didn't agree to this marriage, he also had feelings for her at first sight. Now, her niece was more beautiful than her. He didn't even see her and wanted to break off the engagement. How could the Wang clan endure this? Although this theory was a bit messy, Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with Wang Ruoshui. This kind of person who had been emotionally hurt had reached an unimaginable level of stubbornness. Yang Ming didn't think that he could persuade her to change anything. Senior Wang Ruoshui, this junior is not arrogant, but you just came back, and there are some things you don't understand. It's best to ask your niece first and see what she thinks. Can you blame this junior again? Yang Ming laid out facts and reason, but Wang Ruoshui didn't listen. He could only let her personally verify it with her niece. So, this is the intention of both parties to break off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui frowned after listening to Yang Ming's words. She turned her gaze and looked at Wang Songshan. She was not an unreasonable person. When she heard that Yang Ming wanted to break off the engagement, she was furious. However, when she heard Yang Ming's words, there seemed to be more to it, so she asked Wang Songshan first before making a conclusion. Sister, of course, I want to be in-laws with Feng Tian. I asked Yang Ming many times before, but he refused to marry my daughter. I can't do anything about it. Wang Songshan shrugged and said with a distressed look. Wang Ruoshui's appearance had disrupted Wang Songshan's original acting plan, but he didn't mind letting Wang Ruoshui get involved. This kind of interference could only make the scene more interesting and exciting, so he could see that it was a success. Looking at Wang Songshan, who was very talented in acting, Fang Tian could only smile bitterly. This time, he really played big. After Yang Ming listened to Wang Songshan's words, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. What the hell is this? Isn't this overstepping my authority? Wang Ruoshui asked if your daughter agreed or not, but you downplayed it to me not agreeing. Isn't this distorting the facts to cover up the truth? This is great. It's getting more and more chaotic. Sure enough, Wang Ruoshui's face sank. She looked at Yang Ming coldly. Our Wang family has no intention of breaking off the engagement. You are the one who broke off the engagement, right? This. Yang Ming looked at Fang Tian helplessly, but he didn't expect this old man to tilt his face to the side without any loyalty. He didn't look at Yang Ming's eyes at all. Obviously, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Yang Ming scolded in his heart, but he also knew that this matter now involved Wang Ruoshui. Even if this old man had two guts, he wouldn't dare to stand up for him. This trip to Europe, Yang Ming thought that breaking off the engagement would be very smooth. Fang Tian had also said before that both parties would agree to just meet and talk. Then, the engagement could be broken off. Previously, it was indeed proceeding according to this step. Wang Songshan found him to talk, and finally agreed to break off the engagement. But who would have thought that halfway through, Wang Songshan's sister, Fang Tian's old lover, Wang Ruoshui, actually came back? My luck is too strong. I can even encounter this kind of thing. Yang Ming had to admire himself. No wonder I can get special abilities. This kind of luck is hard to come by in 1,000 years. I can encounter all kinds of strange things. What's wrong? You have nothing to say? Wang Ruoshui snorted coldly and stared at Yang Ming as if she wanted to eat him up. Heartless man, still looking for so many reasons. Let's meet in the arena tomorrow morning. After Yang Ming listened to Wang Ruoshui's words, he really didn't know what to do. Senior Wang Ruoshui, I have already broken off the engagement. Do I still want to compete? Who agreed to you breaking off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui's eyes were cold. She looked at Wang Songshan and said, Did you agree? How could I agree? I tried to dissuade it before. Wang Songshan shook his head. So, did you agree? Wang Ruoshui's gaze turned to Fang Tian again and asked faintly. Fang Tian looked at Yang Ming and looked at Wang Ruoshui again. He lowered his head and whispered, I didn't. Mother **ck your mother. Yang Ming really wanted to point at Fang Tian's nose and scold him. This old man has learned to lie with his eyes wide open. He even betrayed his disciple for his lover. It's just 2F** ket up. Wang Ruoshui's gaze finally turned back to Yang Ming. Although she didn't speak, the meaning was obvious. That was, you are lying. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Now he felt that he had become an outsider and isolated by this group of people. Fang Tian had become Wang Songshan's brother-in-law in the blink of an eye. Naturally, it was impossible for him to help him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come. If he had stayed in Songjiang, no matter how powerful the butterfly family was, it was impossible for them to travel half of the world to find him. What do you say? Wang Ruoshui saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, so she asked impatiently, Are you going to compete or not? What if we compete? What if we don't compete? Yang Ming had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask. Let's compete. Let's meet in the ring tomorrow. Wang Ruoshui paused when she said this. She had a playful expression on her face. If you don't want to compete, then you will live here until you want to compete. Is there a difference? It's just a matter of time. This woman is unreasonable. I really don't know how Fang Tian can stand it. Yang Ming sighed. Although he didn't go tit for tat, his words were very firm. If I don't want to compete, can you force me to compete? Even if I can't beat you, can't I run? I don't have the confidence to win, but I have the confidence to escape. Run? Wang Ruoshui smiled faintly as if she had heard a very funny joke. She stretched out her white finger and pointed at Wang Songshan and Feng Tian. Even if you have inherited the teachings of the surnamed Feng, do you think you still have the possibility of running away under the siege of the three of us? After listening to Wang Ruoshui's words, Yang Ming's expression suddenly became colorful. It was as wonderful as it could be. Wasn't this clearly bullying? Do you think it's poker? 3 against 1? Yang Ming was confident that his skills were not inferior to any of Feng Tian, Wang Songshan, and Wang Ruoshui. In a one-on-one battle, even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat. But now, with the 3 people attacking together, Yang Ming didn't even have to try. This was not a fair fight at all. The possibility of him retreating was slim. At this moment, Yang Ming understood that it was wishful thinking to reason with this woman. It was simply playing with his life. What made him particularly annoyed was old man Feng. Looking at Feng Tian's cowardly appearance, Yang Ming felt wronged. He originally thought that having the king of assassins as a master would be awesome and mighty. Thinking back to when Yang Ming said that his master was the king of assassins in front of old Charles immediately withered. But now, his master, whom he was proud of, actually changed sides at the last minute. For his old lover, he colluded to harm his apprentice. This made Yang Ming really want to cry. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Although there were thousands of dissatisfaction in his heart, he had to bow his head under the eaves. Yang Ming had no way at all. He hesitated for a while and finally said, "Well, then let's have a competition. If you had this awareness, I wouldn't have talked so much." Wang Ruoshui was very satisfied when she saw Yang Ming yield. "So, if I win, I can go, right?" After Yang Ming knew that this battle had to be fought, he couldn't care much. Even if Feng Tian's face was not good, he still had to win against Wang Ruoshui. Win? Wang Ruoshui waved her hand. "I have said before that if you want to marry my niece, you must pass through me first. If you win, you can naturally get the beauty." "Hey!" Yang Ming's eyes widened. "If I win, I still have to marry your niece? What kind of competition is this?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What if I lose?" "If you lose, it means that you are not skilled enough." Wang Ruoshui said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, you and my niece aren't that old. There's no hurry to get married. In other words, if I lose, I can leave?" Yang Ming was overjoyed after hearing Wang Ruoshui's words. "Did I say that you can leave?" Wang Ruoshui asked. Then, Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened. Could this Wang Ruoshui still have some other scheme? "After you lose, stay in the butterfly castle and continue to train hard with your master, who is also that Feng guy. When you feel that you can beat me, we'll compete again." Wang Ruoshui said, "There are many rooms in our butterfly castle. You will live well here. I didn't set a limit on the number of times you can challenge me. Don't worry, I will tolerate your repeated defeats as a senior." Yang Ming wanted to cry after hearing this. What was the difference between this and house arrest? And what was the point of this competition? If I win, I will marry your niece. If I lose, I will stay in the butterfly castle and continue to train until I can beat you. You can't play with me like this, right? Yang Ming sighed. He also knew that in this current situation, he couldn't change anything at all by being in a stalemate with Wang Ruoshui. Wang Ruoshui was very stubborn, and Yang Ming didn't expect to change anything. He could only slowly think about this matter before making a plan. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said, "Senior Wang Ruoshui, please allow this junior to consider it." "Okay, you can consider it." Wang Ruoshui was quite satisfied with Yang Ming's performance at the moment. Yang Ming returned to his room very gloomily. Old man Feng, Wang Songshan, and Wang Ruoshui were all gone. Obviously, they had gone to catch up. Yang Ming didn't want to get involved in the grievances between them. I hope that Wang Ruoshui and Feng Tian can reconcile quickly. When old man Feng pushes Wang Ruoshui down and intercedes for me, maybe this competition will be cancelled. Yang Ming thought evilly. However, there was no other way. Yang Ming could only pin his hopes on Feng Tian. If this old guy didn't help him, he would have no hope at all. He would be trapped in the butterfly castle for the rest of his life. The scene turned back to Song Jiang. Although Su Xiaobin was in a dilemma, he couldn't change anything. Lu Zhenan's words had already represented the final conclusion of this matter. Since the contract had been signed, it couldn't be changed. Su Xiaobin picked up the phone and dialed Jing Xiaolu's number. Su Xiaobin's voice sounded a little negative. Vice President Jing, this is Su Xiaobin. President Su, how is it going? Is there any latest progress? At this moment, Jing Xiaolu was also at a loss. Although she knew what means Lu Jifei used to sign the contract, it was useless even if she knew. It couldn't change the status quo at all. She could only pin her hopes on Su Xiaobin. She hoped that under his maneuvering and coordination, she could sign a new contract. Vice President Jing, I'm sorry. Su Xiaobin sighed. I have tried my best, but Vice President Lu Zhenan of the group does not agree to change the contract. What happened? Jing Xiaolu was startled, and her heart suddenly became anxious. If this contract is not changed, isn't it a foregone conclusion? I also stated the stakes of the matter to Vice President Lu, including our cooperation relationship and the future development of the newly established company. Su Xiaobin said, moreover, after Vice President Lu heard it, he promised to help me deal with it. However, after I returned to Songjiang, I received a call from Vice President Lu. Vice President Lu said that he had reported to the president and the chairman. The people above did not agree to change the contract because the company has no precedent to change the contract after signing it. In this way, if this rule is broken, and other companies find the group to change the contract, then it will be a mess. How can this be compared? Jing Xiaolu said anxiously, President Su, is there no way to remedy it? Vice President Jing, I have tried my best, but... Su Xiaobin sighed. But my words carry no weight in the group. The board of directors will not listen to me. Jing Xiaolu also knew that Su Xiaobin was telling the truth. His position in the group determined his right to speak. Although Jing Xiaolu was annoyed with the Jiangyan group's approach, she also knew that this matter had nothing to do with Su Xiaobin. She naturally could not vent her anger on him. What's more, Su Xiaobin could help her deal with it. Jing Xiaolu was already very grateful for this. All of this was done by Lu Jifei. It could be said that she and Su Xiaobin were both victims. Su Xiaobin finally won this cooperation contract, and his promotion to the general manager of the branch was imminent. It could be said that his future was unlimited, but this kind of thing happened. The cooperation between the two sides was destined to be impossible to proceed smoothly. The lifespan of this branch was also obvious. President Su, what do you think is the probability of success if we go through legal procedures for this matter? Jing Xiaolu also had no other way. If it really didn't work, she could only go through legal procedures. Vice President Jing, to be honest, I also thought about this, but we have no evidence. Even if I testify in court, Lu Luyo and a series of people are on Lu Jifei's side. The possibility of us winning is very small. Su Xiaobin sighed. Yeah, the key is that there is no evidence. Jing Xiaolu also knew that evidence was the key. If there was no evidence, everything was empty words. Right, didn't your girlfriend record what Lu Jifei said? That recording, can it be used as evidence? That recording. Su Xiaobin said this and felt a little helpless. President Su, I know that you are afraid that your girlfriend's matter will be exposed, but I can guarantee that with our Mingyang Securities connections in Songjiang's political and legal system, this case will definitely not be heard in public. You don't have to worry about it. Jing Xiaolu thought that Su Xiaobin was afraid that the recording would be exposed, which would make him and Wang Lixia lose face. Vice President Jing, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Su Xiaobin sighed. This is a long story. I took the recording to the group's Vice President Lu. I wanted Vice President Lu to decide for me, but after Vice President Lu listened to the recording, he deleted it. I wanted to stop it, but it was too late. What? Deleted? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. How can you simply ask someone to delete such an important thing? I didn't want to. How would I know that Vice President Lu would delete the evidence on his own accord? Su Xiaobin said helplessly, I went to him to ask him to decide for me, so I gave him the phone recording. You. Jing Xiaolu didn't know what to say. She said somewhat resentfully, don't you know how to be on guard? Can this Lu Zhinan be trusted? Does he want to favor Lu Jifei? This? Su Xiaoban didn't feel anything at first, but after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words, his heart tightened. I didn't think so much before. This Lu Zhinan don't really favor Lu Jifei. After all, everyone's surname is Lu, and I'm an outsider. Now that I think about it, it is indeed like what Jing Xiaolu said. Could Lu Zhinan be intentional? Otherwise, why would he be so anxious to delete the evidence? This thing is a deterrent to Lu Jifei if I keep it in my hands. Moreover, I am not related to Lu Zhinan. This is the first time we meet alone. Why did he say so much to me? It seems like he is very concerned about me. Now that I think about it carefully, Lu Zhinan has no reason to care so much about me. I'm just a relative of his, a low-level employee in the company. Why would he care about me? If I ask him to surrender, then it is reasonable for him to help me, but I have never shown any intention to be close to him. Can he still help me? Thinking of this, Su Xiaoban suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Now it seems that there is really a problem. Maybe Lu Zhinan is really intentional. AI, what can I say about you? Jing Xiaolu was also angry. Originally, Su Xiaoban's private affairs had nothing to do with her, but this kind of thing that could be used as auxiliary evidence was lost by him. How could Jing Xiaolu not be anxious? I'm really sorry, Vice President Jing. Su Xiaoban also knew that what he did was a bit stupid, but since it had already happened, there was no other way. Forget it. Jing Xiaolu couldn't blame Su Xiaoban, so she had to give up. I can't blame you for this. You didn't expect this consequence. It's my fault for being careless. I was so angry that I didn't use the cable to back up the recording on my computer. Su Xiaoban said reproachfully, it would be great if the mobile phone could restore the data like a computer. Yeah, wait. Jing Xiaolu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. President Su, is your phone that recorded the conversation still in your hands? Yes, but the recording has been deleted. Su Xiaoban still didn't understand what Jing Xiaolu meant. I have a good friend who is a master of computers. She may be able to restore the deleted recording on the phone. Jing Xiaolu thought of Zhou Jiejie. Last time, Zhou Jiejie helped her find the person who posted online to slander her. Jing Xiaolu admired Zhou Jiejie very much. She thought that restoring data was not too complicated. At least many computer repair shops had this business. Zhou Jiejie was a master hacker, so it was naturally not difficult for her. Oh? Really? That's great. Su Xiaoban also wanted to back up the recording as evidence. Lu Zhinan deleted the recording. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he still regretted it in his heart. Even if he didn't expose the recording now, it would be a fatal blow to Lu Jifei at the critical moment. However, he didn't think much about it when he thought that Lu Zhinan had deleted it. But now, since Jing Xiaolu said that she had a friend who was good at this, his heart began to become active. Then I will send the phone to you now. Okay, come to our company directly. I will wait for you at the company, said Jing Xiaolu. After hanging up the phone, Jing Xiaolu fell into contemplation again. From Su Xiaoban's words, Jing Xiaolu already knew that it was basically impossible to expect the Jiangyan group to change the contract. At this point, Jing Xiaolu didn't have any hope. It seemed that she had to rely on herself. At present, the only feasible way was to solve the problem through legal procedures. It was still not feasible to solve it by violence. This matter was now not just directed at Lu Jifei alone, but at the Jiangyan group behind Lu Jifei. The Jiangyan group's connections were not worse than Ming Yang's, and they even had a stronger foundation than Ming Yang. She believed that it was impossible to use violence to threaten the other party to change the contract. It was estimated that the other party would call the police as soon as she went. Of course, the use of violence also depended on what kind of violence and who was using it. Bao Sanli's people obviously had no deterrence to the Jiangyan group. It was just a group of punks. She believed that the Jiangyan group would not be afraid. But if it were Yang Ming, the Jiangyan group would probably give in. In the face of absolute strength, even Lu Jiangyan would choose to retreat. After all, an assassin and a punk were different. These were two heavyweight figures. Lu Jiangyan would not easily offend such a person even if he was stupid. Jing Xiaolu made a cup of coffee for herself and sat quietly at the desk. She frowned slightly and looked at the contract in front of her. If she wanted to go through legal procedures, she still had to start with the contract. However, this contract was clearly written in black and white, and it was signed and sealed by both parties. It was simply impeccable. It was almost impossible to find a loophole in it. This contract had been drafted by Lu Luyo and Wang Hongcha, two contract experts. Only a few of the clauses had been changed. Everything else remained the same. It seemed that if she wanted to have a breakthrough, she had to start from other aspects. If the normal way was not working, she could start from some neglected details. Jing Xiaolu closed her eyes and began to recall the entire process of signing the contract, hoping to find something from it. She didn't know how long it took, but the internal phone on the desk rang. Jing Xiaolu recovered from her contemplation and picked up the phone on the desk. Hello. Vice President Jing, I am Xiao Zhang at the front desk. There is a Mr. Su Xiaoban from the Jiangyan Group's Songjiang office who wants to see you. The voice of Xiao Zhang at the front desk came from the phone receiver. Let him come directly to my office. Jing Xiaolu heard that Su Xiaoban had arrived and said quickly. Okay, Vice President Jing, I will let him go up, said Xiao Zhang. Not long after hanging up the phone, there was a knock on the door of the office. Jing Xiaolu knew that Su Xiaoban was coming, so she stood up and walked over to open the door. President Su, you are here. Vice President Jing, I brought the phone. It has been turned off. I didn't dare to do anything else. I was afraid that it would affect the data recovery. Su Xiaoban handed the phone in his hand to Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu took a look at it and carefully put it in her bag. She was going to find Zhou Jejia in a while and ask her to help recover the recording data inside. If the recording can be recovered, our lawsuit will be easier. Jing Xiaolu looked at Su Xiaoban gratefully. President Su, I'm really sorry. I want to sue your company, and you are still helping. Su Xiaoban waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Vice President Jing, don't say that. If Lu Jifei didn't do too much, I wouldn't stand in your position. I just want to be fair and just in our cooperation. However, this evidence alone is not enough. This is only auxiliary evidence. It can prove the possibility that Lu Jifei used incense to commit the crime, but it is not certain. Jing Xiaolu said, I still need to find some other evidence. I can't do anything about this. Su Xiaoban said apologetically, however, if Vice President Jing needs any help, you can contact me at any time. I have done my best to help you. I am already very grateful to you. Jing Xiaolu said sincerely, as for the rest, I will find my own way. After sending Su Xiaoban away, Jing Xiaolu did not stay. She took the mobile phone sent by Su Xiaoban, went downstairs, drove the car, and went straight to the school. While waiting for the signal light on the road, she called Zhou Jejia. Jejia, this is Xiaolu. Are you at school? Asked Jing Xiaolu. Xiaolu, I am at school. What's the matter? Zhou Jejia and Jing Xiaolu were already very familiar. Moreover, she probably guessed some of Jing Xiaolu's thoughts in her heart. Zhou Jejia did not have any bad feelings for her. When she saw Jing Xiaolu, she thought of herself in the past, so her attitude toward Jing Xiaolu was still very kind. There is something. I want to ask you for help. I don't know if you have time, asked Jing Xiaolu. There will always be time. You tell me what it is first and see if I can help you. Zhou Jejia smiled. This is the case. I have a mobile phone here. There is a very important recording in it, but it was deleted. Can you restore it? Asked Jing Xiaolu. This is the case. After the recording was deleted, did the phone record again? Asked Zhou Jejia after listening. No, the phone was turned off after deleting it. There was no other operation, said Jing Xiaolu. That's easy. It's very easy. You can bring the phone to school, said Zhou Jejia. Do you have time now? Jing Xiaolu was very surprised when she heard Zhou Jejia say that it could be restored. Hehe, it won't take much time. It will be solved in 10 minutes. Zhou Jejia smiled and said, this is not complicated. Just use the software to restore it. It is just like restoring the data in the USB drive. It is not difficult. That's good. I am on the way to school. I will be there in a while. Jing Xiaolu hung up the phone. Although she was somewhat happy in her heart, there was also some faint sadness. The women around Yang Ming didn't seem to be vases. She really didn't know how this Yang Ming found them. Take Zhou Jejia as an example. Her talent and achievements in computer science were not what others could reach. Originally, he also wanted to be a person who could help Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that he would fail in his first business negotiation and fall into the contract trap. It would be fine if he could solve it perfectly. Otherwise, what would Yang Ming think of him? Wouldn't he think that he was a big idiot? Jing Xiaolu's BMW was exceptionally dazzling in the school, attracting the attention of many materialistic girls. If it was in the past, Jing Xiaolu would have enjoyed this feeling of pride. But now, Jing Xiaolu's mind was not on this at all. She hurriedly parked the car in front of the computer teacher building. Jing Xiaolu got out of the car and quickly ran in. At the door of the laboratory on the top floor, Jing Xiaolu called Zhou Jejia. This was an experimental base. Without an IC card, one could not enter, so Jing Xiaolu could only wait for Zhou Jejia to pick her up. It didn't take long for Zhou Jejia to run out with the phone. When she saw Jing Xiaolu, she waved to her. Xiaolu, here. As Zhou Jejia spoke, she opened the iron door of the laboratory with an IC card and let Jing Xiaolu in. Jing Xiaolu could enter this first door, but there was an identity verification checkpoint in the laboratory inside. Even if Zhou Jejia could enter, she would not bring Jing Xiaolu in. After all, the laboratory had regulations that did not allow non-project team members to enter. Zhou Jejia took Jing Xiaolu to her and Xiaoqing's room and apologized, "You can't enter the laboratory. You can only stay here. It's good that I can come in." Jing Xiaolu smiled. "Ordinary people can't come in here, right?" Zhou Jejia saw that Jing Xiaolu was not displeased, so she didn't say much. "What about the cell phone? Let me show you. Here." Jing Xiaolu quickly handed Su Xiaoban's cell phone to Zhou Jejia. "Where is the data cable?" asked Zhou Jejia. "Yeah. I forgot to ask for it. Do you still need a data cable?" Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jejia's words and said, "Why don't I call now and ask someone to send the data cable? Then don't bother. I will take a look first." Zhou Jejia waved her hand and stopped Jing Xiaolu from making a call. Since Zhou Jejia said that she would take a look first, Jing Xiaolu did not call directly, but she also held her cell phone in her hand and was ready to contact Su Xiaoban at any time. Zhou Jejia turned on the cell phone and then entered the settings menu. After looking at the storage path of the recording, she nodded slightly and turned off the cell phone again. She opened the back cover of the cell phone, removed the battery, and carefully took out a memory card under the battery. She said with a relaxed expression, "The cell phone setting is to directly store the recording file into the memory card, not into the cell phone's memory, so there is no need for a data cable. It is fine as long as there is a card reader." Jing Xiaolu was very novel about these things. She nodded as if she understood. She watched Zhou Jejia find a card reader, insert the memory card, and connect it to the laptop. Seeing Zhou Jejia skillfully open a data recovery software, Jing Xiaolu was a little envious. "It seems that I should also learn some computer knowledge. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will suffer in the future." Jing Xiaolu secretly made up her mind. After this matter was successfully solved, she would buy a few computer magazines to learn. "Okay, it's done." Zhou Jejia exported the recovered recording file, saved it on the computer desktop, and clicked the play button. "Lu." Jifei's clear voice came from the computer speaker, "You think about it. You have become my lover. Can I treat you badly?" "What is this?" Zhou Jejia asked after listening to a few words. Jing Xiaolu was also a little embarrassed. Listening to the two people's explicit dialogue, her face couldn't help but blush. "An evidence." "Oh." Zhou Jejia didn't ask much. She was still a virgin like Jing Xiaolu. She didn't have any substantial relationship with Yang Ming, so after listening to these things, her face was not much better than Jing Xiaolu's. "It's very clear. There is no problem. Then I will turn it off. You brought something like a USB flash drive." I will copy it for you. I didn't bring. Jing Xiaolu secretly scolded herself for being an idiot. Looking for Zhou Jieje to recover the data, but I didn't even bring a copy medium. AI, this computer knowledge really needs to be crammed. Then I will copy it into this memory card first. Zhou Jieje said and copied the audio file into the memory card. Right, you can send another copy to my mobile phone's mailbox. Jing Xiaolu said just in case. Okay, what is your mobile phone's mailbox? Zhou Jieje nodded and opened the mailbox software. Okay, I sent it over. Zhou Jieje clicked the mouse a few times and said to Jing Xiaolu. Jieje, thank you so much. Jing Xiaolu said sincerely. If she didn't know Zhou Jieje, she really wouldn't have thought of the data recovery. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. Zhou Jieje smiled. Jieje, are you free? I will treat you to a meal. Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said, you helped me a lot last time. I didn't have time to thank you. This time, you helped me again. Eat. Zhou Jieje hesitated. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Isn't it a bit early to eat? It's not early. Let's go out and find a restaurant. It's almost time to eat. Jing Xiaolu said quickly. Well, I will go and ask for leave from Sister Xiaoqing. Zhou Jieje could vaguely guess Jing Xiaolu's thoughts about Yang Ming, so she wasn't willing to reject Jing Xiaolu. Zhou Jieje wasn't sure whether she could be together with Yang Ming in the future, but at least she didn't hate her. Since there was this opportunity now, it was fine for the relationship between the two people to be better. I will wait for you. Jing Xiaolu nodded and walked out of the room with Zhou Jieje. Although the company's contract matter made Jing Xiaolu very upset, it wasn't a solution that could be found in a short time. She could have a meal with Zhou Jieje and relax. Maybe she could think of some solutions. Zhou Jieje entered the laboratory and briefly told Xiaoqing that a friend was looking for her. The two of them went out to eat. Xiaoqing looked at the time. It was basically time to get off work, so she didn't say anything. She agreed to Zhou Jieje's leave and just told her to pay attention to her safety. Let's go. Zhou Jieje walked out of the laboratory and said to Jing Xiaolu, who was in a daze, I have applied for leave. Oh, okay, let's go. Jing Xiaolu recovered and looked at Zhou Jieje with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I was distracted. Xiaolu, you seem to have something on your mind? Zhou Jieje noticed when Jing Xiaolu came. There seemed to be a trace of worry between Jing Xiaolu's eyebrows. Although Jing Xiaolu tried not to show it, Zhou Jieje still noticed something. Now that she saw Jing Xiaolu's absent-minded look, she was more sure that Jing Xiaolu seemed to have something on her mind. Nothing. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. What she encountered now, even if she told Zhou Jieje, it would be useless. Instead, it would make Zhou Jieje worry about her. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu didn't say anything, Zhou Jieje no longer pressed, then let's go? Let's go. Jing Xiaolu nodded and went downstairs with Zhou Jieje. Your car? Zhou Jieje was a little surprised to see Jing Xiaolu take out the remote control and open the BMW door. This car was the same as Yang Ming's car, but the license plate was different. Zhou Jieje naturally wouldn't think that it was Yang Ming's car. Yang, the company. Jing Xiaolu blushed and suddenly felt embarrassed. Previously, she wanted to say that Yang Ming gave it to her, but saying it in front of Zhou Jieje seemed to be showing off. Jing Xiaolu knew that Zhou Jieje was Yang Ming's girlfriend, and she wasn't, so she quickly stopped and temporarily changed it to the company's. She didn't want to attract Zhou Jieje's disgust for no reason. Zhou Jieje was smart. When she heard the word Yang before Jing Xiaolu's words, she roughly understood that this car was most likely given to Jing Xiaolu by Yang Ming. However, Zhou Jieje wasn't jealous of anything. It was just a car. In contrast, Yang Ming's feelings for her were far more than a car. Zhou Jieje was grateful for Yang Ming's friendship of bringing her father out of the Charles family. Yang Ming bought it for you? Zhou Jieje smiled slightly. She didn't want to play any riddles with Jing Xiaolu. Since he had already seen through something, there was no need to hide it anymore. No, yes. Jing Xiaolu just wanted to deny it, but she felt that she shouldn't lie to Zhou Jieje, so she forced herself to admit it. No? Zhou Jie didn't pay attention to Jing Xiaolu's ambiguous tone. She thought that Jing Xiaolu was nervous because she mentioned Yang Ming. When she heard Jing Xiaolu stutter and say no, Zhou Jie was a little puzzled for a while. Did I guess wrong? No, yes. Jing Xiaolu quickly added. What? Zhou Jie was confused by Jing Xiaolu. Xiaolu, what are you talking about? This car was given to me by Yang Ming, but it was for the company. It was just that I drove it, said Jing Xiaolu. Do you like Yang Ming? Zhou Jie smiled and asked suddenly. Me? Jing Xiaolu was stunned and looked at Zhou Jie. She didn't know how Zhou Jie saw through her thoughts. For a while, she suddenly felt perturbed. She didn't know how Zhou Jie was going to deal with her. Jing Xiaolu was like a mistress who was discovered by the legal wife. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Zhou Jie. She couldn't figure out why Zhou Jie would ask this. If Yang Ming gave her a car, it should be Yang Ming who likes her, not the other way around. Isn't it because she likes Yang Ming? From a common point of view, this was what anyone would think. However, Zhou Jie was the opposite. Although what she said was true, Jing Xiaolu couldn't guess how Zhou Jie knew this. Did I see it wrong? Zhou Jie saw Jing Xiaolu's shocked and frightened look. How could she not be sure? However, she deliberately teased her. How did you see it? Jing Xiaolu was inexplicably surprised. She thought that Zhou Jie knew something from Yang Ming, but she didn't expect Zhou Jie to see it by herself. Since Zhou Jie saw it, then did Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun also see it? Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu suddenly had a cold sweat. Don't worry. Zhou Jie saw Jing Xiaolu's cautious look and chuckled. Only I can see it. Sister Mengyan and the others don't know. Who? Jing Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief, but she was even more puzzled in her heart. Since Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun didn't see it, then how did Zhou Jie see it? Could it be that she had some sort of special ability? Let's talk about it in the car. Zhou Jie looked at Jing Xiaolu, who stood stupidly beside the car, and was a little amused. However, Zhou Jie wouldn't laugh at Jing Xiaolu. Now, Jing Xiaolu was very similar to her past self. Wasn't she also paranoid and worried about personal gains and losses? Okay. At this time, Jing Xiaolu also found that she stood stupidly in front of the car, which had attracted some students' attention. Originally, the BMW was more eye-catching on campus. Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jie were pure and beautiful. Two beautiful women standing beside the luxury car always made some people's imagination run wild. Jing Xiaolu naturally felt these gazes and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She quickly opened the door of the driver's seat and sat in. Zhou Jie also smiled slightly and sat in the front passenger seat. Where are we going? After Jing Xiaolu got in the car, she started the car and asked Zhou Jie nervously. Eh? Zhou Jie was stunned and immediately said, Didn't you want to treat me to a meal? Meal, yes, I want to treat you to a meal. Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed and remembered her purpose. What do you want to eat? I will eat whatever you treat me to. Zhou Jie was amused by Jing Xiaolu. She seemed to be a very smart person. How could she be so stupid and confused? However, Zhou Jie immediately stopped laughing at Jing Xiaolu. Wasn't I the same? When I fell in love with Yang Ming, I was no less stupid than Jing Xiaolu. Oh, then I know a special Cantonese restaurant that has just opened. It is full every day. Let's go there? Jing Xiaolu thought about it and said. When this Cantonese restaurant opened, it sent a flyer to the company and gave a lot of vouchers to Ming Yang. Jing Xiaolu happened to have some in her bag. With the status of Ming Yang's security in Songjiang, these restaurants would naturally try to please them when they opened. This was not strange. Jing Xiaolu just remembered it, so she planned to try it. Okay. Zhou Jie was not picky about the taste of food. Although she was born in a rich environment, her father was a butler in the Charles family, and her mother's company was very busy. Therefore, Zhou Jie ate what she could since she was young. She did not have the habits of those young ladies. Jing Xiaolu nodded, started the car, and drove to the newly opened Cantonese restaurant. Seeing a row of cars parked in front of the Cantonese restaurant, Xianxia knew that the rumors of her colleagues in the company were not false. This Cantonese restaurant was really popular. There were so many people eating here. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was not the official meal time yet, but there were already many diners. Xianxia parked the car and entered the restaurant lobby with Zhou Jejia. The people who came here to eat were endless. The previous few people asked for a private room and then went upstairs with the waiter. Xianxia thought about it and felt that her conversation with Zhou Jejia involved some private things. Although there were only 2 people, they should also have a private room. So, she said to the waiter at the front desk, "We also want a private room." The waiter looked at Xianxia and Zhou Jejia. When he saw that there were only 2 of them, he was a little unhappy. It was almost meal time. The private rooms were not enough. These 2 people had to occupy a private room. It was too wasteful. Moreover, the other party was 2 women. They definitely would not order too many dishes. As for cigarettes and alcohol, it was even more impossible. Thinking of this, the waiter asked, "How many of you?" "Just the 2 of us." Xianxia didn't notice the waiter's intention. She still said very kindly, "A small private room is fine." "Sorry, if you want a private room, you need to make an appointment in advance." The waiter confirmed that there were only 2 of them, so he didn't intend to give them a private room. There was no minimum charge in the restaurant's private room, so it was not cost-effective to give it to just the 2 of them. Therefore, he found such an excuse to make an appointment. "Then let's sit in the hall." Zhou Jejia didn't mind. She didn't think much when she saw the popularity here. On the other hand, Xianxia was mischievous. She used to be a waiter, so she had some understanding of the minds of these waiters. When she saw the flickering gaze in the waiter's eyes and thought of the previous group of guests, Xianxia understood. The few people before us didn't make a reservation. Why do they have a private room? They made an appointment. The waiter rolled his eyes. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so difficult to deal with. She actually noticed these details. Did they make an appointment? Xianxia sneered. "Why did I hear them just ask if there were any private rooms, and you gave them one? They are the boss's friends." The waiter frowned and thought, "This little girl in front of me is very observant. She even found out about this." However, he had already made up his mind not to give Xianxia a private room. If it were another male waiter, seeing Xianxia and Zhou Jejia's beauty, he might not even be able to please them. How could he make things difficult for them? However, this waiter was an auntie in her 40s. She was a laid-off worker. The factory owed her a fixed salary, and her husband had an affair with a little vixen who took away the family's savings. Therefore, she inevitably had a bit of a cynical and twisted mentality. She came here to work because she was related to the boss. Therefore, for these 2 little girls who dressed like rich people, this old woman was even more deliberately difficult. "Are you contradicting yourself? You said that they made an appointment, and you said that they are the boss's friends. What is it?" Xianxia looked at the waiter with a smile. "Why don't you call the boss out, and I will ask him?" Hearing that they were going to call the boss, the waiter's face suddenly changed. Although she was the boss's relative, she knew that the restaurant had just opened and the boss was busy with social activities every day. He didn't have time. Since the conversation had already reached this point, the waiter didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He snorted and said, "Then let me see if there are any available rooms." "That's more like it." Xianxia now remembered Yang Ming's words. She wouldn't cause trouble casually, but not causing trouble didn't mean that she was afraid of trouble. She still had to have these things to fight for. Xianxia took out the coupons from her bag. Previously, Bao Sanli gave her a stack of coupons. She didn't look at how much it was and just threw it in her bag. At this moment, she took it out and was ready to count how much it was so that she could order the dishes according to the amount. Xianxia also thought about it. The service attitude of this restaurant really needed to be observed. After coming here once, she didn't plan to come a second time. She would just finish the voucher in one go. There's no one in room 602. Originally, the waiter was going to find a small private room for Xianxia, but when she looked up and saw the voucher in Xianxia's hand, her face fell again. The restaurant had just opened, and these vouchers were really given out a lot. Shopping malls, parks, newspapers, and so on were all given out. These vouchers were equivalent to losing money, so when the waiter saw Jing Xiaolu take out the voucher, he was immediately unhappy. He said with a straight face, "There are no more private rooms. You can eat in the hall." "No more? Didn't you just say that there are more?" Jing Xiaolu frowned. She didn't know why this woman suddenly changed her mind. "If you use the voucher, there will be no more." Originally, the waiter thought that Jing Xiaolu was using real money to spend, so he didn't want to offend her too much, so he finally agreed to give her a private room. But now, since she used the voucher, then he didn't have to be nice to her at all. If she wanted to eat here, then she could eat. If she didn't want to eat, then she could leave. It was best to leave immediately, and then she wouldn't need to spend the voucher. Jing Xiaolu was in a bad mood. When she heard the waiter's words, she knew that the waiter was deliberately looking for trouble. She frowned. "Where does the voucher say that I can't eat in the private room?" "Security. Someone is making trouble here." Since the waiter already knew that Jing Xiaolu was using the voucher to spend, he wasn't afraid that she wouldn't eat here. Seeing that she was still arguing here, he was a little impatient and directly called the security. For the security here, the waiter was quite confident. It was said that the boss invited them from the Mingyang Security Company. Both the black and white sides of Songjiang City were very respectful. With these people suppressing the scene, the people who came to make trouble would basically be silent. A few days ago, there was a group of little punks who wanted to eat dinner and didn't want to pay. As a result, they found the security of the Mingyang Security Company. When the little punks heard the name, they were so scared that they paid and left. Therefore, the waiter directly classified Jing Xiaolu as a troublemaker and wanted the security to drive her out. Xiaoli was the security captain here. He knew that the old woman at the front desk was a relative of the restaurant manager. Her words had some weight, so when he heard her shout that someone was making trouble, he didn't dare to neglect and quickly ran over. However, before he walked to the front desk, Xiaoli saw a familiar figure standing at the front desk arguing with the old woman. Xiaoli took a closer look. How could he not know this person? Isn't this the company's vice president, Jing Xiaolu? I heard that even Bao Sanli has to be polite to her. Her man is someone who even Bao Sanli is afraid of. Although Xiaoli didn't know about the high-level matters, he had heard the general rumors, especially the news from Mingyang Entertainment. It said that Jing Xiaolu's man was the company's chairman. Even Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan were working for him. Therefore, after seeing Jing Xiaolu, Xiaoli didn't dare to neglect. He even forgot what the old woman said before. He ran to Jing Xiaolu and greeted her respectfully, "Vice President Jing, hello. Welcome." Jing Xiaolu looked at Xiaoli and asked with some amazement, "You are? Do you know me?" "I am an employee of our company. My name is Li Jixing. I am responsible for the security work here," Li Jixing said quickly. "Ah, it turns out that you are a person from the Mingyang Security Company." Jing Xiaolu mainly worked at Mingyang Entertainment. However, because of the recent cooperation with Bao Sanli in the new company, she had the title of vice president in Mingyang Security Company. In fact, she didn't know many of these employees. But she didn't know these employees. It was impossible for these employees not to know the vice president in the company. "Sister Zhang, this is our company's vice president Jing. Why don't you arrange a private room for her?" Li Jixing wasn't stupid. He heard this old woman called Sister Zhang shouting that someone was making trouble, so he ran over. On the way, other waiters told him about the situation here. It was nothing more than a guest asking for a private room, but Sister Zhang wasn't willing to give it to her. So, both sides had a disagreement. Seeing that the guest who was making trouble was actually Vice President Jing, Li Jixing immediately began to think about how to resolve the situation while greeting her. Although the Sister Zhang wasn't a good person, she was a relative of the restaurant owner after all. Although Li Jixing was under the management of Mingyang Security Company, he still had to work in other people's territory. It wasn't good to offend this Sister Zhang too much. Therefore, Li Jixing directly pointed at Sister Zhang. He wanted to see if she knew how to behave. If she was still so ambiguous, then he could only report the situation to the boss. this Sister Zhang would probably be kicked out of the door. He believed that between Vice President Jing and his relative, the boss would know how to choose. Although this Sister Zhang's heart was twisted, she wasn't a fool. When she heard Li Jixing pointed out Jing Xiaolu's identity, she was immediately scared. Never mind her, even her relative boss also wanted to have a good relationship with the boss of Mingyang Security Company. Usually, people don't even come when you invite them to a meal. If you give them a voucher, they won't even look at you. Now that a vice president of the company was willing to come here for a meal, I actually offended her. Sister Zhang regretted it. This restaurant isn't mine. Why do I have to worry so much? What's wrong with using a voucher to eat in a private room? Thinking of this, Sister Zhang immediately changed into a smiling face. She was the typical type of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so scared after her boss delayed her salary. Now that she was the front desk receptionist of a super popular restaurant, she felt that she had some authority. She liked to make things difficult for some customers who didn't seem to have high spending standards. This time, she didn't expect to kick an iron plate. She actually offended someone who even her relative boss didn't dare to offend. Vice President Jing, I'm sorry about that. I'll prepare a private room for you. Sister Zhang said to Jing Xiaolu with a smile. Her previous poker face instantly turned into a blooming flower. 602. No, VIP room 999. It's the most luxurious private room on the top floor of our hotel. Jing Xiaolu listened to Sister Zhang's words. She was both angry and amused. Looking at Sister Zhang's current appearance, Jing Xiaolu couldn't even think of being angry with her. Her identity had changed, and so had her mentality. Perhaps if it were her previous self, she might have said a few words to vent her anger, but now, she really didn't have such thoughts. However, she was still a little proud of Sister Zhang's change in her heart. However, Jing Xiaolu also knew that the reason why Sister Zhang was so respectful now was entirely because of her identity as the vice president of the Mingyang Security Company. Without this identity, how would Sister Zhang know her? All of this was thanks to Yang Ming. Without Yang Ming, she wouldn't be able to get to where she was today. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu's heart was even more worried. There was such a big mistake in the contract signing. If it wasn't resolved, even if Yang Ming didn't say anything, she wouldn't have the face to continue to be the vice president. There is no need for a luxurious VIP room. An ordinary one is fine. Jing Xiaolu didn't come here to put on airs. She just wanted to find a quiet place to talk to Zhou Jie. Since Zhou Jie had already guessed that she liked Yang Ming, although she didn't know how she guessed it, Jing Xiaolu felt that Zhou Jie was not hostile, and the relationship between the two seemed to be closer in an instant. Jing Xiaolu had the urge to complain to Zhou Jie. After the contract trap incident, Jing Xiaolu wanted to find someone to talk to and discuss with. She wanted to tell someone about her troubles. However, it was impossible for such a person to exist in the Mingyang company. It was impossible for Bao Sanli to exist. After all, Jing Xiaolu and him had not reached the point of opening their hearts to each other. Jing Xiaolu could not tell him her thoughts. As for her subordinates in the company, it was even more impossible. Jing Xiaolu couldn't talk to them at all. Now, she met Zhou Jie. In this case, Jing Xiaolu wanted to tell Zhou Jie about her troubles and worries. Even if Zhou Jie couldn't help her, Jing Xiaolu would feel better if she told her. Vice President Jing, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Please don't take it to heart. Sister Zhang was shocked after listening to Jing Xiaolu's words. She quickly said, I really didn't mean it before. Please forgive me this time. Forgive you for what? Jing Xiaolu was inexplicable when she heard it. She was stunned. What are you talking about? This? Sister Zhang looked at Jing Xiaolu's surprised look at the moment. It didn't seem to be fake. She suddenly had some doubts. I gave you a VIP room, but you don't want it. You want a small private room. Aren't you angry with me? After listening to Sister Zhang's words, Jing Xiaolu was really dumbfounded. What does this have to do with being angry? It's just the two of us. We just want to find a quiet place to talk. You can just find a small and quiet private room. I don't need a luxurious private room or anything like that. Li Jixing also heard that Jing Xiaolu was not angry to make things difficult for Sister Zhang. She really wanted a small private room, so he quickly gave Sister Zhang a look. Sister Zhang, our Vice President Jing said that she wants a small private room. You should quickly find one. Why are you talking so much? Yes, yes. Sister Zhang woke up and quickly found a private room at the end of the corridor. There should be no one to disturb them here, so she said, then let's go to private room 330. It is quieter there. I will find a waiter to take you up. No need, Sister Zhang. I will accompany Vice President Jing up. Li Jixing waved his hand to Sister Zhang and stopped her from finding a waiter. Okay, okay. Sister Zhang nodded quickly. She had offended Jing Xiaolu. Now, she was still counting on Li Jixing to say a few good words for her. However, Jing Xiaolu didn't seem to care about Sister Zhang at all. Her previous argument was just that she wanted a quiet place to talk. As for the size of the private room, Jing Xiaolu didn't care at all. Under Li Jixing's guidance, Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jiejie came to private room 330 on the third floor of the restaurant. This was the innermost private room on the entire third floor. There was no one else in the private room next to it, so it was very quiet. It was a good place to talk. Vice President Jing, please. Then, I will go downstairs. Li Jixing sent Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jiejie to the private room and said respectfully. Okay, little Li, you go ahead. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand, indicating that he could leave. After Li Jixing turned and left, a waiter from the restaurant came in to help take orders. Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jiejie had never eaten here before. Today was their first time here, so they let the waiter take charge and recommend a few specialties here. After the waiter left, the atmosphere in the private room suddenly became strange. Jing Xiaolu had something on her mind. She lowered her head and didn't speak. Zhou Jiejie seemed to be waiting for Jing Xiaolu to speak, so for a while, the private room was terrifyingly quiet. Xiaolu, why aren't you talking? Zhou Jiejie also felt the dull atmosphere, so she spoke first. Jiejie, you said before, you can see. I like Yang Ming. How did you see it? Jing Xiaolu took a deep breath. Although she felt that she was a bit abrupt, she was still very curious about how Zhou Jiejie saw through her thoughts. Hee, you are talking about this. Zhou Jiejie smiled slightly after listening. It turned out that Jing Xiaolu had been worried about this matter. Xiaolu, in fact, it's nothing. I'm not sure how I can see it, but it's just a feeling, an intuition. Doesn't that mean that Sister Mingyan and the others can also see it? Jing Xiaolu was surprised. She was surprised by Zhou Jiejie's unusually keen intuition. That's not it. Zhou Jiejie shook her head. The reason why I can feel it is because I have also been in the same period as you and had the same problem as you are now. Oh? What do you mean? Jing Xiaolu's eyes lit up. She seemed to feel something. Is Zhou Jiejie going to give me some advice? Whether it is Chen Mingyan or Lin Jiyun, they and Yang Ming are all together naturally. There is a feeling of success when the conditions are right. Zhou Jiejie sighed. And my situation is similar to yours. We are all chasing after Yang Ming, so I can feel that your current mood is very similar to mine. However, others may not have this experience. It turns out to be like this. Jing Xiaolu's eyes widened. She didn't understand how Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejie were together. Now that she heard Zhou Jiejie's explanation, she suddenly had a feeling of sympathy. No wonder Zhou Jiejie could see some clues. This is also because she has a similar experience with me. So, you are admitting that I guessed it right? Zhou Jiejie looked at Jing Xiaolu's stunned expression and asked. Jing Xiaolu blushed and nodded. Since Zhou Jiejie had already guessed her thoughts, then it was useless for Jing Xiaolu to hide it. Besides, she didn't want to hide it. The more this kind of thing was hidden, the more disadvantageous it was for her. It was better to just admit it. Looking at Zhou Jiejie's current appearance, it didn't seem like she wanted to make things difficult for her. I have been secretly in love with him for a long time. Jing Xiaolu whispered, however, it seems that there is no progress. Jing Xiaolu's words made Zhou Jiejie somewhat puzzled this time. No progress? How can there be no progress? Didn't he give you your car and the company's vice president position? Zhou Jieji said curiously, if he doesn't trust you, how can he entrust you with such a heavy responsibility? This, how should I say it? It's a freak combination of circumstances. Jing Xiaolu didn't hide it. I insisted on getting the car from him. You also know that Yang Ming is a very generous person. He and I are good friends. It is normal for him to ask for a car. Zhou Jieji nodded and suddenly realized that it was Jing Xiaolu who took the initiative to ask for the car. She also knew Yang Ming's character. He didn't care about some external financial matters, so it was not a big deal to give a car out. However, Zhou Jieji didn't say much, but quietly listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, waiting for her to continue. As for the position of vice president. As Jing Xiaolu spoke until here, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This position of vice president is purely a freak combination of circumstances that I said before. Bao Sanli thought that I was Yang Ming's woman. So he proposed to Yang Ming to promote me to the company's vice president. You also know that even if I am an ordinary friend of Yang Ming will not object, so he acquiesced. Then I became the vice president in a daze. Ah? Although Zhou Jieji heard Jing Xiaolu say that this matter was a freak combination of circumstances, she noticed that something was unusual. When Jing Xiaolu finished speaking, Zhou Jieji was completely dumbfounded. Is there such a funny thing? Now it seems that I really misunderstood. It seems that there is really no progress between Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. However, even so, there were some things that Zhou Jieji couldn't help with. Xiaolu, although I think of my previous self when I see you, I can't help you even if I want to. There is no possibility of reference or replication between Yang Ming and me, so you can only rely on your own efforts in matters of love. Oh. Jing Xiaolu was slightly disappointed. She thought that she could learn from Zhou Jieji. Even if she couldn't, she could learn some experience, but Zhou Jieji didn't seem to be willing to tell her these things. Zhou Jieji's eyes were also sharp. Since she could detect that Jing Xiaolu liked Yang Ming, how could she not notice her disappointment at the moment? Looking at Jing Xiaolu's appearance, Zhou Jieji smiled slightly. Xiaolu, if you are willing to listen, then I will tell you what happened between Yang and me. If you can get any inspiration, that is good. If you can get any inspiration, then it is naturally good. If you think it's useless, don't blame me. Originally, Jing Xiaolu didn't have much hope for this. After all, this was a private matter between Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming. Who would be willing to publicize it to others? Jing Xiaolu thought, the things between me and Yang Ming, I'm afraid I don't want to talk to others casually, right? But what she didn't expect was that Zhou Jieji was actually willing to tell her. This made Jing Xiaolu suddenly feel surprised and inexplicably flattered. Jieji, you are so nice. Jing Xiaolu said happily, thank you for telling me so much. Zhou Jieji shook her head. She helped Jing Xiaolu purely because she felt that Jing Xiaolu's current situation was somewhat similar to her previous situation. She struggled in the whirlpool of love every day and couldn't extricate herself. Zhou Jieji deeply experienced this feeling of anxiety, so she was so friendly to Jing Xiaolu. Zhou Jieji was not a jealous person. In the beginning, didn't Chen Mengyan and Lin Jiyun sincerely accept her? Therefore, Zhou Jieji felt that after she got the happiness she wanted, there was no need to hinder and make things difficult for others. On the contrary, if she could contribute a little, it would make her feel grateful. Yang Ming and I were classmates in junior high school. At that time, Zhou Jieji opened her mouth and slowly talked about the process of how she and Yang Ming met and fell in love. There was a fascinated expression between her eyebrows. She seemed to be immersed in this sad and beautiful love story. Jing Xiaolu originally thought that there was a thick wall between Yang Ming and herself. But now, after listening to the initial relationship between Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming, Jing Xiaolu suddenly felt that the thick wall between her and Yang Ming was nothing. Between Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming, there was simply a huge gap. What kind of perseverance does this girl have to finally grasp her own happiness? Jing Xiaolu was impressed and curious. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhou Jieji without blinking. She listened to the story she was telling. When Zhou Jieji said that she blocked the bullet for Yang Ming and was unconscious, Jing Xiaolu was completely shocked. For your lover, you can give up your life. How much courage does this require? Jing Xiaolu asked herself, if I were in Zhou Jiejia's position, would I block the bullet for Yang Ming? Maybe? Maybe not? Would I or not? Looking at Jing Xiaolu's unpredictable expression, Zhou Jiejie seemed to guess what she was thinking. She smiled and said, Xiaolu, are you thinking that if it were you at that time, would you block the bullet for Yang Ming? Jing Xiaolu was completely impressed by Zhou Jiejie at this moment. This girl not only had an amazing talent in computing, but she was also like a computer. She could guess and calculate the thoughts of others accurately. She was no less than a computer. I won't hide it from you. Jing Xiaolu lowered her head. In fact, from the bottom of my heart, I felt that I would block the bullet for him, but I was scared. When I thought that the other person had a gun in his hand, I was afraid that my legs would go soft. This is normal. After Zhou Jiejie listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, she did not make fun of her. In fact, even if it was me, I am a little timid when I think about it now. But in the situation at that time, it was an instinctive action. It was a subconscious action without thinking about it. I didn't know how to be afraid at that time. After doing it, I knew that the gun in the other person's hand was powerful. Ah? Jing Xiaolu was stunned. Originally, I thought that you were very bold. No. Zhou Jiejie's face was red. If I really had to think about it carefully, I'm afraid that even if I wanted to block the bullet, I wouldn't have the courage. Yeah. Jing Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Just now, I asked myself if I would block the bullet for Yang Ming if I were him. At first, I firmly believed that I would. But after a while, I was a little shaken. I was afraid. In fact, we are all the same. Zhou Jiejie said, if you had this momentary decision and thought at that time, you would have already decided what you wanted to do. How would you still have the mind to be afraid? That's true. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Jiejie, at first, I misunderstood you. I thought that you didn't want me to learn from your experience with Yang Ming, but now it seems that it won't be so easy for me to find another opportunity to block the bullet for Yang Ming. Nonsense. Zhou Jiejie said, how would you take the initiative to block the bullet? Xiaolu, let me tell you. Even if there is such an opportunity, don't be stupid. With Yang Ming's skill, we don't need to block the bullet at all. If we go up, we will be making unnecessary sacrifices. Jing Xiaolu certainly wouldn't think that Zhou Jiejie didn't want her to succeed in being with Yang Ming out of some dark heart. Since she said so, then it must be so. Moreover, Jing Xiaolu was also very familiar with Yang Ming's skill, so she didn't doubt what Zhou Jiejie said. Moreover, if Zhou Jiejie really didn't want her to be with Yang Ming, then she wouldn't have this attitude now. How would she sit here calmly and talk to me so much? Jing Xiaolu originally had some disappointment in her eyes, but at this time, there was a flash of hope. At least, my starting point is much better than Zhou Jiejie's. Yang Ming hated Zhou Jiejie at the beginning, but she was separated by a mountain, and she could finally dissolve it. What was the thick wall between her and Yang Ming? The waiter quickly sent the dishes that had just been ordered into the private room. Li Jixing must have informed the kitchen to process the dishes in Jing Xiaolu's private room first. Otherwise, with the restaurant's popularity at the moment, it was impossible to prepare so many dishes in a short time. Seeing the waiter coming in to serve the dishes, Zhou Jiejie and Jing Xiaolu also stopped the previous topic. This topic could only be discussed privately between two people. It was not good if outsiders heard it, so both of them tacitly chose to shut up at the same time. Jing Xiaolu's heart was in a mess at the moment. She wanted the waiter to finish serving the dishes quickly so that she could ask about Yang Ming. However, the waiter seemed to be endless. After the dishes were served, the waiter kept bringing dishes into the private room. Jing Xiaolu was surprised and quickly stopped the waiter who was serving the dishes. Wait a minute. Hello, what's the matter? Asked the waiter politely. Although she didn't know what kind of powerful person was sitting in this private room, Li Jixing had already told her that the service must be good, so the waiter didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. It didn't take long for the restaurant owner to call and ask her to make sure that the guests in the private room were satisfied. This time, the waiter was surprised. Why would the restaurant owner call such a small waiter like me? She didn't think that the restaurant owner would save the mobile phone number of a waiter like her. This must be found through the front desk. However, although the waiter was surprised, she didn't dare to have any objections. She quickly assured the boss that she must not neglect the guests. Then, the boss said that he had asked the kitchen to add a few special dishes and asked her to serve first. The boss immediately rushed back from outside. "We didn't order so many dishes. We only ordered 4 or 5 special dishes. Why are there 7 dishes?" Although Xiaolu didn't remember what dishes she ordered, when the waiter introduced the dishes before, she casually ordered 4 or 5 special dishes here. She still remembered the number clearly. It was impossible for the difference to be so much. "Hello, madam. This is our boss's order to give you the special dishes for free," replied the waiter politely. "Free?" Xiaolu's expression was a little weird after hearing it. "We can't eat so much for free." "Okay, you tell them not to serve anymore." That's fine." The waitress hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Although the boss had told the kitchen to add a few more dishes, the boss had also told her to serve the guests in the private room well. Since it was a request from a guest in the private room, she decided to give priority to the guest's request. Even if the boss found out later, he wouldn't blame her because everyone's starting point was the same, which was to make the guests in the private room happy. As a matter of fact, her decision was correct and had laid a good foundation for her. A person who could understand the boss's intentions in time and know how to be flexible would be a promising talent no matter where he was. Of course, this place was no exception. After the waiter Xiaobai left, he quickly instructed the kitchen not to make any more dishes. The kitchen staff thought that it was the boss's idea, so they listened to Xiaobai and stopped working. Seeing that there were no more dishes, Xiaolu breathed a sigh of relief, but then she looked at the table full of food with a bitter smile. "Jia, are you hungry? Let's eat as much as we can." Jia looked at so many dishes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Even if I'm hungry, I can't eat so much." "Xiaolu, have you encountered any trouble recently?" Jia saw that no waitress came to disturb them again, so she continued the topic with Xiaolu. Previously, when Xiaolu came to the school to find her, she had a worried look on her face as if she had encountered some trouble. What she asked her to do was so strange, so it was inevitable that people would be suspicious. So it was reasonable for Jia to think so. Xiaolu listened to Jia's words and sighed. "I did encounter some trouble, and it is a big trouble." "Big trouble? What the hell is going on?" Jia was shocked and looked up at Xiaolu. "You tell me and see if I can help." "If I didn't guess wrong, the phone recording you asked me to help you recover should be related to this trouble, right?" Jia looked at Xiaolu with some doubts. What kind of trouble can be called a big trouble? In Jia's view, many troubles were nothing in the eyes of Yang Ming. Even if her father was trapped in this matter, Yang Ming would not show weakness in the face of the Charles family and could easily solve it. What trouble could Xiaolu not solve? "You guessed it?" Xiaolu looked at Jia with some surprise and nodded. "Yes, this recording is related to this matter. This is a key piece of evidence, but I don't know if it is useful." "Xiaolu, what the hell is going on?" Jia listened to Xiaolu's unclear words and was anxious, but she didn't know the reason. This kind of anxious feeling was very uncomfortable. "I was deceived. I got into trouble." Xiaolu had a headache when she thought about what she had encountered. The fraud she encountered was unprecedented. She couldn't find similar cases on the internet. "Xiaolu, although I didn't hear what you were saying, if you encounter trouble, I think you should talk to Yang Ming first. He should help you solve it. You can't keep it in your heart." Since the last time Yang Ming rescued Jia's father from the Charles family, Jia had a blind trust in Yang Ming. She felt that no matter what, as long as Yang Ming made a move, there was nothing that could not be solved. Xiaolu opened her mouth and was about to say something, but there was a knock on the door. Xiaolu frowned. "I want to scold someone. Can you let me talk for a while?" However, she took a deep breath and didn't get angry in the end. Instead, she said plainly, "Who is it? Please come in." The door of the private room was pushed open, and a fat man with a smile walked in. Xiaobai, the waiter who served in the private room before, and Sister Zhang, the front desk attendant downstairs, followed by him. Vice President Jing, and this beautiful lady, I'm sorry to disturb you. The fat man smiled at Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jieji flatteringly, which extinguished Jing Xiaolu's anger of having her conversation with Zhou Jieji interrupted. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. This fat man's smiling face was about to bloom, so Jing Xiaolu naturally couldn't speak ill of him. Moreover, he came at this time with no malice. If Jing Xiaolu guessed correctly, he brought Sister Zhang, the front desk attendant, to apologize to her. Previously, Sister Zhang had some unpleasantness with her because of the private room. Although Jing Xiaolu didn't take it to heart, the restaurant owner didn't treat it as a trivial matter. He brought Sister Zhang to apologize. After all, it was also a kind of humble attitude. Jing Xiaolu had no way to vent her anger on them. I'm the owner of this restaurant. My name is Zhou Huijian. The fat man came over with a smile. Vice President Jing, my sister-in-law's third uncle's eldest sister-in-law offended you before. Please don't take it to heart. So, I brought her to apologize to you. What the hell? Sister-in-law's third uncle's eldest sister-in-law? What kind of messy relationship is this? Jing Xiaolu was directly confused by Zhou Huijian, but she didn't need to understand these relationships. She glanced at Zhou Huijian, then looked at Sister Zhang, and then smiled faintly. It's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. Xiao Bai, pour the wine. Zhou Huijian glanced at the waiter named Xiao Bai next to him and then instructed her. Yes, boss. Xiao Bai respectfully poured 3 glasses of white wine that had been prepared before and brought it to Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang didn't say anything. She picked up the wine glass and raised it in front of Jing Xiaolu. Vice President Jing, I toast to you. Please forgive me. Wait. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand and said to Zhou Huijian and Sister Zhang, sorry, I don't drink. Vice President Jing, you don't have to drink. This is little Zhang's apology to you. Zhou Huijian quickly explained. Jing Xiaolu nodded. When Sister Zhang saw Jing Xiaolu nodding, she quickly poured the white wine in her hand into her stomach. She drank 2 more glasses in succession. A total of 3 glasses of wine went down her stomach, but her face didn't change. She was still very sober. Vice President Jing, please don't take the previous matter to heart. If you don't like me, I will resign tomorrow. Please don't make things difficult for President Zhou. I have already said that it's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand. Okay, you can go out. I still have something to do here. Okay. Zhou Huijian saw that Jing Xiaolu's expression really didn't seem like she was going to hold him accountable, so he was relieved. He quickly took Sister Zhang and Xiao Bai out of the private room. After gently closing the door of the private room, Zhou Huijian's smiling face sank. He glared at Sister Zhang, his relative. You. What can I say about you? Okay, you don't have to be the receptionist tomorrow. Go to the purchasing department. You can only deal with those suppliers who come to ask for payment with your face. Okay. Sister Zhang thought that she was destined to be fired this time, but she didn't expect to be assigned to the purchasing department. Although she was now the lobby manager, when she went to the purchasing department, Zhou Huijian's intention was to arrange an ordinary staff position for her. Even so, Sister Zhang was already very happy. As long as she kept this job, she would not starve to death. In fact, Zhou Huijian couldn't help it. His relative was in her 40s. She was laid off from the factory, and she couldn't get a buyout. Her husband also took away her savings. She was left alone to raise a high school child. If she didn't have a job, she couldn't survive. So no matter how much he hated Sister Zhang in his heart, she was still a relative. He couldn't let her fend for herself, right? Just put her in the purchasing department. Her character was not suitable to be a leader at all. If she was an ordinary staff member, she could only show her ugly face to those suppliers. Presumably, those suppliers could only accept it. As for the vacant lobby manager position, Zhou Huijian's eyes turned and stopped on Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai had told Zhou Huijian what happened here before. Initially, Zhou Huijian was a little annoyed by Xiao Bai's unauthorized behavior of stopping the kitchen from serving food. However, when he came back and saw Jing Xiaolu, he really saw that Jing Xiaolu didn't want to be disturbed. When they went in to apologize, although Jing Xiaolu didn't seem to be too impatient, her expression was definitely not very welcoming. Especially when she finally said that she still had something to do and didn't want them to disturb her, it highlighted this point. If they insisted on sending food in, not only would it not please Jing Xiaolu, but it would also make her hate them. Therefore, Zhou Huijian's impression of Xiao Bai suddenly improved. Seeing that she was quite clever, he turned his head and asked, Xiao Bai, right? Are you used to working in the restaurant? President Zhou, I am very used to it. Xiao Bai didn't understand why Zhou Huijian suddenly asked such a question, but she didn't dare to neglect and quickly replied, it's good here. That's good. Zhou Huijian nodded. How about this? You will take over little Zhang's position tomorrow. You will be the lobby manager. Ah? Me? Xiao Bai opened his mouth wide in shock and looked at Zhou Huijian in disbelief. Director Zhou, I'm just a waiter. Although Xiao Bai felt that as long as she worked hard, she would be noticed by the boss sooner or later and be put in an important position, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. She also didn't expect that she would be put in the position of lobby manager directly. Xiao Bai originally thought that if she did a good job as a waiter, she would at most be a vice foreman. If she was good, she would be able to become a foreman. However, she did not expect to be promoted to a lobby manager. That was a level higher than a foreman. What's wrong with the waitress? Zhou Huijian didn't think much of it. I see that you're quite smart and flexible. If you're in this position, I'm relieved. Do your best, and I'll get someone to make you a costume later. Yes, General Manager Zhou. Xiao Bai was extremely excited and nodded happily. Jing Xiaolu, who was in the room, watched Zhou Huijian go out and close the door. Then, she breathed a sigh of relief. These people really came at the wrong time. Aren't they causing trouble? Hee, Xiaolu, don't be ungrateful. If it were an ordinary guest, this manager wouldn't take the initiative to apologize. Zhou Jieji said with a smile, this also shows your identity and status. If it were me, I would most likely go to the hall to eat. How could I get a private room? The more Zhou Jieji said this, the more uncomfortable Jing Xiaolu felt. She blushed and said, Jieji, don't say this. All of this is actually because of Yang Ming. If it weren't for Yang Ming's company, who would other people know who I am? Zhou Jieji listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and didn't argue because what Jing Xiaolu said was indeed the truth. She smiled slightly and said, so, sometimes when you encounter trouble, you don't have to bear it yourself. You have to know how to take advantage of others. Take advantage of others? Jing Xiaolu repeated Zhou Jieji's words. Yes, it's taking advantage of others. Zhou Jieji said, let's continue our topic. This matter may be a trouble and a disaster for you, but for Yang Ming, it may be a piece of cake. Jieji, Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. My situation is actually different from what you said. I can't ask Yang Ming for help, and I can't. What's the reason? Zhou Jieji was puzzled. Jieji, I won't hide it from you. A while ago, I was busy talking about a business cooperation. This was the first business cooperation I was responsible for after I was promoted to vice president, so I couldn't be more careful. I put all my energy into it, said Jing Xiaolu. Jing Xiaolu said, since I am sitting in the position of vice president due to a strange combination of circumstances, I have to show some results. I want to prove to Yang Ming that I, Jing Xiaolu, am not here to dawdle, but to be a person who can help his career. Zhou Jieji listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and nodded. Yes, not only did Jing Xiaolu have this idea, but even Zhou Jieji herself had it. The reason why she went into the tiger's den to find evidence of Wang Jitao's family's crime was to help Yang Ming. She wanted to be a woman who was useful to Yang Ming and help him in his life and career, so she understood Jing Xiaolu's idea. After Jing Xiaolu explained this, Zhou Jieji gradually understood why Jing Xiaolu was unwilling to ask for help from Yang Ming. So, you want to solve this problem on your own so that he can see your ability, right? Asked Zhou Jieji. Yes. Jing Xiaolu nodded, but she looked a little dispirited. Even if I am so careful, there is still a problem with this cooperation. I fell into the other party's contract trap. If I ask Yang Ming for help at this time, will Yang Ming think that I am useless? Zhou Jieji sighed softly. Although she felt that maybe Yang Ming would not think so much, if she were Jing Xiaolu, she might not want to trouble Yang Ming because of this matter. She would want to solve it herself. This was different from her father being trapped in the Charles family. Her father was trapped because she could not solve it with her own strength, so she had to trouble Yang Ming. However, Jing Xiaolu's matter was entirely because she fell into the other party's trap due to carelessness in the business cooperation. It was reasonable for Jing Xiaolu to want to solve it by herself. Zhou Jiejie knew that it was useless to persuade her. She could only help her in other ways. Xiaolu, tell me the ins and outs of this matter. Let's see if I can help you. Okay. Even if Zhou Jiejie didn't ask, Jing Xiaolu was prepared to tell her everything. This matter had always been in her heart, and it was like a thorn pricking her nerves. Perhaps she would feel better if she confided it to someone. She had seen Zhou Jiejie's cleverness. If Zhou Jiejie could help her analyze it, it would be a good thing. So, Jing Xiaolu pondered for a while, organized her own words, and began to talk about her experience. Jing Xiaolu did not hide anything from Zhou Jiejie. Instead, she talked about how she had a grudge with Lu Jifei. Although this history was not glorious, Jing Xiaolu did not want to lie to Zhou Jiejie. After all, they might become sisters in the future. Therefore, if Jing Xiaolu lied at this time, Zhou Jiejie would definitely look down on her when she knew the truth. Moreover, although this history was not glorious, it was not too outrageous. At least, she still maintained the bottom line and did not really sell her body. She believed that Zhou Jiejie could also understand her difficult situation. Sure enough, after Zhou Jiejie listened to Jing Xiaolu's words, she did not show much disgust in her expression. Instead, there was a dumbfounded expression. Obviously, she sympathized with Jing Xiaolu at that time, but she did not comment on what Jing Xiaolu did. Jiejie, do you think that I was a bad girl in the past? Although Jing Xiaolu saw that there was no look of contempt in Zhou Jiejie's expression, she was still worried and asked. Bad girl? That's not really true. It's not easy for you to be able to keep yourself clean in that kind of situation. Zhou Jiejie sighed and shook her head. But I don't agree with what you did. No matter what, it is illegal. But, AI, you are a girl alone. It is not easy for you to make money to support your family without any background or backing. Although Zhou Jiejie did not agree with Jing Xiaolu's way of cheating people, she also knew that Jing Xiaolu would not do this if she had other ways to make a living. Everything she did was completely out of helplessness. Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jiejie and felt a lot better in her heart. She did not expect Zhou Jiejie to agree with her previous practice. If Zhou Jiejie said that she agreed with what Jing Xiaolu did, then Jing Xiaolu would not believe it. Because that was too ridiculous, right? Now, although Zhou Jiejie did not agree, she also realized her helplessness, so Jing Xiaolu was very grateful to Zhou Jiejie. At least, Zhou Jiejie did not dislike her in her heart. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Jiejie, thank you for understanding me. Not only me, but I believe that Yang Ming also understands you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to become good friends with you and help you out when Lu Jifei found trouble with you. Zhou Jiejie smiled. Since Yang Ming didn't mind, what else did he have to mind? Moreover, Zhou Jiejie's character was still somewhat conservative. She believed that a woman should be faithful to one man. Since Jing Xiaolu could maintain her chastity, Zhou Jiejie naturally wouldn't have any opinions about her. However, if Jing Xiaolu had a relationship with another man before, Zhou Jiejie's attitude might not be as good as it was now. She didn't want Yang Ming to touch her after touching such a woman. Then I'll continue to talk about the contract. Jing Xiaolu said, in fact, this contract trap is the result of Lu Jifei's revenge. I guess that it should have something to do with him. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spent so much time talking about the grievances between you and him. Zhou Jiejie nodded. Jing Xiaolu sighed at Zhou Jiejie's cleverness, but it was no wonder. If this matter had nothing to do with Lu Jifei, why did she have to spend so much time talking about it? Jing Xiaolu told Zhou Jiejie in detail about how she fell into the contract trap. When she talked about the incense, Zhou Jiejie couldn't help but be surprised. There is actually such a thing? Yeah, if I had thought about it earlier, I wouldn't have fallen into this contract trap. However, this kind of contract fraud technique is unheard of. Whether it is on the internet or elsewhere, I can't find a similar case. So, I was fooled unknowingly. Jing Xiaolu sighed. If this is the case, then it's not your fault. Zhou Jiejie waved her hand. This kind of thing only appears in novels. Who would have thought that it would exist in reality? I think that even if it were anyone else, it would be impossible to guard against it. After listening to Zhou Jiejie's words, Jing Xiaolu's heart was relieved. In fact, how could Jing Xiaolu not understand this truth? It was not wrong for her to fall into this kind of unheard-of method. As Zhou Jiejie said, this kind of method was impossible for anyone to guard against. Su Xiaobin and the Lu family have already discussed it, but the negotiation failed. The Jiangyan group does not intend to change the contract. Jing Xiaolu said helplessly. In this case, if they continue to cooperate, what benefits will it bring to the Jiangyan group? Could it be that their president's brain is flooded with water? Zhou Jiejie frowned and said, I think it is impossible for them not to see it. If they cooperate in this situation where both sides are hostile, what is the use of a contract? I am also wondering about this. Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. However, according to Su Xiaobin, the Lu family is worried that once there is a precedent of changing the contract, there will be more people looking for the Jiangyan group to change the contract. So, they will not set this precedent. They would rather continue like this. This doesn't seem to be comparable to an ordinary contract, right? Zhou Jiejie said, they are completely different in nature. I am also very skeptical, but now the Jiangyan group clearly wants to favor Lu Jifei, said Jing Xiaolu. So, the only thing I can think of is to go through legal procedures. I can only fight to change the contract through legal means. The previous cell phone recording is the evidence you collected, right? Asked Zhou Jiejie after listening. Yes, thank you, Jiejie. Jing Xiaolu had thanked her more than once, but if it weren't for Zhou Jiejie, there might not be this evidence. Don't be so polite to me in the future. Zhou Jiejie waved her hand. If you are really with Yang Ming, we are family. Moreover, I am helping you now, which is equivalent to helping Yang Ming. After all, this is a company matter. Jing Xiaolu looked at Zhou Jiejie with some surprise. She didn't expect her to say such a thing. For a while, Jing Xiaolu was excited. Zhou Jiejie, did you accept me? Jing Xiaolu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and joy. Although Zhou Jiejie's weight was obviously not as important as Chen Mingyin's, at least, she was the first woman to show support for her Yang Ming. It was significant. Jing Xiaolu also took the first step to success. In any case, with Zhou Jiejie as a supporter to give advice and pass the message, she was in an invincible position. But immediately, this joy was diluted by the endless sorrow in her heart. In front of her, there was still a difficulty that had not been overcome. If the contract was not dealt with properly, it was meaningless to talk about other things. AI. Jing Xiaolu sighed softly. If it were other times, she might have screamed ecstatically when she heard what Zhou Jiejie said to her. But now, she couldn't be happy. Xiaolu, is there any other evidence in your hands besides this cell phone recording? Asked Zhou Jiejie. Other than that. Jing Xiaolu hesitated, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Other than that, there is nothing else. Jiejie, you also know that the other party's behavior is too strange. In this case, it is difficult to find any key evidence unconsciously. Since this is the case. Zhou Jiejie frowned after listening. Xiaolu, you have to be mentally prepared. I'm not pouring cold water on you, but this evidence is not key evidence at all. If you use this evidence to sue Lu Jifei for raping Wang Lixia, you may still win. But if you use it as the basis for changing the contract, it is a bit far-fetched. Jiejie, I actually understand what you said, but now, it seems that I really don't have any other trump cards in hand. Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly. How could she not understand what Zhou Jiejie said? The odds of winning this time were very small, even if the Mingyang Security Company's social relations in Songjiang were very strong, and the Mingyang Security Company was a company affiliated with the police station. With this relationship, it could be said that Jing Xiaolu was not afraid of a lawsuit in Songjiang. But even with such a strong network, if she did not have strong evidence in her hands, it would be difficult to win this lawsuit. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu was a little discouraged. Am I really going to lose this time? Xiaolu, don't be discouraged. Zhou Jieji saw a flash of decadence on Jing Xiaolu's face. She was afraid that Jing Xiaolu would be discouraged, so she quickly persuaded, think about the whole signing process again. See if there are any details that can be used as key evidence. Details that can be used as key evidence that were ignored? Jing Xiaolu's eyes lit up and then dimmed again. Jieji, I have thought about this signing process many times, but... Although Jing Xiaolu didn't finish her words, Zhou Jieji could also understand that there was nothing that could be used as evidence. However, Zhou Jieji wasn't discouraged. Instead, she said, Xiaolu, although I don't know much about these business contracts, there are many things that can be thought through. Let's take my computer hacking skills as an example. No matter how good a hacker is, when they commit a crime, they will more or less leave some clues that can be used as evidence. Even if they are erased, in the eyes of hackers of the same level, there are still traces to be found. Although most of them are very difficult to investigate, it does not mean that there are no traces of crime. Oh? Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jieji's words and became a little interested. There was a flash of light in her mind. She seemed to have thought of something, but this idea was very vague, and she could not grasp it for the time being. Of course, I am just giving an example. Any crime will leave traces. I believe that the contract trap you encountered is no exception. Zhou Jieji said, I don't believe that Lu Jifei is a criminal master. I think he thought of this contract fraud on the spur of the moment. It's just that the criminal technique is too strange, so we can't find a breakthrough with ordinary means. But if you pay attention, you may find something. After Jing Xiaolu listened to Zhou Jieji's words, she couldn't help but fall into contemplation. She wanted to grasp the previous flash of inspiration, but it was somewhat vague. After a long while, Jing Xiaolu finally shook her head slightly. Indeed, any crime will leave traces, but I was one step too late. When I found out that something was wrong with the contract, I rushed to the conference room of the Huihai Business Club where the contract was signed. Everything there had been cleaned up by Lu Jifei's people. Even the windows were opened. The residual smell of incense in the conference room was completely removed. There was no trace at all. Nothing was left behind in the meeting room. There is nothing, but not necessarily. Zhou Jieji lowered her head and thought for a moment. Isn't there still the fake contract that was changed? Isn't the contract in our hands? The contract. That's right, the contract. Jing Xiaolu patted her smooth forehead. She finally caught the glimmer of light from before. That's right. What she thought of before was the contract. There seemed to be a voice in the dark telling him that this contract would be the key to victory or defeat this time. It would become his final trump card. Contract. Jing Xiaolu's voice was a little surprised. Jieji, thank you. Xiaolu, have you thought of a solution? Seeing Jing Xiaolu's happy expression, Zhou Jieji was a little stunned. She thought that Jing Xiaolu had found a breakthrough, so she quickly asked. Not yet. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. Although she hadn't thought of how to use the contract, she had a firm belief in her heart. Zhou Jieji was right. Any crime would leave traces. Whether she could find this key trace depended on this move. But I have a feeling that this contract will be the breakthrough of this matter. That's good. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu had regained her confidence, Zhou Jieji was happy for her from the bottom of her heart. She was really afraid that Jing Xiaolu would give up on herself. Jieji, I have to go back. I want to take a good look at the contract. Let's eat here first. When the matter is solved, I will treat you to a big meal. How about it? Jing Xiaolu couldn't wait to go back to the company. Her confidence had never been so full. She firmly believed that she would be able to find something this time. Okay. Zhou Jieji's appetite was not big. In fact, she had almost eaten when they were chatting before. She also knew that Jing Xiaolu must be focused on the contract now. She had no time to continue eating, so she did not stop her. Next time, I will treat you. I can't always let you treat me, right? That's good. It's a deal. Jing Xiaolu did not refuse. In fact, it did not matter who was treating between her and Zhou Jieji. Both of them were not short of money now. Eating together was nothing more than promoting the relationship between both parties. Jing Xiaolu naturally would not be entangled in these small details. Zhou Huijian did not expect Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jie to finish eating so quickly. Jing Xiaolu just said that she had something to talk about. Zhou Huijian thought that Jing Xiaolu and Zhou Jie would talk for a few hours, but they walked out of the private room in less than half an hour. President Zhou, how much is it in total? Jing Xiaolu saw Zhou Huijian standing in the lobby, so she opened her bag and took out the voucher. Vice President Jing, you. Is there anything you are not satisfied with? When Zhou Huijian saw that Jing Xiaolu finished eating so quickly, he thought that she was dissatisfied with the restaurant. When he saw that she wanted to pay the bill, he was even more in fear and trepidation. His previous attitude had already made it clear that this meal was his treat. There was no need for Jing Xiaolu to spend money, but now Jing Xiaolu wanted to pay the bill. What did this mean? Jing Xiaolu was slightly stunned by Zhou Huijian's words, then she asked, President Zhou, why do you say this? I am already very satisfied with your service. Is there anything I am dissatisfied with? Then, you are leaving so soon, and you want to pay the bill? Zhou Huijian saw Jing Xiaolu's stunned look. It did not seem to be fake, so he felt a little strange. Ah? Jing Xiaolu raised her eyebrows, and her face suddenly showed a very strange look. She was a little dumbfounded. President Zhou, this meal time is decided by the guests themselves, right? I eat quickly, so I naturally leave quickly. As for the bill, it seems to be natural to pay the bill after the meal, right? Do you want to eat and dash? What Jing Xiaolu said was the normal truth. How could Zhou Huijian not understand it? But at this time and place, Jing Xiaolu's normal approach made Zhou Huijian think that Jing Xiaolu was dissatisfied with him. Vice President Jing, so, you are really not angry? Although Zhou Huijian saw that Jing Xiaolu's face did not have the slightest anger, he still asked with concern. Why would I be angry? Jing Xiaolu looked at Zhou Huijian helplessly. President Zhou, I just came here to have a meal. I have to go back to the company. Did you misunderstand something? At this point, Zhou Huijian was completely relieved that Jing Xiaolu really did not have any dissatisfaction with the hotel, so he said, Vice President Jing, I'm sorry. Blame me for thinking too much. Then, as an apology, I will treat you to this meal. It was no wonder that Zhou Huijian would be like this. Before he opened this restaurant, he opened a Cantonese restaurant in Mount Jing. He was a southerner who did business in the north. He had no backer and foundation. He could expand his business entirely by his own efforts and diligence. However, because of a small matter, he offended the local tyrant of Mount Jing, the Sui family. He thought it was a trivial matter, so Zhou Huijian did not take it to heart after he apologized. As a result, trouble came one after another. First, the supplier who had worked with him for many years refused to pay on credit. He had to pay in cash. This was nothing. With Zhou Huijian's current strength, he did not lack this money. However, there were some officials who came to the store every day to check. Although Zhou Huijian had already bribed them before, these people still came to the store at this moment to pick and choose. Fortunately, Zhou Huijian's store did not have any major problems, so these people could not find any flaws. After 13 rounds of trouble, they all left. However, this was just a prelude. It was nothing. The big trouble was still to come. These were all normal means, so Zhou Huijian couldn't find any reason. After all, whether it was the raw material supplier's request to settle the payment first or someone investigating the hygiene situation in the store, these were all within the normal range. But what happened next was beyond the normal range. Every day, a group of migrant workers came to the store and filled the hall. Each person asked for a cold dish and began to drink beer. A bottle of beer and a plate of cold dishes were drunk from the opening of the restaurant in the morning to the closing time in the evening. Even if the hall was only filled, the private rooms were empty. However, many people who came to the restaurant to eat directly turned around and left when they saw the situation. No matter how Zhou Huijian explained, the customers no longer came. It couldn't be helped. Zhou Huijian could only persuade these men to stop eating here. After all, they came to eat. Although they ate less and took a long time, it was not illegal. Zhou Huijian really couldn't do anything to them. He could only beg for mercy. In fact, Zhou Huijian also faintly understood that these people had the Sui family behind them, but it couldn't be helped. The Sui family had a big business in Mount Jing. Zhou Huijian, an outsider, couldn't afford to offend them. Under good persuasion, these migrant workers finally spilled the truth. They came here to work because they were hired. They didn't need to work and get paid. They could make money just by sitting for a whole day. Who didn't want to do this kind of work? In desperation, Zhou Huijian had to find the Sui family's people to intercede. He didn't expect that just because he offended the second generation of the Sui family, it would cause such a big trouble. However, the Sui family's people didn't let go at all. They obviously wanted to kill Zhou Huijian. Provoking the Sui family's prestige in Mount Jing made the Sui family have the intention of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. So, no matter what Zhou Huijian said, they didn't change their original intention. Zhou Huijian couldn't be helped. He had to end the restaurant's business, sell the house, and leave Mount Jing. This matter ended with the Sui family's victory. Zhou Huijian left Mount Jing sadly and opened the restaurant in Songjiang. Zhou Huijian inquired in advance. This place was not under the Sui family's sphere of influence. This was Bao Sanli's territory, so Zhou Huijian was relieved to reopen the restaurant here. Moreover, in order to prevent the recurrence of the tragedy, as soon as Zhou Huijian's restaurant opened, he went to the Mingyang Security Company. Zhou Hua. Although the Mingyang Security Company was a big company, they might not be interested in his vouchers. In fact, no senior executive of the Mingyang Security Company had taken these vouchers to the restaurant for a long time. This made Zhou Huijian slightly disappointed. However, Zhou Huijian felt that as long as he tirelessly delivered vouchers every now and then, even though it wasn't enough to make people look at him in a different light, at least he could get familiar with him. This voucher was not worth a lot of money, but it was not a bad thing to be too polite. Zhou Huijian was a person who had suffered a big loss in Mount Jing Sui family. As the saying goes, you learn from your mistakes. For the big forces in these cities, Zhou Huijian didn't dare to neglect. Otherwise, if he repeated the same mistake, he wouldn't even know how he died. However, before Zhou Huijian came to Songjiang to do business, he also inquired and understood a few of Songjiang's local friends who had a good relationship with him. He knew the background and reputation of the Mingyang Security Company very well. The boss of the Mingyang Bao an industrial company, Bao Sanli, used to be a big gangster in Songjiang. However, he later turned over a new leaf and engaged in a proper industry, establishing this Mingyang Security Industrial Company. However, this person's influence in Songjiang's underworld was quite shocking. If one wanted to do business here in Songjiang, it was impossible to offend Bao Sanli. However, the reputation of the Mingyang Security Company was exceptionally good. He learned from a few business friends that although the fees of this Mingyang Security Company were more expensive than other small security companies, it was indeed worth it. The bosses of the entertainment industry in Songjiang City had a bill in their hearts. Although the cost of the security personnel hired by the Mingyang Security Company was higher than the ordinary scattered security personnel, once there was a problem, they would really solve it for you. Before the Mingyang Security Company's security personnel were hired, these entertainment industry bosses also recruited some security personnel themselves. The salary was indeed low, but these people were typical masters who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Usually, when they saw the weak, they dared to say a few words. If they really encountered the gangsters, they immediately became timid and hid in the side and didn't dare to make a sound. After changing to the Mingyang Security Company security personnel, this situation was gone. As long as it was a small gangster in Songjiang, no one dared to make trouble in front of the Mingyang Security Company's people. As long as the Mingyang Security Company's people were present, no matter how fierce they would immediately be honest. Therefore, the amount of money needed to hire security guards was negligible. If it weren't for these people, the gangsters would have destroyed more than this amount of things. After learning this news, Zhou Huijian went to the Mingyang Security Company to hire 20 security personnel before his restaurant opened. It was reasonable to say that this was a restaurant, not a nightclub or an entertainment city. He didn't need so many security personnel. 10 were enough. However, Zhou Huijian didn't lack this money. In his opinion, this was nothing. When he opened the shop in Mount Jing, not to mention giving gifts to the Sui family. Even dealing with the local bullies on the streets cost more than this amount. So even so, Zhou Huijian's heart was not at ease. As a matter of fact, although he hired a lot of security personnel, they were also working for him formally. Therefore, Zhou Huijian still felt that he should build a relationship with the Mingyang senior management. He had suffered a loss before, so this time he felt that he should be careful. As long as he built a relationship, even if he accidentally offended them later, he believed that they wouldn't be as ruthless as the Sui family. After all, with a friendship, it would be easier to talk. It was just that Zhou Huijian didn't have the opportunity to contact the senior management of the Mingyang security company. He was an outsider who was unfamiliar with the place. How could he build a relationship? Just as he was worried, he didn't expect a ready-made opportunity to come to him. However, what made his intestines turn green with regret was that before he could build a relationship with them, his sister-in-law's third uncle's sister-in-law had offended a vice president of the Mingyang security company. Although a vice president of a company might not be able to set off any waves, this matter should be resolved under his apology. But what made Zhou Huijian shocked was Jing Xiaolu's age. In Zhou Huijian's opinion, Jing Xiaolu was at most 25 years old. It was a bit strange to sit in the position of a vice president at this age. At this time, there were only two things in Zhou Huijian's mind. One was that this Jing Xiaolu was a rich second generation, and the other was, she might be the lover of a big boss in the Mingyang security company. So when Zhou Huijian thought of this, he didn't dare to neglect. His attitude became more respectful, so Zhou Huijian didn't do anything while Jing Xiaolu was eating. Since Jing Xiaolu didn't want him to disturb her, then he would wait for her in the hall. After she finished eating, he would say a few good words. Most probably, this matter would come to an end, right? Zhou Huijian sighed in his heart. If my sister-in-law didn't have an affair with me, why would I care about her third uncle's sister-in-law? It's really harmful. I have to teach my sister-in-law a lesson when I go back tonight. I won't let her introduce just anyone to me. Seeing that Zhou Huijian insisted on treating her to a meal, Jing Xiaolu had a headache. President Zhou, this voucher is also issued by you. I will use this voucher to pay the bill. It's also your treat, right? This? Of course, of course. Zhou Huijian saw that Jing Xiaolu insisted, so he couldn't say anything more. He turned to Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, why aren't you calculating for Vice President Jing? Okay. Xiaobai nodded quickly. He tapped a few times on the computer and said, Vice President Jing, you spent 316 yuan. After the discount, I will charge you 300 yuan. Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly and handed over the 300 yuan voucher. Xiaobai quickly took it respectfully and put it into the wallet of the cash register. Zhou Huijian gave Xiaobai an appreciative look. In fact, there was no discount when using the voucher, but Zhou Huijian didn't want to trouble Jing Xiaolu for a long time because of 16 yuan because there were only 100 denomination vouchers. There was no small amount. If he wanted to pay, he could only pay another voucher. But in that case, it would inevitably make people feel that there were some overbearing terms. Although it was nothing for ordinary diners, since the voucher was free anyway, Zhou Huijian was very concerned about Jing Xiaolu's thoughts. Little White, give another 1,000 yuan of vouchers to Vice President Jing. Zhou Huijian instructed Little White. Little White did not doubt it at all. He opened the drawer, took out 10 vouchers, and handed them to Jing Xiaolu together with the previous bill. Vice President Jing, this is your bill and vouchers. Give me another 1,000? Jing Xiaolu looked at the vouchers handed over by Little White and suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just ate 300 yuan worth of food, and what I spent was also the vouchers. Now, he gave me another 1,000 yuan of vouchers. The more I eat, the more I get? Jing Xiaolu felt a little funny when she thought about it. Vice President Jing, don't misunderstand. I am not forcing you to eat. I just think that it is our honor that you can come to the restaurant to eat. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Zhou Huijian quickly explained, Vice President Jing, just take it. You won't look down on me, right? President Zhou, you. Jing Xiaolu shook her head helplessly and had to accept it, but she still said, President Zhou, I will remember your enthusiasm. Let's do it this way. I will leave you a business card. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. Okay, okay. Zhou Huijian was overjoyed after hearing Jing Xiaolu's words. He was so excited that his tone changed. He took the business card that Jing Xiaolu handed over with trembling hands and carefully put it in his jacket pocket. He also handed over his business card with both hands. Vice President Jing, although there are very few places that you can use me for, I will definitely do everything for your relatives and friends, such as a gathering, a wedding banquet, or a meal delivery during the New Year's festival. Then I may really need to trouble President Zhou in the future. Jing Xiaolu smiled and nodded to Zhou Huijian kindly. At this point, Zhou Huijian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that what he had done before finally had an effect. Jing Xiaolu not only did not hate him because of Sister Zhang's previous matter, but she also had a relationship with him. Of course, although Jing Xiaolu was beautiful, Zhou Huijian did not dare to have any improper thoughts. He did not dare to touch this kind of woman. If he had time, he should go home and touch his sister-in-law. Although it was a far cry from Jing Xiaolu, Zhou Huijian was already very satisfied. Right, Vice President Jing, my brother opened a resort in Donghai. You can fish in the summer and ski in the winter. If your company wants to organize a fellowship party or something, I can help to contact you. Zhou Huijian hesitated and said, in terms of cost and service, it will definitely be the best. Zhou Huijian also knew that if he said that he didn't want money, Jing Xiaolu would definitely not agree. From the previous matter, it could be seen that Jing Xiaolu was not willing to take this kind of small advantage, especially in the company's matters. There was no need to take this kind of advantage and owe a favor. As long as the price was good and the service was good, she could win the favor of others. Alright, if we have any requests in this regard, we will definitely contact you, Director Zhou. Jing Xiaolu nodded. General Manager Zhou, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Let's talk some other time. Okay, Vice President Jing, I will send you off. Zhou Huijian said quickly and accompanied Jing Xiaolu out of the restaurant. After getting in the car, Jing Xiaolu smiled bitterly and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiejia, you also saw that these are brought about by Yang Ming's power. If I don't work hard, the gap between him and me will get bigger and bigger. That's true. Then I wish you to solve the trouble in front of you as soon as possible. Zhou Jiejia said, Xiaolu, you quickly go back to the company and think about the contract. I will take a taxi back to school. Don't. I will send you off. Jing Xiaolu grabbed Zhou Jiejia, who was about to get out of the car. It's so late. How can I let you take a taxi back? If something happens to you, Yang Ming will kill me. No need. When the time comes, you can compensate Yang Ming with yourself. 1 for 1. I believe he will accept it. Zhou Jiejia teased. Come on. I know what position I have in his heart. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and started the car. After sending Zhou Jiejia back to school, Jing Xiaolu did not stay. Instead, she quickly drove to the company alone. Jing Xiaolu wanted to seize the opportunity while she had the inspiration in her mind. Maybe she could really find something. When she came to the company, she unexpectedly found that Bao Sanli had not left. His office was still lit. When she passed by, Jing Xiaolu knocked on the door. After hearing Bao Sanli's please come in, she pushed the door open. She saw that not only did Bao Sanli not leave, but Ho Zhenhan was also here. The two people were sitting in front of the sofa, looking at several documents on the coffee table. President Bao, President Ho, you are all here. After Jing Xiaolu entered the door, she nodded to the two of them. Xiaolu, why did you come to the company again? Bao Sanli was a bit baffled. I am studying the contract with Old Ho to see how we can fight back against the Jiangyan group. I'm sorry, President Bao. This is all my fault. Hearing that the two of them were still studying the contract so late at night, Jing Xiaolu was a little embarrassed. How can I blame you for this? Bao Sanli waved his hand and smiled bitterly. This contract was signed under my nose. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for not closing it properly. It has nothing to do with you. President Bao, that contract, is it in your hands? Asked Jing Xiaolu. Do you mean the original or the copy? The original is locked in my safe. The copies are all on the coffee table. You can just take one. Bao Sanli pointed to the documents on the table. Jing Xiaolu nodded. At this time, there was not much difference between the original and the copy. Jing Xiaolu took a copy, sat on the opposite sofa, and read it carefully. This was a contract that she had read more than 100 times. It was impossible to find any loopholes in it. She believed that Bao Sanli and Hou Zhenhan had also tried. If there was something wrong, the three of them would not be here with a sad face. After Jing Xiaolu read the contract in her hand, she gave up the idea of continuing to read it. This was useless. Even if she did it 100 times, she could not find any flaws in it. If you want to find something unexpected, you can't start from an ordinary point of view. Any crime would leave traces. Lu Luyo secretly changed the contract midway, so he would definitely leave some traces. Jing Xiaolu closed her eyes and carefully recalled the details of Lu Luyo's change of contract. The contract that Wang Hongcha and I got for the first time must be the real contract. There was no problem after reading it. These few data that I and Wang Hongcha paid attention to were imprinted in my and Wang Hongcha's minds under the effect of the incense. Lu Luyo took the contract and signed it for Su Xiaobin. Then Su Xiaobin stamped the contract and finally handed it back to her. However, in this process, Lu Luyo had an opportunity to turn his back to her, and only this opportunity could secretly change the contract. She believed that Lu Luyo must have replaced the inner page of the contract that Su Xiaobin had signed with the modified inner page prepared in advance. Because the last page had Su Xiaobin's signature, this page could not be replaced. Lu Luyo only replaced the content in the middle. After the replacement, he stamped the contract seal. Although she had doubts at the time, under the effect of the incense, she did not see any flaws in the contract that was obviously tampered with. Wang Hongcha was the same, so she signed and stamped in confusion. After that, she handed the contract back to Su Xiaobin. Before Su Xiaobin could get it, Lu Luyo snatched it. Right. Jing Xiaolu's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, Jing Xiaolu had a feeling that she couldn't help but want to shout out loud. In her heart, an unprecedented sense of comfort immediately filled her whole body. Her previous helplessness was replaced by a touch of joy. She said to Bao Sanli excitedly, "President Bao, where is the original copy of the contract?" "Original copy, why are you?" Bao Sanli looked up and saw the joy in Jing Xiaolu's eyes. His heart moved. Could it be that Jing Xiaolu has thought of a breakthrough? Thinking of this possibility, Bao Sanli's breathing became rapid. "Xiaolu, have you thought of a way to deal with the Jiangyan group?" "It's just a preliminary guess. Whether it is useful or not, it needs to be confirmed." Jing Xiaolu raised her eyebrows beautifully. Although she was not very sure, her words were full of confidence. Hou Zhenhan and Bao Sanli looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The two people had been discussing here for an afternoon, but there was no progress. Jing Xiaolu found a solution so quickly? The contract in their hands had been studied more than 100 times. During this time, they had also consulted several legal experts in addition to Wang Hongcha. The conclusion they got was that there were no loopholes in the contract. It was almost impossible to make an issue out of the contract. However, Jing Xiaolu saw some clues in it. This shocked the two people. However, in addition to the shock, there were some doubts. In fact, from the bottom of their hearts, they did not believe that Jing Xiaolu found anything so quickly. After all, so many experts did not find anything. How could Jing Xiaolu find anything? Moreover, for Jing Xiaolu, the vice president, they were very clear in their hearts. It was entirely because of her relationship with Yang Ming. Moreover, because Lu Chan and Chu Daiming absconded with the funds, the position of vice president was vacated. Jing Xiaolu could be promoted smoothly. As for how capable Jing Xiaolu was, Bao Sanli didn't believe it himself. It wasn't that he looked down on Jing Xiaolu, but even if Jing Xiaolu was talented, she was just a 20-year-old college student. Just from looking at their age, they were somewhat inexperienced. However, it didn't mean that they couldn't achieve anything at a young age. In those large families, many young masters and young mistresses in their teens and 20s would be placed in important positions. However, there was a fundamental difference between them and Jing Xiaolu. The reason why these children of big families could be entrusted with important tasks at the age of 20 was because they were nurtured as talents since childhood. They heard about it from a young age and grew up unknowingly. But Jing Xiaolu was different. She had been working in the company for less than a year. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to compare with those young masters and young ladies from big families. The original copy of the contract is in the safe here. Shall I get it for you now? In any case, whether Jing Xiaolu had thought of a solution or not, Bao Sanli did not dare to neglect. It was good to have a glimmer of hope at this moment. No need. Jing Xiaolu waved her hand. It's useless to take it out now. President Bao, do you still need to be involved in this matter? Me? Little Jade, what's going on? Can you tell me in detail? Bao Sanli was confused by Jing Xiaolu's words and looked at her with some puzzlement. Oh, yes. Jing Xiaolu touched her forehead and smiled apologetically. I haven't told you the key to solving the problem. I was too anxious, so I neglected this. Bao Sanli nodded slightly. It seems that Jing Xiaolu really thought of a solution, but I don't know if it will work. President Bao, it's like this. Jing Xiaolu hesitated and said, let me tell you. First. This morning, the whole process of us signing the contract, President Ho did not personally experience it, and there may be some details that you did not notice. Okay. Bao Sanli nodded. Although he did not understand why Jing Xiaolu had to repeat the signing process, his intuition told him that Jing Xiaolu would definitely not be inexplicably speaking without thinking. There must be a reason for saying this. That is, the signing process may have some subtle connection with the solution. President Bao, President Ho, what happened at that time was like this. Jing Xiaolu said slowly, after both of us sat down, the people of the Jiangyan group printed 2 contracts that we had drafted in advance. They were handed over to me, Su Xiaobin, Lu Luyo, and Wang Hongcha for review. After the review, Su Xiaobin and we signed the contract separately. Then Lu Luyo took the contract and stamped the contract special seal on it. After stamping the contract special seal, he handed the contract back to me. However, in the process of stamping the contract special seal, Lu Luyo had an opportunity to turn his back to us. Only this opportunity could he secretly change the contract. I believe that Lu Luyo must have replaced the inner page of the contract signed by Su Xiaobin with a modified inner page prepared in advance. Because the last page had Su Xiaobin's signature, this page could not be replaced. Lu Luyo only replaced the content in the middle. After the replacement, he stamped the contract special seal. Although I had doubts at the time, under the influence of the incense, I did not see any flaws in the contract that was obviously tampered with. Wang Hongcha was the same, so we signed and stamped it in confusion. After we stamped it, we were ready to hand the contract back to Su Xiaobin. At that time, Su Xiaobin had not yet gotten it, but Lu Luyo snatched it. This is the whole process of our signing. I don't know if President Bao found anything from it. What did you find? After Bao Sanli and Wang Zhenhan listened, they both frowned at the same time. The two looked at each other helplessly. Although the signing process was narrated by Jing Xiaolu, it had been narrated by Wang Hongcha many times before this. Xiaolu, you said it very carefully, but we didn't find anything wrong. Even if we know that Lu Luyo secretly changed the contract behind our backs, what can we do? We don't have evidence. All this is speculation. President Bao, what I mean by finding something is not the step where Lu Luyo turned around and secretly changed the contract. Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly. This key point is in the last step of this signing process. After we stamped the contract with the special seal, we handed the contract back to Su Xiaobin. Before Su Xiaobin could get it, Lu Luyo snatched it. What does this mean? Lu Luyo snatched the contract probably because Lu Jifei did this behind Su Xiaobin's back. Since the contract was changed, Lu Luyo was also afraid that Su Xiaobin would see any flaws on the spot after taking the contract, so he snatched the contract first. This doesn't mean anything. It only means that Su Xiaobin didn't lie to us. He didn't know before, and he was also tricked by Lu Jifei. Yes. Lu Luyo snatched the contract because he was afraid that Su Xiaobin would see the contents of the contract. It also proves that Su Xiaobin didn't see the changed contract. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said with bright eyes. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan looked at Jing Xiaolu, who was full of confidence. They didn't understand why she was so confident, but the two of them didn't find anything unusual in these things that Jing Xiaolu said. Su Xiaoban was innocent. This point could be confirmed through their own arguments. Otherwise, even if Su Xiaoban participated, he didn't need to deny it. After all, the contract had been signed like this. It had reached the point of shedding all pretense of cordiality. It didn't matter whether Su Xiaoban admitted it or not. Since he still denied this at this moment and helped to deal with it in the middle, it could only mean that Su Xiaoban really didn't know before, and he was also tricked by Lu Jifei. Xiaolu, forgive me and old Ho's IQ for not being able to keep up. Bao Sanli smiled bitterly. Why didn't the two of us feel that Su Xiaoban's attitude helped solve the whole thing? Jing Xiaolu shook her head. It was not that she deliberately kept them in suspense. The reason why she described the signing process in such detail was that the solution she was going to talk about was directly related to this signing process. President Bao, President Ho, don't worry. Listen to me. Jing Xiaolu said calmly, since we can be sure that Su Xiaoban is innocent, then the whole thing has become simple. In other words, Su Xiaoban has not seen the page number of the contract that was replaced by Lu Luyo. This is for sure. Bao Sanli nodded in agreement. That's right. Jing Xiaolu's tone couldn't suppress her excitement. Since Su Xiaoban has not seen this page, then there are no fingerprints of Su Xiaoban on this page. If Su Xiaoban's fingerprints are on the other page numbers, but Su Xiaoban's fingerprints are not on this problematic page, what does this mean? Yeah. Ho Zhenhan listened to Jing Xiaolu's analysis and suddenly exclaimed, Xiaolu, I didn't expect you to even think of this. Indeed, Su Xiaoban's fingerprints are on the other page numbers, but not on this problematic page. This can't help but show that there is a problem with this page. At this moment, Bao Sanli also nodded in realization, yeah. Why didn't I think of it? In this way, as long as we carry out a forensic identification of the fingerprints on each page of the contract, as long as there is a result, coupled with Su Xiaoban's testimony, we have the confidence to win this case. Yeah, with evidence, what are we afraid of? Ho Zhenhan also let out a sigh of relief at this moment. Xiaolu, you are the vice president. You didn't get this position by relying on relationships. You are better than both Baozi and me, and you consider the problem more thoroughly. Jing Xiaolu pursed her lips and smiled, but she was ashamed in her heart. If it weren't for Zhou Jiejia's reminder that any crime will leave evidence, Jing Xiaolu wouldn't be able to look at this matter from another perspective. Maybe this key step would be overlooked. However, in any case, Zhou Jiejia only played the role of inspiration. The key was all thought by Jing Xiaolu herself. This also indirectly proved Jing Xiaolu's personal ability. Although Jing Xiaolu felt ashamed, she was very happy that both Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan thought highly of her at the same time. Previously, although they respected and awed her, Jing Xiaolu knew that it was all because of Yang Ming. If there was no relationship with Yang Ming, what was Jing Xiaolu? Would Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan greet her with a smile? However, at this moment, Jing Xiaolu knew that she could hold her head high. Her ability was finally recognized by the two big shots in the company. Jing Xiaolu wanted to become a person who could help Yang Ming's career. She didn't want to be a flower vase, so she first had to get the recognition of these two hardcore men of Yang Ming. Only when they really recognized her, they would help and support her in her future career. Then, she could go further. Otherwise, although she had the title of Yang Ming's woman, Ho Zhenhan and Bao Sanli wouldn't let her mess around in the company. If Jing Xiaolu wanted to expand her business, she would be greatly hindered. Now, this problem did not exist. If Jing Xiaolu had any suggestions in the future, Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan could really pay attention to it. But Bao Sanli's originally happy face slowly sank. Xiaolu, what if the other party said that we deliberately erased Su Xiaoban's fingerprints on this page? Ho Zhenhan listened to Bao Sanli's question and frowned. Perhaps, he also had this question. However, Bao Sanli, who seemed to be a rough man, could find the problem first. It was not simple. It showed that this guy was now completely different from the Bao Sanli of the past. After doing business, he had also become rough but delicate. Erase? Jing Xiaolu waved her hand indifferently. She seemed to have considered this in advance. You know, on this page, there are not only Lu Luyo's fingerprints, but also my and Wang Hongcha's fingerprints. Most of these fingerprints overlap at the footer of the contract. How can we erase Su Xiaoban's fingerprints alone? With this kind of difficulty, it is possible to put it in the computer and Photoshop it, but to operate it on paper. I think even those skilled craftsmen who can carve a boat on a walnut would find it difficult to do it, right? That's true. Bao Sanli nodded slowly. Of course, even if the other party thinks that we have a skilled craftsman who can do this, it doesn't matter. The key is that there is also a contract in the other party's hands. As Jing Xiaolu said this, she snorted proudly. Their contract can also be used as evidence. Their contract? Oh, yes. At that time, Lu Luyo snatched the contract. In other words, the same loophole exists in the other party's contract. Bao Sanli said, their contract has a problem. Su Xiaoban's fingerprints are not on that page. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Bao Sanli was not stupid. He thought of this at once, but he still ignored another key point. I'm afraid this won't work, right? Ho Zhenhan frowned. If the other party's contract has a problem without Su Xiaoban's fingerprints on the page, isn't this too risky? What if Lu Luyo also thought of this and gave the contract to Su Xiaoban to look through again? Isn't it? After Bao Sanli listened to Ho Zhenhan's words, his face changed. Yeah, this won't work. I have to call Su Xiaoban and remind him. AI, maybe at this time, he has inadvertently put his fingerprints on the contract. What should I do? Of course, only Jing Xiaolu's face did not change, she still had a smiling expression. Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan also noticed Jing Xiaolu's expression at the moment, and they were stunned. Xiaolu, do you already have a way to guard against it? Bao Sanli was not stupid. Since Jing Xiaolu's face did not change, it showed that she already had a complete means. President Bao, President Ho, you have misconsidered. Jing Xiaolu said, in fact, the contract in Lu Luyo's hand, it doesn't matter whether Su Xiaoban looks at it or not, and whether his fingerprints are on it. For us, the most favorable evidence is not whether Su Xiaoban's fingerprints are on the page with a problem in Lu Luyo's contract, but whether President Bao's fingerprints are on it. My fingerprints? Bao Sanli was stunned, but immediately, there was a look of realization on his face. He gave a thumbs up to Jing Xiaolu. Amazing. Xiaolu, I have no choice but to accept it. Although Ho Zhenhan did not personally attend the signing of the contract, he had listened to the signing process many times. At this moment, when he heard Jing Xiaolu and Bao Sanli, he also understood a bit. You mean, when Bao Zi signed before, he also touched the contract, but after signing it, he did not touch the contract again before the contract was stamped? Yes. Bao Sanli nodded. Although the contract review was done by Jing Xiaolu and Wang Hongcha, before I signed, I also roughly browsed the terms of the contract one by one. Although I don't know if there are any problems with the description of those terms, I still have to read the general idea of the contract before signing. I believe that my fingerprints are on every page, but only on the page that was replaced, there are no fingerprints. This is great. Ho Zhenhan reached out and slapped the armrest of the sofa on the side. With this, we are not afraid of the Jiangyan group saying that we tampered with the fingerprints on the contract. At that time, their contract will also not have my fingerprints. Let's see how they explain it. Bao Sanli smiled and said, that's right. Will they say that they took the initiative to erase it? But, isn't that just admitting that they are trying to hide something? Jing Xiaolu nodded. Her whole body leaned completely on the sofa. The tight muscles of her whole body were relaxed in an instant. This feeling was really good. Without relying on Yang Ming, she could also solve the first obstacle on her business path with her own ability. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a big trouble. Tomorrow, I will find someone to do a forensic evaluation. Bao Sanli said with a dignified expression, our Mingyang Security is also a subordinate company of the Songjiang Police Station. Tomorrow, I will ask Bureau Chief Chen for help. Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly. She naturally knew Chen Fei's identity. As for who the real owner of Mingyang Security was, she believed that Chen Mengyan had also mentioned it to Chen Fei. How could he not help his son-in-law's company? Yang Ming could only sigh and smile bitterly at the butterfly family's current situation. Originally, it was not difficult to break off the engagement. Just as he was about to succeed, a storm arose again. Wang Songshan's sister, Wang Ruoshui, suddenly appeared. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Feng Tian. This old man's previous wife had died several years ago. Now that he met Wang Ruoshui, he would definitely revive. However, it had become a headache for Yang Ming. Wang Ruoshui was very stubborn. She didn't seem to listen to his explanation at all. She wanted to compete with him no matter what. Moreover, it seemed that the outcome would be the same whether he won or lost. Yang Ming rubbed his slightly painful temples. He didn't know how Feng Tian, Wang Songshan, and Wang Ruoshui were communicating. Yang Ming wanted to use his special ability to detect the movements of the three people, but he gave up after thinking about it. The possibility of these three people reuniting after such a long time was very small. It was nothing more than reminiscing about the past together. Yang Ming was too lazy to care about their matters. He would wait until he met Feng Tian at night to discuss countermeasures. At the same time, in Wang Songshan's study, Wang Songshan and Feng Tian looked excitedly at Wang Ruoshui, who was sitting on the sofa with a very calm expression. "Sister, it's been so long. Why didn't you send a letter home?" I thought you had already." Speaking of this, Wang Songshan couldn't help but choke because of his emotions. Looking at Wang Songshan's agitated look, Wang Ruoshui sighed faintly. Her previous indifferent expression couldn't help but be a little moved. I originally wanted to die, but I was saved by a senior. After that, I couldn't make up my mind to die." Wang Songshan and Feng Tian were shocked after hearing Wang Ruoshui's words. If it weren't for the coincidence that Wang Ruoshui was saved, the two of them would not have seen Wang Ruoshui at this time. As for Wang Ruoshui, she had died once but did not die. It would not be easy for her to die again. The human heart was like this. It was hard to make up your mind to die a second time if you didn't die once. This was human nature. "It's good that you didn't die, it's good that you didn't die." Wang Songshan couldn't help but sigh nervously when he saw Wang Ruoshui alive. "Brother. I'm sorry." Although Wang Ruoshui was already over 40 years old, she had been living in seclusion. Her mind was still that of a little girl in her 20s. At this moment, seeing Wang Songshan so worried about her, she couldn't help but be moved, revealing the weakness of a little girl. "Ruoshui, in fact, the one who should say sorry the most is me." Feng Tian sighed. Looking at Wang Ruoshui in front of him, it was as if he had returned to 20 years ago. Wang Ruoshui didn't respond to Feng Tian's words. She just snorted coldly. It seemed that the hatred in her heart towards him had not yet disappeared. But on the contrary, this hatred should also contain love. Without love, how could there be hatred? Otherwise, if he treated Feng Tian as a stranger, what did his love and hate have to do with him? When Feng Tian saw that Wang Ruoshui did not respond to him, he smiled awkwardly. His face turned red, and he looked at Wang Songshan for help. Wang Songshan also hated and was angry at Feng Tian, but he was helpless. He was the one who forced Wang Ruoshui to commit suicide, but he had the best relationship with Wang Songshan. Now, since Wang Ruoshui had returned, the knot in Wang Songshan's heart had been untied. He no longer complained about Feng Tian. Instead, he felt that it would be a wonderful thing if he could match Feng Tian and Wang Ruoshui together. So when Wang Songshan saw Feng Tian's eyes for help, Wang Songshan quickly mediated, "Ruoshui, now that you're back, you won't leave, right?" "It depends on the situation." In Wang Ruoshui's heart, she naturally didn't want to leave, but women were reserved. Especially in front of Feng Tian, she would not say anything definite. "Then don't leave." Feng Tian was delighted when he heard that Wang Ruoshui did not directly refuse. He was also a cunning old fox. When he was young, he was blinded by the so-called single-minded love. Naturally, he would not make such a low-level mistake now. Since Wang Ruoshui did not firmly say that she wanted to leave, Feng Tian directly climbed up the pole. "What does it have to do with you whether I leave or not?" Wang Ruoshui glared at Feng Tian. Feng Tian was not annoyed at all. Before, Wang Ruoshui did not say a word to him and acted as if he did not exist. At this time, it was already a big improvement for her to talk to him, so no matter what Wang Ruoshui said, Fang Tian was very happy. You haven't been to China yet, right? Shall I take you around? Fang Tian said with a smile. Sorry, I have been there in the past few years. Wang Ruoshui said faintly, directly choking Fang Tian's words. That doesn't matter. We can travel around the world and go to other places. Fang Tian didn't know what thin skin was at this moment. If he couldn't grasp this opportunity, he would probably be laughed to death by Yang Ming when he returned. Let's talk about it later. Wang Ruoshui frowned and seemed to be annoyed by Fang Tian's nagging. She turned to Wang Songshan and said, Is my room still there? I'm a little tired. I need to rest for a while. Fang Tian directly ignored Wang Ruoshui's frowning expression. Although Wang Ruoshui's attitude was still bad, a sentence of let's talk about it later could express most of her thoughts. If she really didn't want to have anything to do with Fang Tian, then she could just refuse directly. She wouldn't say ambiguous words like let's talk about it later. It's still there. I'll send you there. Wang Songshan stood up, and Fang Tian quickly got up and prepared to send Wang Ruoshui out. No need. I can find it myself. Wang Ruoshui took a deep breath. Her heart was in a mess now. Originally, she came back this time just to attend her niece's engagement ceremony. However, was this really the case? Wang Ruoshui shook her head. Perhaps, deep in her heart, she still wanted to see Fang Tian, but she didn't know what to do when she saw him. Should I hate him, ignore him, or? Wang Ruoshui had worked hard to train her skills. She wanted to kill Fang Tian, this ungrateful guy, when she came back. However, somehow, it inexplicably became a competition with Fang Tian's apprentice. Even Wang Ruoshui couldn't figure out where her unconstrained thoughts came from. When she returned to the family, she valiantly asked the disciples of the butterfly family to pass a message to Fang Tian to let him come out. At that moment, her idea was to kill Fang Tian to wash away the shame of the engagement. However, Fang Tian wasn't the only one who came out of the butterfly castle. Her brother, Wang Songshan, and Fang Tian's apprentice, Yang Ming, were also there. This short chaos disrupted Wang Ruoshui's original plan. After hearing that Yang Ming was also here to break off the engagement, Wang Ruoshui directly transferred her resentment to Yang Ming. After following Wang Songshan and Fang Tian into the butterfly castle, the previous thought of killing Fang Tian disappeared. It turned into an indescribable and very complicated feeling. Do I really want to kill him? It doesn't seem like that. Wang Ruoshui listened to Fang Tian's messy words, and her heart became very messy, so she wanted to be alone. This? Wang Songshan hesitated and stopped his footsteps. Wang Ruoshui had lived here for more than 20 years. She was very familiar with the terrain of the butterfly castle. Old man Fang, I really didn't expect Ruoshui to come back. Wang Songshan sighed, but his expression was indescribably relaxed. Although Fang Tian and he had tacitly not mentioned this matter in the 20 years that Wang Ruoshui had disappeared, it didn't mean that both of them had forgotten the existence of this person. They didn't mention Wang Ruoshui because they were afraid that both of them would be sad when she was mentioned. Secondly, it was because this matter was caused by Fang Tian. If Wang Songshan mentioned it, it would inevitably hurt the friendship between the two of them for many years. But now that Wang Ruoshui had returned, there were no more scruples between the two of them. Fang Tian also seemed particularly excited, this time it may be a double blessing. Wang Songshan was stunned when he heard Fang Tian's so-called double blessing, but he immediately understood what he meant. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were a couple, Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui. Old man Fang, I'm telling you, my sister's happiness for the rest of her life depends on you. Don't let me down this time. Wang Songshan looked at Fang Tian and said with a serious and determined expression. Don't worry. Fang Tian smiled. Do you think I will make the same mistake as before? Yeah, wasn't it because of you that we agreed to not limit how many girlfriends your disciple could have? Otherwise, I'm afraid that the tragedy would happen again. Wang Songshan sighed. However, why were you so stubborn at that time? Although there was no such rule at the beginning, my father would not have disagreed if you insisted on taking Ruoshui away. Don't mention it. I can't keep up with it. Fang Tian waved his hand with a red face. If I had accepted Yang Ming as an apprentice earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made this mistake. Your apprentice is quite fickle. Wang Songshan frowned. If he hadn't been with Yan Yan, maybe I would have agreed to break off the engagement this time. With so many women, I'm afraid Yan Yan will be bullied. Come on. Fang Tian rolled his eyes. Who dares to bully her? I didn't marry Ruoshui back then because I was afraid that she would kill my wife if she didn't agree with her. That's true. Wang Songshan nodded. Yan Yan is an assassin. Fang Tian smiled and didn't say anything, but he disagreed in his heart. Fang Tian was very clear about his apprentice's ability. He believed that he could handle these things. Right, do you think we should tell Ruoshui about our plan to break off the engagement? Fang Tian suddenly remembered that Wang Ruoshui seemed to want to intervene in this farce and compete with Yang Ming. He quickly asked Wang Songshan. This? Wang Songshan also hesitated. Originally, this farce of breaking off the engagement was going to end when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan met, but now it seemed that there were waves again. Wang Ruoshui also wanted to participate. I think it's better not to tell her first. It's quite interesting to have her involved. With her involved? I'm afraid that the more she gets involved, the more complicated this matter will be. Fang Tian smiled bitterly. No, her purpose is to let Yang Ming marry Yan Yan anyway. Wang Songshan said. Bored, Yang Ming lay in bed and watched TV for a while. Suddenly, the intercom in the room rang. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. Hello? Mr. Yang? Master asked me to inform you that the banquet is ready. Please go to the dining hall on the first floor of the castle. A respectful voice came from the phone. Is dinner ready? He was actually that fast. Yang Ming didn't think that this banquet was specially prepared for him. It was probably because Wang Ruoshui had suddenly returned to the family, and Wang Songshan wanted to celebrate. He would just be an accompaniment if he went. Since Yang Ming didn't want to have anything to do with the Wang family, he didn't want to see Wang Ruoshui again at this time. This woman was obviously hurt in her heart and vented her resentment on him. Yang Ming didn't want to bear the sin of Fang Tian, so the wise choice at the moment was to stay in the room. Sorry, I'm not very hungry, so I won't go. This? The Wang family disciple who made the call was stunned after hearing Yang Ming's words. He didn't expect this to happen. In his opinion, it was normal to inform guests to attend a banquet, especially this kind of formal banquet. How could the guests refuse? However, Yang Ming refused, which made the Wang family disciple not know what to do for a while. I'm not feeling very well. Help me apologize to Uncle Wang. Yang Ming didn't wait for the person on the other side of the phone to speak. He continued to say, okay, that's it. I want to rest. After that, he hung up the phone. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm obviously full of energy, but I have to pretend to be sick. This is all because of that woman, Wang Ruoshui. Forget it, I'll bear with it. I won't starve to death even if I don't eat a meal. Yang Ming changed a few channels on the TV and stopped at an entertainment program to watch. Not long after, there was a knock on the door and a hearty laugh outside the door. It was Wang Songshan. Yang Ming, little friend, I heard that you're not feeling well? Yang Ming was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Isn't my face too big? The family master of the butterfly family has personally come to visit me? At this moment, no matter how arrogant Yang Ming was, he had to get up and walk to the door of the room. He opened the door and looked at Wang Songshan and Fang Tian who were standing outside the room. He said helplessly, maybe it's the time difference. I'm a little tired. When Yang Ming spoke, he looked behind Fang Tian and Wang Songshan. He was relieved when he didn't see Wang Ruoshui. Yang Ming didn't want to meet this unreasonable woman face to face. It's like this. Wang Songshan glanced at Yang Ming and smiled meaningfully. He could also see that Yang Ming was fine at all. What he said at the moment was just an act, but he didn't expose it. Eat something and you'll feel better. Fang Tian also saw Yang Ming's thoughts at this moment. Let's go, kid. You're a man. Don't be fussy about small things. Small things? Is this a small thing? Yang Ming was speechless. If he didn't marry his niece, he wouldn't let him leave. If he lost, he would have to continue to stay here and cultivate until he won. This rule is simply overbearing. Uncle Wang, I want to ask, is Senior Wang Ruoshui also downstairs? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Wang Songshan and Fang Tian looked at each other. They seemed to have guessed that Yang Ming might ask this question. Wang Songshan gave Fang Tian a look. Fang Tian coughed twice and said, Ruoshui is indeed downstairs, but she is a very nice person. You can rest assured that she won't make things difficult for you. Nice person? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and thought, it's only in your heart that she is a nice person, right? However, since it had already been said to this point, Yang Ming really couldn't refuse anymore. After all, Fang Tian had already spoken. When they were at home, his relationship with Fang Tian was like that of a teacher and a friend. It was no problem to joke around. However, when they were outside, Yang Ming still had to give Fang Tian face. Otherwise, he would be laughed at for not knowing the rules. So since Fang Tian had already said so, Yang Ming had to say, okay, then I'll eat a little less together. Yang Ming followed Fang Tian and Wang Songshan out of the room, went downstairs, and walked in the direction of the restaurant. Along the way, the Wang family's disciples put down the things in their hands and stood respectfully on the side. After they passed by, they continued to be busy with the things in their hands. Right, Uncle Wang, your daughter, didn't come, right? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important question. That was, would Wang Songshan's daughter, his fiancée, come to this banquet? If she also came, he should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Wang Ruoshui present, she might do something whimsical. Oh, she's not at home. Wang Songshan waved his hand and said, she went out to buy things and will only come back tomorrow. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they could avoid meeting, it would be better not to meet for the time being, so as not to embarrass each other. As for Wang Ruoshui's side, he hoped that Fang Tian could persuade her as soon as possible to stop the competition. In the restaurant, there was no sign of Wang Ruoshui. Yang Ming looked around. Maybe she hadn't come yet. Yang Ming's nervous mood eased a little. He followed Fang Tian and Wang Songshan to a luxurious round table in the restaurant. Uncle Wang, can I sit between the two of you? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Since Wang Songshan's daughter was not here, there were only 4 people eating this meal together. If Wang Songshan and Fang Tian sat next to each other, then Yang Ming would inevitably sit with Wang Ruoshui no matter which side he sat on. That was why Yang Ming made this request. If it were another occasion and place, Yang Ming's request would be too much. After all, sitting between the 2 elders was like he was the guest of honor. However, there were only 4 people eating now. There was no priority at all. Yang Ming took the liberty to make this request. Fang Tian and Wang Songshan naturally understood the current situation. One of them was Wang Ruoshui's brother, and the other was Wang Ruoshui's lover. Wang Ruoshui had been away from home for more than 20 years. Both of them were very close. Yang Ming's request was exactly what they wanted. After the 3 of them sat down, they saw a woman in white slowly walking into the dining room. It was Wang Ruoshui. However, she had changed her clothes. When she came, she wore a set of tight black clothes. She looked like an assassin who had come to provoke them. It was no wonder that the outer disciples of the Wang clan thought that she was here to cause trouble. However, Wang Ruoshui did not bring any luggage when she came, so he did not know where this set of white clothes came from. However, when Wang Ruoshui approached, Yang Ming obviously found that the clothes seemed to be old. The creases on it were very serious. It was probably Wang Ruoshui's clothes before she left the Wang family many years ago. Now, she found it again and wore it. Yang Ming did not say anything, but he obviously noticed a nervous breathing sound beside him. Yang Ming did not turn his head, but he could see the situation beside him with his special ability. The person whose breathing became rapid was Fang Tian. He clenched his fists and looked at Wang Ruoshui not far in front of him with excitement. Wang Songshan, on the other hand, did not have any special expression. He was only slightly surprised that Wang Ruoshui had changed her clothes. Perhaps he had the same idea as Yang Ming at the moment. After the surprise, he thought that this might be Wang Ruoshui's clothes before she left home. Wang Songshan also felt strange about Feng Tian's strange mood. It was not the first time he saw Wang Ruoshui. The three of them had talked in the study for a long time, and everyone's emotions had already calmed down. If this was the first time Feng Tian saw Wang Ruoshui, then his expression at the moment was reasonable. However, when they were in the study, Feng Tian and Wang Ruoshui had already communicated. Although the relationship between the two was not ideal, it was not to the extent of showing such an excited expression. To say that Feng Tian was fascinated by Wang Ruoshui at the moment. Although this was possible, Wang Songshan did not believe it. Even if Wang Ruoshui at the moment did not look like she was in her 40s, but like a beautiful young woman in her 30s. However, Feng Tian was also in his 40s or 50s at the moment. Even if he saw a beauty, he would not be so excited, right? Moreover, if he wanted to be excited, he would have been excited long ago. Why would he wait until now? Just as Yang Ming and Wang Songshan were puzzled, Feng Tian slowly stood up and walked toward Wang Ruoshui. He murmured something, but it seemed that his excitement had not calmed down. Ruoshui, 25 years ago, when we first met, you were wearing this white dress. Feng Tian stood in front of Wang Ruoshui and slowly said. Yang Ming and Wang Songshan were stunned when they heard Feng Tian's words. They immediately understood why Feng Tian was so excited at this moment. It turned out that when the two of them first met, Wang Ruoshui was wearing this dress. No wonder Feng Tian would lose his composure like this. Yang Ming didn't know much about the past, so he naturally didn't understand these things. As for Wang Songshan, although he was present at the scene 25 years ago, he was Wang Ruoshui's brother after all, not her lover. So, he didn't care about what clothes Wang Ruoshui wore, so it was normal for him not to remember. Really? I don't remember. Wang Ruoshui responded faintly to Feng Tian. As if she was afraid that Feng Tian wouldn't believe her, she added, the previous clothes were a little dirty and uncomfortable to wear, so I casually found one. I planned to wear this tattered dress once and throw it away. Yang Ming and Wang Songshan couldn't help but smile bitterly at the same time. How could Wang Ruoshui tell such a clumsy lie? How could it be so coincidental to randomly find one? Yang Ming and Wang Songshan could tell the lie, so could Feng Tian. His expression was the same as Yang Ming and Wang Songshan's. He smiled bitterly at first, then said, really? I'm also wearing the same clothes from that year. Nonsense. The one you wore back then was also a white suit. Wang Ruoshui looked at the grey cashmere coat on Feng Tian and frowned. However, when she saw Feng Tian's weird smile, Wang Ruoshui's face stiffened. A red glow rushed to the tip of her ears. She snorted, how would I know what you wear? What does it have to do with me what you wear? After Yang Ming heard Feng Tian's words, he almost slapped the table and exclaimed that he was indeed his master. Like disciple, like master. Isn't this my usual trick? Feng Tian actually used it to perfection. With just a few words, Wang Ruoshui fell for it. Even Wang Songshan looked at Feng Tian with admiration. He secretly said in his heart, I haven't seen him for a few years. Old man Feng's pickup skills have become much better. If it was like this in the past, it wouldn't have created such a tragedy. Looking at Yang Ming's secret thumbs up, Feng Tian smiled and looked at Wang Ruoshui with thick skin. Well, no matter what you wear, you still have to eat. Ms. Wang Ruoshui, please sit. Feng Tian helped Wang Ruoshui pull out a chair as he spoke. Wang Ruoshui snorted faintly and didn't say anything. She sat on the chair pulled out by Feng Tian, and Feng Tian sat next to Wang Ruoshui with a smile. This is also a reunion meal for us. Wang Songshan knew that the atmosphere would be awkward at this moment, so he mediated, we haven't held a family banquet for a long time. This restaurant is a lot quieter. Family banquet? Who is their family? Wang Ruoshui glanced at Feng Tian and Yang Ming faintly and retorted indifferently. Yang Ming was basically immune to this woman who had been hurt in menopause. He was too lazy to argue with her. This woman's identity was special. She was the aunt of his fiancée whom he had never met. She might also become his future master's wife. Therefore, Yang Ming would not offend this kind of person. It was best to stay away from her. Fang Tian naturally knew that Wang Ruoshui's words were directed at him. As for Yang Ming, he was just an innocent bystander. He touched his chin, but he couldn't refute. He could only continue to ask Wang Songshan for help. Wang Songshan looked at Fang Tian's pitiful look, and he was very happy in his heart. Wang Songshan had a lot of opinions about Fang Tian because of Wang Ruoshui's incident. However, because of their many years of friendship, Wang Songshan couldn't cut ties with Fang Tian. But when there was a chance, the two began to bicker. So, Wang Songshan was still very happy to see Fang Tian suffer now. However, this time, Wang Songshan had to help Fang Tian out of the situation. If it were other things, Wang Songshan would definitely be happy to see Fang Tian suffer. He might even help others to mock Fang Tian, but this time was different. If Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui could be a couple, then Wang Songshan's knot for many years would be untied. He would have nothing to worry about when he saw his sister's happiness. Of course, if Wang Ruoshui really hated Fang Tian at this moment, maybe Wang Songshan would help his sister continue to attack Fang Tian. However, Wang Songshan was not stupid. He could see that Wang Ruoshui only had deep resentment towards Fang Tian. She still couldn't let go of Fang Tian in her heart, so Wang Songshan didn't mind being a peacemaker. He knew that Wang Ruoshui's sarcasm towards Fang Tian at this moment was not sincere. It was nothing more than a woman's face. Back then, Fang Tian heartlessly broke off the engagement, and her face was ruined. How could this not be untied just like that? Although she still had a good impression of Fang Tian in her heart, there must be a suitable platform for her to let go of the dissatisfaction in her heart. Wang Songshan would smooth things over at this time. He believed that Wang Ruoshui would gain enough face and be able to accept Fang Tian. This was also what he was happy to see. So when he saw Fang Tian asking for help, he helped him out. Sister, although Fang Tian and I are not brothers, we are closer than blood brothers. He has long been a part of our family. And this little friend Yang Ming, before the engagement was broken off, he was also my son-in-law in name. He could barely attend the family banquet. Break off the engagement? You still want to break off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui's face was cold, and she looked at Yang Ming coldly. Yang Ming thought, this Wang Songshan, why did he drag me into this for no reason? Even if Wang Ruoshui was sarcastic towards me, I didn't care much. However, he mentioned the matter of breaking off the engagement again, which provoked Wang Ruoshui's anger for no reason. However, since he had been named, Yang Ming knew that it was useless to retreat at this moment. He had to bite the bullet and said, Senior Wang Ruoshui, you don't know the inside story. I'm afraid that your niece is not in favor of this marriage, right? How do you know whether my niece approves or not? Wang Ruoshui sneered, moreover, our butterfly family is considered a well-known top family in Europe. How can we keep our face if we break off the engagement? This? Yang Ming sighed secretly. He knew that he couldn't reason with Wang Ruoshui with common sense. This woman's heart was abnormal, or it could be said that she was very stubborn. After Fang Tian broke off the engagement once, she became extremely sensitive to breaking off the engagement. However, she initially rejected the engagement between her and Fang Tian. After meeting Fang Tian and communicating with him, Wang Ruoshui fell hopelessly in love with Fang Tian. Therefore, in her opinion, as long as her niece and Yang Ming met, this marriage would be successful. Yang Ming was making all kinds of excuses and breaking off the engagement without even meeting them. He simply didn't put the butterfly family in his eyes. Let me tell you, you have to agree to this engagement even if you don't want to. You should think about how to win against me. Wang Ruoshui scolded Yang Ming mercilessly. Senior Wang Ruoshui, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Ming was really helpless. Since his debut, this was the first time he felt that he couldn't reason with a soldier. If the person in front of him wasn't Wang Songshan's sister and old man Fang's old lover, Yang Ming might really make a move until she changed her mind. But now, Yang Ming knew that he couldn't be ruthless to Wang Ruoshui. Although Yang Ming felt that he was already much better than the average assassin, facing an old pervert like Fang Tian, Yang Ming could only be beaten up. What's more, there's still Wang Songshan. If I bully Wang Ruoshui, can he sit back and do nothing? I'm afraid that in the end, the situation will become 3 against 1. Yang Ming felt terrified just thinking about it. This wasn't something he could bear at all. I don't know if I'm making things difficult or not. However, I have already said this. I believe your master will not object. Wang Ruoshui glanced at Feng Tian when she said this. Cough cough. Feng Tian coughed twice. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He turned to look at Yang Ming. That Yang Ming, why don't you marry Ruoshui's niece? You see that Ruoshui is so beautiful, her niece definitely won't be bad, right? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I knew this old fart was unreliable. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have followed him no matter what. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Sigh. Yang Ming sighed inwardly, then, may I ask Senior Wang Ruoshui, if I beat you, I will marry your niece. If I lose, I will stay here and continue to cultivate until I beat you. But what if we're tied? A draw? Wang Ruoshui was slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh. She had lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years, and she was rescued by a mysterious senior who taught her martial arts. Wang Ruoshui felt that she wasn't much worse than Feng Tian. In her opinion, Yang Ming was a young man in his 20s. If she didn't deliberately let him win, it was impossible for Yang Ming to win. Therefore, a draw was simply impossible. Why? Yang Ming saw Wang Ruoshui's somewhat playful expression, and his heart couldn't help but sink slightly. Could it be that this woman has some trump card? That's impossible. Wang Ruoshui said faintly. Her words were full of absolute confidence. Impossible? Yang Ming looked at Wang Ruoshui's conceited look and took a deep breath. Maybe, but Senior Wang Ruoshui, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if you dare to agree? Presumptuous request? In that case, why are you still saying it? Wang Ruoshui smiled as if she saw through Yang Ming's purpose. You still ask me if I dare to agree. Don't you know that your provocation is very clumsy? Yang Ming's face was slightly red, but he had no intention of backing down. At this time, he couldn't back down. If he took a step forward, he might seize his own interests. If he took a step back, he could only be at the mercy of others. Since Senior Wang Ruoshui is so confident that we can't fight to a draw, then I would like to ask Senior Wang Ruoshui to promise me that if we really fight to a draw, then you will let me leave. Yang Ming ignored Wang Ruoshui's sarcasm and expressed his thoughts. Oh? After Wang Ruoshui listened to Yang Ming's words, she looked at Yang Ming with interest. You have a lot of requests? However, do you think it is possible for you to fight to a draw with me? Since Senior Wang Ruoshui thinks it is impossible, then it is fine to agree with this junior, right? Yang Ming quickly followed up and said, Senior Wang Ruoshui, this junior can guarantee that if the result is that I lose or win, I will obediently get engaged to your niece and will not have any more objections. Hee, you have learned to make requests? Wang Ruoshui looked at Yang Ming coldly, but in her heart, she was calculating the request made by Yang Ming. The more Wang Ruoshui looked at Yang Ming, the more she felt that it was impossible for him to win against her. In that case, there was no harm in agreeing with him, lest he was unconvinced. As long as she won against him, he would not be nagging anymore. Even if this kid was really talented and was really better than her, she could just show weakness and lose. There was no possibility of a draw. So when Wang Ruoshui thought of this, she made up her mind, well, if I don't agree with you, I will force you to get engaged. You will definitely be unconvinced. In that case, I will agree with you. However, you must remember the promise you made. Don't make other requests when you lose. Then, I will not agree again. Don't worry, Senior Wang Ruoshui. This junior only has this one request. If it really can't be a draw, then this junior will naturally accept Senior Wang Ruoshui's instructions willingly. Although Yang Ming's words were very firm, he was also uneasy in his heart. However, this was already the maximum he could fight for. Yang Ming also knew that he was now in other people's territory and surrounded by their people. Even if Wang Ruoshui did not agree to his request, he had no other choice. Now, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Although Yang Ming himself was not sure, it was better than the previous situation. Feng Tian has now become Wang Ruoshui's person. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Well, then tomorrow morning, we will meet at the martial arts field. Wang Ruoshui did not give Yang Ming time to breathe at all. She directly set the time for tomorrow morning. She was also afraid that Yang Ming would come up with a way to deal with it after a long time. Now it seemed that Yang Ming was on her side, but it was hard to say secretly. Maybe he would secretly give some pointers to Yang Ming. Therefore, Wang Ruoshui decided on the time before Feng Tian figured out her background. Since senior has set the time, this junior will naturally obey. Yang Ming hesitated. Although he also felt that the time was a little rushed, there was no other way. Wang Ruoshui had already taken a step back and agreed to his request. If Yang Ming continued to push his luck, he believed that Wang Ruoshui would definitely be dissatisfied with him. She might not even agree to his previous request. However, Feng Tian and Wang Songshan did not have any strange expressions on their faces. Anyway, this was just a farce. Even if Yang Ming won, lost, or really fought to a draw, it did not matter because the final trump card was Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. The two of them had already slept together. What was the point of canceling the marriage? Yang Ming also secretly glanced at Feng Tian, but found that this old guy was still calm. Yang Ming knew that he could not put his hopes on him. If he consulted him, he might deliberately lead him to a dead end in order to please Wang Ruoshui. Then, see you tomorrow. Wang Ruoshui appreciated Yang Ming's courage to calmly agree. If Yang Ming was a coward and stuttered, Wang Ruoshui would have to reconsider the marriage between Yang Ming and her niece. How could her niece marry a good-for-nothing? If Yang Ming really begged or fought for some conditions, then Wang Ruoshui was really ready to give up on Yang Ming. How could such a person be worthy of her niece? Without the courage and spirit of a man, Wang Ruoshui would naturally look down on Yang Ming. But now that she heard Yang Ming agree to her request so readily, Wang Ruoshui also looked up at Yang Ming. If Yang Ming knew Wang Ruoshui's thoughts, he would probably be dumbfounded. If Yang Ming's special ability worked at this time, perhaps Yang Ming would really pretend to be a coward and let Wang Ruoshui give up on him directly. But unfortunately, Yang Ming's ability could not be used at any time. If Yang Ming knew that agreeing so readily was also a mistake, he would probably regret it, right? Well, since we have agreed on the time of the competition, let's eat first. Wang Songshan mediated and laughed twice. Then he said to the Wang family disciple standing not far away, "Serve the dishes." Yes. The Wang family disciple who was waiting respectfully by the side quickly responded and left the restaurant. Not long. Afterward, plates of exquisite dishes full of exotic delicacies were served on the table. These dishes should have been prepared in advance, and the last step was to put them in the pot. So as long as Wang Songshan ordered, they could be served quickly. We are all family, so we won't drink. Wang Songshan was not addicted to alcohol, and with Wang Ruoshui present, it was not good for him and Feng Tian to drink. After that, Wang Songshan took the lead in picking up a dish with his chopsticks. After that, Wang Ruoshui and Feng Tian also began to eat. Although Yang Ming was very hungry, it was not good to eat in this situation. He just buried himself in the two dishes in front of him and did not move the table. Ruoshui, it's been a long time since you tasted the noodles at home, right? Wang Songshan smiled and said, the dishes on the table today are all made by Chef Maitan. They are what you liked to eat the most when you were young. Uncle Mitsun? He's still the head chef? Wang Ruoshui was a little surprised when she heard this. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. He has been the manager of the restaurant for a long time. Now the head chef at home is manager Maichan's apprentice. He has inherited Maichan's skills. However, when manager Maichan heard that you were back, he was so happy that he personally cooked because he knew that you liked to eat his dishes the most. Wang Songshan explained. That's right, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Uncle Maichan, who was in his prime back then, should be 70 years old now, right? I wonder if his body is still strong. Wang Ruoshui sighed. Fortunately, his mental state is good. You can go and see him after dinner. He misses you very much, but he is busy in the kitchen at the moment, said Wang Songshan. I will definitely go. Wang Ruoshui nodded. Who else is left in the family? AI. Wang Songshan sighed. Some people have passed away. Some people are old and have returned to their hometown. I am afraid that besides Maichan, who has never married in his life, there is only Butler Mu left in the Butterfly Castle. Uncle Mu, is he already a butler? Wang Ruoshui nodded. I was wondering why no one recognized me when I came back this time. Yeah, otherwise, you wouldn't be blocked at the door. Wang Songshan said, if Butler Mu hadn't accompanied your niece Yin Xiao Dai to go shopping in town, he wouldn't have blocked you at the door if he was at home. Wang Songshan thought that it was a close call. He almost said Yen Yen when he wasn't paying attention. If he hadn't suddenly remembered that he had to hide his daughter's name from Yang Ming, he would have been exposed. So, he quickly changed his words to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was Wang Xiaoyan's nickname. When Wang Xiaoyan was not born, Wang Songshan's father gave it to her. However, Wang Songshan felt that the name was a bit rustic, so he changed it to Wang Xiaoyan. In the past few years, Wang Xiaoyan had grown up, so Wang Songshan changed it to Yen Yen instead of Xiao Dai. However, when Wang Ruoshui left home, Wang Xiaoyan had not yet been born, so what she knew was the name that her father had already given her, Butterfly Wang. It was the first time that Yang Ming heard the name of his fiancée. Is she called Butterfly Wang? This butterfly family is really unique. Even their names are related to butterflies. Just as Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui were reminiscing about the past, a disciple of the butterfly family walked into the restaurant quickly and stopped in front of Wang Songshan with a dignified expression. This person was the disciple of the butterfly family who was in charge of patrolling outside the castle, Wang Kazhao. Family master, this disciple has something to report. Wang Kazhao lowered his body and whispered in Wang Songshan's ear. Wang Kazhao, what's the matter? Wang Songshan remembered Wang Kazhao's name, but he was a little dissatisfied that Wang Kazhao had disturbed their meal at this moment. After all, he had just recalled the past with Wang Ruoshui, and was interrupted when they were happy. No one would like this feeling. However, Wang Songshan did not show a dissatisfied expression because he also knew that in the butterfly castle, these things were usually reported to Butler Mu by the disciples. Today, Butler Mu was not at home, so these disciples could only report to the family master. Family master, young Master Good of the Douglas. Family is at the entrance of the butterfly castle. Wang Kazhao said hurriedly. Oh? What is he doing here at this time? Wang Songshan frowned. Wang Songshan was well aware of Good's thoughts, but his sister, Wang Ruoshui, had just returned today. How could he have the mood to deal with Good? This disciple is not sure. Wang Kazhao shook his head. Even if he guessed some clues in his heart, he would not speak carelessly. After all, as a disciple of the butterfly family, he had very strict discipline and did not allow these people to gossip. Young Master Good of the Douglas family liked Wang Xiaoyan, the eldest daughter of the butterfly family. This was an open secret in the upper class. How could these disciples of the butterfly family not know about it? In fact, there was no need to ask why young Master Good came here at this time. His intention was already obvious. He was here for Yang Ming. The news of Wang Xiaoyan's upcoming engagement had been spread from Wang Songshan's mouth. Everyone in the local upper class knew about it, and young Master Good was no exception. His arrival at this time was definitely directly related to Wang Xiaoyan's engagement. You tell him that there are important guests at home. I am having a meal with the guests and have no time to receive him. If he has nothing important to do, ask him to come back another day. Wang Songshan hesitated and instructed Wang Kazhao. Although young Master Good also had a strong background, he was only a junior. It was normal for Wang Songshan to not see him. There was nothing rude about it. Of course, if the family master of the Douglas family came, then Wang Songshan would have to personally receive him even if he was unwilling. Family master, this disciple had already told him beforehand that the family master was having a meal, so this disciple could go and inform him. However, young Master Good didn't listen to this disciple at all and directly rushed into the fort. Although the disciples at the door were desperately trying to stop him, I'm afraid. Wang Kazhao said carefully. Although he didn't finish his words, he believed that Wang Songshan understood his words. Wang Songshan frowned after listening. Wang Kazhao didn't finish his words, but there was no need to say it. Wang Songshan certainly understood what he was going to say. He waved his hand to indicate that he understood. This matter was a bit tricky. Wang Songshan certainly didn't expect the disciples at the door to be able to stop Good. Not to mention that these disciples were afraid of Good's identity and didn't dare to really fight with him. Even if they really fought, they were not Good's opponents. Therefore, if Good wanted to break in, these people would not be able to stop him at all. Just as Wang Songshan was pondering, there was a noise at the entrance of the restaurant. Then, a white man strode into the restaurant. Behind this white man were several men wearing the butterfly family's disciple costumes. At this moment, they were helplessly chasing the white man with bitter faces. This Caucasian man was the eldest young master of the Douglas family, as well as the first successor of the Douglas family. In other words, if there were no accidents, the next leader of the Douglas family would be this young master, Good. However, even so, Wang Songshan was very dissatisfied with his unreasonable behavior of suddenly breaking into the restaurant in the Butterfly Castle. Others were afraid of the Douglas family, but Wang Songshan was not. On the contrary, the Douglas family was very afraid of the Butterfly family. This was natural. No matter how prominent the family was, they would be afraid of a family like the Butterfly family that played with assassins. No one would complain about their long life. Once they became enemies with the Butterfly family was full of assassins. Many families were not afraid of open swords and spears, but these families were no match for the Butterfly family when it came to assassination. The Douglas family was the underworld family of Elo Town, where the Butterfly Castle was located. The current family master, Good's father, Elt Douglas, was the godfather of Elo Town. This kind of underworld family would inevitably be a little arrogant, but it was nothing in Wang Songshan's eyes. Good, what are you doing here? Wang Songshan looked at Good with a gloomy face. Even Elt wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Uncle Wang, please don't be angry. I mean no harm. Good spoke Chinese fluently, but his tone was a little strange. It seemed that this young master was not as reckless and idiotic as he looked. This was Yang Ming's initial impression of him. Although Yang Ming did not know what this Good was, he guessed that the identity of a person who dared to break into the Butterfly Castle was definitely not ordinary. It could also be seen from Wang Songshan's attitude towards Good. Since Wang Songshan did not turn hostile on the spot and teach Good a lesson, it meant that the power behind Good was not ordinary. However, Yang Ming originally thought that even if the power behind Good was strong, this kid was just a reckless idiot. In any case, it was stupid to dare to break into the Butterfly family, even if the power behind him was strong. However, after hearing Good's fluent Chinese, Yang Ming changed his opinion. Since this guy could speak so many languages, he didn't seem to be a retard. In that case, there should be a reason why he barged in at this moment. No malice? Wang Songshan sneered, if you have malicious intentions, do you think you can still stand here and talk? Wang Songshan's rude tone made Good's expression slightly stagnate. However, he also understood that his approach had indeed angered Wang Songshan. I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, but I have no choice. Good lowered his head and said apologetically. Well, no matter what you have to do, I have an important guest today. I don't have time for you. Wang Songshan waved his hand. You can come back tomorrow. Good understood. He knew that Wang Songshan was asking him to leave. However, he gritted his teeth. Since he was already here, he might as well be presumptuous once more. He thought that even if his father knew the reason why he was here, he would not scold him. Uncle Wang, I heard that little butterfly is getting engaged. Good took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at Wang Songshan with piercing eyes. That's right. Your Douglas family should have also received the news. Wang Songshan secretly said in his heart. Sure enough, it was for this matter. It seems that my guess is right. However, I am afraid that only this matter can make a young man lose his mind and do such an outrageous thing to break into the Butterfly Castle. I heard that little butterfly's fiancé is someone she has never met before. Good saw that Wang Songshan had answered his question and did not ask him to leave. He was relieved. As long as Wang Songshan did not expel him on the spot, he could reason with him. This is an internal matter of our butterfly family. You don't need to know. Wang Songshan said faintly, Good, if you are here to congratulate, then I welcome you. However, if you are here to cause trouble, then I am sorry. No matter what my relationship with your father is, I will not give him face. You will get the punishment you deserve. Good's heart shuddered. He naturally knew the importance of the butterfly family in Elo Town's upper-class society. It could be said that the butterfly family was a transcendent family. Any family, including his own Douglas family, wanted to have a good relationship with them. Although his family was also very prominent, and other families would also curry favor with him, this would not happen to the butterfly family. However, Good had made up his mind this time. He would rather anger Wang Songshan than back down. He could not back down when it came to matters of the heart. "Uncle Wang, you don't have to scare me. I am a man." Good said, "Please let me finish my words. I will accept whatever punishment you want to punish me later." Wang Songshan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Good to be so stubborn. For a moment, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know what to say. However, Good did not wait for Wang Songshan to speak. He continued, "Uncle Wang, what era is this? Such a hasty engagement is unfair to little butterfly. Will she be happy if she marries someone she has never met? It is not up to you to judge whether she is happy or not." Wang Songshan said faintly. "If I'm not wrong, Xiao Dai is also very against this marriage, right?" Good continued, "Uncle Wang, you don't have to deny it. We all know that little butterfly ran away from home to avoid marriage. This shows her attitude. Everyone has a time when they are young and frivolous. Now she is back." Wang Songshan's tone was still flat. He was not angry and did not have the slightest emotion. "No, I believe that Xiao Dai will never like her fiancé. They don't have any feelings for each other." Good argued. "Good, in fact, you have said so much because you want me to give up the engagement." Wang Songshan glanced at Good and said, "I know exactly what you are thinking." Good's face turned red when his thoughts were exposed, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Wang, since you know, please fulfill my wish. I am not sure if my daughter likes her fiancé." Wang Songshan said, "But Good, what I want to tell you is that she also has no feelings for you." Wang Songshan's words made Good's originally pale face become even paler in an instant. This sentence poked at the deepest scar in Good's heart. "Indeed, Butterfly Wang does not like me." Good was very clear. Even when the children of the upper class gathered together, everyone half-jokingly said that he and Butterfly Wang were a couple. In fact, Good's heart was very clear that the reason why everyone said so was because they were afraid of the power of the Douglas family. Although he had declared his sovereignty over Butterfly Wang many times, and no one objected to this, it was because other people didn't dare to compete with him. Butterfly Wang did not have that kind of feeling for him. Otherwise, she would have expressed it. However, Good believed that with his perseverance, he would be able to move Butterfly Wang. In Elo Town, only he was worthy of Butterfly Wang. In the absence of any competitors, this kind of match made in heaven would not be difficult for him to conquer Butterfly Wang in the future. Even when Butterfly Wang ran away from home, Good did not lose his confidence because this also represented Butterfly Wang's resistance to the family's arrangement. Moreover, he was not afraid that Butterfly Wang would have feelings for others when she was alone outside because he had already learned about the 3 rules between Wang Songshan and Butterfly Wang through secret channels. During the period when Butterfly Wang was away, she was not allowed to fall in love. Therefore, Good believed that as long as he waited for Butterfly Wang to come back, he would seize the opportunity. Butterfly Wang would rather choose him than the fiancé she had never met, right? Comparing the two, he was still someone that Butterfly Wang did not hate. As for the Good feelings, they could be cultivated. Therefore, in Good's opinion, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely conquer Butterfly Wang's heart. After all, it was very important for them, who lived in big families, to be well-matched in terms of social status. The Butterfly family valued Butterfly Wang's marriage so much because of their consideration for the future of the family. If he could stop this marriage, then in the entire Elo Town, there would be no one who could match Good. Elo Town was just a town, but it was not a small town. It was bigger than some first-class cities and even some counties. Therefore, the strength of the Douglas family was quite terrifying. Not only in Elo Town, but even in the whole of Europe, the Douglas family was one of the best. This was not only because the Douglas family was a mafia family in Elo Town, but also because their father, Albert Douglas, was the godfather of this town. The more important reason was that Good's grandfather, Thomas Lancer, the current family master of the Lancer family, was one of the largest arms suppliers in Europe. He could be ranked in the top 5 among the big families in Europe. With such a strong background, Good believed that as long as the Butterfly family broke off the engagement with the mysterious fiancé, then he would have a great chance. Of course, Good did not know how terrifying Butterfly Wang's fiancé was. He also did not know that he was the direct disciple of the King of Assassins. These were the secrets of the assassin world. These were not things that these non-assassin families could understand. Based on their information, they only knew that this marriage contract was set in the generation of Wang Songshan's father. Butterfly Wang's fiancé was also from the same clan as Wang Ruoshui's fiancé. The reason why Good was so bold to break into the Butterfly family and speak his mind at the expense of offending Wang Songshan was also because of Wang Ruoshui. Since Wang Ruoshui could break off the engagement, why couldn't Butterfly Wang? Moreover, the person who made this marriage contract was Wang Songshan's father. Now that he was dead, what effect did this marriage contract still have? Therefore, Good was willing to give it a try. In his opinion, the reason why Wang Songshan insisted on this marriage was nothing more than to respect the older generation. However, if he insisted, then Wang Songshan would definitely side with him. After all, a marriage alliance had to consider the overall interests of the family. Perhaps the family that was allied with the Wang family by marriage was once glorious, but Good didn't think that this family was still glorious. This was because Good had asked his grandfather, Thomas, to help him find out beforehand. Although most of the outstanding children of the right age from the top families in Europe were engaged, none of them were engaged to the Butterfly family. In other words, the marriage alliance with the Butterfly family did not belong to the top families. This way, Good's confidence was even stronger. After all, among the families that the Butterfly family could choose to form a marriage alliance with, the Douglas family was considered very powerful. The most crucial point was that as an assassin family, they needed a lot of top-notch firearms every year. Many of them were banned goods that were difficult to buy on the market and were specially for the army. Assassins were a profession that walked on the edge of the law. It was impossible for the Butterfly family to purchase top-notch firearms through official channels. Of course, the Butterfly family also had its own channels. This channel was the Lancer family helmed by Good's grandfather. The Butterfly family and the Lancer family had been working together for a long time. Every year, the Butterfly family bought a large number of special firearms from the Lancer family. Although this was a win-win deal, to put it bluntly, the firearms that the Butterfly family needed were all popular goods. Even if they were not sold to the Butterfly family, they could still be sold very well. Therefore, the Butterfly family was still in a weak position in this business. Although the status of an assassin family was relatively superior, the Lancer family was not to be trifled with. To be able to reach this point and operate firearms, they were definitely a family that could be on equal footing with the Butterfly family. It was also because of this reason that Wang Songshan looked at the Douglas family of Elo Town differently and looked up to them in everything. Otherwise, with the Butterfly family's aloof status, they would not care about the other families in Elo Town. This was Good's trump card. He believed that with the existence of this trump card, Wang Songshan had to consider the interests involved. Thinking of this, the originally pale Good was full of confidence again. Uncle Wang, although little Butterfly may not have a good impression of me, it is undeniable that I am the most familiar with her among the other family members. Even if it is a marriage alliance, it is also an ideal thing to have a marriage alliance with our Douglas family, right? I think the probability of little Butterfly choosing me between me and the fiancé that she has never met is higher, right? I will respect little Butterfly's choice. So, Good, please go back first. Wang Songshan glanced at the chattering Good and said, no matter who little Butterfly chooses in the end, I will respect her choice. You respect her choice? Then why did she run away from home? Good obviously didn't believe Wang Songshan's words. He didn't know that Wang Songshan had reached an agreement with Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Songshan frowned. He didn't expect this Good to be so presumptuous. Although he was a little reckless at first, he still followed etiquette. Now, this guy was obviously a little arrogant and even dared to criticize him. Are you done yet? I told you to go back first. Didn't you hear me? Before Wang Songshan spoke, Wang Ruoshui couldn't bear it anymore. This little brat actually dared to come to the Butterfly family and make a fuss. Wang Songshan actually tolerated him for so long. This was somewhat unbelievable in Wang Ruoshui's opinion. Could it be that the butterfly family had declined over the years? Even the children of these small families dared to come and order them around? When the butterfly family was at its peak, even the masters of these families didn't dare to be presumptuous. But this isn't right? Wang Ruoshui didn't hear of any changes in the butterfly family's assassin ranking. Over the years, they had always been in second place and hadn't changed. How can a woman interrupt when a man is talking? Good hadn't seen Wang Ruoshui before. He didn't know that Wang Songshan's sister had returned, so he instinctively regarded Wang Ruoshui as a member of Yang Ming's group. In other words, Butterfly Wang's fiancé was the so-called VIP that Wang Songshan had mentioned. The reason why Good spoke so rudely was also because he had inquired in advance that none of the top families could form a marriage alliance with the Butterfly family. Butterfly Wang's fiancé was most likely from a declining family. At this dinner table, in addition to Wang Songshan, Fang Tian and Wang Songshan, a middle-aged man and woman, were naturally regarded as a couple by Good, and Yang Ming, the young man, was their son. This family of three must be from the family that had a marriage alliance with Butterfly Wang. The middle-aged man and the young man didn't speak, but the middle-aged woman spoke first, so Good was naturally a little annoyed. They actually let a woman speak on such a big matter. Good despised it in his heart, and he increasingly despised the fallen family of the legendary fiancé. He didn't put them in his eyes at all, so he wasn't afraid of offending them. Therefore, Good spoke without mercy and didn't consider the consequences of offending them. In his opinion, it was insignificant to offend such a small family, and they wouldn't dare to say anything. The more upper-class society was, the more they believed in strength. The stronger the family, the more unscrupulous they were. They weren't afraid of those small families at all. Pa, a crisp sound was heard. Good covered half of his face that was already red and swollen. He looked at Wang Ruoshui, who moved like a ghost, in shock and anger. After this woman slapped him loudly in an instant, she quickly returned to her previous seat. This series of actions were completed in the blink of an eye, without the slightest hesitation. Good did not even realize it, but his face was already burning with pain. Good covered his face and looked at the woman in front of him in shock. She dared to use a typewriter and was extremely fast. He thought to himself, sure enough, the families that can form a marriage alliance with the Butterfly family are not easy to deal with. This woman is also so powerful. However, Good was not afraid of Wang Ruoshui at all. In his opinion, no matter how powerful an individual's strength was, it could not save the fate of a fallen family. In front of a super family, such individual strength could be ignored. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Although Good was polite to Wang Songshan, he was not so good-tempered to Wang Ruoshui. His face was ferocious and looked like he wanted to kill someone. Ever since he was young, as the only son of the town's underworld godfather, the chances of him being beaten by others were very few, unless it was his father who taught him a lesson, not to mention being slapped in the face in public in front of so many people. In Elo Town, the young masters and young ladies of the families, including their family masters, were all respectful to him and gave him some face in everything. Even the current family master of the Butterfly family, Wang Songshan, was the same. His impassioned speech in front of Wang Songshan did not attract Wang Songshan's anger. Therefore, how could Good, the young master of the Butterfly family, be beaten up by a woman from a down-and-out family? How could this not make Good go crazy? So what if I hit you? Wang Ruoshui's expression was still so cold. She was not affected by Good's anger at all. Huh. Good looked as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Was this woman stupid? Does she not know my identity? Do you know who I am? The fate of your family will be destroyed because of your stupidity today. Aren't you Good? You said it yourself before. I know your name. Wang Ruoshui sneered, do you think you have the ability to shake our Butterfly family? Butterfly family? Good was stunned after hearing this. However, a funny expression immediately appeared on his face. Obviously, he misunderstood the woman's meaning. Your family has yet to have a marriage alliance with the Butterfly family, and you're already calling yourself the Butterfly family? The speed at which she threw herself at him was really fast. Could it be that you want your son to be a son-in-law who marries into the family? However, I can tell you that as long as I am here, there is no possibility of a marriage between your families. You don't have to hold on to any unrealistic illusions. Good obviously regarded Wang Ruoshui as someone on the side of Yang Ming and Feng Tian. He also regarded her as Yang Ming's mother who came to the Wang family to discuss the marriage. Good thought that it was because they were going to have a marriage alliance with the Butterfly family that they called themselves the Butterfly family. What do you mean? What son? Wang Ruoshui was slightly taken aback, but immediately a blush appeared on her face, followed by endless anger. She was still an unmarried virgin, how could she have a son? This was simply an insult to her. Wang Songshan was also inexplicable by Good's sudden words. Was Good's head caught by a door? How could he say such a bunch of illogical nonsense? Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui were confused by the situation, but Yang Ming and Feng Tian quickly understood Good's meaning. It seems that this stupid young master regards Wang Ruoshui as Feng Tian's wife, his own mother. Yang Ming glanced at Good with pity. He really felt sad for this little brat. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke Wang Ruoshui, who even Yang Ming himself had to avoid. No wonder Good was beaten up. He really deserved it. Looking at Wang Ruoshui's current appearance, she should be on the verge of going berserk, right? Sure enough, Wang Ruoshui attacked again. This time, it was fiercer than the last time. She directly punched at Good's face. Although Good subconsciously wanted to guard against it and dodged to the side, he still couldn't escape the tragic fate of being beaten to a pulp. How fast was Wang Ruoshui's skill? How could Good defend against it? To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Wang Ruoshui's scruples that this was the Butterfly family's territory and that she didn't know what Good's background was, Good would have died long ago. Ayo. Good let out a heart-wrenching howl. His mouth twitched, and he spat out 2 front teeth vaguely. Although Wang Ruoshui's punch was not enough to kill him, the blow was still quite big. Good's face was full of blood at this moment, and his face was unusually ferocious. He slowly got up from the ground and pointed at Wang Ruoshui. I don't care who you are. You have to pay the price for what you have done today. The Douglas family will not let you go. You can just wait for your death. Douglas family? The underworld family in town? After Wang Ruoshui heard Good's words, she slightly hesitated and remembered what this family did. After all, when she left when she was young, this Douglas family had already controlled the underworld of the city. You know? Good snorted coldly, since you know, just wait for our Douglas family's crazy revenge. Uncle Wang, you should be able to make a choice now, right? They have chosen to become enemies with our Douglas family. Will you still marry them? You have to think carefully. My grandfather is the current family master of the Lancer family. At this point, Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui completely understood why Good had been talking nonsense before. It turned out that he had regarded Wang Ruoshui as a person on Yang Ming's side. But it was no wonder. When Wang Ruoshui left home, Good had not been born yet. It would be strange if he knew Wang Ruoshui. Wang Songshan smiled bitterly and was somewhat helpless. Although Wang Ruoshui's actions had completely offended Good, Wang Songshan would not show weakness. Wang Songshan gave face to the Douglas family because of the Lancer family. However, Wang Songshan did not think that the Lancer family would cut off their firearms supply because of the Douglas family. After all, the two sides had been partners for many years. The Lancer family would not offend the Butterfly family because of this. Although the Lancer family was not weak and had its own secret defense force, which was a mysterious trump card, they should not be willing to openly become enemies with a mysterious assassin family like the Butterfly family even if they had a large business. That would be a life and death struggle. Good, I think you have misunderstood. Wang Songshan said faintly, this is my younger sister, Wang Ruoshui, Little Butterfly's aunt. She will naturally teach you a lesson if you speak rudely to her. Since you are willing to be enemies with our Butterfly family, it doesn't matter. I, Wang Songshan, will accept it. What? She is Little Butterfly's aunt? Good's eyes widened. He never thought that this woman was actually Wang Ruoshui, who had left the Wang family 25 years ago. Isn't this too dramatic? Yet, he had regarded her as a person on Little Butterfly's fiancé's side. At this point, Good knew that his punches and slaps were in vain. As long as he had feelings for Little Butterfly, it was impossible to offend this woman in front of him. Because she was Little Butterfly's aunt. Good secretly scolded himself for being unlucky. He really had to swallow his pride after being knocked out. Good took a deep breath. Aunt Wang, I didn't know your identity before and offended you. Please forgive me. Wang Ruoshui snorted coldly. Her impression of this young Master Good was very bad. It was completely different from Yang Ming's neither servile nor overbearing attitude. Although Yang Ming was also working hard to fight for his own rights, Yang Ming relied on his own strength to fight for his own interests, while this young Master Good kept talking about the Douglas family. If his relationship with the Douglas family was removed, this Good was no different from a pile of shit. It was impossible for Wang Ruoshui to marry her niece to such a person. Aunt Wang, this junior admires Little Butterfly very much. That's why I said the above nonsense. I hope that Aunt Wang can consider this junior's sincerity and grant the matter between this junior and Little Butterfly. Good saw that Wang Songshan allowed Wang Ruoshui to beat him in the restaurant and understood that Wang Ruoshui must have a very high position in the Wang family. If she agreed to his matter, then it would basically be half done. Therefore, his address of Wang Ruoshui changed from Aunt Wang to Aunt Wang. Help? Wang Ruoshui snorted coldly, my niece has already been engaged. You should leave. Besides, I don't like you. Don't like. Good's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. He had never been so despised since he was young. Wang Ruoshui actually didn't put him in her eyes. Don't be delusional. Even if Little Butterfly's engagement doesn't work out this time, she will never marry you. Wang Ruoshui indifferently and ruthlessly attacked Good's self-esteem. An underworld family in Elo Town is nothing. You. Good's expression became ferocious after listening to Wang Ruoshui's words. He raised his head with red eyes and stared fiercely at Wang Ruoshui. Ha, very good, very good. In that case, I don't need to say anything more today. Wang Ruoshui, I hope you don't regret what you said today. Regret? Are you threatening me? Wang Ruoshui didn't take Good's threat to heart. Whether it is or not, you can think about it yourself. Good gritted his teeth and said, since it has come to this point, I am not afraid to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. From now on, the Douglas family and the Butterfly family are at odds. Wang Songshan looked at the situation on the verge of breaking out and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the feud between the Butterfly family and the Douglas family was set today because of Wang Ruoshui's intervention. Wang Songshan didn't think that he could salvage anything by persuading them now. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say between the two sides. Although Wang Songshan was a little afraid of the Lancer family's attitude, he didn't put the Douglas family in his eyes. Since they were already on bad terms, then let it continue. A crack had already formed, and it wouldn't stop until there was a clear winner. Therefore, Wang Songshan calmly shut his mouth at this moment. In any case, he would stand on Wang Ruoshui's side. A small Douglas family is also qualified to clamor in front of the Butterfly family. It seems that we haven't done anything for too long. Wang Ruoshui shook her head and said faintly. Her thoughts returned to the catastrophe that the Butterfly family brought to the European upper society when she was 8 years old. Dozens of families that were hostile to the Butterfly family were instantly annihilated under the full force of the Butterfly family's encirclement. What a terrifying strength. It was also from then on that the Butterfly family established itself as a transcendent existence in European upper-class society. Although she was still young at that time and Wang Ruoshui's memory was already very vague, the shock brought by that catastrophe was still fresh in her mind. Now that so many years had passed, many people had probably forgotten about this matter. However, some disciples from small families actually dared to stand in the Butterfly family and openly threaten the Butterfly family. If this was in the past, it would have been impossible. Had the Butterfly family declined, or had they endured for too long? Wang Ruoshui didn't agree with the first possibility. After all, the Butterfly family's position in the assassin world had never changed over the years. They had even become more powerful. Therefore, it could only be attributed to the second possibility, which was that they had endured for too long. Small family? Very good. Very good. Since you said that we are a small family, Then I want to see how your big family will cry and beg to marry Xiao Dai to me in the end. I believe that day is not too far away. Remember what I said today, ha 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 ha. Good's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the restaurant. His ferocious and bloody face, coupled with this laughter, made people feel a trace of horror. Ai. Wang Songshan sighed faintly. He respected the Douglas family, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of them. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. Since things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Wang Songshan believed that even if he opened his mouth to mediate now, Good wouldn't let go of this grudge so easily. Unless he agreed to betroth his daughter to Good, this conflict would be difficult to resolve. However, this was impossible. The matter between Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming had already been settled and couldn't be changed. Wang Songshan could only choose to be an enemy of the Douglas family. He didn't expect Wang Ruoshui to bring a lot of trouble to the family as soon as she returned. However, even so, Wang Songshan didn't say anything to stop Wang Ruoshui in front of Good, Yang Ming, and Fang Tian. The people of the butterfly family must not be bullied. Originally, Good thought that when things had developed to this point, Wang Songshan would definitely speak up to mediate. After all, this was a society where family interests were more important than anything else. Good believed that Wang Songshan would definitely make the right choice between the Lancer family and his daughter's marriage. However, he was disappointed because Wang Songshan didn't speak. Good gritted his teeth. Well, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me for being rude. A fierce light flashed in Good's eyes. He was his grandfather's most beloved grandson. He believed that as long as he had any request, his grandfather would definitely satisfy him. Good firmly believed that as long as he pressured Wang Songshan through his grandfather, Thomas, then Wang Songshan would definitely have no choice but to obediently send his daughter to the Douglas family. The high-end firearms of the Lancer family were the foundation of the butterfly family's foothold. Without the support of these high-end firearms, would the butterfly family still be so prominent? In that case, I'll take my leave. I'll leave my words here. 5 days. Wang Songshan, you will definitely not obediently send little butterfly to our Douglas family after 5 days. Good said. Fiercely, after 5 days, my surname will no longer be Douglas. Humph, kid, you're little butterfly's fiancé, right? I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Be careful not to get yourself involved. If you're wise, you should quickly end this engagement. That's the smart choice. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Elo Town. After saying this, Good also knew that it was useless to stay in the butterfly family now. He could only show them and make them regret their stupid behavior today. Enduring the pain on his face, Good strode out of the restaurant. Although no one stopped him, there was a trace of strangeness and anger in their eyes when they looked at him. Wait a minute. Yang Ming, who had been silent all this time, spoke up at this time. It was not that Yang Ming wanted to be a busybody, but this Good was too arrogant. Good's previous contempt for Wang Ruoshui was entirely because he regarded her as someone on Yang Ming's side. Therefore, it could be said that Good's previous words were also directed at Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming was no longer the young boy of the past. Naturally, he would not be angry because of this. After listening to Good's words about a fallen family, he just laughed it off. Yang Ming was not from any family, so he did not care about Good's words at all. However, what really made Yang Ming angry was Good's last few words of advice before he left. Although Yang Ming came this time to break off the engagement, he did not need others to tell him what to do. The engagement had to be broken, but it was not because of Good's words. However, Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Good's last few threats. Yang Ming did not dare to do anything to Wang Ruoshui and Wang Songshan because these two people were Fang Tian's old friends and lovers. However, a young master of a local underworld family actually dared to threaten him that he would not be able to leave Elo Town. This was simply a fantasy. Yang Ming could leave safely under the rain of bullets in Vietnam and Africa. Why would he be afraid of a young master of an underworld family? Don't forget what Yang Ming's original profession was. Half a year ago, Yang Ming had the ability to eliminate all the underworld in Jiduan City. He was not lacking in Elo Town's Douglas family. Why? Have you made up your mind? Good turned his head and looked at Yang Ming eagerly. He thought that Yang Ming was afraid, retreated, and took the initiative to break off the engagement. If this was the case, then Good would save a lot of trouble. As long as Yang Ming took the initiative to break off the engagement, then the butterfly family would not have to insist on the engagement. Then, among the big families in the entire European upper class, only his Douglas family could match the butterfly family. Of course, this was with the help of the Lancer family. Yes, I've made up my mind. Yang Ming glanced at Good and said indifferently. Hee, it's good to deal with smart people. Good was overjoyed when he heard Yang Ming say so. Don't worry. As long as you make the right choice, there will be plenty of benefits for you. You also know the strength of our Douglas family. Yang Ming's words made Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, and Fang Tian suddenly nervous. They all knew that Yang Ming wanted to break off the engagement, so they were really afraid that Yang Ming would say something inappropriate at this moment. It would be difficult if Good really got hold of something that could be used against them. If Yang Ming told Good that he wanted to break off the engagement, Good would definitely take advantage of it. Since they had already broken off the engagement, why didn't the butterfly family choose the Douglas family? Could it be that you look down on the Douglas family and even the Lancer family? Thinking of this, Fang Tian quickly signaled to Yang Ming with his eyes. For the first time, he felt that he had gone too far this time. If Yang Ming said that he wanted to break off the engagement in public, then there would be some trouble between him and Wang Xiaoyan. However, Yang Ming turned a blind eye to Fang Tian and the others. No matter how Fang Tian tried to squeeze his eyes, Yang Ming did not have the slightest reaction. Fang Tian could only sigh at the side. He turned his head and glared at Wang Songshan. What he meant was, look at you, what kind of **T engagement cancellation game are you playing? Now you're fine? Let's see how you're going to clean up after this. Wang Songshan could only smile bitterly and sigh. How could he have thought that Wang Ruoshui would interfere in the originally fun game of breaking off an engagement? Good was also involved. The Douglas family? Yang Ming repeated Good's words, but his words were full of disdain. Very well, I'll wait and see how you won't let me walk out of Elo Town. Good's face stiffened. He thought that Yang Ming was here to admit defeat, but Yang Ming's words did not mean to admit defeat at all. Instead, they were full of provocation. Good's expression became even more ferocious and gloomy. Since you chose not to walk on the path to heaven and instead chose to walk on the path to hell, then fine, you will pay the price for your curiosity. Alright, Yang Ming said lightly, I'll wait and see, but I also have something to tell you. What words? Good sneered. He did not think that Yang Ming would have anything to say to persuade him. Good had already made up his mind to teach such an overconfident person a lesson. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. I don't want you to do anything out of line. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Yang Ming said, remember what I said. I never speak without thinking. What I say will come true. For the sake of your family and the Lancer family behind you, I hope that you won't do anything stupid. Huh. Good was not angry after listening to Yang Ming's words. Instead, he laughed as if he had heard a very funny joke. In his opinion, Yang Ming's overconfident behavior was completely ridiculous, pathetic, and pitiful. Before speaking, he did not recognize his own strength and actually dared to talk nonsense. Good looked at Yang Ming from a perspective of looking down on him, so he was not angry. This was because he felt that Yang Ming was just an ant who had not seen the world and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Good did not refute Yang Ming's words. He laughed and left the restaurant, disappearing from everyone's sight. Yang Ming shrugged at his indifferent attitude. If this kid did not know his own limits, Yang Ming would not mind teaching him a lesson. This was not helping the butterfly family, but merely a provocation to Yang Ming. I haven't exercised my muscles for a few days. I hope this Good will not seek his own death. After Good had completely left, Wang Songshan smiled bitterly and sighed. He did not expect this situation in advance. Brother, a small Douglas family dares to be so arrogant in front of our butterfly family. Why have you become so tolerant over the years? Wang Ruoshui was obviously very dissatisfied with Good's sudden intrusion. He is just a child of the Douglas family, yet he dares to do this. Have they forgotten the catastrophe that our butterfly family once brought to the European upper society? Ruoshui. Wang Songshan sighed. It's not that I am tolerant, nor is it that the butterfly family has declined. It's because of the Lancer family behind the Douglas family that I have left some face for the Douglas family. Lancer family? What kind of family is that? Are we afraid of them? Wang Ruoshui's face changed. Even if the Lancer family is the top family in the upper society, we don't have to be cowards, right? We are being bullied at our doorstep. What else can you do besides smiling bitterly? Seeing Wang Ruoshui and Wang Songshan suddenly arguing, Yang Ming and Fang Tian both chose to shut up at the same time. This was not something they could get involved in. It was better to listen first. Ruoshui now is different from a few decades ago. Wang Songshan waved his hand and said, the Lancer family is one of the largest firearms suppliers in Europe. They have cooperated with our butterfly family for many years. The top firearms used by our family currently all come from the Lancer family. Oh? Since we bought their firearms, we should be considered as their big customers. Then they have no reason to offend us, right? Wang Ruoshui asked strangely after hearing Wang Songshan's words. Ruoshui, you don't understand. Wang Songshan said, because of the particularity of our family's industry, we need a lot of top limited firearms every year. These firearms are not easy to buy. This kind of thing belongs to the category where there is no need to worry about selling it. So even if the Lancer family does not sell it to us, there are still people who want it. There is no need to pay attention to us. On the contrary, we have to maintain a good relationship with the Lancer family in order to buy these top firearms. So that's how it is. Wang Ruoshui was not stupid. She understood Wang Songshan's few words. The firearms needed by her family were not easy to buy. So once they lost the support of the Lancer family, they would not be able to buy these top firearms. Then, the butterfly family's position among the assassins would be in jeopardy. Has our family always cooperated with the Lancer family? Wang Ruoshui frowned. Since firearms are so important, then the catastrophe launched by father a few decades ago against the entire upper-class families. Ruoshui, it was different from now. Wang Songshan explained with a wry smile, a few decades ago, firearms were not developed. There were very few models of firearms, and there were many ways to buy them. Almost every firearm supplier had these things. But now it's different. With the rapid development of firearms research and development, many firearms specially used for sniping and assassination belong to the special forces. The production is not much, and there are restrictions on purchase. So, I tried my best to build a relationship with the Lancer family. Over the years, I have been buying these top firearms from them. Otherwise, how could our butterfly family still be the second in the assassin world? It would have long been replaced by others. Wang Ruoshui listened to Wang Songshan's explanation, and her face gradually changed. She finally understood why Wang Songshan was so tolerant of good. Even when he broke into the butterfly family and questioned Wang Songshan in public, Wang Songshan was not angry. Everything was because of the Lancer family behind the Douglas family. The butterfly family could not lose the support of the Lancer family. Once they lost their top-notch firearms supply, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother, then my reckless behavior this time has completely offended the Good and Douglas families. So, will the Lancer family? Wang Ruoshui realized that she had gotten into trouble at this time. This disaster may lead to the decline of the butterfly family. It's true that you have offended the Douglas family. Wang Songshan frowned and said, but the Lancer family should not cut off their business with our butterfly family because of this. After all, they have cooperated for so many years. I don't think they will go too far. After all, with our reputation as an assassin family, the Lancer family should consider it seriously and not make some reckless decisions. I hope so. I hope that the Lancer family will not stand up for the Douglas family. Otherwise, I will become a sinner of our butterfly family. Wang Ruoshui said with a gloomy expression. She seemed to regret her previous reckless behavior. Don't worry. Our butterfly family doesn't want to offend the Lancer family, but we are definitely not afraid of them. Wang Songshan saw Wang Ruoshui's worried look, and his heart was filled with heroism. He waved his hand and said, "What are you afraid of? At most, we will become enemies with them and fight to the death." "Uncle Wang, it's not that I want to discourage you." Yang Ming spoke at this time. He felt that it was necessary to remind Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui. Although he didn't have a good impression of them, it was precisely because of the butterfly family's training that he became a real powerhouse. Yang Ming was not an ungrateful person. He didn't forget the person who dug the well. Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, and Fang Tian had a very close relationship, so Yang Ming had to give them a heads up in advance. "I dare to guarantee that good will definitely not let it go this time." Yang Ming's words made the atmosphere in the hall fall into a deadlock again. Wang Songshan frowned silently, and Fang Tian also looked at Yang Ming with a dignified expression. However, Wang Ruoshui didn't know Yang Ming's ability. She was immediately angry when she saw Junior interrupting at the family dinner. The etiquette cultivated in a big family since childhood made her know that it was very taboo for a junior to interrupt when the elders were talking. Of course, there were exceptions, and that was if the junior already had the strength that was on par with the family elders or had surpassed the family elders' strength. This was a world where strength was respected. Especially in a family like the butterfly family that worshipped strength. Wang Songshan naturally recognized Yang Ming's strength. He couldn't be more satisfied with this son-in-law. Whether it was from Wang Xiaoyan's mouth or other channels, he had already learned that Yang Ming had integrated the third largest family in the assassin world, the Charles family, with his own strength. This strength was enough to surpass him. Wang Songshan knew that he didn't have the ability to make old Charles hand over the family to him, but Yang Ming did it. Therefore, Yang Ming's words naturally became an admonition between powerhouses of the same level. Wang Songshan would only consider the power, and not reprimand Yang Ming for interrupting at this moment. Fang Tian was Yang Ming's master. He and Yang Ming had long been a teacher and a friend, so there was no concept of inequality in his mind. Yang Ming was also so casual when he usually discussed things with him. This time, he had already given Wang Songshan enough respect by using obscure honorifics. Fang Tian felt that he had already given Wang Songshan a lot of face. However, Wang Ruoshui didn't know all this. From the time she saw Yang Ming until now, she only treated Yang Ming as a junior. Wang Ruoshui only thought that the words that Yang Ming said to good before were just a dispute between children, so she didn't care. Therefore, when Yang Ming's admonition was heard by Wang Ruoshui, she didn't consider whether it made sense. Instead, she directly thought that Yang Ming was rude, so she snorted coldly, "Surnamed Fang, it seems that your disciple is very unruly? Didn't you teach him not to interrupt when the elders are talking?" Fang Tian's old face suddenly turned red when he was suddenly ridiculed by Wang Ruoshui. However, he didn't think that Yang Ming had said anything wrong. It was just that Wang Ruoshui's concept of a young lady was still too deep in her bones. "I'm just reminding you kindly." Yang Ming wasn't angry, but he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "If Senior Wang Ruoshui doesn't listen to advice and is arrogant, then it is not impossible for the butterfly family to be destroyed. What right do you have to say these words?" Wang Ruoshui's face changed unpredictably because of Yang Ming's rebuke. She pointed at Yang Ming angrily, "What does a child know? Do you think that you young people don't think before you act because of jealousy? The bad blood between big families is based on the premise of the benefits of both sides. Without benefits, who would offend an enemy for no reason?" Yang Ming shook his head. If the butterfly family didn't have a relationship with him, he would be too lazy to care about so many messy things. He sighed and said, "Senior Wang Ruoshui, you are right. Many of the jealousy between young people don't think before they act. I think good is such a person. I am very familiar with the decisiveness and ruthlessness in his eyes when he left. I have encountered similar enemies before, and they all did hot-headed things. Femme fatale." This sentence was not wrong at all. Femme fatale. How many rational young talents could go crazy for a beauty? Wang Jitao was like that, Sui Guangqi was like that, and that Zhou Ruoguang, the second young master of the Ouyang family, and so on were all representative figures of this kind. In addition, the Li family in Singapore also served as a lesson. Even if good wants revenge, will the Douglas family go crazy with him? Will the Lancer family behind them play along with them? Unknowingly, Wang Ruoshui had regarded Yang Ming as an equal who could talk to her. She had also put down her previous contempt for him as a junior. After all, whether she admitted it or not, Yang Ming's words made sense. Perhaps, the Douglas family won't go crazy with him, but the Lancer family can't guarantee it. Yang Ming pointed out the key point. What? Wang Ruoshui was stunned. Impossible. If the Douglas family doesn't care about this, will the Lancer family care? Is this possible? It doesn't make sense at all. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. This woman still has a poor grasp of people's hearts. She doesn't even understand these simple truths. However, on the surface, he still explained patiently, the bigger the family, the more conceited they are. In their eyes, no one can touch their beard, especially good. He said that he is the most beloved grandson of the current patriarch of the Lancer family, Thomas Lancer. The old man values his grandson even more than his children. Good has suffered so much this time. I reckon that Thomas will most likely stand up for him this time. If I'm not wrong, Good's last words are not empty words. He has a certain confidence in his heart. Good must know that he can persuade Thomas to help him. Don't you think it's too arbitrary to make such a judgment based on a series of speculations and Good's last words to save his face? Wang Ruoshui still had a trace of luck in her heart. No matter how reasonable Yang Ming's words were, she was the one who injured Good. She didn't want to bring trouble to the Butterfly family because of herself. Therefore, Wang Ruoshui strongly denied Yang Ming's words. She was escaping and didn't dare to face Yang Ming's words head-on. She was lucky that the Lancer family wouldn't become enemies with the Butterfly family because of Good's matter this time. If Yang Ming knew that Wang Ruoshui was Wang Xiaoyan's aunt, he would find that these two people were very different. Wang Xiaoyan was much smarter than Wang Ruoshui and more responsible than her. Wang Ruoshui's character was too emotional and always self-centered. Once there was an accident that was beyond her control, she would choose to escape. Previously, Wang Ruoshui also chose to escape when Feng Tian broke off the engagement. However, with Wang Xiaoyan's temperament, she wouldn't escape even if Yang Ming got married. They were two extremes. One was constantly fighting against the family for her own destiny, while the other was weak and decided to escape if she could. If it was just words, of course, I wouldn't say it like that. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Ruoshui and shook his head helplessly. When Good said this, he deliberately added a deadline of 5 days. Most people would say just you wait or this matter isn't over when they say harsh words. No one would deliberately set a deadline of 5 days. However, Good added it and vowed that if he didn't teach the Butterfly family a lesson within 5 days, his surname wouldn't be Douglas. Who would say such bold words if he wasn't sure? If he really didn't do anything in 5 days, wouldn't he become a joke in the eyes of others? Wang Ruoshui's face became extremely ugly. She had to admit that she had begun to agree with Yang Ming's words in her heart. Indeed, there was no need for Good to add a 5-day limit. If it was just a threat, then these 5 days were completely superfluous. As long as he left, there would be room to maneuver, whether it was 5 days, 10 days, or a year later. However, Good had blocked his room and added a limit. Then, it could only mean that Good was confident in persuading Thomas to stand up for him. Ruoshui, what Yang Ming said is actually very reasonable. At this time, Wang Songshan waved his hand and stopped Wang Ruoshui from continuing. He had completely heard what Yang Ming said in his heart. This detailed analysis had made Wang Songshan sweat profusely. If this matter was really like what Yang Ming said, the Butterfly family would really be in trouble. In our Butterfly family, the strong discuss matters. Yang Ming's performance has reached the level of equal dialogue with us. This was the first time that Yang Ming had voiced his own voice among the elders of the Butterfly family. However, it was obvious that no one objected. With Yang Ming's series of analysis, he had been recognized and accepted by Wang Songshan. Even Wang Ruoshui had lost her previous arrogance at this moment. Wang Songshan's words finally made Wang Ruoshui recognize the situation. She sighed sadly, "Brother, this time, I have offended the Lancer family. Will they refuse to cooperate with our Butterfly family?" This was also what Wang Songshan was most worried about. After all, the firearms sold by the Lancer family were limited in supply. It was already very difficult to buy them. This was the seller's market, not the buyer's market. If the Lancer family cut off business with the butterfly family, then the Lancer family would not have any losses. However, the butterfly family's losses would be too great. The Lancer family sold to anyone. They did not necessarily have to sell firearms to the butterfly family. However, the butterfly family could only buy these top-grade firearms from the Lancer family. There was no other channel to replace them. Therefore, if this was really the case, the butterfly family was very likely to fall from second place in the assassin world to below fifth place. Ruoxue, let's not worry about it for now. Wang Songshan smiled reluctantly. If the Lancer family really wants to cut off the cooperation with us, then it is useless for us to discuss it here. Let's think of a way when it really happens. If we can establish this channel with the Lancer family, we can naturally establish other channels. Although Wang Songshan said so, everyone present understood that this kind of channel couldn't be established just like that. Back then, Wang Songshan had spent a lot of effort to establish a cooperative relationship with the Lancer family. Different situations. Seeing Wang Ruoshui's sad look, Fang Tian felt a little heartache. This was the time when Wang Ruoshui's heart was at its weakest. Although a major event was at hand, Fang Tian was not afraid of the Lancer family. If he could regain Wang Ruoshui's heart, Fang Tian did not mind talking about love first. I still have some channels for firearms. Although I can't say that I can supply them in large quantities, I can still temporarily replace them when you find a new supplier. Really? That's good. Wang Ruoshui's eyes flashed with joy after hearing Fang Tian's words. Unexpectedly, she no longer ridiculed Fang Tian. Then I'll have to trouble you, old friend. However, Wang Songshan's expression was not very good because he knew very well that Fang Tian's expedient could only be used for a while and could not be used for a lifetime. Over the years, Wang Songshan had not only pinned his hopes on the Lancer family because he also knew very well that it was very dangerous for the family's lifeline to be controlled by others. Therefore, he was also constantly looking for connections to find another firearms supplier. However, the result made him very disappointed because this kind of thing was not something that he could find just because he wanted to. The large firearms suppliers all had fixed buyers, and those shares were in short supply. They had no time to pay attention to Wang Songshan. Small firearms suppliers could not provide the top firearms at all. It was possible to buy some ordinary firearms, but in this way, the butterfly family would sooner or later become a second-rate assassin family. Originally, a very sumptuous family dinner had become very bad due to good sudden intrusion and ended hastily. Wang Ruoshui's tit-for-tat against Yang Ming was gone now. Even her previous hostility towards Yang Ming had weakened a little. When Yang Ming's wisdom was recognized by Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui did not find trouble with Yang Ming anymore. After all, the most important thing in the family now was to discuss how to face Good's revenge. Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, and Fang Tian all went to the study after the dinner. Yang Ming was not called, and Yang Ming was too lazy to participate. He had said what he wanted to say, so there was no point in going again. Previously, Wang Songshan had already regarded Yang Ming as someone who could speak in the butterfly family, but perhaps his heart had not changed, so he subconsciously ignored the junior Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not have any opinion about this and went directly to his room. Elo Town, inside the Douglas family. Yang Ming's guess was right. Good had no intention of giving up at all. At this moment, his face was no longer bleeding, and the wound had been treated. However, the hideous scar and the bandage made him look particularly terrifying. The current family master of the Douglas family, Elt Douglas, was sitting in the middle of the family's conference room with a face full of anger. Looking at his son's face full of injuries, he had the thought of tearing Wang Ruoshui into pieces. However, he also knew that Wang Ruoshui was the sister of the butterfly family's family master, Wang Songshan. She was not an ordinary person. In Elo Town, if someone else dared to beat Good up like this, Elt would have brought people to kill them. The murderer would probably have become a corpse by now. However, the person he was facing at this moment was the butterfly family, a transcendent existence in Elo Town. Even if Elt was angry in his heart, he did not dare to act rashly. Of course, if he went all out and fought with the butterfly family, then he might have a chance of winning. It was a pity that although he was the family master, he couldn't be stubborn and ignore the interests of the family. There were still a few respected elders in the family. They wouldn't agree to stand up for good and fight against the butterfly family. What do you think? Eld turned his gaze to the elders of the family. Good was beaten up like this. It seems that the butterfly family does not put our Douglas family in their eyes. Family Master Elt's words are wrong. An elder in a gray suit responded indifferently, young Master Good is also in the wrong in this matter. He directly broke into the butterfly family's butterfly castle and said some harsh words when Wang Songshan was eating. Anyone would be angry if they were in his shoes. Therefore, I think that this is not a bad thing for young Master Good. It will kill his arrogance and let him understand that he must think before doing anything. Elt's face changed. The elder in the gray suit was obviously saying that Good did not think before doing things. However, he could not refute it. After all, the elder in the gray suit was telling the truth. Although Elt knew that this guy did it deliberately, there was nothing he could do. The elder in the gray suit was Elt's uncle. His grandson was considered to be the most outstanding in the family, but because of the orthodox lineage, he could only be considered the second successor. The first successor was still Elt's son, Good. Therefore, the elder in the gray suit would definitely not let go of an opportunity to attack Good. Therefore, the moment he opened his mouth, he made it sound like Good deserved it. Even if the Douglas family wanted to stand up for him, it would be impossible. However, because of the elder in the gray suit's special seniority in the family, even Elt, the family master, could not refute his words. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and said to Good, Good, Uncle Xianxia is right. Don't be so reckless in the future. Good was about to explode when he heard the words of the elder in the gray suit. However, his father was talking to him, so he could only brace himself and say, yes, Grandpa Xianxia is right. Good won't be so reckless next time. The gray-suited elder Chang Shite coldly snorted, as if to show off his authority. This made Good gnash his teeth even more. This group of old fools, he was afraid that each and every one of them was waiting for him to make a fool of himself. They couldn't wait for him to make a fool of himself so that their grandson could take over. Elder Xianxia's words resonated with another elder. His grandson was also one of the more outstanding talents in the family. He was not inferior to Xianxia's grandson. Therefore, if Good really could not inherit the position of the family master, it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. This elder was called Ma Deman. He was also Elt's uncle. He had long been dissatisfied with Elt being the family master. When Elt's father was the head of the family, they couldn't say anything. After all, they were all blood brothers, and Elt's father was quite outstanding. However, after Elt's father passed away, the old men in the family began to stir. Especially when Elt was training Good as the next heir of the family master, these old guys began to plan for their own children and grandchildren. They were all of the Douglas family's bloodline. How could Good, this idiot, be the successor of the family master? Of course, Good was not that bad. It was just that he was a little impulsive in comparison. However, as a young man, who could guarantee that he would not be impulsive when it came to emotional problems? If it were Elder Xianxia or Elder Ma Deman's grandson, they would probably not be any better. It was a pity that they did not encounter such an incident. Therefore, Good became the target of public criticism and was criticized by these people. Elt, although our Douglas family has a lot of power in Elo Town, there is no need to be enemies with the Butterfly family, a transcendent assassin family. This will bring disaster to our Douglas family. Elder Ma Deman said ambiguously, but the meaning in his words was already very obvious. If the Douglas family wanted to stand up for Good, he would be the first to object. Uncle Ma Deman, you must be joking. Although our Douglas family has grown very quickly over the years, I am not arrogant enough to think that we can compete with the Butterfly family. Elt smiled and said, if we were to find trouble with the Butterfly family, it would undoubtedly be like hitting a rock with an egg. Even if we could take advantage of them, we wouldn't be able to escape the situation where both sides would suffer. Although Elt was enraged and wanted to dismember Wang Ruoshui, the woman who had beaten his son to the point of disfigurement, his reason told him that it was not feasible to do so. The Butterfly family wasn't an ordinary small family. They weren't a pushover. Elt couldn't just bully them as he pleased. The Douglas family's all-out attack might be able to fight to the death with the Butterfly family, but doing so was obviously an underhanded move. Elt was not stupid enough to use the entire family to vent his anger for his son. There was only one thing that could be said, and that was that even if the Douglas family wanted to stand up for good, they did not have the ability to do so. Since you understand this principle, then I won't say anything more. Elder Ma Demand saw that he had achieved his goal, so he didn't say anything more. Father, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you and the elders this time. Good had long expected this situation. He didn't expect the Douglas family to stand up for him. His trump card was the Lancer family, his grandfather who had loved him since he was a child. Since Good's mother, Thomas's daughter, had died in childbirth while giving birth to Good, Thomas loved this grandson very much. He had turned the pain of losing his daughter into doting for Good. Good believed that as long as he begged his grandfather, the Lancer family would definitely stand up for him and get back his face. Oh? Then you. Elt pretended to be surprised as he looked at Good. In fact, when Good said this, he had already thought of what Good was going to do next. However, he didn't say it directly. Instead, he wanted Good to say it himself. This was because Elt also realized that this was a good opportunity for Good to establish his authority in the Douglas family. Over the years, with the support of the Lancer family, the Douglas family had gradually expanded and become the #1 family in Elo Town. Of course, most of the family members thought that this was Thomas's compensation to the Douglas family because Elt had never married. Only Elt understood that it didn't matter if he married again or not. The reason why Thomas spared no effort to support the Douglas family was because Good was the first successor of the Douglas family. Helping the Douglas family was equivalent to helping his most beloved grandson. Naturally, Thomas would spare no effort to help. However, because Thomas had only instructed the Lancer family to take care of the Douglas family behind their backs, the Douglas family members didn't know of Thomas's love for Good. The reason why the old fellows of the Douglas family tolerated Elt sitting in the family master's position was because they saw the benefits that the Lancer family had brought to the Douglas family over the years. If it weren't for this, Elt's position as the family master would have been shaken long ago. Now, this was a good opportunity for Good to quickly establish his authority in the Douglas family. As long as he went to Thomas and asked the Lancer family to resolve the grudge between Good and the Butterfly family, he could let the Douglas family see that Thomas supported Good. At that time, even Xianxia and Ma Demand would no longer think of making their grandson the successor. Even if they agreed, the rest of the Douglas family would not agree. No one was a fool. If Good was the successor, the Douglas family could continue to receive the support of the Lancer family. The benefits they would receive would not be small. I'm going to the Lancer family to see Grandpa, Good said. I'm one of Grandpa's most beloved juniors. Grandpa will definitely stand up for me if I'm bullied. Elt was not surprised by Good's words because he had already guessed Good's thoughts. The Douglas family was not enough to shake the Butterfly family, but the Lancer family was not afraid of the Butterfly family. However, Elder Xianxia, Elder Ma Demand, and a group of Douglas family members looked at Good in surprise. It was not because they were surprised to hear the name of the Lancer family. Everyone present knew the relationship between Good and the Lancer family's family master, Thomas. However, they did not think that Thomas would stand up for Good. Of course, the Lancer family's care for the Douglas family over the years was obvious to everyone. However, taking care of the Lancer family and standing up for the Lancer family were two completely different concepts. In everyone's opinion, the Lancer family's care for the Douglas family was entirely because Elt missed his late wife and had not remarried. That was why Thomas took care of him, allowing the Douglas family to rise quickly and become the largest family in Elo Town besides the Butterfly family. However, these people did not think that the Lancer family would stand up for Good. If Good had offended a small family, perhaps the Lancer family could easily help Good settle it. However, Good's current crime was indeed the Butterfly family, an assassin family with a transcendent status in European upper-class society. Would the Lancer family start a war with the Butterfly family for a child with a different surname? This seemed to be impossible at all, right? If Good's mother had not passed away, there might be such a possibility. However, Good's mother had passed away long ago. It was reasonable to say that the bond between him and Thomas had long been gone. So, how could Thomas stand up for him? Only your grandfather, my father-in-law, can solve this matter. Elt was very satisfied with the expressions of everyone present. As long as Good invited the Lancer family to stand up for him, then Good's position in the Douglas family would be fixed. Good had provoked such a strong opponent, but the Lancer family still spared no effort to stand on his side. What did this mean? It meant that Thomas was supporting his grandson. If the Douglas family wanted to develop, they really needed Good to be the family master. Otherwise, not to mention the support from the Lancer family, Thomas might create some trouble for the Douglas family in anger when he saw that Good did not become the family master. I think that everyone has no objection to Good's suggestion, right? Elt glanced at everyone in the conference room one by one, especially after pausing for a moment on Elder Xianxia and Elder Ma Deman. If the Lancer family can stand up for us, of course, I won't object. Elder Xianxia saw Elt looking in his direction and knew that he had to speak. He was the most senior elder, so if he didn't speak, no one else could. However, when Elder Xianxia said these words, he was doubtful in his heart. Can the Lancer family really go against the Butterfly family for good? The Lancer family and the Butterfly family have cooperated for decades, right? I have no objection. Elder Ma Deman saw that Elder Xianxia had already spoken, so he followed and said, however, I'm afraid that the Lancer family won't stand up for us. A trace of distrust flashed across Elder Ma Deman's face. Everyone could hear that the us in his words was actually referring to Good himself. He meant that he didn't believe that the Lancer family would stand up for Good. Good is the future family master of our Douglas family and the grandson of the current family master of the Lancer family. I think that the Lancer family will definitely lend a helping hand. Elt glanced at Elder Ma Deman. How could he not know what he was thinking? So, he choked on his words. Sure enough, after listening to Elt's words, Elder Ma Deman's expression suddenly changed. I didn't expect him to say this. Doesn't that mean that with the support of the Lancer family, there is no doubt that Good will become the next family master? However, after thinking about it, this matter was two-sided. It was a good excuse to make trouble in the future. So, Elder Ma Deman was not annoyed. He said slowly, yes, if he has the full support of the Lancer family, young Master Good will naturally be capable of becoming the next family master. Elder Ma Deman's implication was obvious. If the Lancer family didn't help Good this time, then Good would be done for. He would not be able to compete for the family master position in the future. After listening to Elder Ma Deman's words, Elt secretly scolded this old fox. He is so King insidious. He actually used this kind of words to force me to take a stand. However, the previous words were said by Elt himself. Elder Ma Deman just continued his words, so Elt really couldn't refute anything. He could only say, of course, this is also a test for Good. Without going through true experience, one will not grow. Father, elders, please don't worry. Good's grievances with the Butterfly family will never affect you. Good stood up and nodded to everyone present. I'm going to the Lancer family now. Please wait for my good news. Elt nodded. This time, it might not be a bad thing. If Thomas could help Good and attack the Butterfly family, it would be a good thing for both his family's interests and Good's position in the family. Thinking of this, he was looking forward to it. This kid's lucky hit and provoking the Butterfly family seemed to be an opportunity. Compared to Elt's excitement, Elder Xianxia and Elder Ma Deman each had their own ulterior motives. Their hearts were heavy. On the one hand, they didn't want the Lancer family to stand up for Good. In this way, Good would completely lose his competitiveness. His identity as the heir would automatically be given up. But on the other hand, they hoped that the Lancer family could stand up for Good. After all, everyone was a member of the Douglas family. Putting aside the conflict with Good in the family, they were still a whole when it came to the outside world. It was very shameful for the Douglas family to choose to tolerate being bullied by others. Since the Butterfly family could bully the Douglas family once, then there would be a second time and a third time. In fact, some other families might even bully the Douglas family. Everyone couldn't help but feel sad for Good. Although it was Good who was injured this time, would the next one be themselves, their son, or their grandson? More importantly, everyone wanted to see what the Lancer family's attitude towards the Douglas family was. If the Lancer family could stand up for the Douglas family this time, it would also show the Lancer family's final position. Then, everyone had to consider the proposal to support Good because the Douglas family could get the most benefits from the Lancer family only with Good on the throne. Looking at Good's figure leaving the conference room, everyone's gaze changed. Since Good was so sure, then he must have a certain degree of confidence to persuade the Lancer family to help. For a time, Good's status in the family had obviously improved. Hee, you probably don't know, right? Elt looked at the expressions of the people present and was very satisfied. In fact, this kid Good is the most beloved grandson of father-in-law Thomas. This kid Good would go out for a while every New Year. In fact, he didn't go out to fool around. He accepted his grandfather's invitation to stay in the Lancer family for a while and accompany his father-in-law. Ah. As soon as Elt said this, even Elder Xianxia and Elder Ma Deman were shocked. It turns out that this kid Good has a good relationship with Thomas? Then this time, I'm afraid that the future family master of the family will be none other than Good. Okay, everyone is adjourned. Let's quietly wait for the good news that this kid Good will bring. Elt stretched casually. Although the Douglas family is the head of Elo Town in name these years, the days are really uncomfortable with the Butterfly family, the overlord, eyeing us covetously from the side. It may be easier in the future. After saying that, Elt stood up and walked out of the conference room. The clansmen behind him started to praise Good with envy. They all said that the Douglas family would reach glory under Good's leadership. They were no longer gloating over Good's misfortune like they were when they saw the injuries on Good's face. Elder Xianxia and Elder Ma Deman also knew that it was impossible to get the position of the heir now that the situation was over. However, if Good could really bring enough benefits to the Douglas family after taking the position, then the two of them would not object. As a core elder in the family, the benefits that he would receive would not be small. Good did not delay. He really could not bear it anymore. Today, the humiliation that the Butterfly family brought to him, he would return it back in double, even 5 times, or 10 times. Even then, it would not be enough to resolve the hatred in his heart. When he got Butterfly Wang, that Wang Ruoshui and Butterfly Wang's fiancé would have to pay a certain price to make them regret their stupidity. However, Good did not think that if he had not rudely barged into the Butterfly family and said some unpleasant things, how would he have been beaten up by Wang Ruoshui and warned by Yang Ming? However, many people were often like this. They only saw the faults of others, but not their own. They never reflected on whether they had done wrong, and blamed all the mistakes on others. They belonged to the type who would rather betray the world than be betrayed by the world. This time, Good did not bring a single follower with him to the Lancer family. He drove a Hummer off-road vehicle to the Lancer family that night. He wanted to take advantage of the time before the shocking injuries on his face were healed to let his grandfather take a look. He believed that his grandfather would definitely be furious after seeing it. At that time, the Butterfly family, At the same time, in Wang Songshan's study room in the Butterfly Castle, Wang Songshan looked at Feng Tian and Wang Ruoshui in front of him with a sullen face. There is always a faint uneasiness in my heart. Don't let this Good really do something. I don't know much about the situation in Europe. I don't know how much power this Lancer family has. Feng Tian smiled bitterly after listening to Wang Songshan's words. I'm afraid I can't help you this time. My old friends in the arms business are all in Africa, but they aren't large enough. You also know that I'm a lone wolf. I don't need a large number of arms. Wang Songshan nodded. How could he not know Feng Tian's situation? Although Feng Tian's connections were very wild and he could get a lot of advanced arms, Feng Tian was only one person after all. He was only in contact with businessmen who were responsible for the small arms trade. Feng Tian didn't need to contact those big arms dealers because it was impossible for him to buy in batches. It's not necessarily as pessimistic as you think. It's hard to say whether the Lancer family will stand up for Good. Maybe it's just a false alarm? Wang Songshan saw the tense atmosphere and quickly comforted everyone. Yang Ming, this kid, is very good at judging people. Feng Tian sighed. I hope this time, he can really turn the misfortune into a blessing. Yang Ming. Wang Ruoshui repeated the name. Old man Feng, your disciple is really courageous. He is neither servile nor overbearing and is not impulsive. However, he is still a little arrogant. Arrogant? Fang Tian was stunned. However, getting these evaluations of Yang Ming from Wang Ruoshui's mouth was also a kind of affirmation of Yang Ming. At least she accepted the existence of Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan's fiancé. After Good made those provocative words at the end, he couldn't help but refute a few words. Wang Ruoshui said, his involvement will only make things worse. I was the one who caused this, so naturally, the butterfly family should settle it. I don't want him to be involved. This is also the reason why I didn't ask my brother to bring Yang Ming over for a discussion. After listening to Wang Ruoshui's words, Fang Tian looked at Wang Ruoshui in disbelief. Previously, she was picking on Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, she would do such a thing to protect Yang Ming. Wang Ruoshui's attitude was very obvious. She was the one who provoked Good, and it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. She didn't want Yang Ming to be involved when the Lancer family and the Douglas family retaliated. Ruoshui, Yang Ming is not an outsider. He is also a member of the butterfly family. How can he stay out of this matter? Fang Tian looked at Wang Ruoshui and said solemnly, moreover, this matter has nothing to do with him, but it does have something to do with him. If he didn't come here to get engaged, Good wouldn't have done such a thing. He came here to get engaged, and our butterfly family can't even guarantee his safety. Wouldn't the butterfly family's reputation be ruined if this news were to spread out? Wang Ruoshui said, we won't involve a junior like him in this matter. Actually, he's not young anymore. He can already take charge of things alone. Fang Tian waved his hand and said faintly, however, whether he participates in this matter or not, he can't help much. It's okay to let him assassinate the family master of the Lancer family, but he really can't care about your fights. Yeah. Wang Songshan smiled bitterly when he heard this. If we really want to fight openly, who is the butterfly family afraid of? But I'm afraid that the Lancer family will cut off our firearms supply. This matter is unreasonable no matter where we go. Even the families that are on good terms with us won't stand up for us. It's because they have the final say on who they sell their things to. It doesn't violate any rules, and it won't affect the interests of others. So, in this case, very few people will offend the Lancer family for our matters. Brother, actually, there's one thing I don't understand. Wang Ruoshui hesitated for a while and finally said. What is it? Wang Songshan asked. Is the ranking on the assassin list really that important? Wang Ruoshui took a deep breath and asked, even if we don't have the firearms supply, what can we do if our butterfly family falls a few places on the assassin list? Wang Ruoshui's words made Wang Songshan's expression slightly startled, making him fall into contemplation. But after a while, Wang Songshan shook his head helplessly. The butterfly family was established by grandfather and passed to me. I can't carry it forward, but it's declining. How can I be worthy of grandfather and father's hard work? You weren't like this in the past. Wang Ruoshui looked at Wang Songshan as if she didn't know him. She sighed slightly and said, in the past, father forced me to be engaged to this guy surnamed Feng for the sake of the family's interests. You supported me and argued in front of father. You said to him, is the family's interests really that important? What's the significance of the ranking on the assassin list? We already have enough money and can live a good life. Why do we have to chase after these illusory fame and fortune? Ruoshui. Wang Songshan suddenly fell into embarrassment after listening to Wang Ruoshui's words. Indeed, I once said such words, but that was because my identity and perspective were different. Now that I am the family master of the butterfly family, I must proceed from the family's interests. There is a good saying, if you're not in your position, you can't do your job. I can't help it. Can't help it? Wang Ruoshui snorted coldly, if that's the case, then you should just marry my niece to Good. This way, it won't be a problem once and for all, and it will be connected to the Lancer family. We won't have to worry about them retaliating against us. This? Wang Songshan smiled bitterly, maybe, this time, our butterfly family is really going to decline. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Looking at the stubborn Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui seemed to see her father in the past. Although she didn't understand Wang Songshan's feelings at the moment, she was also a member of the butterfly family. Deep in her heart, she didn't want the butterfly family to decline and decline. Her previous words were just to ease Wang Songshan's mind and make the atmosphere more relaxed. At the Lancer family, an off-road vehicle stopped steadily in front of the suspension bridge in front of the castle where the Lancer family was located. Good took a deep breath. I've finally arrived. I've driven the car at the speed limit all the way just to get here a moment earlier. Today, the Butterfly family must pay back the humiliation I suffered at their hands. Good believed that as long as his grandfather stepped in, even the family master of the Butterfly family, Wang Songshan, would have to bow to him and obediently send his daughter to the Douglas family. A smug smile appeared on Good's face when he thought of his prestige in front of the Douglas family and Elo Town at that moment. He pressed the car horn, and then a searchlight shone from the watchtower behind the suspension bridge. Followed by the inquiry of the Lancer family's private army, "This is the Lancer family. Who are you? What's the matter?" "I'm Good, the grandson of the family master, Thomas." Good didn't get out of the car. Instead, he picked up the loudspeaker in the car and said. Good's voice came from the car's loudspeaker, but the watchtower behind the suspension bridge became silent. The news of Good's arrival must have been passed into the castle. After a while, the voice from the watchtower sounded again. This time, it was a young man's voice. "Cousin Good, is that you?" "Cousin Witch, it's me." Good was delighted when he heard this voice and quickly replied. "Lower the bridge." After confirming the identity of the visitor, the young man in the watchtower named Witch ordered the two men on duty in the watchtower. After a while, a creak sounded. The huge suspension bridge slowly descended, connecting the road to the castle. Good started the car and slowly drove onto the suspension bridge. When the car passed the suspension bridge, a creaking sound came from behind again. The suspension bridge slowly rose again. Lancer Castle once again became an isolated castle. The castle was surrounded by mountain streams. If one wanted to enter, it was impossible to reach the castle under such a natural moat unless one had light body skills, could leap over walls, or could fly on a sword. Good parked the car in the empty parking lot in front of the castle. He got out of the car and saw a blond young man walking toward his car. This was Witch Lancer, the grandson of the Lancer family's family master, Thomas. He was also Good's cousin. "Cousin Good, why are you here so late?" "Eh? What happened to your face?" Witch looked at Good, whose face was bruised and bandaged, and was suddenly stunned. "Don't mention it. I was slapped in the face." Good said bitterly, "This time, I really lost all my face." "Slapped by someone? Who dares to hit you?" After all, the Douglas family is the most powerful family in Elo Town. Witch frowned. He naturally began to calculate in his heart. Being able to be cultivated as the first successor of the family was naturally not just because he was Thomas's grandson. He still had some outstanding aspects. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have a firm foothold in this kind of open strife and veiled strife. Currently, Witch had obviously become the most prestigious young man in the third generation of the family. If there were no accidents, he would become the third-generation family master candidate of the family. Witch's relationship with Good was very good since they were young. The two did not belong to the same family. Although they were relatives, there was no competitive relationship. Good was the first successor of the Douglas family, and Witch was the first successor of the Lancer family. Both of them were Thomas's favorite third-generation children, so there were only benefits and no disadvantages for the two of them to be on good terms. If the two of them were to be promoted at the same time in the future, it was reasonable to help each other. Butterfly family. Good said the family's name with a pale face. "I was slapped in the face by a crazy woman in their family." "What? It's the Butterfly family?" Witch was shocked after hearing the name of the Butterfly family. He naturally knew the origin and strength of the Butterfly family. The Lancer family also had business dealings with the Butterfly family, so he naturally knew the details of the Butterfly family. Although the Douglas family was very powerful in Elo Town, they were powerless in the face of the Butterfly family. Witch also understood that Good wanted the Lancer family to stand up for him when he saw that Good had come here so late at night with injuries. Although he had been on good terms with Good since young, as a descendant of such a large family, the first thing that came to his mind was not to seek revenge for Good, but to consider the pros and cons of this matter. Will the Lancer family be able to gain any benefits after they intervene? Even if they can't gain any benefits, will there be any losses? Witch's heart relaxed when he thought that the Butterfly family and the Lancer family had no other dealings except for the cooperation in firearms. It seemed that even if the Lancer family stood up for good, the loss to the family would not be great. The firearms that the Butterfly family wanted were all rare goods. If they were not sold to them, many people would rush to buy them. There was no need to worry about this cooperation at all. The Lancer family had the initiative. Witch glanced at Good quietly when he thought of this cooperation. Could this be his idea? The Butterfly family was a family whose main business was assassins. The annual demand for these firearms was quite large. If the supply to them was cut off all of a sudden, the impact on the Butterfly family would be more than just a little. My cousin is also a ruthless character. He must have seen that the Lancer family would not suffer any losses after cutting off the cooperation with the Butterfly family. That was why he could come here so fearlessly to ask Grandpa to stand up for him. Of course, if Good had been replaced by another family member, Thomas would not have casually agreed to such a thing even if he knew that it would not have much impact on the family's interests. Although they had no other business dealings with the Butterfly family, they would try not to offend such a family as much as possible. There was no need to stand up for some irrelevant people. But Good was different. Witch knew very well that Good's position in Thomas's heart was probably not lower than his own grandson. Therefore, Witch smiled at Good when he thought of this. Cousin Good, don't worry. The Lancer family will definitely stand up for you. Even if Grandpa doesn't agree, I will definitely speak up for you. If that's the case, then thank you, cousin. Good's heart was suddenly excited when he heard Witch's declaration. This time, there was a lot more hope. Although Good was originally very confident that Thomas would definitely stand up for him, this matter was basically set in stone after Witch's guarantee. They followed Witch into Lancer Castle. Although Good was not a member of the Lancer family, many people in Lancer Castle knew him because of his special relationship with Thomas. When they saw Good, they greeted him in a flattering manner. As for the injury on his face, these people did not have the courage to ask about it. Witch asked about Good's injury out of concern. If some people who were not of high status asked about it, it would obviously cause trouble. Cousin Good, let's rest in the living room first. Grandpa has also heard the news of your arrival. Witch said, I think he will be downstairs soon. Good nodded and sat on the sofa in the living room. Soon, a servant placed tea and snacks in front of Good. Good didn't eat before he made a scene in the Butterfly family. After being beaten up, he didn't have the mood to eat, so he didn't hold back at this moment. He grabbed a few snacks and put them into his mouth. He lived in the castle for a period of time every year since he was a child. He was very familiar with this place. It was like his own home, so he was very casual. Not long after, footsteps came from the stairs. A vigorous and powerful voice came down first. My grandson Good, it's so late. Why did you come to Grandpa's place? Thomas was also very puzzled about Good's sudden visit. After the guard sent the news, he first asked Witch to confirm it. He then put down the things in his hands and came over. Grandpa. Good stood up quickly. Witch also quickly stood up from the sofa and stood there respectfully, waiting for Thomas to come downstairs. What happened to your face? Thomas's eyes suddenly froze when he saw Good. His sharp gaze stopped on Good's face. His tone also became gloomy with an indescribable sense of killing. Grandpa, Good is useless. I was bullied, but I didn't dare to fight back. Good lowered his head in grievance. Who dared to hit you? How can someone hit my grandson just because they want to? Thomas's face was filled with unspeakable anger. As one of the top families in Europe, the Lancer family had not been bullied for many years. Now, his grandson was beaten up. Although he was not a member of the Lancer family, who didn't know that he was his grandson? What was the difference between this and bullying the Lancer family? It's someone from the Butterfly family. Good heard Thomas's tone and knew that there was a chance. He said quickly. Butterfly family? Thomas couldn't help but frown after hearing this name. Thomas had business dealings with the Butterfly family over the years, so he naturally knew the ins and outs of the Butterfly family. Thomas still maintained a trace of reverence for this mysterious assassin family. If it were any other family, Thomas might have brought people and rushed to their door, shouting and yelling. However, Thomas didn't have much confidence in the butterfly family. However, looking at Good's face that was beaten beyond recognition, he still asked in a deep voice, "Why did they hit you? Tell me the details of what happened. If they bully you, then don't worry. Grandfather will definitely stand up for you." Good didn't dare to hide anything, nor did he dare to exaggerate. He could only tell the truth. He knew very well that with his grandfather's power, it wasn't difficult to find out the details of what happened at that time. Once he hid something, his grandfather would think that he was lying. Then, he would likely be disappointed and dissatisfied with him. Not only would he not achieve his goal of standing up for him, but it would also be hard to say if he could continue to treat him well in the future. When Good told Thomas everything that happened in the butterfly family in detail, Thomas nodded solemnly. "So, you were the one who broke into the butterfly family first?" "Yes. I was reckless." Good didn't dare to deny it. He lowered his head and admitted. Thomas waved his hand. He was very satisfied with Good's attitude. He dared to take responsibility for his mistakes. He was a real man. Otherwise, he would have loved him for nothing. What Thomas didn't know was that Good spoke according to the person he met. It was because he knew Thomas's temperament that he didn't hide anything from him. Good knew that he was wrong, but Thomas was an old man who protected his children. He had suffered a big loss this time, so Thomas would definitely stand up for him. If Thomas had been a fair and just person, Good would definitely not have said that. He would have tried his best to come up with a lie and take revenge first. "Although you were reckless to break into the butterfly family, it was reasonable." Thomas hesitated for a while and said, "Young people will always do something out of line for love. As an elder, I will understand this. After all, who hasn't been young and frivolous? So, although what you did was wrong and thoughtless, Wang Ruoxue, as an elder of the butterfly family, attacked you. This is a bit unreasonable. If it was Butterfly Wang or her fiancé who beat you up, I really can't say anything. After all, it's a battle between the younger generation. It's not good for us as elders to participate in the winner and loser. A gentleman can't complain about self-cultivation. However, Wang Ruoxue attacked you and you weren't her opponent. This has nothing to do with self-cultivation. She was obviously bullying the young." Good's mouth curved slightly when he heard Thomas's words. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come this time. Grandpa really wouldn't let go of what had happened to him. It seemed that he was going to find trouble with the butterfly family. Indeed. If I were to have a fair fight with Xiao Dai's fiancé, I believe that I would not lose to him. Good nodded and said. However, you were at fault in this matter after all. Although our Lancer family has hundreds of years of heritage and is not afraid of the butterfly family, this reason is not sufficient. Although Thomas seemed to be very protective, he wasn't hot-headed to the point of thinking that he was the boss. It seemed that he was still very afraid of the butterfly family. Good's heart tightened, but he did not dare to make a sound. He raised his head and looked at Thomas nervously, waiting for his final decision. Moreover, the strength of the butterfly family is not weak. In the end, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. Thomas sighed slightly. Over the years, our Lancer family has had business dealings with the butterfly family. I still have some understanding of their strength. After listening to Thomas's words, Good couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that Thomas didn't want to go against the butterfly family. "Grandpa, I have a good suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it." Seeing that Thomas was in a dilemma, who had been standing aside for a long time, spoke at this moment. "Oh? You can say what you have to say. You have the right to speak at the family meeting, not to mention that this is just a private discussion." Thomas made a gesture and motioned for which to speak his mind. "Grandpa, since the butterfly family is not weak, it is not wise for us to go against them openly. However, we can give them a little punishment and let them suffer in silence." Said, "Grandpa, don't we have business dealings with the butterfly family?" Good's heart moved. He immediately understood the specific content of Witch's proposal, which was to cut off the supply of firearms to the butterfly family. This was an idea that he had before, so when he heard Witch at this moment, he immediately showed a hopeful expression. "Oh? You mean, stop the business cooperation with the butterfly family? Thomas was slightly stunned, and then he understood Witch's meaning. Cutting off their firearms supply is equivalent to cutting off their left and right arms. Witch, your proposal is really good. In fact, as the head of the family, how could Thomas not think of such a simple and clear idea? He just didn't think about this before. When he saw Good being slapped in the face by Wang Ruoshui of the butterfly family, Thomas was thinking about how to fight back and give her a taste of her own medicine. He didn't think of using other means. Good curled his lips in his heart. He had thought of this idea long ago. What was so great about Witch saying it? However, he remained calm on the surface. It didn't make sense to compete with Witch for this credit. There was no conflict of interest between the two. On the contrary, the more harmonious the relationship, the better. Therefore, after Witch spoke, Good also praised, Cousin Witch is really amazing. Grandpa and I were thinking about how to retaliate against that woman, Wang Ruoshui, but your method made the butterfly family suffer a hidden loss. After all, we have the final say on who our Lancer family cooperates with. No one can say anything about it. How could Witch not know that Good was deliberately praising him in front of his grandfather? However, he also knew that Good was doing this to befriend him. Both of them were the future successors of their respective families, so there was no harm in befriending each other. Therefore, Witch gladly accepted this compliment, but he said modestly, this is just a small scheme of mine. It's not something that can be shown in public. No. Thomas waved his hand and said, you can't say that. It doesn't matter whether it's a conspiracy or an overt scheme, as long as it can achieve a goal. Witch, it seems that you have matured a lot over the years. You know how to deal with those who stand against the family. Witch's heart suddenly rejoiced. Grandpa's praise obviously affirmed his ability. Grandpa's lesson is right. Grandson understands. Butterfly family, you don't need me to deal with you without my Lancer family's weapon supply. I'm afraid that you will be reduced to a second-rate assassin family in a few years. At that time, our Lancer family won't even need to do anything. Some of your former enemies will come knocking on our door. A cold smile appeared on Thomas's face, there's no time to lose. I'll arrange it now. I believe that it will be too late for the butterfly family to cry when they know the news. In the butterfly family, the phone in Wang Songshan's study suddenly rang. It was already midnight. Who would call at this time? I'll take the call first. Wang Songshan stood up with a wry smile and said to Feng Tian and Wang Ruoshui. The three of them discussed for a long time, but they couldn't come up with any good countermeasures. Now they could only hope that the Lancer family would not stand up for Good. Is this Mr. Wang Songshan from the butterfly family? A voice that Wang Songshan was very familiar with came from the other side of the phone, but this voice was different from its usual enthusiasm. At this moment, it seemed extremely indifferent. When he heard this voice, Wang Songshan's heart was completely filled with coldness. He was very clear about the other party's identity. Calling in the middle of the night, one would not visit without a reason, and with indifference. In an instant, Wang Songshan understood that the thing he was most unwilling to see was about to happen. It's Butler Midori. It's so late, what's the matter? Wang Songshan said politely to the other party. He really couldn't afford to offend this person. He was Butler Midori of the Lancer family and the main person in charge of the business with the butterfly family. Mr. Wang, I'm calling to inform you of something, Midori said. Faintly. There was no trace of emotion in his voice. This year's special firearms quota is very small. I'm afraid that the supply to your family will have to be suspended. Wang Songshan's heart suddenly went thump. What should come has finally come. Although he had comforted himself many times that things might not be as bad as he thought, Wang Songshan had to accept the helpless reality in front of him when all these worries became reality. Butler Midori. Hasn't our cooperation always been very pleasant? Wang Songshan's heart was bitter and his voice trembled a little. Cooperation. You also said that it is a cooperation. Butler Midori's voice still had no trace of emotion. Cooperation is only called cooperation when both sides agree. Now that I am short of supplies, the cooperation is naturally over. Butler Midori, is there any room to maneuver? Wang Songshan naturally did not believe Midori's far-fetched reason, but he knew the real reason very well. Midori was just looking for an excuse at the moment. This is the decision of the Thomas family master. I am just conveying his decision to you. Butler Midori said, Okay, Mr. Wang, if there is nothing else, I will hang up. I am sorry to disturb your rest. This. However, before Wang Songshan could say anything, the other party had hung up the phone. Wang Songshan looked at the microphone in his hand with an indescribably ugly expression. The other party had finally made a move. In any case, the other party had not let go of the revenge on him. Finally, it still came? Feng Tian looked at the somewhat absent-minded Wang Songshan and sighed. He felt that his old friend seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden. I didn't expect it to be unavoidable in the end. Wang Songshan put down the phone in his hand and looked at Feng Tian with a numb expression. It was Butler Midori of the Lancer family who called. He said that this year's special firearms quota was not enough, and he wanted to stop business cooperation with our butterfly family. Aren't there any remedial measures? At this moment, Wang Ruoshui's face was also dejected. Self-blame and regret filled her heart. If she hadn't hit good for a moment of pleasure, things wouldn't have developed to such an irremediable point. At most, she would have a few words with Good and pushed him away. Presumably, the Lancer family would not have done anything to the butterfly family, but now. I will sacrifice my old face and call the Lancer family's patriarch, Thomas, personally. Wang Songshan did not know if what he did would be useful. It was the first time he had asked for help like this. When he first established a cooperative relationship with the Lancer family, he had never bowed and groveled. Although Feng Tian wanted to help Wang Songshan do something, he was powerless. He had never run a family, nor had he dealt with the arms merchants of these large families. He knew that he couldn't give any advice at this time, so he could only watch the situation develop silently. Wang Songshan picked up the phone again and dialed the private number of the Lancer family's family master, Thomas. After 2 short rings, the phone was picked up. Thomas's voice came from the other side of the phone. Mr. Wang, if you have anything to say, just say it. Mr. Thomas, you and I are well aware of the situation this time. Since that's the case, let's not beat around the bush. Wang Songshan said, This time, my sister has indeed gone too far. I deeply apologize to Good. In order to express the sincerity of the butterfly family, we will personally hold a banquet in the largest hotel in Elo Town to apologize to young Master Good. Wang Songshan secretly gritted his teeth when he said this. This kind of concession made his heart bleed. When has the butterfly family ever been so weak? However, at this time, people had to lower their heads under the eaves. Wang Songshan couldn't help but be nervous when the Lancer family held his lifeline. Although this would damage the reputation and prestige of the butterfly family, it was worth it to endure this kind of humiliation for the future of the butterfly family. That grandson of mine won't be able to accept such an apology. Thomas said faintly, if outsiders knew the reason, they might think that Good was arrogant and domineering. Wang Songshan's heart sank after listening to Thomas's words. Thomas was unwilling to let go even with such a humble attitude. It seemed that this time, the butterfly family would not rest until one of them was dead. Mr. Thomas, even if we were wrong first, considering our many years of cooperation, can't you? At this time, Wang Songshan didn't have a trace of the family master's arrogance. He was completely like those who asked for help. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was humble. Mr. Wang, I think Butler Midori has said before that it's not that I don't want to cooperate with the butterfly family, but it's because this year's special firearms quota is very small. It's not enough to meet your needs. Thomas's indifferent words were enough to push all the blame away from him, but the others couldn't find a reason to refute him. Then, if that's the case, half of the previous year's supply is fine. I wonder if Mr. Thomas can satisfy us. Wang Songshan asked carefully. Half. Thomas repeated Wang Songshan's words plainly, half is not enough. Mr. Thomas, why don't you tell us a way to continue to cooperate with the butterfly family? As long as we can do it, we will not shirk. Wang Songshan really had no other way. This Thomas was not willing to let go no matter what. He could only see if there was any room to maneuver. Mr. Wang, as you know, this is a special firearm. It's not an ordinary firearm. There's not a lot of them every year. Many of my clients are old friends. They've been working with me for longer than you. Some are even old friends from my father's generation. Thomas said, in the previous years, the firearms quota was just enough for you to share equally, so it was peaceful. But this year, the special firearms quota is obviously much smaller. I have to give priority to those old friends. As for your side, I can only apologize. Wang Songshan was furious after listening to Thomas's words. What quota is reduced? Why didn't you say it was reduced before? But after Good was beaten by Wang Ruoshui, the Lancer family's firearms quota suddenly decreased? And in the middle of the night? Who would believe this? However, Thomas's words were neither too fast nor too slow, and no one could find fault with them. Wang Songshan couldn't refute at all. Thomas's words were reasonable. The other customers had a stronger relationship with Wang Songshan, so they could only cut off their cooperation with Wang Songshan first and prioritize the supply to others. If half of the previous years is not enough, 1/3 is also fine. Wang Songshan gritted his teeth and settled for the second best again. He would not be willing to give up just like that. Mr. Wang, I have already made my words very clear. Thomas faintly said, if my old friends find out that I'm providing firearms to outsiders, they'll definitely be angry and bring out their fathers. So, although we have cooperated for many years, I have no good reason to give you firearms. There is no reason for this, so it is very difficult for me to handle this matter. If there is a reason, I can explain it to those people, but our cooperation time is really too short. Our friendship is not as deep as others. Wang Songshan frowned when he heard Thomas's words that seemed to have a hidden meaning. What is this old guy trying to say? Listening to his words, there seems to be a way out of this matter? After all, if there is no way out, why would Thomas explain so much to me? What is the point of him explaining so much? Mr. Thomas, listening to your words, it seems that this matter can be solved as long as there is a reason to supply to our butterfly family. I don't know, do you have any good suggestions? Wang Songshan couldn't understand Thomas's meaning, so he directly asked the question. If Thomas really had a hidden meaning in his words, he would definitely give some hints. If he didn't have this meaning, I wouldn't have to rack my brains to think of those meaningless things. It's not that I don't have any suggestions. Thomas smiled and said, if our families are related, then my supply of firearms to you will be justified, and no one will be able to say anything about it. Even if I give you all the special firearms quota, others can't say anything even if they have an opinion. Wang Songshan's heart tightened as he listened to Thomas's words. He vaguely guessed something. This old fox really has other intentions. If the quota was really reduced, then he wouldn't have said these words. It was obvious that there was still room for redemption. Relatives? Wang Songshan snorted noncommittally. He already knew Thomas's plan. It seemed that Good must have gone to Thomas and said something, so Thomas did this. Good's matter is actually not a big deal. He has had a good impression of your little butterfly since he was a child. If little butterfly marries Good in the future, then Wang Ruoshui will be his aunt. Isn't it normal for an aunt to beat her nephew's son-in-law? Thomas smiled and said, Good is my grandson. Supporting the butterfly family is supporting my grandson. I don't think anyone would be able to say anything different. Patriarch Thomas, forgive me for not being able to accept your proposal. My daughter is already engaged. Wang Songshan took a deep breath. Although he knew that his approach might completely offend the Lancer family, there was no other way. If it was before Wang Xiaoyan had any contact with Yang Ming, it would be possible. But now, Wang Songshan would never agree to Thomas. Really? Thomas didn't expect Wang Songshan to be so stubborn. He sneered and said, if that's the case, then I can only do things according to the rules. This? Wang Songshan's heart tightened. Mr. Thomas, is there any other way? No, let's do it this way. Call me when you have thought about it. Well, within 5 days. If you haven't decided within 5 days, then I'm sorry, I can only give the quota of firearms to someone else. Thomas said in a low voice, okay, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. I'm going to rest. After Thomas finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly without waiting for Wang Songshan's reaction. 5 days. Wang Songshan sighed and suddenly thought of Good's previous words. 5 days, at most 5 days. Sure enough, the powerful words from back then were realized so quickly. Indeed, the butterfly family only had 5 days of opportunity. Thomas's deadline was as such. After 5 days, the butterfly family must bear the revenge of the Lancer family and stop all business cooperation. What did Thomas say? Seeing Wang Songshan's appearance, Wang Ruoshui knew that this negotiation was not successful. The other party must have put forward some harsh conditions that made it difficult for Wang Songshan to agree. Thomas said to let your precious niece marry Good. In this way, the two families will become relatives. He can supply us with goods, and you will become Good's aunt, so Good will not pursue the matter of you hitting him. Wang Songshan smiled bitterly. He's dreaming. Wang Ruoshui gnashed her teeth in anger. Isn't this forcing us to submit? They've gone too far. So what if he's going too far? Now, he has the qualifications to do so. Wang Songshan said, just as Good said, Thomas gave us a deadline. 5 days, only 5 days. Good, this kid really does what he says. Fang Tian's face became gloomy after hearing Wang Songshan's words. We can't agree to Thomas's request. It seems that this matter has become a foregone conclusion. We should come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. Wang Songshan nodded and said, Old man Fang, I'll have to trouble your connections. Although the number may not be much, relief is still possible. Don't worry. This matter is not only related to Ruoshui, but also my apprentice. I naturally can't shirk away. Fang Tian waved his hand and nodded solemnly. I'll contact my old friends tomorrow morning and try my best to buy more firearms. There is no problem with the price, as long as there are goods. Wang Songshan said, the butterfly family is still not short of money. I understand this. I'll try my best to fight for you. Fang Tian nodded and said. Some were destined to be happy and some were sad tonight. Good and Thomas were the type of people who slept soundly and sweetly. However, Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, and Fang Tian almost didn't sleep. They sat on the sofa in the study, each thinking of a way to save their family. If Fang Tian and Wang Xiaoyan could really get together, coupled with the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, it could be said that Fang Tian had basically become a member of the butterfly family. The fate of the butterfly family would be closely related to Fang Tian. Fang Tian couldn't sit idly by if someone wanted to plot against the butterfly family. Yang Ming didn't think about this at all and slept very soundly. In his eyes, Good was a clown, a flea-like character who couldn't make any waves. Yang Ming didn't put this kind of character, including the Lancer family behind him, in his eyes. The biggest difference between Yang Ming and Fang Tian was that Yang Ming had a special ability. Ever since he had this special ability, Yang Ming was almost never afraid of anyone, including the behind-the-scenes boss and Elder Yu. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of Yang Ming, let alone the Lancer family. Perhaps, with Fang Tian's ability, he still couldn't assassinate Thomas. After all, it was very difficult to sneak into the heavily guarded Lancer family, let alone kill under those heavy guards. But for Yang Ming, it was not difficult. With the experience of successfully avoiding the surveillance video of the Swayze Group's immortal building, Yang Ming believed that as long as he used his special ability, it was not impossible to sneak into the Lancer family. So as long as he was willing, Thomas could die at any time. This was Yang Ming's trump card, a trump card to protect his life and attack others. This was an absolute advantage over anyone else. What gave Yang Ming a headache was the competition that Wang Ruoshui mentioned. He couldn't win or lose. Only a tie could he leave the butterfly family safely. This was what really troubled Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming boasted during the meal as if he was very confident, in fact, Yang Ming didn't have any confidence in his heart. It was easy to say if he won or lost, but a tie. As long as Wang Ruoshui played a little trick and took the initiative to show weakness, a tie could become his victory. This was really a bit difficult to handle. Perhaps, he could only play a little trick first and use a ruthless move. When he collided with Wang Ruoshui, he would also take the initiative to retreat when Wang Ruoshui retreated. This way, he could create the illusion of a tie. However, doing this required an opportunity. It couldn't be done under any circumstances. Everyone present was an expert, so he had to do it well. Otherwise, if Wang Ruoshui refuted, it would be really difficult for him to explain. He could only let everyone think that it was a tie. When Wang Ruoshui suffered in silence, Yang Ming could insist that it was a tie. If others couldn't see the flaw, no one would speak up for Wang Ruoshui. Even if Wang Ruoshui continued to pester him, he was not afraid. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. All the fatigue from the flight was relieved. He stretched and jumped out of bed, but when his eyes fell on the wall clock, there was a slight difference. When he came yesterday, according to the disciple who received him, he would call at 8 o'clock every morning to inform him to go for breakfast. It was already 8:30, why didn't he call? Could it be that he slept too deeply and didn't hear it? Impossible. Although Yang Ming slept very well since he went through the assassin training, he was extremely sensitive to the sound of the outside world. He could easily catch the slightest movement. It was impossible not to hear such a loud phone call. There was only one possibility, and that was that no one called him. Since no one called, Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Maybe the person who notified him had forgotten. He put on his clothes, washed up, and opened the door to go downstairs. The disciples on duty of the butterfly family all knew Yang Ming, so when they saw Yang Ming coming out of the room, they all greeted him. Yang Ming walked to the restaurant where he ate yesterday, but unexpectedly found that there was no one in the restaurant. Of course, this was excluding the disciples of the butterfly family. Yang Ming was referring to Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, and Fang Tian. "Mr. Yang, you are here." The disciple on duty in the restaurant saw Yang Ming come in and quickly greeted him. "Oh, has everyone finished eating?" Yang Ming was puzzled as he looked at the empty restaurant and asked. "No one has come yet." The disciple on duty looked at Yang Ming with a bitter smile. Usually, the family master would have come by this time. "Oh? No one is coming?" Yang Ming frowned. "So, you didn't call me to inform me to come down?" "Yes, the family master didn't instruct us, so we didn't dare to make a decision." The disciple on duty said. Yang Ming suddenly understood. No wonder I didn't receive a call. It turned out that Wang Songshan hadn't come to the restaurant yet. However, if Wang Songshan didn't come, why didn't Wang Ruoshui and Fang Tian come? Could it be that these three people are discussing something? Could it be that Wang Ruoshui is looking for me to compete? Thinking of this, Yang Ming increasingly felt that there was such a possibility. Yang Ming had already thought about today's countermeasures last night, so he wasn't afraid to compete with Wang Ruoshui. He would just act according to the situation. Yang Ming wasn't a fledgling kid. He couldn't be said to be a veteran, but he had rich experience. He wouldn't be led by the nose by Wang Ruoshui. Yang Ming sat down casually in the restaurant. Since no one came, Yang Ming was embarrassed to ask the disciple on duty to prepare the food first. He would wait for others to arrive first. Yang Ming sat in the restaurant for a while. About 20 minutes later, he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, and Fang Tian walking toward the restaurant. Yang Ming quickly stood up. After all, he was still a junior here. The necessary respect was still needed. "Oh? Yang Ming? You came here first?" Fang Tian was slightly surprised to see Yang Ming in the restaurant, but then he looked at the clock in the restaurant and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect it to be 9 o'clock already. It took so long to make a few phone calls." Early in the morning, Fang Tian began to help Wang Songshan contact the firearms and called some old friends of many years. Although the scale of these friends' businesses was not as large as the Lancer family, the combined strength of these people could barely cope with the emergency, but it was not a long-term solution. These people could help Fang Tian once or twice, but they couldn't help Fang Tian all the time. After all, they also had fixed customers. They couldn't offend other friends for Fang Tian because of Fang Tian. Therefore, Fang Tian's methods could only play an emergency role. The key was still to rely on Wang Songshan to explore new partners. Otherwise, even if they could survive for a while, they couldn't survive for a lifetime. In the end, the decline of the family was inevitable. "Well, didn't we say we'll have breakfast at 8? I'm really sorry. I forgot the time." Wang Songshan saw that Yang Ming had been waiting in the restaurant for a long time, and he was a little embarrassed. Hurry up and serve the dishes. I discussed some things with your master this morning, so the time was delayed. After the disciple on duty heard Wang Songshan's words, he quickly ran to the kitchen to inform the dishes to be served. The dishes in the kitchen had already been prepared, but Wang Songshan didn't come, so the kitchen didn't dare to do the final processing procedures. Once Wang Songshan appeared, the prepared dishes could be served as long as the final cooking was done. So it didn't take long for the delicious breakfast to be served on the table. Yang Ming sat down at the table with Wang Songshan and the others. Wang Songshan greeted Yang Ming, "Little friend Yang Ming, eat more. You must be hungry." "I'm okay." Yang Ming smiled, but he was really hungry. Since Wang Songshan said so, he didn't hold back and ate the breakfast in big mouthfuls. However, after eating a few mouthfuls, he stopped, raised his head, and looked at the others at the table with some astonishment. It was because other than him, no one else had touched their chopsticks. Instead, they were still sitting there, thinking about something. It could be seen that the expression on everyone's face was not very good. They were all filled with an indescribable haze, which made Yang Ming a little puzzled. "Uncle Wang. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you eating?" "You eat. We're not very hungry, so we don't want to eat." Wang Songshan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Although his mind was in a mess, he didn't show too much. Now, Yang Ming and Fang Tian had become the butterfly family's only hope in the future. If his daughter could successfully get engaged with Yang Ming this time, the butterfly family's reputation would be improved with the title of the King of Assassins. Then, they might be able to find some new ways out. Yang Ming heard that Wang Songshan didn't tell the truth, so he didn't ask anymore. Since Wang Songshan didn't say it, then it was inconvenient for him to ask. When the time came, Fang Tian would definitely tell him what he needed to know. "Senior Wang Ruoxue, after dinner, let's have the competition according to the agreement, right?" asked Yang Ming. "Ah?" Wang Ruoxue was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to mention the competition at this time. She had already put this matter to the back of her mind. "Let's put this matter aside first. We don't have time to care about this now." "No time?" Yang Ming was even more puzzled. What's wrong with these three people? Why are they more lost than the other one? Don't think that no one wants my niece. Yesterday, Good was very willing. Wang Ruoxue couldn't help but be annoyed when she saw Yang Ming like this. "If it weren't for the engagement with you, do you think you would be able to benefit from it?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Wang Ruoxue's words. "How did it benefit me? It was too late for me to break off the engagement. If that Good was willing to marry, then marry, but the premise was that Wang Songshan acquiesced." "Are you worried about Good's matter?" Yang Ming heard Wang Ruoxue's words, and there was a hint of anger. Of course, this anger was not directed at him, but at Good because she emphasized the syllable when she said Good just now. "These things can't be hidden from you." Wang Songshan raised his head and looked at Yang Ming. He smiled bitterly and said, "Since you asked, then I might as well tell you. Last night, I received a call from the Lancer family to cut off all arms business with our butterfly family." "Cut off arms business?" "I see." Yang Ming nodded. "It seems that my guess yesterday was correct. They really did make a move, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. The news came last night." Yang Ming saw Wang Songshan and the other two frowning before, but he didn't think in this direction. In his opinion, even if Good went to the Lancer family to punish the butterfly family, it would take a certain amount of buffer time. It could not be done immediately. This buffer period might be 1 or 2 days, but it would not exceed the 5 days he set. But what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Good and the Lancer family's reaction was fast enough. However, this Wang Songshan is too weak to take a blow, right? Just the Lancer family is enough to make him worry like this? Yes. Wang Songshan nodded. It seems that little friend Yang Ming sees things more clearly. You can guess Good's intentions from his behavior last night. "Uncle Wang, you don't have to flatter me. I've just seen a lot of this kind of thing." Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "However, just the Lancer family can make you worry like this?" After listening to Yang Ming's words, Wang Ruoxue was a little unhappy. This Yang Ming can't help much, and he even ridiculed them. Wang Ruoshui immediately snorted and said, "The Lancer family? You're not afraid of biting your tongue. Do you know the details of the Lancer family? Do you understand the situation here? They are the largest arms supplier family in Europe." "The largest?" Yang Ming curled his lips at this moment and said, "It doesn't seem to be the case, right? As far as I know, the largest arms dealer should be the Buffon family, right?" "Huh?" Wang Songshan looked at Yang Ming in astonishment after hearing the name of the Buffon family. He didn't expect Yang Ming to know about the Buffon family, the top family in Europe. Yang Ming had only been to Europe a few times. How could he know about the forces here? The Buffon family is indeed the biggest supplier of firearms, but their family is involved in too many industries. Firearms is just one of them. This kind of family's firearms are generally supplied to the national army or some small countries with some power. They rarely supply it to individuals. Our butterfly family is nothing in their eyes. Yang Ming nodded and said, "The Buffon family is indeed the biggest supplier of firearms, but their family is involved in too many industries. Firearms is only one of them. This kind of family's firearms are generally supplied to the national army or some small countries with some power. They rarely supply it to individuals." It wasn't that Wang Songshan was mocking himself, but the butterfly family was nothing compared to the Buffon family. Similarly, the Lancer family was nothing. So that's the case. I didn't expect this Buffon family to be so awesome. Yang Ming said faintly. He hadn't made up his mind whether to help Wang Songshan or not. What Yang Ming was most afraid of was that Wang Ruoshui would pester him again and force him to marry her niece after he helped the butterfly family get through this difficult time. What should he do? If he didn't help, Wang Ruoshui wouldn't be able to take care of herself. It seemed that she didn't have the mood to compete with him at all, nor did she have the mood to pester him about the engagement. If he was forced to marry Wang Songshan's daughter to good, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, it seemed a little wrong to do so. Although Yang Ming faintly felt that it was killing two birds with one stone, there was a trace of resistance. No matter what, the butterfly family's miss was his fiancée in name. Before the engagement was broken, she was still his woman. Even if he didn't like her and had no feelings for her, how could he casually give away his woman, Yang Ming's woman? The male chauvinism in Yang Ming's bones didn't allow him to do so. To ask him to hand over the fiancée he had never met to solve his own problems, Yang Ming couldn't do it. If he wanted to break off the engagement, he should do so in a dignified manner. He should not use such despicable means to take advantage of others. After he successfully broke off the engagement, the miss of the butterfly family could marry whoever she wanted. It would be up to her whether she married good or a cat or a dog. By then, it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Thinking of this, Yang Ming made a decision in his heart. He would help the butterfly family get through this crisis first. Then, he would have a legitimate reason to break off the engagement. Yang Ming didn't want to take advantage of the butterfly family's crisis and encourage them to marry their miss to good in order to solve the problem of breaking off the engagement. However, helping the butterfly family get through this crisis couldn't be done for free. Of course, there had to be conditions. The so-called condition was that he would help the butterfly family solve their problem. After the problem was solved, the butterfly family would happily break off the engagement. Everyone would be clear and no one would owe anyone anything. Then, they would go their separate ways in the future. He believed that at this time, Wang Ruoshui would agree to his proposal. After all, this was the best solution. It would solve their family's problem and wouldn't force their miss to marry good. Of course, although Yang Ming made a decision, he didn't say it on the spot. Although he was 90% sure that old Buffon could properly solve the butterfly family's firearms supply problem if he stepped in, Yang Ming didn't want to do things that he wasn't sure of. If old Buffon really had a problem, or if their firearms had already been booked this year, then it would be a bit difficult. Therefore, Yang Ming had to confirm with old Buffon first. Moreover, Yang Ming also wanted to inquire about the strength of the Lancer family and see how big the gap between them and old Buffon was. If this Lancer family was really nothing in old Buffon's eyes, Yang Ming didn't mind tidying them up. Who asked that idiot good to threaten Yang Ming in public? Yang Ming was a very vengeful person. If he didn't get rid of this idiot, he would be a future trouble. Yang Ming didn't want this kind of thing to happen. Right, little friend Yang Ming. I have something, but I don't know if I should say it. Wang Songshan took a deep breath as if he had made a big decision. He looked up at Yang Ming and said. This was what he had thought of before, but he hadn't said it because he knew that this matter was a bit difficult. What's the matter? Yang Ming glanced at Wang Songshan. Did this guy notice that I have a relationship with old Buffon? But it can't be. Yang Ming was confident that there were no flaws in his expression. So he said with some doubts, Uncle Wang, just say what you want to say. Actually, the matter is like this. Wang Songshan hesitated and said, Little friend Yang Ming, I heard that. The Charles family is now your partner? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't know how Wang Songshan knew about this, but then he smiled bitterly. Feng Tian knew about this, so it was not strange for him to tell Wang Songshan. This old man, why is he so talkative? How could Yang Ming know that this matter was actually told to Wang Songshan by Wang Xiaoyan? What did it have to do with Feng Tian? Feng Tian was really wronged. Yes, I did reach a cooperation intention with the Charles family, but I haven't started to implement it yet. Yang Ming was telling the truth. He had indeed discussed things with old Charles, but they hadn't started the formal cooperation yet. Yang Ming's idea was to use Country X's island as his own base. After it was built, he would directly move the Charles family's forces to the island and merge with the former Black Butterfly assassin group to form a new organization. However, all of this was based on the completion of the official development and planning of the island. Now, the island was only in the initial stage of construction. Although Sun Hongjun and Tian Long were not weak, it was not easy to build such a large island to a decent size. The Charles family is the third force on the world's assassin list, second only to Old Man Feng and our Butterfly family. Wang Songshan was relieved when he saw that Yang Ming didn't deny it. If Yang Ming directly denied it, Wang Songshan really couldn't do anything. Yang Ming mistakenly thought that it was Feng Tian who told this to Wang Songshan, but Wang Songshan himself knew that it was not Feng Tian who said it, but his daughter, Wang Xiaoyan, who told him. So if Yang Ming denied it and questioned where he got the news, Wang Songshan really had nothing to say. It would be awkward. Yang Ming nodded after listening to Wang Songshan's words. He was naturally very clear about the Charles family's ranking on the assassin list. So, the Charles family must also have its own firearms purchase channel. Wang Songshan said, Little friend Yang Ming, can you help to make an exception and let the Charles family and the Butterfly family share the supply channel? Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Uncle Wang, don't you know that every assassin family has its own special channel and limited purchase quantity? If the Charles family can buy a large number of special firearms, I believe that their ranking on the assassin list can be further improved, and they won't be like this now. This? How could Wang Songshan not think of this? He just really had no other way, so he had an attitude of giving it a try. However, Yang Ming's words at this moment were like a bucket of cold water on his head. In other words, even Uncle Wang, if you cooperate with the Lancer family, don't you try to buy as many of these special firearms as possible every year? Asked Yang Ming. Wang Songshan nodded and sighed, that's right. After all, these things are very rare. We don't know if there will be any the next year, so if we can buy more, we certainly won't let it go. That's it. Don't you think the Charles family is the same? Yang Ming said, if you expect the Charles family to share the firearms supply channel with you, then it is equivalent to forcibly reducing their annual purchase share to half of the original. Do you think old Charles will agree? He probably won't. Wang Songshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's it. If it's just an emergency, maybe the Charles family will give Uncle Wang 1/3 or even half of this year's share with me. However, if you expect this to happen every year, then it's impossible. Yang Ming said, I believe the Charles family will not agree to this kind of forced thing. Yeah. I didn't think it through. Wang Songshan knew that what Yang Ming said was the truth. He was not evasive because he was very clear about some of the things that had happened. However, if Uncle Wang wants to deal with an emergency, I believe I can still help a little. Yang Ming had never thought about the Charles family. He had his own ideas, but Yang Ming didn't want to say it too early before his ideas were fully confirmed. So, Yang Ming perfunctorily responded to Wang Songshan. If it's an emergency, Wang Songshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Feng Tian's friend could deal with the emergency for a while, and the Charles family could deal with the emergency for a while. It could temporarily solve the emergency, but it was not a long-term solution. Forget it, I'll think of another way. Wang Songshan took a breath helplessly. He said that he would think of another way, but in fact, he didn't have any good ideas. He had racked his brains for a long time to think of a way, but it was to no avail. Now, he was just comforting himself. Yang Ming didn't care because he had made up his mind to help the butterfly family solve this matter. So, whether Wang Songshan thought of a way or not, Yang Ming would do it. Let's leave it at that. Yang Ming, my little friend, you go back to your room to rest first. The three of us will think of a countermeasure. We can't let good trick us for no reason, said Wang Songshan. I'll go out and meet some of my old friends whom I haven't seen for many years and see if there is any way. Feng Tian stood up and said. That's good too. Wang Songshan nodded and didn't object. Feng Tian had a wide network. Although the chance of contacting such a big arms dealer was small, it was better to try than to stay at home. Yang Ming didn't interfere. If Feng Tian wants to go out, then let him go. Whether he can think of a good way or not, this is a good time for him to be a hero and save the beauty. It's okay to give him a chance to show off. Even if the problem is not solved in the end, Wang Ruoshui should have a good impression of him when she sees him running around. How would Feng Tian know that Yang Ming's idea was so evil? He was burning with anxiety, but Yang Ming thought he was showing off. He didn't know if Feng Tian would be angry when he knew the truth. After Yang Ming returned to the room, he found Old Buffon's phone number and dialed it. Old Buffon and Mrs. Old Buffon had been very happy recently. Since they had a ruthless person as their master, the two of them had practiced a kind of martial arts to strengthen their body. Not only were their bodies getting better and better, but their spirits were also much better than before. In the past, he would need to sleep for more than 9 hours every day. However, after cultivating, he only needed to sleep for 5 to 6 hours. Even so, he still felt refreshed every day, making his peers envious. After tasting the sweetness of the cultivation technique, Mrs. Old Buffon finally knew why Old Buffon valued Yang Ming so much. At their age, money and status were no longer that important. They had everything they needed. The only thing they cared about was their health and longevity. Yang Ming's appearance solved this problem. Sigh, Master hasn't contacted me for a while. It's been more than a month, right? Old Buffon looked at the calendar on the bedside and murmured to Mrs. Old Buffon, could it be that I didn't do well and Master doesn't want me anymore? Although Mrs. Old Buffon was also looking forward to Yang Ming coming to the Buffon family again as a guest, she didn't lose her composure like Old Buffon. Master is so busy. How can he have time to come here all day? It's only been more than a month. He hasn't contacted you for so long, but isn't there no problem? Besides, you didn't do anything to make Master unhappy. Why would he not want you anymore? That's true. After listening to his wife's explanation, Old Buffon nodded happily. In fact, he knew this in his heart, but it was nothing more than a comfort to hear it from Mrs. Old Buffon's mouth. Master likes to travel around the world. Sigh, it's just that the two of us can't help much. We'll be a burden if we follow him. Don't think so much. Mrs. Old Buffon said, the training plan that Master left for the two of us, we haven't completed it yet, right? When we finish it, maybe Master will appear. That's true. Old Buffon said, then let's do some bed exercise first. You old ghost. Mrs. Old Buffon scolded. I used to look forward to you being more vigorous every day. Now, I can't wait for you to rest for a day. This technique seems to be so effective. Hee hee. Old Buffon smiled proudly. He was very proud of his vision and shameless experience of becoming a disciple. If he didn't have the spirit of being shameless, how could it be so easy to become Yang Ming's disciple? Ring. A hurried phone ringtone sounded abruptly. Old Buffon frowned and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Who is this? He woke up early in the morning and called me. Isn't he deliberately disturbing my mood? However, he could not pick it up because the ringtone was a private phone. There weren't many people who knew this phone number. They were some of old Buffon's old friends and close confidants. So, even if old Buffon was reluctant, he could only get up from the bed and pick up the phone, but his voice was a bit low. "Who is it? Why are you calling so early?" "Oh? Old Buffon? Did I disturb your rest?" Yang Ming listened to old Buffon's resentful voice and was slightly stunned. He immediately apologized. "I'm really sorry. This voice is..." After old Buffon heard it, he was suddenly excited. The expression on his face changed from the previous complaint to joy. The speed was so fast that even the world-class face-changing master couldn't do it. "Master?" Old Buffon's gloomy voice immediately disappeared and was replaced with a respectful attitude. "Is it you, sir?" "I'm fine. I'm preparing to practice the kung fu that you gave me. I definitely won't disturb you." After listening to old Buffon's words, Mrs. Buffon on the side naturally knew who was calling at this moment. She was pleasantly surprised, but she also found it incredible. Why is it that every time old Buffon talks about missing Master either calls or visits? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that Master has a special ability to sense it? But it's really possible. These masters can't be measured with common sense, so even if Yang Ming was Superman, Mrs. Buffon wouldn't have any doubts. "It's good that I didn't disturb you. I thought I disturbed your rest." Yang Ming smiled. Old Buffon's respectful attitude made Yang Ming very satisfied. "No, absolutely not." Old Buffon said quickly, "Master, do you have any instructions for your disciple?" "What old man? Am I that old?" Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly after listening. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I called to ask you about the situation. Your Buffon family has an arms supply business, right?" "Yeah, don't you know about it, Master?" Old Buffon was stunned. He didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly asked this. "Aren't the arms on Country X's island supplied by our family?" "Oh, it's like this. I mean to ask, how big is your Buffon family's share in the arms market?" asked Yang Ming. Our Buffon family is different from the general arms suppliers. We have our own arms manufacturing factory. It can be said that in addition to selling ourselves, we also supply some small and medium-sized arms dealers to let them find their own channels to sell. Old Buffon explained, "Our family is involved in a wide variety of manufacturing industries, from light arms to heavy arms production." "Master, why are you asking this?" "This is the case. I have a friend who belongs to an assassin family. The arms dealer who cooperated with them before suddenly stopped cooperating with them, so there is a problem with their arms supply." Yang Ming did not hide it. There was no need to beat around the bush with old Buffon. Yang Ming was very accurate in judging people. If old Buffon was really a cunning and insidious person who played mind games with him, then Yang Ming could not teach him everything, and it was impossible for him to accept his wife as an apprentice. Yang Ming understood old Buffon's temperament from the last test in Country X, so he began to really teach old Buffon. Old Buffon's character was worthy of Yang Ming doing so. "Old Buffon, you also know that arms are the lifeblood of an assassin family. Once there is no support from these special weapons, then this assassin family is likely to be reduced to a second-rate or even third-rate force." It turned out to be this matter. Old Buffon nodded after listening. "Master, our Buffon family has no problem supplying arms to them, but you also know that our Buffon family is not the only one with arms factories. I can guarantee that our family can produce as many arms as they want. As for the other arms factories, I can only do my best. I dare not guarantee the number." Yang Ming naturally understood what old Buffon said. Old Buffon's own family's factory, of course, he had the final say. He could get as many firearms as he wanted, and old Buffon couldn't decide on other people's business. But even so, Yang Ming's heart was still grateful. The old Buffon family's munitions factory must have had a fixed supply of customers before this. The remaining quota for the annual mobility was definitely not much. With just one sentence from Yang Ming, old Buffon agreed to take as much as he could. This was obviously treating Yang Ming's matter as the most important matter in the family. Yang Ming had a better impression of old Buffon's character. "It's very good to be able to do this. Yang Ming said, your family can be regarded as the world's top firearms manufacturing company. In fact, you don't need all the special firearms. As long as you produce the same level of things, the number can keep up. It is not a problem. That's easy to handle, said old Buffon. Tanks, fighter jets, rocket launchers, these are limited to the size of the factory. The number produced each year is not much, but all of them can be given to you first. There is no limit to the number of others. If you work overtime, you can get as much as you want. Tanks, fighter jets. A black line appeared on Yang Ming's forehead. He could not help but smile bitterly. Old Buffon, it is not so exaggerated. They are just an assassin family, not a terrorist organization. Yang Ming was very helpless after listening to old Buffon's words. This old guy thought that he wanted those heavy weapons. Now it seemed that those light arms were very easy for old Buffon and old Buffon. And, with your words, I have confidence in my heart. Yang Ming thanked him. Old Buffon, thank you this time. Master, what are you talking about? You are my master. It is my honor that I can do something for you. Old Buffon was a little unhappy. Others want to do it, but they can't. Master, if you have anything in the future, just tell me directly. If I can do it, I will do it. If I can't do it, I will try to help you find a way. Well, when I'm done with these things, I'll go to your place again when I'm free. I'll see how you and your wife's kung fu practice is progressing. Yang Ming knew that old Buffon was interested in these things. That's great, master. After old Buffon heard this, he suddenly beamed with joy. Master, then I will wait for your arrival. And, let's put this aside first. Right, I want to ask you something. Yang Ming said, do you know the Lancer family? The Lancer family? Yes, I know. They are one of our Buffon family's customers. 90% of the arms they sell are from our Buffon family. After old Buffon heard this, he quickly explained to Yang Ming, in the past, the Lancer family was just a second-rate family. It was their family master, Thomas, who knew how to conduct himself. He served my uncle, who was the previous Buffon family, very well like a lapdog. Therefore, our Buffon family reached out to support him, allowing his family to leap from a small family to one of the top families in Europe today. Lancer family? The arms they sell are supplied by your family? Yang Ming was stunned after hearing old Buffon's words, but then he just wanted to slap his thigh. Isn't this world too amazing? It's so small that it's scary. After going around in a big circle, it turns out that the Buffon family is the superior supplier of the Lancer family. If the Lancer family can scare the Butterfly family to this extent, then the strength of the Buffon family. Although Yang Ming had only heard about how powerful the Buffon family was before, he had nothing to compare them with. However, with today's comparison, Yang Ming discovered that the Buffon family was indeed extraordinary. However, Yang Ming thought of a very dramatic scene. If the Lancer family cuts off the Butterfly family's arms supply, then what will happen if the Buffon family cuts off the Lancer family's arms supply? Yang Ming's mouth curved beautifully when he thought of this. Didn't you say that the quota is not enough and the supply is tight? This time, I will make your dream come true. I will make your insufficient quota a reality. Good actually dares to clamor in front of me, thinking that he is invincible with the backing of the Lancer family. Now, I want to see if the Lancer family, who has lost the support of the Buffon family, can still protect this idiot good. Yes. Master, why did you suddenly ask about the Lancer family? Old Buffon was not stupid. He suddenly thought of something. Master, the family that cut off the supply of arms to your friend isn't the Lancer family, right? Yang Ming secretly thought, this old Buffon is not an idiot to be able to become the family master of the Buffon family. He can judge a thing or two from my words. He is also an old fox. It's just that he has never used any tricks in front of me. Old Buffon, you are smart. Yes, the Lancer family is on bad terms with my friend. Yang Ming said with some amusement in his heart. It turns out to be that old guy Thomas. Old Buffon repeated the name faintly. He immediately had a plan in his heart. Master, do you want me to teach this old guy a lesson? This guy has forgotten how the Lancer family can become like this. He actually dares to offend my master. He is really ignorant. His position in old Buffon's heart was much lower than Yang Ming's. He belonged to the kind of dispensable character. It didn't matter if the Buffon family had one more customer or one less. He could be abandoned at any time, but his awareness was really a bit low. Yang Ming smiled. Thomas was a smart man, but he was also a little stupid. Yang Ming smiled. It's necessary to teach him a lesson, but not now. Old Buffon, wait for my call. You can do it when I let you do it. Yang Ming thought and said. Let this idiot good be proud for a few days and let the Lancer family feel good about themselves for a few days. Then, let them fall from the high platform. This kind of cadence method is enough to make the Lancer family miserable. Okay, master, I'll wait for your news. Old Buffon agreed readily. His uncle had already passed away, and this old man, Thomas, had never been as humble to him as he was to his uncle. Presumably, as his family and status rose, this old man had become complacent. If he didn't teach him a lesson now, he really wouldn't know where he was from. Yang Ming hung up the phone call with old Buffon and was relieved. As long as old Buffon cooperated, then it would not be a problem to clean up the Lancer family. Although he was already sure that old Buffon could help, he didn't know the intricate relationships. He didn't dare to boast to Wang Songshan and others before, but now there was no problem. It was just a matter of a word to play the Lancer family to death, and the Butterfly family's troubles were all solved. As soon as Butler Mu and Wang Xiaoyan returned to the Butterfly Castle, they felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. Although the servants and disciples were as respectful as ever, there was an indescribable oppressive atmosphere in the family. Moreover, Wang Xiaoyan usually came back once in 800 years. Every time she came back, Wang Songshan would personally greet her with a smile. But this time, there was no movement. It was not that the disciples of the family did not inform Wang Songshan. In fact, as soon as Butler Mu and Wang Xiaoyan's car entered the surveillance range of the Butterfly Castle, the disciples on duty called Wang Songshan and reported the matter to him. Yan Yan. Little Dai is back. Wang Songshan put down the phone and looked at Wang Ruoshui and Fang Tian. Through Wang Songshan's explanation, Wang Ruoshui also knew that her niece's name was Wang Xiaoyan, and Little Dai was just her nickname. However, she was used to the name Little Dai, so she felt a little uncomfortable saying Yan Yan. Then, I'll leave for a while. Fang Tian glanced at Wang Songshan. Although the trouble in front of them had not been solved, their plan was still in progress. However, both of them were not in the mood to continue playing now. Now that they had reached this step, they could only hide it first. Otherwise, if Wang Xiaoyan suddenly found out that Fang Tian was here, there might be new problems. Goods matter was enough to give Wang Songshan a headache. How could he have the mood to explain other things to Wang Xiaoyan at this moment? Why are you leaving? Wang Ruoshui didn't know the secret and looked at Fang Tian strangely. I'm here to break off the engagement with my apprentice. Naturally, it's not good to sit here. It will only increase the awkwardness when I meet your niece. Fang Tian explained. Then do whatever you want. Wang Ruoshui didn't think much about it. She waved her hand impatiently, indicating that Fang Tian could do whatever he wanted. Fang Tian smiled bitterly, flashed out of Wang Songshan's study, and quickly returned to his own room. Looking at Fang Tian's back as he left quickly, Wang Ruoshui suddenly frowned. This guy, what is he doing so mysteriously? Who knows? Wang Songshan also smiled bitterly. How can I explain to Wang Ruoshui about the farce that I made with Fang Tian? After explaining, Wang Ruoshui would think that the two old men were not serious and were fooling the younger generation. Although Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu felt strange about the strange atmosphere in the house, they quickly came to Wang Songshan's study. The disciple had already reported that Wang Songshan was waiting for them in the study. The two came to the door of Wang Songshan's study and knocked on the door. Wang Songshan's voice suddenly came from inside, "Please come in." Butler Mu reached out and pushed open the door of the room. He let Wang Xiaoyan go in first. He followed behind her and then went in. Seeing that Wang Songshan was not alone in the study, but a young woman, Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu were stunned. Is there a guest in the house? Butler Mu and Wang Xiaoyan understood at this time why Wang Songshan did not go out to greet Wang Xiaoyan. It turned out that there was a guest in the house. No wonder the atmosphere was a bit wrong. Wang Xiaoyan glanced at the middle-aged woman in front of her with some surprise. She didn't know her, but she felt a little familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. There was an indescribable sense of intimacy. However, when Steward Mu saw this person's appearance, he frowned and his gaze became solemn. This person is... Suddenly, Steward Mu's entire body trembled. You are... Eldest Miss? Butler Mu's words did not surprise Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui, but Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. She looked at Butler Mu strangely. In the butterfly family, she was the only Mississippi. There were no other misses. Why is this person in front of me, also called Miss by Butler Mu? Uncle Mu, you still know me? Wang Ruoshui looked at Butler Mu in front of her with some emotion. Time had turned the once middle-aged man into an old man. 20 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Miss, it really is you are finally back. This old servant missed you so much. When Butler Mu said this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Obviously, he was moved. He was from Wang Songshan's father's generation. He watched Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui grow up. Therefore, although they were not his children, he regarded them as his own. This kind of feeling was irreplaceable. When Wang Ruoshui had that incident, Butler Mu was also heartbroken. He even hated Feng Tian. Although he knew that Wang Songshan's feelings for Feng Tian were very complicated, and the two were also brothers, Butler Mu definitely did not have a good expression every time Feng Tian came. Originally, he thought that he would never see Wang Ruoshui again in this life, but he did not expect to see Wang Ruoshui again after more than 20 years. No wonder he was so excited. Uncle Mu, I'm sorry to make you worry. Wang Ruoshui saw Butler Mu like this and suddenly felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She knew that Butler Mu was really worried about her. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay as long as you are back. It's okay as long as you are back. Butler Mu waved his hand. As long as you are back, I am happy. Otherwise, I will always feel uneasy in my heart. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan could guess the identity of the person in front of her even if she did not know her. Butler Mu called her Mississippi in this butterfly family. Who else could be called Miss other than herself? In addition, the person in front of her was somewhat similar to herself. Wang Xiaoyan finally understood why she was so familiar before. It turned out that she saw her own shadow in her. The association recalled Butler Mu's words just now. Then, this person was undoubtedly her long-lost aunt whom she had never met. Aunt, is that you? Although Wang Xiaoyan was 80% sure of her own thoughts in her heart, she could not help but ask tentatively. Little Dai, it's me. I am your aunt. Wang Ruoshui saw that her niece was already so old, and her words were also unusually excited. She trembled as she stretched out her hand. Come, let Aunt take a good look at you. Aunt has never seen you since you were born. Aunt. Wang Xiaoyan quickly walked forward and was pulled by Wang Ruoshui to ask about her well-being. If Yang Ming were to see this strange scene, he would probably be extremely shocked at first. Then, he would curse Feng Tian and Wang Songshan for deceiving him for so long. However, at this moment, Yang Ming was lying in the room in boredom, thinking about how to negotiate with Wang Songshan, fight for his own conditions, help them solve the problem, and teach the Lancer family and the Douglas family a lesson. Then, everyone would be clear, cancel the engagement, and go back to their own families to find their mothers. However, it seems that Wang Songshan's mother has already passed away? But the key problem is, what if I perform too well this time and Wang Songshan does not let go of this excellent son-in-law? This is not a joke, but a very possible thing. If I perform too dazzlingly and awesome, Wang Songshan will not bear to cancel the engagement. What should I do? What if Wang Songshan's daughter, who I have never met, also sees how awesome I am and falls in love with me? This is also very possible. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly had a headache. This seems to be a bit of a dilemma. It is not that Yang Ming is narcissistic, but he is very confident in solving the butterfly family's crisis. In their eyes, such a difficult thing was easily solved by me. Who wouldn't worship me? I just don't know how Yang Ming, who is in a complicated mood at this moment, will feel after knowing that the so-called miss of the butterfly family is Wang Xiaoyan. Will his mood be even more complicated? After a short sigh, Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu felt a strange atmosphere. Whether it was Wang Songshan or Wang Ruoshui, both of them had a faint sadness on their faces. This was definitely not the festive feeling brought by Wang Ruoshui's sudden return home. Originally, when Wang Ruoshui, who had been missing for many years, returned home after 25 years, there would at least be a jubilant atmosphere, even if there was no celebration at home. However, the atmosphere at the moment was definitely not like this. Even if Wang Xiaoyan didn't usually go home, she could sense the strange atmosphere in the study room. So, if even Wang Xiaoyan could feel it, Butler Mu, who had been living in the butterfly castle, naturally noticed it too. "Master, what happened, at home? What did you notice?" Wang Songshan was slightly surprised. Butler Mu had keenly felt that something was wrong before he spoke. However, Butler Mu had been with him for so many years. It was normal for him to be able to detect some problems. Wang Songshan was not too surprised. Anyway, he would have to talk to Butler Mu about this matter sooner or later. Since Butler Mu had mentioned it, he might as well tell him now. After all, Butler Mu was also a member of the butterfly family. Now that such a big thing had happened in the family, he naturally had to be told. "I feel that the atmosphere is a bit wrong. Miss, it should be Madame Ruoshui. She is back, so the family should be happy. However, why do I feel that instead of being happy, the family is a little, how should I say it? It just feels a little depressed." Although Butler Mu couldn't guess what had happened at home, his keen intuition could still sense some of it. "Dad, it's not only Butler Mu. I also feel that something is wrong." Wang Xiaoyan also nodded. "Since you all ask, I won't hide it." Wang Songshan sighed and said, "Good came last night. Do you know why he came here?" "Good? Why is he here again? Is he here to look for me?" Wang Xiaoyan frowned when she heard the name. Every time she returned home, this Good would always find some reason to get close to her, which annoyed Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan naturally knew his thoughts, but Wang Xiaoyan had no interest in him. In any case, Wang Xiaoyan was Chinese. Her aesthetic sense was not too inclined toward Europeans, so naturally, she had no feelings for Good. It was impossible to develop any feelings for him. "Yes, he came for your matter." Wang Songshan nodded. "He heard the news of your engagement and rushed over last night. But when I was having dinner with your aunt and your fiancé, he suddenly broke in. You know that the Douglas family is very prestigious in Elo Town. Good is the heir of their family. Is a little arrogant, but the disciples in charge of the Butterfly Castle's gate, as the gate of the gate, the gate's gate, Good, is the gate. The. Why is this Good so unruly?" Butler Mu couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "He thinks that our butterfly family won't dare to do anything to the Douglas family because they have the support of the Lancer family. But this is a little too much." "Too much?" Wang Songshan smiled bitterly. "It is indeed a little too much. After he came, he tried every means to obstruct Yinyan's engagement. He spoke arrogantly. Ruoshui didn't know who he was, and Good didn't know Ruoshui's identity. So, Good offended Ruoshui with just one sentence. With Ruoshui's temper, she naturally wouldn't let Good go easily. So, Ruoshui slapped Good's face twice, and even his teeth were knocked out." Wang Songshan briefly explained the incident to Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu. After that, with Good's temper, he naturally wouldn't let it go after being slapped for no reason, even if Ruoshui is my sister. So, Good said that he wants our butterfly family to teach them a lesson within 5 days. Otherwise, he won't be surnamed Douglas. "Dad, you can't be so worried because of Good's harsh words, right?" Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel very strange after hearing this. Her father doesn't seem like such a timid person. Why is he so afraid because of someone else's words? Even if the Douglas family is unreasonable, this matter is still because of Good's rudeness first. Moreover, will the Douglas family compete with our butterfly family because of this matter? "Miss, please calm down. Since Master said so, then Good must have come to cause trouble." Butler Mu was old and experienced. He naturally understood that Wang Songshan wouldn't be so worried if it was only because of Good's harsh words. It was basically impossible for Wang Songshan to take this kind of childish words to heart. The only possibility was that Good had already taken action, and his actions had brought a lot of trouble to the family. Yes. If it was only because of Good's words, I naturally wouldn't take it to heart. Wang Songshan waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly, however, Yan Yan, your fiancé was also present yesterday. After seeing Good's expression, he judged that Good definitely wouldn't just say it. The fierceness in his eyes had already revealed his heart. He would not rest until he was dead. Most people would have a limit to their harsh words if they weren't absolutely sure that they could take revenge. It was impossible for them to be so bold and unrestrained. Take this Good for example. He said that he would teach our butterfly family a lesson. He could have just left after saying that. There was no need to add a limit of 5 days. There was also no need to add a sentence that he wouldn't be surnamed Douglas if not. In this way, it was equivalent to blocking his own escape route. Originally, his harsh words told us to wait. We waited for 1 day, and we waited for 10 years. Whenever he wanted to take revenge, it was just an empty promise with no time limit. But once he added 5 days, it meant that he had full confidence. Not to mention, he also said that if he didn't, his surname wouldn't be Douglas. It was impossible that he didn't want to fight. Once his revenge failed, it would not only be Good who would lose face, but also the entire Douglas family. As the first-in-line successor of the Douglas family, if he didn't fulfill his promise after making such a promise, he would most likely lose his position as the first-in-line successor. Since he had already publicly announced that he wasn't surnamed Douglas, how could the elders in his family not let go of this opportunity to make trouble? As far as I knew, the Douglas family was not peaceful at all. There were many internal strifes, both open and covert. A few of the old guys were not convinced that Good was the successor, and they were all thinking of ways to get rid of Good so that their grandsons could take over the position. Therefore, with such a good opportunity, it would be strange if these people didn't use it as an excuse to attack Good since he had lost his face outside. So, do you think that Good would do such a stupid thing as digging his own grave? Wang Songshan's words made Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu fall into contemplation. They had to admit that his words were very reasonable, or rather, the fiancé's analysis was very reasonable. However, Wang Xiaoyan had an indescribable sense of resistance in her heart when it came to the fiancé she had never met. Thinking that it was his analysis, she couldn't help but want to refute. Dad, are you scared just because of his words? This isn't your style, right? If it was just his words, naturally it wouldn't be like this, but... Wang Songshan's expression was indescribable. In fact, he was right. Good's revenge has come. What? Did the Douglas family take action? Although Butler Mu had already made a bad plan, Wang Songshan's words still shocked him. It's not the Douglas family, but the Lancer family. When Wang Songshan said the name Lancer family, there was a hint of bitterness in his words. After all, if it was just the Douglas family, the Butterfly family might not be afraid of him. However, it involved the Lancer family behind the Douglas family. No matter how impulsive Wang Songshan was, he had to weigh the pros and cons. Hearing the Lancer family from Wang Songshan's mouth, Butler Mu couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was because the Lancer family and the Douglas family were not on the same level at all. If the Butterfly family still had an absolute advantage in the battle with the Douglas family, then they were at an absolute disadvantage against the Lancer family. Although the Butterfly family was an assassin family, no one would believe that the Lancer family did not have any life-saving trump cards. It was true that the Butterfly family had a group of fierce assassins, but wasn't the Lancer family the same? The Lancer family was a super arms dealer. Not to mention anything else, just weapons and equipment alone were inferior to the Lancer family. If they really fought openly, the Butterfly family might not have any advantage. However, even so, the Butterfly family was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. So thinking of this, Butler Mu said, in this matter, the Lancer family is obviously unreasonable. Our family is not afraid of trouble. I believe that as long as they dare to make a move, we will fight back. At that time, someone in the upper class will definitely come forward to mediate, but in the end, the Lancer family will still be criticized. Butler Mu, you misunderstood. Wang Songshan waved his hand and sighed, if the Lancer family really fought openly with us, then we would fight to the death with them even at the risk of damaging our vitality. However, they didn't make an open enemy of us. Instead, they played a dirty trick. Dirty trick? What's going on? Butler Mu was slightly stunned after hearing Wang Songshan's words, but immediately seemed to understand something. He frowned. Are they going to make a fuss about the supply of firearms? Last night, the Lancer family's family master, Thomas, called me. Wang Songshan nodded helplessly. Thomas claimed that the upstream supplier's firearms quota had been reduced and could no longer supply our butterfly family with firearms. Sure enough. Butler Mu's eyes turned cold after hearing it. What a good knife to kill without spilling blood. In this way, no one can say anything. His reason is dignified, and we can only suffer in silence. Yeah, who would believe such a lame reason? Wang Songshan said. However, even if you don't believe it, so what if you know that the Lancer family is the excuse? At this moment, Wang Songshan still didn't know that the fact that Thomas, the upstream supplier, had his supply quota reduced was about to come true. At that time, it wouldn't just be a simple reduction, it would be completely gone. If Thomas knew that his casual words had turned into a fact, he would probably cry but have no tears, right? After losing the Lancer family's firearms supply, our butterfly family, I'm afraid that we will lose more than just one or two of our strengths. Butler Mu was very clear about the chain consequences of this incident. At that time, our ranking on the assassin list. You're right. Wang Songshan nodded. Without the support of the Lancer family, the decline of our butterfly family is only a matter of time. Did the Lancer family make any requests for doing this? Butler Mu suddenly thought of something and asked suddenly. In his opinion, doing this was to teach the butterfly family a lesson. However, the Lancer family should have some purpose for doing this since they wouldn't do it without benefits. Indeed, the Lancer family made some of his requests. Wang Songshan nodded. But their requests were too much, so I didn't agree. What requests? Butler Mu asked. Good's request is to let Yin Yin marry him. Wang Songshan said. According to Thomas, the butterfly family and the Lancer family will become in-laws. Even if the special firearms quota is small, the butterfly family's share will not be missed. Sure enough, there is a purpose. Butler Mu snorted coldly. So, have we come up with any countermeasures? If we had thought of a countermeasure, we wouldn't be so worried. Wang Songshan sighed. Now, we have almost thought of all the ways we can think of, but there is still no way to solve the problem. Indeed, we have cooperated with the Lancer family for so many years. It's not that we haven't tried to find other firearms suppliers, but in the end, it all ended in failure. Butler Mu nodded in agreement. Although we have long known that it is not a good thing for the Lancer family to control the lifeline of the family's survival, there are some things that we can't control. Yes, it's not that we haven't tried, but the result. Wang Songshan waved his hand and said, It doesn't make sense to say this now. Let's just take one step at a time. Dad, why don't you marry me to Good? Wang Xiaoyan felt a little strange. This is not your character, right? Aren't you capable of doing anything for the benefit of your family? Why now? Wang Songshan suddenly blushed when he heard Wang Xiaoyan's words. He coughed twice embarrassedly. Ahem, Yen Yen, how can you say that? Didn't I promise you that I could break off the engagement this time? How can I still force you to marry Good? But before, you. Wang Xiaoyan was very surprised. Her father's decision this time seemed to be very calm. No matter what the Lancer family did, no matter how aggressive they were, he did not compromise and had no intention of marrying her to Good. But according to her father's previous thoughts, as long as it was beneficial to the family's interests, he would do it anyway. If it were not so, the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Wang Songshan would not have become so tense and even incompatible. This led to Wang Xiaoyan running away from home for so many years. But now, Wang Songshan seemed to have changed into a different person. Previously, your marriage agreement was set by your grandfather. Firstly, it was because your fiancé was indeed very outstanding. Secondly, it was because this was the rule set by your grandfather for our butterfly family. Thirdly, it was also because Ruoxue couldn't be together with the king of assassins back then, which made me feel a knot in my heart. Therefore, I wanted to facilitate the marriage between you and this generation's king of assassins. Wang Songshan looked at Wang Xiaoyan lovingly and said what he had been thinking for many years. I set a goal for you to build an assassin organization that is more powerful than the butterfly family. You can decide your marriage by yourself. In fact, this is just a way for me to get out of the embarrassing situation. You know very well whether you have achieved this goal or not. Although you have not achieved it, I still agreed to break off the engagement. Have you thought about the reason in between? Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but be a little moved after listening to Wang Songshan's words. Yes, my goal has not been achieved. Although my assassin group is thriving now, it is very difficult to surpass the butterfly family. After all, my foundation and heritage are still shallow. Even if I integrate into the Charles family, it doesn't mean that I can surpass the butterfly family. However, her father had suddenly changed his mind and agreed to break off the engagement. Could it be that she had wronged her father in the past? Perhaps, my father has his own difficulties in the position of the family master. Indeed, it was very difficult for his father, as the current head of the family, to overturn the decision of the previous head of the family. Even if he wanted to do it, he would need a reason. Then, the agreement with him would be the step to overturn this decision. In fact, what Wang Xiaoyan didn't know was that if her current boyfriend was not Yang Ming, it would not be so easy for Wang Songshan to overturn her grandfather's decision even if he wanted to. In this kind of big family, the words of the previous family master were like an imperial edict. Just like in the imperial families of the past, the rules of the ancestors could not be changed. Changing the rules left behind by the ancestors was not something that the current generation of people could casually decide. In the past, many emperors seemed to have great power, and their words were like gold and jade. However, when it came to matters of principle, even the most powerful emperor would be extinguished by the words of the ministers of the ancestors. Then Dad, this time you. Wang Xiaoyan listened to her father's words and raised her head worriedly. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Although she had not been in the butterfly family for many years, as an assassin, she naturally knew the importance of firearms to an assassin organization, especially those limited supply of special firearms. It could be said that it was hard to find, and it was not something that could be bought with money. Once they lost these firearms, would the butterfly family still have the same status in the assassin world? It would not be long before they would decline into a second-rate family. This time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Lancer family to turn things around. Wang Songshan smiled bitterly, but even so, I will not compromise. You have suffered these years. I will not use you as a bargaining chip to revitalize the family. I'm sorry. Although Wang Xiaoyan knew that what happened to the family this time seemed to have nothing to do with her, in fact, it had a lot to do with her. In fact, good came for her. If she did not exist, Good would definitely not have a bad relationship with the butterfly family. Yan, what does this have to do with you? Wang Songshan waved his hand and said heroically, you are in the butterfly family. As a father, I can't protect you. This is my responsibility. What does it have to do with you? Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She did not agree with her father's words. After all, there was always someone better. The butterfly family was not the most powerful existence. Once they encountered an opponent like the Lancer family that even her father could not resist, then this was no longer a personal responsibility. Dad, is our problem now just the firearms problem? Wang Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something. It's just the firearms problem. Isn't that enough? Wang Songshan could not help but be speechless after listening to his daughter's words. Listening to his daughter's tone, it seems that it is not enough that the firearms were contained by the Lancer family. If it's just the firearms problem, I think I should be able to solve this problem for the family. Wang Xiaoyan paused and said. She did not use a very certain tone, but used should because she was not 100% sure in her heart. But even so, she still had some confidence. The person she had suddenly thought of was Yang Ming. Originally, the combination of Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming was quite strange. When the two of them first got together, it was only a mutually beneficial cooperation. However, as the situation developed, both of them fell in love with each other. Wang Xiaoyan also witnessed Yang Ming's huge power again and again. Whether it was the Karsi family incident or what he had seen and encountered along the way from Vietnam to Africa, it showed that Yang Ming was not an ordinary person. Especially during the days in Country X in Africa, Wang Xiaoyan was with Yang Ming. Yang Ming's disciple, Old Buffon's ability, Wang Xiaoyan was also very clear about it. This person could even get armored vehicles, rocket launchers, planes, and cannons. The special firearms that her family needed should not be a problem for him. He was not boasting. Even if he wanted missiles, he could probably get it. If Wang Xiaoyan did not know the special relationship between Old Buffon and Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan would not dare to boast casually. However, she had lived with Yang Ming in Old Buffon's house for a while. Wang Xiaoyan was very clear about Old Buffon's respect for Yang Ming from the bottom of his heart. Even she was his master's wife, Old Buffon was very respectful. Therefore, she believed that as long as Yang Ming did not even need Yang Ming to speak, she would talk to Old Buffon. Old Buffon should give her face. The firearms in the family would not be a big problem. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan dared to boast in front of her father. Yan Yan, are you joking? Wang Songshan glanced at his daughter incredulously. It was not that he suspected that his daughter was lying, but what Wang Xiaoyan said was too shocking. He had racked his brains, and even Fang Tian was at his wits' end, but his daughter could solve it. Looking at the meaning of her words, it seemed that she had a lot of confidence. What was going on? Dad, how can I joke about this kind of thing? Wang Xiaoyan looked at her father's expression and knew that he did not believe her words. She smiled bitterly and said, I mean, my boyfriend, he may be able to solve it. Wang Xiaoyan had no choice but to use Yang Ming. However, she thought that her aunt would not know who Yang Ming was, so Wang Xiaoyan was afraid that it would be troublesome to explain, so she directly used the term boyfriend. Yang. Oh? He can solve it? Wang Songshan almost blurted out the two words Yang Ming, but he remembered that Wang Ruoshui was still by his side. If he said Yang Ming's name, it would obviously make Wang Ruoshui suspect something. Although he didn't know if Wang Ruoshui remembered Yang Ming's name, Wang Songshan didn't want to take the risk. This matter was still hidden from Wang Ruoshui for the time being. It was not that Wang Songshan deliberately hid it from Wang Ruoshui, but Wang Songshan and Fang Tian were really embarrassed to explain this matter. If Wang Ruoshui knew that Wang Songshan and Fang Tian were disrespectful and made these things difficult for the younger generation, she might despise them. Therefore, even if they wanted to explain, they had to find an opportunity to explain tactfully. They couldn't be exposed so directly, which would only increase the embarrassment. It should be possible. He has a wide network. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, but her eyes were firm because she firmly believed that this matter was not troublesome for Yang Ming. After seeing the firearms that Old Buffon had gotten, Wang Xiaoyan was very confident in Old Buffon. He can do it? Although Wang Songshan didn't question again, it seemed that he didn't believe it in his heart. Wang Songshan also understood his daughter's blind trust in Yang Ming as the kind of blind worship that a woman in love had for a man. What can Yang Ming do? His master, Fang Tian, can't do anything, let alone Yang Ming. If there was something that Fang Tian didn't participate in, it was nothing more than relying on the relationship with the Charles family. However, he had asked Yang Ming before. How can the Charles family get more firearms quotas? I believe in him. Wang Xiaoyan nodded firmly. He must have a way. What boyfriend? Wang Ruoshui was confused as she listened. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Little Dai, do you have a boyfriend? Why? Didn't my dad tell you? Wang Xiaoyan also felt a little strange. Could it be that Good's matter was too rushed, and my father hadn't told my aunt about Yang Ming's matter? Wang Ruoshui shook her head. No, why do you have a boyfriend? What's going on? Didn't you come home this time to get engaged? Previously, Wang Ruoshui felt a little puzzled when she heard Wang Songshan's words because Wang Songshan also mentioned breaking off the engagement and giving her a way out. However, Wang Ruoshui thought that she didn't hear it clearly, so she didn't delve into it. But at this moment, she heard her niece say these two words clearly again, and she was shocked. Engagement? Wang Xiaoyan glanced at her father suspiciously. Seeing that her father's expression was normal, she secretly sighed in relief. She was afraid that her father would use the reason of breaking off the engagement to deceive her. In fact, he wanted her to get engaged. However, seeing that her father didn't have any evasive expression at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan knew that her father must have had no time to tell her aunt in detail. Presumably, the family was already in a terrible mess because of Good and the Lancer family. "Aunt, in fact, I already have a boyfriend outside. This time, I'm here to get engaged in name, but in fact, I'm here to break off the engagement," Wang Xiaoyan explained. "What? Break off the engagement?" Two black lines suddenly appeared on Wang Ruoshui's forehead. Does my niece have the same thoughts? Then, wasn't it unnecessary for me to force Fang Tian's disciple to get engaged? Am I not being a busybody? Since both of them want to break off the engagement, why should I stop them? Thinking of this, Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but raise her head and glare fiercely at Wang Songshan. He must know about this matter. Why didn't he tell me before? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to force the old man's little disciple to compete with me? Yes, I had discussed it with my father, and he agreed with my choice. So, I came home this time to break off the engagement. Wang Xiaoyan saw that her father did not refute, so she explained in detail. Father said that this marriage was decided by the elders, and both sides are very famous families in the assassin world. So, if we break off the engagement, no matter which side proposes it, it is inappropriate and will be seen as a joke. So, father means to call me and the apprentice of the king of assassins, arrange for us to meet and talk about it. This way, we can tell the public that both of us feel that it is inappropriate, and no one will say anything. It turns out to be like this. Wang Ruoshui nodded after listening. Wang Xiaoyan's words are indeed very reasonable, but why didn't Wang Songshan tell me beforehand? Let me make a fool of myself for no reason? No wonder that kid repeatedly claimed that he came to break off the engagement. Sure enough, it seems that my niece doesn't have that intention. There is no value in forcing this marriage. Ruoshui, you just came back yesterday. Old man Feng and I were very excited, so we didn't have time to tell you about this. Wang Songshan pondered for a long time and finally said, then, Good's incident happened. You know what happened after that. We are all worried about this matter, and we don't have the mood to think about Yin Yin. That's true. Wang Ruoshui was relieved after listening to Wang Songshan's explanation. His explanation is reasonable. Not to mention him, even for myself, when I saw Yang Ming this morning, didn't I temporarily put aside the idea of competing with him? How can I have the mood to deal with other things when the family is facing a crisis? Thinking of this, Wang Ruoshui did not blame Wang Songshan. She just smiled embarrassedly. It seems that I have to explain it to that kid. So, Yin Yin, as for the method you said, let's put it aside first. If it really doesn't work, how about we borrow the power of your little boyfriend? Wang Songshan hesitated and said. Although he didn't think that Yang Ming had any other ideas, no matter what, Wang Xiaoyan had good intentions. If he directly refused, Wang Xiaoyan would be very uncomfortable in her heart. All right then. Wang Xiaoyan was clearly dissatisfied with her father's words. It seemed that her father still didn't believe in Yang Ming's ability. This made Wang Xiaoyan, who worshipped Yang Ming, feel somewhat sad. However, since her father had said so, Wang Xiaoyan didn't insist anymore. Anyway, it wouldn't affect the butterfly family much sooner or later. The Lancer family's influence on the butterfly family was long-term, but it wouldn't affect them in the near future. Therefore, it wouldn't be too late to find Yang Ming for help when her father had no other choice. Thinking about it, as an elder, if his father were to ask Yang Ming for help in this matter, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? This also indirectly proved that his vision wasn't as good as hers, right? This was where Wang Xiaoyan was wrong. Although Wang Songshan was an elder, the main reason why he didn't ask Yang Ming for help was that he had already asked Yang Ming about asking the Charles family for help. Yang Ming had already made it very clear at that time, and Wang Songshan also understood the importance of this. He naturally didn't think that Yang Ming was deceiving him. After all, he was also the family master of an assassin family. He knew that every family's supply of firearms was almost limited, and it was impossible to buy unlimited. Therefore, he didn't have much hope after Yang Ming denied his proposal. He didn't know that the Charles family was only one of Yang Ming's many trump cards. Even if Yang Ming didn't have a trump card like the old Buffon family, he could still force the Lancer family to change their mind. The great assassin Yang was different from the assassins of the butterfly family. Under the tight security of the Lancer family, others might be helpless, but the great assassin Yang had special abilities. Although it wasn't easy to take Thomas's life while avoiding those guards, it was not impossible. In the face of a perverted guy like the great assassin Yang, Thomas had to give in even if he was unwilling. He could either agree or die. It was impossible to fool the great assassin Yang. If the great assassin Yang could come in once, he could come in a second time. When the great assassin Yang found out that he had been fooled, it would probably be the end of Thomas. The great assassin Yang was so fearless because of his own strength. In the face of absolute strength, a behemoth like the Lancer family had no room to fight back. Although Wang Xiaoyan was somewhat unwilling and dissatisfied with her father's underestimation of Yang Ming, since her father had said so, Wang Xiaoyan had no other choice. She left the study and walked to her room. After Wang Xiaoyan left, Wang Ruoshui frowned and glared at Wang Songshan. "Brother, what is the meaning of you and the surnamed Feng? Why didn't you tell me about breaking off the engagement? I forced that kid to marry Little Butterfly yesterday. Aren't you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" This. Wang Songshan smiled bitterly. Sure enough, this matter was not over. Wang Ruoshui didn't get angry on the spot when Wang Xiaoyan was at the side, but she couldn't help it when Wang Xiaoyan left. "What is this? Don't use the reason that you were all very agitated and good came to brush me off." Wang Ruoshui directly interrupted Wang Songshan's words and said, "Brother, are you hiding something from me?" It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was often very accurate. Although Wang Songshan didn't say anything, Wang Ruoshui was still keenly aware of something. Wang Songshan saw that Wang Ruoshui had vaguely guessed something and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that things can't be hidden. Even if I don't say it, when Wang Ruoshui asks Feng Tian, that kid will definitely say whatever he wants. Wang Songshan was 100% sure of this. Feng Tian wasn't a person with a big mouth. On the contrary, as a professional assassin, he had a very good principle of confidentiality. However, that also depended on who he was dealing with. She believed that if this sister of hers were to ask Feng Tian would definitely spill everything. Wang Songshan was very clear about this old guy's feelings for Wang Ruoshui, so it was impossible to expect Feng Tian to keep it a secret in front of Wang Ruoshui. Instead of letting Feng Tian tell Wang Ruoshui, it was better to tell Wang Ruoshui himself. Otherwise, if his sister knew the truth from Feng Tian, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't find trouble with him later. Instead of that, it was better to tell the truth. "Ruoshui, what did you see?" Wang Songshan hesitated and asked. "Isn't this nonsense? If I didn't see something, why would I ask you?" Wang Ruoshui rolled her eyes at Wang Songshan. "Brother, why do I find that you are stuttering now? Can't you just say it straightforwardly?" "It's not that I'm stuttering, but this matter." Wang Songshan's old face blushed. "It's really a bit shameful to say it." "Shameful? What do you mean?" Wang Ruoshui frowned as soon as she heard it. "You didn't do anything dishonorable, right?" "It's not dishonorable, it's just a bit, haha, I just wanted to joke with little Dai." Wang Songshan laughed awkwardly. "Joke? What joke? Was the cancellation of the engagement a joke? What you really plan to do is still the engagement?" Wang Ruoshui frowned and asked. "More or less." Wang Songshan nodded. Since Wang Ruoshui guessed correctly, he did not hide it. "What? You lied to little Dai?" Wang Ruoshui was suddenly a little unhappy, looking at the situation now. Little Dai obviously has feelings for her boyfriend. "Do you want to break them up?" Wang Ruoshui was the one who forced the marriage before, and now Wang Ruoshui was also the one who opposed it. Women were always fickle, not for anything else, but for her niece's happiness. Since her niece already had a sweetheart, she would only fully support it. How could she still destroy it? So after listening to Wang Songshan's words, Wang Ruoshui immediately misunderstood, so she was unhappy. "It's not breaking them up." Wang Songshan quickly waved his hand. "Ruoshui, you misunderstood." "Misunderstood? How did I misunderstand?" Wang Ruoshui asked. "Didn't you admit it before? This time it's not a cancellation of the engagement, but an engagement?" "I admitted it. It's not a cancellation of the engagement, but an engagement. It's not wrong, but..." The person I'm getting engaged to this time is Yanyan's boyfriend. Wang Songshan was afraid that Wang Ruoshui would be angry, so he quickly explained in one breath. Yanyan's boyfriend? Wang Ruoshui looked at Wang Songshan puzzledly. Isn't she going to be engaged to the disciple of Feng Tian this time? How did he become Yanyan's boyfriend? Could it be that the two are going on at the same time? Wang Songshan saw that Wang Ruoshui still didn't understand, so he smiled and waved his hand. Ruoshui, in fact, this is the case. Yanyan's boyfriend is Old Man Feng's disciple, and Old Man Feng's disciple is Yanyan's boyfriend, Yang Ming. What? Wang Ruoshui was confused by Wang Songshan's words. She didn't know what was going on. What kind of mess is this? How did Yanyan's boyfriend become Feng Tian's disciple? In this case, why is there still a need to cancel the engagement? Indeed, it was difficult for an outsider like Wang Ruoshui to understand the complicated relationship. Brother, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word? It's normal that you don't understand. Wang Songshan said in his heart. It seems that I have to confess. Otherwise, with Wang Ruoshui's temperament, she will definitely ask until the end. This matter is a long story. In the beginning, Yanyan's marriage was decided by our father. In other words, it was a marriage that was difficult to change. However, as Yanyan gradually grew up and matured, she showed a very strong resistance when she knew about this engagement. She didn't want to marry someone she had never met before. The two of them didn't have any feelings for each other, so how could they have a common language when they lived together in the future? Although it can be said that they are in the same industry, it doesn't mean that they can get along well or even fall in love in the end. This is what Yanyan couldn't accept the most, so she proposed an agreement with me. That is, let her leave the family alone and go to China to study. During this period, she will establish an assassin organization. If this assassin organization surpasses our butterfly family and becomes the world's #1 assassin organization, then I will agree to her canceling the engagement. Otherwise, she will go home and get married. Yanyan and I both agreed to this agreement, but in my opinion, it is already impossible for her to establish such a huge assassin organization alone. It is even more impossible for her to become the world's #1 assassin organization. It's true. Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but nod after listening to Wang Songshan's words. However, brother, don't you think that your request is a bit too much? Our butterfly family also has hundreds of years of foundation before we finally managed to reach such a scale. Isn't it whimsical to ask my niece to create a world-class assassin organization in just a few years? Isn't this a bit too much? It's obviously unfair, very unfair. It was no wonder that Wang Songshan's end-to-end. It could even foresee that in the end, would definitely win end. Would SSSS end. To the end, 2's to S to 2. Was certain, it. After all, the butterfly family was already at the top of the assassin families. It was basically impossible to surpass the butterfly family in one leap. No matter what, Feng Tian was a lone ranger. No matter how powerful he was still a lone hero. He wasn't a family, so he wouldn't be a threat to the butterfly family. Therefore, excluding Feng Tian, the butterfly family was the #1 among all the assassin families. In other words, as long as the butterfly family firmly held the #1 position among the assassin families, then it would be impossible for Wang Xiaoyan to surpass the butterfly family with a newly established assassin organization. Which of the assassin families ranked behind the butterfly family didn't want to go further? Take the Charles family as an example. Over the years, he had always wanted to surpass the butterfly family, but he didn't manage to do it in the end. After reaching such a peak strength, it was undoubtedly difficult to go further. How could it be so easy? Therefore, Wang Songshan didn't believe that Wang Xiaoyan could realize her dream. In fact, with the Black Widow assassin group established by Wang Xiaoyan a few years ago, it would be extremely difficult for it to be ranked in the top 100 assassin families, let alone become the world's first-class assassin group. If Wang Xiaoyan hadn't founded that kind of small, mediocre organization, Wang Songshan wouldn't even notice them. He didn't even bother to pay attention to them. However, because the Black Widow assassin group was established by Wang Xiaoyan, Wang Songshan had to pay attention to it from the beginning. But the result of his attention made him disappointed. How is this an assassin group? It's just like children playing house. It's even worse than what I expected. This isn't just not mainstream, it's simply too not mainstream. After observing that the Black Widow assassin group had accepted several missions, Wang Songshan didn't have much hope for the Black Widow assassin group. How is this an assassin group? Is it simply taking revenge on the company? They accept missions to break legs, hands, and teach people a lesson. This is simply the same as those small, not mainstream organizations. Little did he know that the Butterfly Assassin Group was the same when it was first established. No assassin group could be very big at the beginning. With Wang Xiaoyan's own efforts, she had established such an organization from scratch. It was already very good. Without strong strength and a wide range of connections, how could such a small assassin group accept missions? Who would be willing to entrust missions to such a small assassin group? To survive, with the current strength of the Black Widow assassin group, they could only take on the business of teaching people a lesson. As for the mission of killing people, there were definitely very few of them. Except for some local people who would come to hire them, it was impossible to take on a transnational mission. Ruoshui, you also know that when father set this engagement, it's not something we can change. Wang Songshan said helplessly, it's unfair. This is a fact, but even so, Yan accepted it. Since we have accepted it, then there is no such thing as fairness. If Yan really thinks it's unfair, she can totally not accept it. Not accept it? Wang Ruoshui rolled her eyes at Wang Songshan. The result of not accepting it is to accept this engagement, and there is always a glimmer of hope if you accept it. Is this still fair? My niece must have no other way and accepted your proposal as a last resort. Wang Songshan suddenly blushed and said embarrassedly, I also have no other way, right? Just take it as a chance for her to try. Well, let's put this matter aside for the time being. However, what I want to know is, how did my niece's boyfriend become the apprentice of that guy surnamed Feng? Wang Ruoshui looked at Wang Songshan strangely. That Yang Ming? The Yang Ming who ate with us? Yes, it's him. Wang Songshan nodded with a bitter smile. This thing is a bit unbelievable, but it happened. It really makes people feel that the world is really small. You mean to say that those two people are actually the same person? Wang Ruoshui somewhat understood Wang Songshan's meaning. In other words, Yan found a boyfriend, but this boyfriend is Feng Tian's apprentice, Yan's own engagement partner? Wang Ruoshui was also confused by Wang Songshan's words. Yan, niece, and Xiao Dai, but they both knew who he was referring to, so they did not seem confused. That's probably what it means. Wang Songshan nodded. Otherwise, how could I let them be together without interfering? So, Yan still doesn't know the truth of this matter? Wang Ruoshui suddenly frowned. So you promised Yan that you could break off the engagement just to make her happy? I think you're pretending to be a good person here. After being questioned by Wang Ruoshui, Wang Songshan's face suddenly changed between green and white. He was extremely embarrassed. I don't want to hurt my relationship with Yan. Hurt your relationship? You pretending to be a good person is secondary. The key problem is that you still haven't told Yan the truth. What are your intentions? Wang Ruoshui frowned again when she said this. No, judging from Yang Ming's attitude yesterday and today, he doesn't seem to know about this matter. If he knew that his fiancée was Yan, would he still want to break off the engagement? How come? Yan doesn't know and he doesn't know? What kind of mess are you and that idiot Feng Tian doing? What are you two doing? The two of us just wanted to play a joke with the two juniors. Wang Songshan's expression was very ashamed. After all, it was indeed a bit shameful to mention this in front of his sister. He and Feng Tian were not young anymore, but they actually played tricks with the juniors. This would make Wang Ruoshui laugh her head off. Just playing a joke? Wang Ruoshui now fully understood the meaning of these two old guys. They were really shameless and disrespectful. It was simply too shameless. They could even do this kind of thing. I was wondering why both of them were in such a hurry to break off the engagement. It turned out that they already had someone in mind, but they still didn't know that the person they were engaged to was the person they liked. I say, Wang Songshan, my dear brother, have you become muddle-headed? Is it fun to play like this? Cough cough. Wang Songshan coughed twice awkwardly. Of course, we didn't want to do it. It's just that these two little guys have a bad temper. Not only did Yan want to break off the engagement, but old man Fang's disciple also didn't like it after knowing about the engagement and wanted to break it off. So since both of you want to break off the engagement, then fine. Old man Fang and I will fulfill your wish. When the two of you meet, let's see what kind of expression you have. Oh? So that's the case? Wang Ruoshui listened to Wang Songshan's explanation and nodded with interest. So, these two little guys resisted first, so you wanted to punish them slightly? It is indeed so. Otherwise, why would we do this when both of them have feelings for each other? Wang Songshan quickly nodded and said. But there was one thing that Wang Songshan didn't say. That was, in this case, why didn't he and Fang Tian tell Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan earlier that they were each other's engagement partners? Wouldn't this save a lot of trouble and the two of them wouldn't resist? Since there were so many opportunities before, why didn't they make things clear? But it was just a matter of a sentence, right? Of course, it was impossible for Wang Songshan to confess these. Wang Ruoshui would definitely scold him again. Now that he saw that Wang Ruoshui was no longer pursuing the matter, Wang Songshan was relieved. You too. Wang Ruoshui sighed. Although this method isn't very commendable, there's nothing wrong with teaching these two children a lesson. Yeah, do you think so too? Wang Songshan was very happy to see Wang Ruoshui agree. If it were normal times, this matter would indeed be quite interesting, but now. Wang Ruoshui smiled bitterly. Now that the enemy is in front of us and the family is in danger, how can we still have the mood to play these? Wang Songshan also nodded with a bitter smile after listening. No one thought that good would intervene. Man proposes, God disposes. It was supposed to be a happy event, but now. Sigh. In the end, I was too impulsive yesterday. Wang Ruoshui said remorsefully, if I wasn't so impulsive, Good wouldn't have dared to attack our butterfly family even if he had designs on Yan. There needs to be a reason and an excuse for everything. I just happened to give him this excuse. Sigh, if I had known this would happen, I would have persuaded him nicely and sent this Good away. Then, we wouldn't have come to this stage where we can't tolerate each other like fire and water. Not necessarily. Wang Songshan waved his hand. Even if you didn't take action, with Good's temper, would he just watch Yan get engaged? I think it's 80% impossible. At that time, he would definitely use some tricks against our butterfly family and force us to compromise. Now that Good has used this trick, it doesn't matter even if you didn't slap him. It won't be criticized by others. Wang Ruoshui nodded. Indeed, Wang Songshan was right. Even if she didn't take action, if Good was really interested in Wang Xiaoyan, then he would never give up. The trouble from the Lancer family was a matter of time. It was just a matter of time. Thinking of this, Wang Ruoshui's heart felt a little better. After all, if the family's disaster was caused by her, then how could Wang Ruoshui feel good in her heart? She had just returned home and brought trouble to the family. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come back. You're right. As long as Yan gets engaged, Good will use these tricks sooner or later. Wang Ruoshui sighed. I didn't expect our butterfly family to be so fragile and inexperienced. A Lancer family can decide our fate. It's not unusual for one person to decide success or failure. It has happened since ancient times. Wang Songshan sighed. I just didn't expect that the butterfly family would decline in my generation. Dang dang dang. Before Wang Ruoshui could speak, there was a knock on the door of the study. Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui chose to shut up at the same time. The topic they had discussed before was not suitable to be talked about in front of others, especially the matter of making things difficult for the younger generation. Who is it? Wang Songshan asked. Butler Mu and Wang Xiaoyan had just left not long ago. Could it be that Fang Tian, that fellow, had returned? It's me, Yang Ming. The great assassin Yang called old Buffon in the room. After confirming that old Buffon had the ability to solve this matter, the great assassin Yang quickly came to negotiate with Wang Ruoshui. With this bargaining chip in hand, he believed that Wang Ruoshui would not insist on fighting with him. Moreover, he had helped the butterfly family once. It could be considered that he had repaid the previous training here. He and the butterfly family were considered to be even. Yang Ming? Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui were stunned at the same time and looked at each other. He came just when we mentioned him. I don't know why he came at this time. It turns out to be little friend Yang Ming. Wang Songshan made a gesture to Wang Ruoshui, indicating that she should be patient. Then, he said to the door in a friendly manner, "The door is not locked. Come in directly." Yang Ming did not use his special ability to detect the situation in the study room beforehand because he felt that it was unnecessary. His special ability could only be used when necessary to bring him some benefits. If he used it all the time, this special ability would be too worthless. What's more, he couldn't always rely on his special ability to live. There was no need to be cautious at all times. After pushing open the door, Yang Ming saw that Wang Ruoshui was also in the room. Yang Ming was suddenly delighted. Originally, he decided to first find Wang Songshan to help them solve the problem in front of him. Then, he would mention the matter of breaking off the engagement to let him be responsible for dealing with Wang Ruoshui. It would be fine as long as he was not forced to fight. However, he didn't expect Wang Ruoshui to be here too. This saved a lot of trouble. He could just say it directly. He believed that Wang Ruoshui would definitely not refuse at this time. He didn't need Wang Songshan to inform her to avoid complications. "Uncle Wang, Senior Wang Ruoshui, you are all here." Yang Ming greeted the two of them politely, then entered the room and closed the door again. "Little friend Yang Ming, what's the matter with you coming here?" Wang Songshan looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. He didn't know why he came here at this time. Wang Ruoshui no longer had those dissatisfied expressions with Yang Ming because she knew the truth of the matter. Instead, there was a hint of gentleness in her eyes. If it weren't for the family's crisis that had not been resolved, Wang Ruoshui would definitely welcome him with a smile. "Uncle Wang, I came here this time to talk to you about a deal." Since Yang Ming had decided to break off the engagement, then this matter had nothing to do with the butterfly family. Therefore, he didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He simply said his purpose straightforwardly and didn't care if he appeared here as a junior. "Deal?" Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui were both stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. Why did Yang Ming come here to talk to them about a deal at this time? What the hell is going on here? "Yes, deal." Yang Ming nodded affirmatively. "I don't know if the two seniors are free?" Previously, after Wang Ruoshui listened to Wang Songshan's explanation, her previous malice towards Yang Ming had disappeared. She knew that he had come to cancel the engagement purely because he had been set up by Wang Songshan and Fang Tian. Therefore, she was not prepared to make unreasonable requests such as a martial arts competition. This was because she felt that Yang Ming was really pitiful. He had been set up by the two old guys and still didn't know it. He actually wanted to cancel the engagement and was threatened by her martial arts competition. It was really tragic. Therefore, when Yang Ming came in, Wang Ruoshui had an impulse to tell the truth to Yang Ming. Even if she didn't tell the truth, she would first cancel the meaningless martial arts competition so that Yang Ming wouldn't be worried. However, before Wang Ruoshui could speak, Yang Ming spoke first and vowed to talk about a deal with her and Wang Songshan. This made Wang Ruoshui temporarily put the previous thoughts behind her and quietly wait for what Yang Ming wanted to say. "Oh? Little friend Yang Ming, what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Wang Songshan looked at Yang Ming with interest. He really didn't understand why Yang Ming chose to come here at this time. "My deal is very simple." Yang Ming didn't beat around the bush and said directly and sincerely, "I will help the butterfly family solve the trouble of the Lancer family. Then, I will ask Uncle Wang and Senior Wang Ruoshui to fulfill my request to cancel the engagement. As for the martial arts competition, you can also cancel it." "You? Can you solve the problem?" Wang Songshan looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Previously, Yang Ming had said that there was no way. Moreover, Wang Songshan also knew a little about Yang Ming's background. Except for the cooperation with the Charles family, Yang Ming's other resources belonged to Fang Tian. If Fang Tian had no way, what could Yang Ming do? Is it possible for the Charles family to give all their firearms to the butterfly family and share them with both families? However, Yang Ming's transaction conditions made Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui dumbfounded. After solving the problem, the only condition was to break off the engagement. Isn't this too dramatic? Even though the family was in trouble now, it was still uncertain whether Yang Ming could solve the problem, but Wang Ruoshui really wanted to laugh. There was no other reason. Yang Ming had tried so hard to break off the engagement. In the end, if he knew that the person he was breaking off the engagement with was Wang Xiaoyan, who knew how he would feel? Wang Ruoshui really felt sorry for Yang Ming. Wasn't this equivalent to toying with people? He was even toyed with until there was nothing left of him. Thinking of this, Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but look at Yang Ming with some pity. However, great assassin Yang was still unaware and nodded. As long as senior agrees to this junior's request, then leave this matter to me. Are you sure that you can solve the problem from the Lancer family? Wang Songshan still didn't believe that Yang Ming had this ability. You know, the Lancer family is one of the top families in European upper-class society. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to make them change their mind. If their conditions are not met, how can they change their mind? That's right. Could it be that you mean to let my niece marry good, and then you can smoothly break off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui also looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. How is it possible? Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Senior Wang Ruoshui, isn't your imagination too rich? If I do this, what kind of deal is it? That's true. Wang Ruoshui saw that she had misunderstood and was a little embarrassed. Then, if that's not the case, how can you make the Lancer family change their mind? When did I say that I want to make the Lancer family change their mind? Yang Ming looked at Wang Ruoshui and Wang Songshan, dumbfounded. Why do these two always like to figure out other people's thoughts? And they figure it out wrong. Yang Ming was a little speechless. Can these two people have a little patience to listen to me finish speaking? Don't let the Lancer family change their mind? Wang Songshan didn't understand this time. Since the Lancer family doesn't want to change their mind, what can be done to solve the Butterfly family's current crisis? Uncle Wang, you don't think that only the Lancer family supplies firearms in Europe, right? Yang Ming said, you can't be so stubborn. There are so many choices. Why do you have to keep an eye on the Lancer family? You mean, to open a new supply channel? Wang Songshan was overjoyed after hearing Yang Ming's words. You have a channel? I do, but I don't know if you are satisfied. Yang Ming paused and said, I can only get special firearms from one firearms factory. I can't get all of them. One factory? Which one? Wang Songshan asked quickly. At this moment, not to mention one factory, even half of them would be fine. It was good to have a glimmer of hope. How could he be picky? It's the firearms factory that supplies the Lancer family. Yang Ming said, I have some friendship with it, so I can basically guarantee you the goods you can get from the Lancer family. The factory that supplies the Lancer family? Isn't that the Buffon family? Wang Songshan was stunned and showed a surprised expression. Yang Ming, you mean you know the Buffon family? Yang Ming nodded slowly. No matter what, this Wang Songshan is still the head of the family. How can he be so lacking in depth? Just the Buffon family alone was enough to make him lose his composure like this. I don't know what Uncle Wang thinks of my deal, asked Yang Ming. If you can really bypass the Lancer family and contact the Buffon family directly, then it is of course a good thing, but... Wang Songshan hesitated as he said this. Obviously, he had not been blinded by excitement. He had become very careful these 2 days. According to my team, the Lancer family's patriarch has a good relationship with the previous patriarch of the Buffon family. Although the previous patriarch of the Buffon family has passed away, the Buffon family should not easily offend the Lancer family, right? Wang Songshan sighed. Won't offend? Yang Ming sneered faintly. Didn't that old bastard Thomas say it? The Buffon family's firearms factory has reduced the firearms quota for the Lancer family. How can you believe it? Wang Songshan smiled bitterly after listening to Yang Ming's ignorant words. That's just an excuse for Thomas of the Lancer family to make trouble for us. He just wants to take the opportunity to blackmail the Butterfly family and make me agree to the marriage between my daughter and Good. It can't be taken seriously. Wang Ruoshui also frowned. This Yang Ming can't be so naive, right? How can he believe this? If this is the case, then it seems that there is no hope for him to solve the butterfly family's problem. Is it an excuse? Yang Ming curled his lips and said with some contempt, maybe his dream will come true soon. Dream come true? Wang Songshan suddenly frowned. What do you mean by dream come true? Do you really want me to marry my daughter to good? No. Uncle Wang, you misunderstood what I meant. Yang Ming chuckled. What I meant when I said that his dream would come true was the reduction of the quota of firearms that he said. His dream will come true soon. Since he wants to reduce the Buffon family's supply to him so much, then we will fulfill his wish. Fulfill his wish? Wang Songshan suddenly showed a shocked expression. Yang Ming's words were not small at all. It was extremely arrogant. Yang Ming could actually reduce the Lancer family's firearms supply? Is this possible? Wang Songshan only felt that he was dreaming now. Isn't this Yang Ming's boasting too much? It's simply unrealistic. Wang Ruoshui also felt the same. She only felt that Yang Ming's boasting was about to reach the heavens. Yes, we will fulfill his wish. Yang Ming nodded. Since we are buying firearms directly from the Buffon family, the total number of firearms is limited. Since they are selling to us, they naturally have to reduce the share of other dealers. Then, whose share should we reduce? Naturally, the Lancer family is the most suitable. Yang Ming's words made Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui dumbfounded. Yang Ming is too daring? How can the Buffon family listen to Yang Ming's orders? The Buffon family is the largest family in Europe. How can they do whatever Yang Ming tells them to do? Is the person Yang Ming knows his son or someone related to him? This is not a trivial matter. It's impossible for him to listen to orders, right? Moreover, the person Yang Ming knows is an important person in the Buffon family. The Buffon family also has several elders. Above the elders is the family master, old Buffon. Even if that person wants to help Yang Ming, it is impossible to ask for the consent of so many people at the same time, right? It must be known that this was not an ordinary matter. This involved the friendship between the previous family master and the Lancer family. It was not something that could be changed with just a word from anyone. Therefore, Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui didn't believe Yang Ming's nonsense at all. They didn't believe that Yang Ming had this ability. It is possible that Yang Ming knows an important person in the Buffon family, but it is impossible for Yang Ming to use the Buffon family to deal with the Lancer family. Yang Ming, your words are a bit too much. Wang Songshan finally couldn't help but say, we don't ask for revenge on the Lancer family. We just want to guarantee the supply of firearms to the Butterfly family. Yang Ming looked at the trembling Wang Songshan. After a long while, he finally sighed helplessly, but there was some disdain in his eyes. Uncle Wang, I thought that you are a responsible man as the family master of the Butterfly family. I didn't expect you to be so timid at this moment. You are being bullied by others, but you don't even dare to resist. Even if you have a chance to resist, you have to take the initiative to give up. Wang Songshan's face turned ugly when he was ridiculed by a junior. He thought, you really don't know how to speak. If I had such great strength, who wouldn't want to take revenge? But now, the Butterfly family is obviously evenly matched with the Lancer family, and is even slightly weaker. It is absolutely unwise to become enemies with the Lancer family in this situation. Little friend Yang Ming, you don't have to provoke me. Wang Songshan took a deep breath, and his mood calmed down a lot. A real man has an indomitable spirit. If there is enmity, you naturally have to take revenge, but you also have to have the strength. If you have the strength to take revenge, you are pretentious. If you don't take revenge, you are stupid. I don't think I need to explain this to you. You should understand it, right? Now, how is it possible to compete with the Lancer family's strength? We family has a family. But who can guarantee that the Lancer family does not have any life-saving trumps? As a family with hundreds of years of history, they have cultivated a group of their own forces. So, if we act rashly, it is likely to become a lose-lose situation. The Butterfly family will be even more miserable. Wang Songshan was not afraid that Yang Ming would laugh at him, so he spoke his views and thoughts truthfully. Yang Ming was slightly stunned after listening to Wang Songshan's words, but he immediately understood Wang Songshan's meaning. Yes. Now, I always look at the problem with my own ideas, but I never look at the problem from Wang Songshan's point of view. Indeed, if you have the strength, you are pretentious. If you don't have the strength, you are just stupid. Didn't I choose to endure when I didn't have the strength to deal with Wang Jitao? Until the day I can take him down. Now that I think about it, although it hasn't been long, not even a year, it feels like a lifetime ago. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and I haven't been afraid of anyone for a long time. Now that I am reminded by Wang Songshan, I also understand that my point of view is different from Wang Songshan's. My strength is also different. So, Wang Songshan is timid, but great assassin Yang is unscrupulous. Uncle Wang, you are right. Yang Ming nodded. However, I have to give this sentence to the Lancer family as it is. They can only be pretentious in front of me if they have the strength. But now it seems that their family is stupid. If Yang Ming was extremely arrogant before, it would be excusable. The ignorant are fearless. But now, after Wang Songshan's reminder, Yang Ming still didn't put the Lancer family in his eyes. This could only mean one thing. Either Yang Ming was really confident and didn't put the Lancer family in his eyes at all, or Yang Ming was a complete idiot. Of course, the second possibility was unlikely. It was possible for the disciple taught by Fang Tian to be arrogant, but it was impossible for him to be an idiot. That old guy Fang Tian was not stupid enough to accept an idiot as a disciple. Yang Ming, are you really sure? Wang Songshan took a deep breath. Finally, he had some confidence and hope at this moment. Uncle Wang, you can call the Lancer family now and ask Thomas if it is true that his firearms quota has been reduced. Yang Ming nodded and said. Oh? Why are you asking this? Is there any meaning? Wang Songshan didn't understand Yang Ming's approach. Of course. Yang Ming looked at Wang Songshan with a smirk. In a while, Thomas's quota may really be reduced. His dream will come true. Of course, we have to squeeze him in advance. Wang Songshan listened to Yang Ming's words and finally understood Yang Ming's meaning. Yang Ming wants to make Thomas feel uncomfortable. This brat was simply rotten to the core. If Thomas's quota was really reduced soon after he made this call, this old fellow would probably cry to death. However, how could he be so confident? Although Wang Songshan also felt that this was a very cool thing to do, if it was successful, it was simply a way to vent the anger in his heart. However, what if Yang Ming can't do it? Then, wouldn't he have lost all his face to his grandmother's house? Yang Ming, can the person you know from the Buffon family really have the final say? Wang Songshan was still a little worried. Of course, he has the final say. Yang Ming saw that Wang Songshan was so careful and was a little dumbfounded. Uncle Wang, there is a chance for revenge in front of you anyway. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. Okay. I'll call. Wang Songshan gritted his teeth. How can there be benefits without taking risks? Besides, even if Yang Ming doesn't fulfill his words in the end, what can I do if I lose face? Haven't I lost enough face before? This time won't make a difference. At this time, Wang Ruoshui had less doubts and more doubts. She didn't speak but lowered her head and pondered on something. This was because she remembered what Wang Xiaoyan said before. Wang Xiaoyan said very firmly that Yang Ming should have a way to solve this matter. At that time, neither she nor Wang Songshan cared. But now, Yang Ming took the initiative to look for her and said that he could solve this matter. What does this mean? Could it be that Yang Ming can really help the butterfly family get through this difficult time? It should be. Wang Ruoshui didn't know why, but suddenly, she had an inexplicable confidence in Yang Ming. On the other side, Wang Songshan's phone had also been dialed. The person who answered the phone was Thomas, the family master of the Lancer family. Family Master Wang, have you thought it through? Thomas saw that the phone call was from the butterfly family, so he asked directly. It's me. Wang Songshan organized his words. Of course, he knew how to squeeze people. Since he had decided, he could let go. Family Master Thomas, as far as I know, the Buffon family did not reduce your family's firearms quota. Oh? Is that so? Thomas suddenly frowned and scolded in his heart. Damn it, you old man. Can't you even tell that this is an excuse? However, since the words were out in the open, Thomas naturally couldn't say it directly. He could only say, "How do you know? Who doesn't have a few friends?" Wang Songshan smiled, "Family Master Thomas, since this is the case, do you think we should resume our cooperation? Resume?" Thomas was stunned. He thought, "Aren't you too whimsical, old man?" He snorted and said directly, "Where did you find out about the decision of the Buffon family's upper management? This is their family's latest decision. It hasn't been spread out yet, so you definitely don't know." "Is that so? Then, I wish your dream come true." Wang Songshan also thought it through at this moment. Anyway, things have reached an irreconcilable point. So what if I'm awesome? This time, I'll be so happy if I can do the right thing to you. If I can't, then I'll just accept it. So, Wang Songshan also threw caution to the wind, however, don't regret it after your dream comes true. My relationship with the Buffon family is not for you to worry about. Thomas was furious after listening to Wang Songshan's words. He scolded, "Wang Songshan, listen to me. Today is the second day of the 5-day deadline. You can decide for yourself." "Really? Your Lancer family's share is about to be reduced, and you're still so proud. It seems that you're really open-minded." Wang Songshan sneered, "I really admire you." Thomas was so angry that his teeth itched, but he said in his heart, "Don't be proud here. You'll cry in a few days." He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He hung up the phone directly. Wang Songshan listened to the busy tone from the phone, smiled bitterly, and put the phone back. Although Wang Songshan was tit for tat with Thomas on the phone just now, in fact, he didn't have confidence in his heart. He was just acting like a crossbow for Thomas to see. His face darkened as soon as he hung up the phone. "Little friend Yang Ming, I called the Lancer family's family master Thomas as you said. Now, our butterfly family has completely broken off with the Lancer family. It has become irreparable. You must give me a definite answer. This time, can you help us get through this crisis?" "Uncle Wang, you're wrong, right?" Yang Ming smiled faintly, "You and the Lancer family have broken off since yesterday. How can you talk about breaking off now? There is no room for redemption. Even if you didn't make this call, do you still expect the Lancer family to be merciful?" Wang Songshan couldn't help but blush after listening to Yang Ming's words. He was a little embarrassed, "That's true. Little friend Yang Ming, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about how our butterfly family will get through this difficult time. Isn't it already over?" Yang Ming smiled strangely and immediately understood that Wang Songshan was still not at ease with his words. This matter was not completely over, so his heart would definitely not be at ease. "But now, we haven't contacted the Buffon family yet." Wang Songshan hesitated. "We can't underestimate the strength of the Lancer family. Alright, I'll call the Buffon family and settle this matter. Otherwise, I don't think Uncle Wang would let me leave." Yang Ming nodded with a smile and said, "Uncle Wang, let me borrow the phone in your room." Okay. Wang Songshan quickly smiled and said, "Please, please." Nonsense, Yang Ming was doing something for him. How could Wang Songshan not agree to lend him a phone? Besides, he wasn't borrowing it at all. He was calling for his own family's matters. Yang Ming smiled slightly. Previously, he used the phone in his room to call. Although he also spent the butterfly family's phone bill, no one saw it. However, at this moment in Wang Songshan's room, Yang Ming naturally asked out of politeness. Yang Ming picked up the phone on Wang Songshan's desk and dialed old Buffon's private phone number. The phone was connected not long after. Old Buffon's voice sounded very respectful. "Hello, who are you?" Although the phone number in Wang Songshan's study was unfamiliar and old Buffon had never seen it before, Yang Ming had called old Buffon with the room's phone when he was in the guest room. Although the phone number was different from this one, the area code was the same. Therefore, old Buffon guessed that this phone call was most likely from Yang Ming. However, he was not very sure, so he did not dare to call him master directly. However, his tone was very respectful. "Old Buffon, it's me, Yang Ming." Yang Ming said naturally. However, Wang Songshan was shocked when he heard the words old Buffon. Although this Buffon family had the surname Buffon, how many could be called old Buffon? Wang Songshan knew that the current family master of the Buffon family was called Old Buffon by some familiar friends. However, he thought that the person talking to Yang Ming shouldn't be the family master of the Buffon family, right? According to Yang Ming's age, if he called the other party Old Buffon, then the other party only needed to be older than Yang Ming to be called Old Buffon. Therefore, Wang Songshan did not think that this Old Buffon was that Old Buffon. "Master, it really is you." Old Buffon said quickly, "When I saw this phone number, it seemed to be yours. Do you have any instructions?" "The matter I told you before, the supply of firearms to my friend's family." "Is there any problem?" asked Yang Ming. "Of course, there is no problem," said Old Buffon. "I just called the factory and asked. There is still a lot of stock of various models. If you have any special needs, you can also place an order for me directly." That's good." Yang Ming nodded and felt relieved. Also, about the Lancer family, cut off their firearms supply directly. "What do you think?" "Master, if you think it's okay, then it's okay. I'll just do it directly. You don't have to ask me." Old Buffon thought that Yang Ming was testing him, so he quickly expressed his determination. There was a saying that it was difficult to disobey a master's order. It meant that the disciple must follow the master's words. There was no room for negotiation. Therefore, Old Buffon felt that it was natural for Yang Ming to ask him to do anything. There was no need to consult his opinion at all. Then let's teach the Lancer family a lesson. This family's people are so arrogant that it makes people uncomfortable. Yang Ming knew Old Buffon's temperament, so he didn't say much to thank him. If he said too much, it would make Old Buffon feel uncomfortable. "Don't worry. In addition, I will teach them a lesson." Old Buffon immediately expressed his attitude. "I want to let them know what the consequences of offending my master are." "Then that's it. Wait for me here. I'll ask my friend to list the demand list for firearms. You can place an order for the factory." Yang Ming said, "Then see what's missing. You can help to think of a solution." "Master, where are you?" Old Buffon hesitated and said, "I saw your phone number. It's from Europe, right? It shouldn't be far from here. I don't know if it's convenient. I'll pay you a visit. Of course, my main purpose is to pick up that order." Old Buffon was afraid that Yang Ming would be unhappy if he went to look for him, so he deliberately emphasized the order. He meant that he was doing it for business, not to bother Yang Ming. Old Buffon didn't know if Yang Ming had time to talk to him, but Yang Ming had come to Europe with great difficulty. If he didn't see him, Old Buffon would feel uneasy, so he braced himself and asked. "Oh?" Yang Ming was stunned and understood Old Buffon's meaning. However, it was rare for him to be so enthusiastic. Yang Ming didn't have anything to do, so it was good to let him come over. It could reassure Old Buffon. "All right, come over. I'm at the Butterfly Castle in Elo Town. Butterfly family. You should be able to find this place." "Don't worry, master. I'll arrange it and take Junior's sister there as soon as possible." Old Buffon's excited voice immediately changed when he heard that Yang Ming agreed. "Junior's sister? Who is this?" Yang Ming was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Who is the junior sister in Old Buffon's mouth? He couldn't help but be speechless. "Can't you just say bring your wife over?" "Junior sister. All right, then we'll talk about it when we meet." Yang Ming said, "You don't have to be ruthless in your revenge against the Lancer family. However, that old bastard Thomas has a grandson named Good. Don't let him go easily." After all, Thomas had only used normal moves so far. It was understandable. Yang Ming couldn't be ruthless, but Yang Ming couldn't let Good go easily. This arrogant guy who said that he couldn't leave Elo Town, of course, Yang Ming had to teach him a lesson. "Good, don't worry, master. Leave this to me." Old Buffon smiled insidiously. Isn't it easy to deal with such a person? After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming smiled at Wang Songshan and said, "Okay, it's done. Are you relieved now? Have you spoken to the people from the Buffon family?" Although Wang Songshan heard Yang Ming's phone call with his own ears, he was still a little suspicious. After all, this matter was too dramatic. The butterfly family was about to go to a dead end, but Yang Ming easily settled everything with a phone call. How could Wang Songshan's mood not fluctuate? We have agreed. The Buffon family will come over today. Uncle Wang, you just need to make a list of the firearms you need and then prepare them. Yang Ming said, now, you don't have to worry anymore, right? When the Buffon family arrives, you can talk to them in person. That's good, that's good. Wang Songshan nodded and said, about the Lancer family. Don't worry. The Buffon family has decided to cut off the Lancer family's firearms supply. I guess the Lancer family will receive the news in a while, right? If you don't believe it, Uncle Wang can make a call to confirm. Yang Ming smiled. Really? Wang Songshan's original plan was to find a way to supply firearms again. He didn't even think about retaliating against the Lancer family. But now, after hearing Yang Ming say that the Buffon family was preparing to deal with the Lancer family, he was overjoyed and had a feeling of exaltation. It was true that the wheel of fortune changed. Yesterday's threatening words from Thomas were still vivid in his ears. Now, less than 24 hours later, the situation had changed sharply. The Buffon family was preparing to teach the Lancer family a lesson. Of course, I think the Lancer family has already received the news with their efficiency, haha. Yang Ming knew old Buffon's character very well. How could old Buffon be negligent, especially when he was working for him? I really didn't expect. I didn't expect that Thomas would have such a day. Wang Songshan was excited when he heard Yang Ming's words. Then, should I call him now? Of course, as long as you want to, Yang Ming smiled and pointed to the phone. Now is the time to stimulate him again. Although Wang Songshan did not doubt Yang Ming's solemn vow, there was still a doubt in his heart. Why would the Buffon family work for Yang Ming? Wang Songshan picked up the phone, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and dialed the Lancer family's family master, Thomas. At this moment, Thomas was in a terrible fix. 10 minutes ago, the Buffon family suddenly called and told him that the firearms factory had reduced production this year. The share of production had decreased, so the firearms supply to the Lancer family was cancelled. This phone call was not answered by Thomas, but by a disciple of the Lancer family. The other party did not wait for him to speak and hurriedly hung up the phone. The disciple was a little baffled. However, he did not dare to neglect. He quickly ran to report to the family master and told Thomas the contents of the phone call he had received. Thomas was feeling good. He sneered in his heart that Wang Songshan did not know how to appreciate favors and would regret it. Then, he saw a disciple rush in. Family master, there is an emergency. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Thomas frowned suddenly. He was intoxicated with himself and was suddenly disturbed by this disciple. He was very angry. What made you so anxious? Family master, I just received a phone call. The disciple of the Lancer family was scolded and immediately said cautiously. Phone call? What phone call? What's the big deal about receiving a phone call? Who's calling? Thomas asked casually. The person on the other side said that he was from the Buffon family. The disciple of the Lancer family said, he said that the firearms factory had reduced production this year and the share of production had decreased, so the firearms supply to our Lancer family was cancelled. I don't know what happened. Before I could ask, the other party hung up the phone. What? A call from the Buffon family? Thomas was slightly stunned. Reduced production? The share of production had decreased? The firearms supply to our family was cancelled? How is this possible? I don't know. The other party said so and hung up the phone without waiting for me to ask anything. Didn't I rush over to report to you, family master? The disciple of the Lancer family said cautiously. This matter feels a bit impossible, right? Thomas was not stupid. After a short moment of shock, he fell into contemplation. It's such a big matter. It's impossible for the Buffon family to just make a call to tell us about it, right? After all, our family has cooperated with the Buffon family for so long. Even if there is such a thing, they must have discussed it with me personally. Thomas began to talk to himself, but the disciple did not dare to answer. He carefully stood aside and waited for Thomas's instructions. Thomas now had some doubts about the authenticity of this phone call. It was not that the disciple was lying, but he doubted whether this phone call was from the Buffon family. The reason was very simple. Although the Buffon family was a big family, the Lancer family was not weak either. Moreover, they had been friends for so many years. How could it be cut off with just a phone call? At the very least, it should be the current family master of the Buffon family, old Buffon, who called to inform me, right? I was the partner decided by the previous family master of the Buffon family. How could it be changed without a big reason? Moreover, even if the share was reduced, there was no need to directly cut off the firearms supply to my family, right? It was fine if it was reduced, but why was there no leeway at all? How could such a big matter be decided with just a phone call? However, what Thomas did not know was that he had been abandoned by the Buffon family. They simply did not take him seriously. It was good enough that they called to inform him. How could they expect old Buffon to personally talk to Thomas about this matter? Dream on. Of course, Thomas was still unaware of these things. He was still feeling good about himself. So now Thomas was suspicious. He suspected that this phone call was not from the Buffon family, but that someone deliberately called to find fault with him and was trying to scare him. Then, who was this person? It must be the Butterfly family. Thomas sneered when he remembered Wang Songshan's previous phone call. He couldn't win against me and was so angry that he even used such a despicable trick. It must be Wang Songshan without a doubt. Wang Songshan was sullen in his heart. He wanted to make such a call to scare me and make me scared. However, was I really so easily fooled? Thomas sneered, "You can leave first. This is none of your business." Yes. The disciple had been standing there for a long time, looking at the patriarch's gloomy face, but he didn't dare to say anything. When the patriarch suddenly asked him to leave, it was as if he had been granted amnesty, so he quickly nodded and respectfully withdrew. However, Thomas was still suspicious and could not be sure. Although he felt that this matter was most likely Wang Songshan's doing, it would always be a thorn in his heart if he was not sure. It made Thomas feel uncomfortable. Thomas hesitated, picked up the phone in front of him, and dialed old Buffon's private number. After the phone rang twice, the other side picked up. It was old Buffon's cold voice. "Thomas? What's the matter?" "Buffon family master, it's me, Thomas. Can't I call you if there's nothing?" Thomas said enthusiastically. Although he didn't know why old Buffon's voice was so cold, he hadn't thought that the previous call was indeed from the Buffon family. "Nothing? Then I'll hang up. I still have something to do," old Buffon said coldly, not giving Thomas any face. Wait a minute. Thomas didn't understand. Why is old Buffon so angry today? What else? Old Buffon's voice was slightly impatient. That, Buffon family master, this year's firearms supply. However, Thomas was interrupted by old Buffon before he finished speaking. Didn't you receive the call before? You have been disqualified as a dealer. Old Buffon's voice was very indifferent, but it had an unquestionable majesty that left no room for doubt. Are the servants of the Lancer family so inefficient? I had already asked someone to call before. Old Buffon's words were like a sharp sword that directly stabbed into Thomas's fragile heart, making him feel breathless. Family Master Buffon, you haven't finished joking, right? Was the previous call really from you? Thomas thought of several possibilities and finally determined that the call was from old Buffon, but he never thought that this call would really be from old Buffon. This is too hard for me to accept, right? It wasn't me. Old Buffon's faint words made Thomas finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought, sure enough, it wasn't you. That's good, that's good. However, before Thomas could catch his breath, he heard old Buffon continue, I asked the people below to call. Why? Do you have any questions? This? Thomas only felt his vision turn black, and he had the urge to have a cerebral hemorrhage. How is this possible? How is this possible? Thomas didn't believe this reality. Family Master Buffon, our two families have been cooperating for decades. Are you kidding? Why did you suddenly terminate the cooperation with us? I terminated it? It doesn't seem like it, right? Old Buffon said faintly, you were the one who proposed to terminate the cooperation? Me? Thomas almost cried. He thought, am I stupid? Am I not a fool to propose to terminate the cooperation? I'm simply crazy. He hurriedly explained, Patriarch Buffon, are you mistaken? Why would I make such a request? Our cooperation has always been very pleasant. You didn't? Old Buffon snorted coldly, I heard that you really want us to reduce the share of firearms supply to you. In that case, we might as well terminate our cooperation and fulfill your wish to make your dream come true. Reduce the share of firearms supply? Make my dream come true? Why does this sound so familiar? Thomas frowned. Suddenly, he thought of Wang Songshan's inexplicable phone call. Coupled with the word heard that old Buffon said, he immediately connected these two things together. Could it be because of the butterfly family? However, Thomas didn't believe that the butterfly family would have a connection with the Buffon family. If there was a connection between the two, why would the butterfly family buy firearms from me? Wouldn't it be fine to buy them directly from the Buffon family? Not only is the quantity sufficient, but the price is also cheap. One had to know that his rate of increase was more than double. Moreover, Wang Songshan carefully complimented the Lancer family carefully. If the butterfly family has such a connection, then would it be possible for Wang Songshan to do this? So, thinking of this, Thomas abandoned this absurd idea, but he had some doubts about old Buffon's words. Family Master Buffon, what do you mean by this? When did I say such a thing? Buffon doubt SSSTSSS for me. Buffon S's S for Buffs' S's rights, S right. Could it be the butterfly family? Thomas finally couldn't help it. He racked his brain, but he couldn't think of which family he had said those words to recently. Oh? Old Buffon sneered after hearing it, it seems that you still have some self-awareness. You know who you have offended. In that case, I won't say much. Ah? Thomas just asked casually. He never thought that it was really related to the butterfly family. But is the butterfly family really related to the Buffon family? This seems unlikely, right? However, this unlikely fact was right in front of his eyes. Old Buffon had already admitted it himself, so he had no choice but to believe it. Thomas had the urge to vomit blood when he thought of this. Even if you want to toy with me, you don't have to do it like this, right? Is it fun to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Aren't you tricking me? This is too much. It's a bit of a loss to do this. If I had known that the butterfly family was related to the Buffon family, would I have gone to find trouble with you? I can't wait to be on good terms with you, why would I provoke you? Besides, doesn't your family have money to burn? You have connections with the Buffon family, but you don't buy firearms directly from them, but you buy them from me, a middleman. Are you mentally ill, or are you deliberately setting a trap to play with me? Thomas was really speechless at this moment. He didn't know what to say. If you had revealed a little bit of your relationship with the Buffon family yesterday, I wouldn't have made things difficult for you. Not only would I have asked Good to apologize to your family, but I would also have to supply you firearms at cost price. But. Wang Songshan, you old man, what are you up to? You whispered to me and made me think that you, a good-for-nothing, didn't have any backing, and that you were a soft persimmon that could be trampled on at will. But now, mother of asterisk cur, you have tricked me. Okay, is there anything else? Old Buffon said faintly, you're on your own now. I'm afraid this matter can't be let go. Wait, Buffon family master, don't hang up first. However, before Thomas finished speaking, old Buffon's phone had already hung up, and only a busy tone could be heard. Thomas slumped into the boss chair decadently. His previous strategizing and arrogant attitude had been swept away. Just a moment ago, he thought that the butterfly family would definitely come to plead for mercy according to his wishes and take the initiative to send Wang Xiaoyan to marry his grandson, Good. But at this moment, not only was this idea completely shattered, even the future of the Lancer family was completely ruined. Firearms sales were the Lancer family's biggest and only source of income. Before the Lancer family started dealing in firearms, they had operated many other industries. However, after establishing a relationship with the Buffon family in the past few decades, the Lancer family simply removed all other industries and concentrated on the firearms trade after seeing the huge profits from the firearms sale. After all, firearms sales were much more profitable than other sales with the same amount of manpower and material resources invested. They were not at the same level at all. The Lancer family's energy was limited, so it was better to invest the limited energy into more profitable firearms sales. So, in this way, the Lancer family was putting all their eggs in one basket. They knew that it was very dangerous to do so. Once there was a problem in this industry, the entire business chain of the Lancer family would collapse. However, under such huge profits, the Lancer family still chose to take the risk. There was a saying that was right. Capitalists could risk the guillotine for a profit margin of 300%. What's more, firearms sales were more than 300% profit. Some special firearms were even sold with a profit margin of 1000%. Driven by such huge profits, the Lancer family had long gone crazy. Why would they care about these costs? Old Buffon cutting off the Lancer family's firearms supply was equivalent to cutting off the Lancer family's only source of income. Thomas was most concerned about where the Lancer family would go in the future. Although the Lancer family had made enough money that they could squander it for a lifetime even if they did not scrimp and save, Thomas had to think about his future generations, right? They couldn't just sit around and eat, right? Moreover, once the Lancer family was disqualified as an firearms dealer, their status in the upper class would definitely plummet. Without this identity to rely on, how many people would please the Lancer family again? Even the most critical question was that it would be good if these people did not beat them when they were down. Who would dare to offend the Buffon family because of the Lancer family? If you still contacted the people that the Buffon family wanted to deal with, wouldn't that mean that you were tired of living too comfortably? This series of chain reactions was something that the current Lancer family would not be able to bear. Thomas sighed secretly. It had only been one day, and I had changed positions with Wang Songshan. Yesterday, he was upset, and today, I am the one who is upset. But, yesterday, Wang Songshan was really upset, right? Is this guy deliberately making fun of me? Thomas wanted to scold Wang Songshan, but at this moment, he really did not dare. While he was complaining, the phone on the table suddenly rang again. Thomas was shocked. He thought that old Buffon had changed his mind. He really wanted to pick up the phone. Old Buffon would tell him that everything he said before was a lie and a joke. So, Thomas picked up the phone full of longing and said cautiously, "Hello. Family Master Thomas? I'm Wang Songshan." Wang Songshan was also a little nervous in his heart because he didn't know if what Yang Ming said was effective. He didn't know if the Buffon family's intentions had been passed to the Lancer family. "Wang. Family Master Wang, you put me in a difficult situation." Thomas sighed, and his voice was a little sobbing. "You see, isn't this like the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple, and the family doesn't recognize each other?" Thomas knew that Wang Songshan was Chinese, so he deliberately quoted a classic Chinese saying to arouse Wang Songshan's sense of closeness and sympathy. Wang Songshan was slightly stunned. After listening to Thomas's words, how could he not understand at this moment? Your news from the Buffon family must have been passed to the Lancer family. Otherwise, how could Thomas talk to me like this? Wang Songshan's tense heart finally breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly had an indescribable feeling of comfort. It's so refreshing. "Thomas, you also have such a day? This is the first time in my life that you have talked to me so humbly." However, at the same time, Wang Songshan also had doubts and awe for Yang Ming's ability for the first time. Come to think of it, the person who can intervene in the Buffon family's decision must be a big shot in the Buffon family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Buffon family to immediately react and pass on to the Lancer family in less than 10 minutes after Yang Ming hung up the phone. As for Yang Ming, how did he know such a character? That is the Buffon family. The top family in Europe's upper-class society. Not to mention being able to change the Buffon family's decision, it is already very impressive to be able to have a relationship with them or even talk to them. But now, old Buffon understood that although Yang Ming's tone was very polite, there was an unquestionable and unchangeable way of command. He was talking to a big shot in the Buffon family. Yang Ming's calm tone decided this matter in a few words. He didn't even allow the other party to discuss it. He said it completely in a commanding manner. This is too shocking, isn't it? What family? Wang Songshan vented his anger in his heart and spoke with confidence. Mr. Thomas, I don't understand what you mean. I said many times that my daughter will never marry good. You don't have to worry about this. Family Master Wang, you misunderstood me. Thomas smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, I don't dare to have any ideas about your family's Wang Xiaoyan anymore. If I had known before, I would have been a fool. Would I have forced your daughter to marry my grandson? Thomas was afraid that Wang Songshan would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, Family Master Wang, what I mean is that you see, our Lancer family and the Buffon family have been friends for decades. Your butterfly family must also have a good relationship with the Buffon family. So, aren't we a family? Oh? Is that so? Wang Songshan said faintly, I don't think so. How would I dare to associate with the Lancer family? It's better for me to have less contact with you. I called this time to tell you that since you have cancelled the firearms supply to the butterfly family, then we have nothing to do with each other in the future. We will not contact each other anymore. Don't. Thomas immediately became anxious when he heard this. Family Master Wang, Mr. Wang, please don't hang up the phone. I was wrong before. I was wrong. I really didn't know that you had a relationship with the Buffon family. So, if I have nothing to do with the Buffon family, then I can be bullied by you? Wang Songshan asked with a sneer. This? Thomas was speechless. Yes, when I didn't know about the relationship between Wang Songshan and the Buffon family, didn't I bully the butterfly family wantonly? Did I think that the butterfly family could finally follow the path I envisioned? It seems that you don't even dare to speak. Wang Songshan snorted disdainfully, in that case, we don't need to talk anymore. I still have other things to do, so I'll hang up the phone. Family Master Wang, Brother Wang, please wait a minute. Thomas was really anxious and spoke without thinking. Wang Songshan was his junior, but he actually called Wang Songshan Brother Wang at this moment. It could be seen how anxious he was now. However, it was no wonder that Wang Songshan had now become Thomas's last hope. This was because Thomas knew that this matter was completely caused by Wang Songshan. The Buffon family's attitude towards him was completely determined by the butterfly family's attitude. No matter how much he begged the Buffon family, it would probably be useless. This was because the Buffon family would definitely not relent if the butterfly family did not agree. Only when the butterfly family no longer pursued this matter would the Buffon family no longer pursue it. Therefore, the development of the whole matter was completely dependent on Wang Songshan's attitude. Therefore, Thomas did not mind lowering his seniority. As long as he could get Wang Songshan's understanding, what was his groveling? What are you waiting for? Wang Songshan said, isn't it your wish to reduce the quota of firearms supply? Moreover, you have now exceeded the quota. Not only has it been reduced, but it has also been completely cut off. You should be happy now. Thomas really wanted to cry, but he couldn't say anything in the face of Wang Songshan's mockery. After all, he had really said so before. However, Thomas still braced himself and said, Brother Wang, let's not beat around the bush in front of a straightforward person. This time, it is the Lancer family's fault. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I thank you in advance. You're so talkative, and this matter is considered over? Wang Songshan said contemptuously, sorry, I'm very tight on time. I don't want to waste time with you. Wang Songshan, then what do you want to let go of our Lancer family? Do you really want to force our Lancer family into a dead end? Thomas was really anxious. This was a major event related to the family's future livelihood. Force us into a dead end? Wang Songshan suddenly laughed after hearing it. I say, Thomas, you didn't forget how you forced me before, right? Why didn't you be magnanimous at that time and leave me a way out? Now you're talking about me instead. If you knew it would be like this, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, I did leave you a way out. I said that if Wang Xiaoyan marries good, we can continue our cooperation. Thomas said anxiously, although I know this condition is somewhat unreasonable, I didn't say it out loud after all. Now, you can at least show me a way out. What should I do to let the Lancer family live? Oh? Wang Songshan frowned. To be honest, he didn't mind killing the Lancer family this time. After all, the Lancer family's previous actions had made Wang Songshan extremely angry. However, since Thomas had asked this, Wang Songshan decided to give him a chance. As for whether he could seize this opportunity, it was up to him. He couldn't blame others. Well, since this is the case, then I will make a request. If you can do it, I will help you plead with the Buffon family. If you can't do it, then this matter will end here. Wang Songshan said after a moment of hesitation. What is it? Please tell me as soon as possible. As long as I can do it, I will do it. Thomas suddenly felt relieved after hearing Wang Songshan's words. Wang Songshan is finally willing to let go. That's easy. At most, I'll satisfy Wang Songshan's vanity and let him have his fill. Letting me go is better than anything else. Send goods head to the butterfly family within 5 days, Wang Songshan stated his conditions indifferently, otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. You. Wang Songshan, don't push me too far. Thomas's originally weak tone was filled with extreme hatred when he heard Wang Songshan's request. Your request is simply unreasonable. Too far? Wang Songshan sneered. Thomas, why didn't you say that you were too far when you made the request to the butterfly family? Why didn't you say that it was unreasonable? Now you're saying that I'm too far? Don't you feel ashamed? Thomas's face turned red when he heard Wang Songshan's words, but he also knew that Wang Songshan was telling the truth. He had never considered Wang Songshan's feelings when he was being aggressive before. Now, it was Wang Songshan's turn to be aggressive, and he had become the victim. Thomas really wanted to cry but had no tears. If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? However, even so, Thomas still felt that Wang Songshan was a bit too much. After all, his condition was to let Wang Songshan's daughter marry Good, and it didn't hurt anyone's life. However, Wang Songshan's request was too ruthless. He wanted Good's life. How could Thomas, who was Good's grandfather, agree? I have given you the opportunity. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. Wang Songshan didn't care about Thomas's mood at the moment. What does it have to do with me whether you are angry or not? You didn't leave yourself a way out when you forced me. Do you think it's possible for me to be merciful to you now? No one is a fool. Wang Songshan, I just want your daughter to marry my grandson, but you want my grandson's head. Is this fair? Although Thomas knew that he was at a disadvantage, he still argued. Good was very arrogant when he was in my house. If I don't get rid of him, people will think that the butterfly family is afraid of him. Wang Songshan ignored Good's question and sneered, this matter was caused by your grandson, Good. What does it have to do with my daughter? So, since he came looking for trouble, he should be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, if no one is responsible for their own actions, wouldn't this world be a mess? Take responsibility? Thomas was indignant. The butterfly family has killed countless people. Why don't you stand up and take responsibility? However, Thomas did not dare to say so under the circumstances. After all, he had no choice but to lower his head under someone else's roof. Wang Songshan, our Lancer family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. As for the Douglas family, I will also make them pay the price they deserve. However, Good is my grandson no matter what. I will not allow any harm to come to him. Thomas's words were resolute and decisive. On the one hand, he was showing weakness to Wang Songshan. On the other hand, he was hinting to Wang Songshan that he should quit while he was ahead. We will also pay the price. As for Good's idea, I'm sorry, but don't think about it. If that's the case, then I think we have nothing to talk about. Wang Songshan blocked Thomas's words with one sentence. He did not buy his words at all. The butterfly family doesn't need any compensation or explanation. If we really want an explanation, the only thing we can give is Good's head. Good. Thomas was furious. This Wang Songshan was not going to give him any face at all. This made Thomas extremely annoyed. He had been in Europe's upper class for so many years, but today, he was the first person who did not give him face. Not only did he not give him face, but he was also pressuring him step by step. Wang Songshan, Do you mean that you really want to fight to the death with our Lancer family? Let me tell you, although our Lancer family has lost the support of the Buffon family, we are not easy to bully due to our decades of accumulation of wealth. Even if our family declines, we will drag someone down with us. So what if you are an assassin family? Others may be afraid of you, but I, Thomas, am not afraid of my Lancer family. You have assassins, but we. If you don't believe it, we will see. Thomas's words made Wang Songshan wake up abruptly. Wang Songshan had been refreshed previously when he saw that Yang Ming had not only easily solved the family's biggest problem, the supply of firearms. He had also allowed the Buffon family to clean up the Lancer family. He felt extremely refreshed, especially when he saw Thomas lowering his voice to him. He was a little complacent for a while, but at this moment, Thomas's words reminded Wang Songshan. In any case, the Lancer family was a big family that had stood at the top of the upper class for many years. Even if their firearms sales qualifications were cut off at this moment, the wealth and foundation they had accumulated over the years were unimaginable. No one would believe that the Lancer family did not have a private security force. In particular, Thomas's previous sentence, "You have an assassin, don't we?" had already hinted that the Lancer family also had a trump card. If you really want to fight to the death, then we will accompany you to the end. When the time comes, no one will feel good about it. However, the possibility of both sides suffering heavy losses wasn't high. That's because the two sides were almost equal in strength. In this kind of situation where there was no absolute advantage, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Even if they won, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. This kind of method of harming others without benefiting oneself was simply something that only idiots would do. But Thomas had threatened Wang Songshan in this way. Although Wang Songshan did not think that Thomas would do this in his heart, because when he was forced into a corner, he did not think about mutual destruction with the Lancer family. However, it was hard to say for an old madman like Thomas. After all, Wang Songshan could not see through Thomas's thoughts. He did not have special abilities, so he was not 100% sure that Thomas would not dare to make a move. So at this moment, Thomas's words made Wang Songshan hesitate. He did not dare to gamble, and could not gamble. Now that the butterfly family had just climbed up to the Buffon family, it was a glorious moment. If the butterfly family's vitality was greatly damaged because of Thomas's matter, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Wang Songshan thought that the butterfly family could climb up to the Buffon family by having a relationship with them. But in fact, if Yang Ming knew Wang Songshan's thoughts, he would definitely find it funny. This was because old Buffon saw cooperating with the butterfly family as a way to please his master. The phone was on speakerphone, so Yang Ming could hear every word Thomas said clearly. Yang Ming also saw Wang Songshan's hesitation. He smiled slightly and said directly, "Thomas, right? There is only one chance. I hope you can grasp it. If you are not willing to do it yourself, then there is no problem. I will help you take his head when the time comes. But I will say the ugly words first. If I do it myself, then it will not be your Lancer family's credit. You will still be disqualified from being the Buffon family's arms dealer." Wang Songshan looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Thomas obviously had the intention to fight to the death, but Yang Ming did not care at all and still threatened Thomas mercilessly. What does this mean? Could it be that Yang Ming already had the confidence to win? Wang Songshan could not help but feel a little nervous when he thought of this. However, when he thought of Yang Ming's magical power that could actually persuade the Buffon family, he believed that it would not be a problem to deal with the Lancer family. Wang Songshan was full of inexplicable confidence in Yang Ming when he thought of this. "Who are you?" Thomas suddenly heard Yang Ming's voice and was slightly stunned. He then asked very angrily. "Yang Ming, Butterfly Wang's fiancé," Yang Ming replied faintly. Bragging. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" Thomas was suddenly angry when he heard that the person who spoke was actually Yang Ming. "Wang Songshan, your son-in-law is really well educated. He is also interrupting when the elders are talking?" Before Wang Songshan could speak, Yang Ming continued, "In my eyes, you are just a sh*tty elder. Uncle Wang, ignore this mad dog and hang up the phone. We don't have time to talk nonsense with him." "Okay. Wang Songshan smiled at Yang Ming and said to Thomas, Thomas, I have finished my request. Whether you can do it or not, you can think about it yourself. Okay, goodbye. You mother asterisk cur. Wang Songshan hung up the phone before Thomas finished speaking, leaving the flustered and exasperated Thomas to sit on the chair dispiritedly. Previously, he wanted to fight to the death with the butterfly family. It was just a threat to make Wang Songshan change his mind. Moreover, this trick did work. Wang Songshan began to hesitate after hearing his words. But before Wang Songshan hesitated to speak, he was interrupted by the person named Yang Ming. This is so infuriating. This little bastard, why didn't he speak earlier? Why did he have to speak at the most critical moment and ruin my entire plan all of a sudden? In fact, Thomas really didn't dare to sacrifice the entire Lancer family for Good. Although it was true that Good was his biological grandson, a grandson was still a grandson, not a grandson. He was an outsider and a member of the Douglas family, not the Lancer family. Even if Thomas wanted to stand up for Good, he believed that the elders of the Lancer family would not agree. After all, this was not Thomas's own interest, but the interest of the entire family. Going against the Butterfly family would not benefit the entire Lancer family. The strength of both sides was equal. Although his family had a trump card that could compete with the assassins of the Butterfly family, who could guarantee that the Butterfly family did not have a hidden trump card? Once the Butterfly family also had a hidden trump card, it meant that the Butterfly family's strength was a little better than the Lancer family's. In this way, he dared not act rashly. If they really fought, the Lancer family might be the unlucky one in the end. In fact, when one reached the status of the Butterfly family and the Lancer family, one would generally not fight to the death with the opponent without absolute strength. This was because it would not promote the family's interests at all. Instead, the entire family would be involved. No one would be so stupid to make such a decision. Thomas wanted to bet on whether Wang Songshan would be afraid before, but the result was ruined. How could this not make Thomas depressed? However, now that Wang Songshan was very determined, how should he deal with it? Give up on Good? Thomas definitely did not want to do this. This was his most beloved grandson. Not only could he not help him take revenge, but he would also lose his life. How could he, as a grandfather, endure this? However, if they didn't give up on Good, the Lancer family would definitely decline and wither. Even if they found a new industry, it would take a long time to adapt, let alone become strong and powerful. In that case, the Lancer family was bound to be reduced to a second-rate family or even a third-rate family. But in any case, this was a big matter. Although Thomas was the family master of the Lancer family, he still had to discuss such a big matter with the family. In the Lancer family's conference room, Thomas sat at the head of the table with a gloomy face. The other core members of the family, including the two elders of his generation, and several outstanding second-generation children, were also present. The news that the Buffon family had cancelled the Lancer family's firearms supplier qualification had been spread by the servant who answered the phone. Whether it was true or not, everyone present knew the news. The management of the Lancer family was obviously not very strict, and the confidentiality of the servants was also very poor. Therefore, the content of this call was quickly known by these people in the family. I've called all of you here for an emergency meeting because I have something important to discuss with all of you. Thomas's expression was very bad. This matter would affect the fate of the Lancer family in the big picture. From the perspective of the family, it would be fine if he gave up on Good. If he protected Good, even if the second-generation children of the family didn't say anything, the elders of his generation would definitely question him. At that time, he was afraid that his position as the family master would not be stable. Could it be that what he heard before was true? Everyone's face showed a dignified expression. Previously, everyone didn't quite believe it when they heard it. However, at this time, Thomas solemnly called everyone for a meeting. Especially after seeing Thomas's expression, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Seeing the expressions of everyone present, Thomas knew that the news had come. I believe that everyone has also heard some rumors. The Buffon family has cancelled our Lancer family's firearms supplier qualification. Is it because of the Butterfly family? An old man with triangular eyes sitting on Thomas's right said gloomily. He was Thomas's elder brother, Slade, and also the eldest son of Thomas's father. Logically speaking, he should be the first successor of the Lancer family. However, because he was not a legitimate son, but a concubine's son. His mother was not the legal wife of Thomas's father, but a personal maid in the family. This identity was naturally not presentable, and Slade was destined not to inherit the family's heavy responsibility. However, Slade had always been unhappy with his younger brother. They were all sons of the same father. Even if his mother was not the legal wife, he was at least the eldest son. Why should Thomas inherit the family master's position? When Thomas's father was alive, Slade didn't dare to stand out too much. He only secretly made things difficult for Thomas. However, after his father passed away, Slade blatantly disagreed with Thomas. This time, with such a good opportunity, Slade naturally didn't forget to go against Thomas. Anyway, Slade had no hope of winning the family master's position now. He attacked Thomas again and again just to make him give up the position. Give it to his son, Cavathan. His son, Cavathan, was the most outstanding among the second-generation children. He was originally the most promising candidate for the family master's position. Slade was also very optimistic about his son. Originally, it was already a certainty that Cavathan would be the next family master's heir. This was because Thomas's son was simply useless. He was obviously a playboy. He mingled with some small celebrities all day long. He was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He didn't care about the family's affairs. It was impossible for him to be a candidate for the family master's position. Thomas was also very disappointed with his son. However, Slade was very proud. He thought that although he didn't become the family master, his son was likely to become the next family master. Whenever he thought of this, Slade was very gratified. However, this situation continued until Thomas's grandson, which suddenly emerged and became the leader of the third generation of the family. He had already faintly surpassed Cavathan's limelight in the past. This made Slade suddenly feel a sense of crisis. Not because of anything else, but because Thomas was really too good at living. And his son, Cavathan, was too old. He was more than 10 years older than Thomas, and Cavathan was his first son when he was 20 years old. In other words, Thomas was only 5 or 6 years older than Cavathan. That was all. He originally thought that after Thomas died, Cavathan would take over, but now it seemed that Thomas's body was very strong. It was still unknown who would die in front of him. If he had this idea, he was afraid that Cavathan would be disappointed. Therefore, in order to let Cavathan succeed, Slade only had one way. That was to continuously attack Thomas and force Thomas to give up the position under circumstances where he had no choice. Only in this way could Cavathan succeed. Otherwise, once Cavathan's body couldn't take it anymore, Thomas would definitely pass the family master's position to Witch directly. That would really be a hopeless situation. Therefore, Slade keenly seized this opportunity. Although he had the opportunity to attack Thomas in the past, he couldn't shake Thomas's foundation. No matter what, Slade could only satisfy his mouth previously. But this time, Thomas would not be able to get away so easily. He would either have to give up the family master's position or give up good. It would depend on his choice. Thinking of this, a sinister smile suddenly flashed across Slade's chrysanthemum-like old face. This was an absolutely good opportunity. If this opportunity had come a little later, which would have already become popular. At that time, even if Thomas gave up his position, the family master's position would inevitably fall to Thomas's grandson, Witch. But now, Witch was still young. Although he had begun to show his talents, he was still slightly inferior to Slade's son, Cavathan, who was more mature. Therefore, there was an 80% chance that the family master's position would fall to Cavathan. Therefore, before anyone else spoke, Slade didn't mind firing the first shot and directly pointed the spearhead at Thomas. Although it was just a simple question and there was no obvious intention to go against Thomas, everyone knew what Slade was thinking. If you ask if this matter was caused by the Butterfly family, isn't it obvious that you are complaining about Thomas for provoking the Butterfly family and implicating the Lancer family because of his grandson? Thomas's expression changed slightly in the face of Slade's hidden question. He had long known that Slade was dissatisfied with him, but the family had reached the most dangerous moment at this moment. This old guy was still thinking about internal strife. Really? Big brother, this matter was indeed caused by the butterfly family. Thomas didn't deny it because it was useless to deny this kind of thing. Everyone knew the reason, so there was no need for Thomas to explain or deny it. It is indeed the butterfly family. I say, second brother, I think this matter has nothing to do with our Lancer family at all. It is obviously a dispute between the Douglas family and the butterfly family. Why are we pretending to be big wolves? What does this matter have to do with us? Slade. Thomas's face immediately turned ashen. He called Slade directly by his name instead of Big Brother. He was very angry. At this time, Slade didn't forget to attack him. The main problem now is how to solve the current difficulties the family is facing. What's the point of mentioning these things? Why are you mentioning them? I just want to say that if it weren't for good, would our Lancer family face the current predicament? Isn't this all because of good? Slade snorted coldly. There is a problem now, but he is fine. Is it reasonable for the Lancer family to face it? Slade. Good is your niece's son and your closest relative. How is he not related to our Lancer family? Thomas was furious after hearing Slade's words. How can you be so heartless? I'm heartless? Slade shrugged. Is Good's surname Lance? His surname is Douglas. If the Douglas family doesn't stand up for him, why should the Lancer family stand up for him? What kind of logic is this? As soon as Slade said that, everyone fell silent. Even Thomas, who had been hooting earlier, shut his mouth. What Slade said was right. Why should the Lancer family stand up for something that the Douglas family didn't? What kind of logic was this? Thomas knew that he was in the wrong in this matter. It was futile to argue because he had indeed stood up for good, resulting in the current situation. However, everyone had their own ulterior motives. For example, his third brother, Leckroft, who had never spoken. This guy wasn't a good person either. He was more than 20 years younger than Thomas and was also one of the strong candidates for the family master. However, Leckroft usually didn't reveal anything and had always shown an aloof attitude, so everyone ignored him. This was also the reason why Slade didn't take him seriously. In Slade's opinion, Leckroft had no intention of competing for the family master position. He was just a carefree elder and didn't want to get involved in the family's disputes at all. That was why he regarded his son Kevathan's only competitor as Witch. However, Thomas knew that it wasn't that Leckroft didn't want to compete, but he knew that his situation was weaker than Thomas and Slade. He was born later. After he became an adult, Thomas and Slade had already established themselves in the family and controlled many of the family's elders to form their own faction. Therefore, Leckroft's rash participation in the battle would only make these two guys more wary of him, making it more difficult for him to succeed. There was one time when the three brothers went to visit their late father's grave. In front of their father's tombstone, Leckroft muttered behind Thomas and Slade's back. This allowed Thomas to discover a shocking secret. It turned out that it wasn't that Leckroft didn't want to compete for the family master position. He was complaining about why he was born a few years later and why his father left him too little foundation. He passed away before his wings were fully grown. Thomas was secretly shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated this third brother before. Thus, from then on, Thomas began to secretly be on guard against him. Under this vigilance, he discovered many small hidden arrows from Leckroft. Thomas was very glad that he had discovered this big secret. Otherwise, he would have unknowingly fallen into Leckroft's trap. Perhaps, Leckroft also realized that this was an opportunity, a good opportunity to overthrow Thomas. He had to let himself hit the nail on the head in order to smoothly take over the position of patriarch before Kevathan. Otherwise, when Thomas and Slade were on guard against him, it would be even more difficult to achieve his goal. Therefore, Leckroft had been enduring until this opportunity appeared. Leckroft also realized that this opportunity was not to be missed, so he decisively joined the battle and began to attack Thomas, second brother. I think what Big Brother said is right. This is obviously the Douglas family's matter. Why is our Lancer family interfering? Is our Lancer family too comfortable, so we have nothing better to do? Leckroft had always maintained a neutral position in family meetings, as if the things around him had nothing to do with him. But this time, what made Slade feel strange was that Leckroft actually stood on his side and attacked Thomas with him. Slade couldn't help but be overjoyed when he thought of this. He didn't think much about it. In his opinion, Leckroft didn't want to participate in the family struggle. And this time, he was obviously extremely dissatisfied with Thomas's approach, so he spoke up. After all, Leckroft was also a member of the Lancer family. The fate of the Lancer family was closely related to him. Now that the Lancer family was in danger, it was naturally impossible for Leckroft to not speak up. Thomas also didn't expect that Leckroft would choose to oppose him at this time. He was a little annoyed and scolded in his heart. You finally couldn't hold it in after so long? But you are still too inexperienced. How can you be Slade's opponent? You can only be cannon fodder at this time. In the end, the one who reaps the benefits is that old guy Slade. Well, no matter what, this matter was indeed caused by me. But now is not the time for us to blame anyone. Let's work together to get through this crisis first, right? Thomas said with a sullen face, if we don't get through this, then our Lancer family will be finished. What's the use of saying this? Thomas's words made Slade and Leckroft alert. Indeed, the urgent matter was to solve the problem in front of them, not attack Thomas. It would not be too late to attack this old guy after the problem was solved. Humph. Slade snorted coldly, although the urgent matter is to solve the problem in front of us, I think we still need to quickly discuss and confirm the next family master candidate after the problem is solved. Some people are too arrogant and underestimate their opponents. If this continues, the Lancer family will be ruined sooner or later. Indeed, I agree with Big Brother's words. Leckroft was waiting for this sentence, so he quickly seconded. Underestimating their opponents? Thomas was angry when he heard this word. The Butterfly family is pretending to be weak. They obviously have a good relationship with the Buffon family, but they pretended to be weak. Isn't this a trap? You said that you have such good resources. Why don't you directly buy firearms from the Buffon family? Why are you looking for our Lancer family? Isn't this intentional? Although Slade and Leckroft knew that Thomas was telling the truth, what was the Butterfly family playing at? It was a trap. However, the two of them were aiming to attack Thomas. Even if they agreed, they couldn't say it out loud. If you didn't provoke the Butterfly family first, they wouldn't be able to eat us even if they pretended to be weak. Slade snorted, but it's good that everyone understands these words. Now, let's talk about how to solve the problem. Thomas couldn't help but be furious after hearing Slade's words. What do you mean it's good that everyone understands? Aren't you saying that I'm not suitable to be the family master? People make mistakes, and horses stumble. What's the matter with you grabbing onto someone else's weak point? Since the Butterfly family is like this, they must want to achieve their goal of revenge. Should we ask them what their conditions are? Leckroft said. He also understood that the blow to Thomas was enough. After this incident, Thomas's position as the family master was in jeopardy. It would be fine if this incident was resolved peacefully, but if the Lancer family suffered a huge loss, then Thomas could only wait to abdicate his position. Yes, as long as we make a little sacrifice, I believe that the Butterfly family will not hold on to us. After all, we can't fight to the death with them. Slade said firmly. Who said that we can't fight to the death? It would have been fine if the Butterfly family's conditions were not mentioned. Thomas was furious when the Butterfly family's conditions were mentioned. These conditions were simply too much. Thomas even had the impulse to fight to the death with the Butterfly family. Thomas, you really don't feel the pain of speaking while standing. After listening to Thomas's words, Slade couldn't help but look at him angrily. Don't forget that the Lancer family is not your family alone, but our family. Do you want to ignore the interests of the entire family? Fight to the death with the Butterfly family because of a little personal grudge? A little personal grudge? Thomas's eyes also became bloodshot. Do you know what the Butterfly family asked for? Do you know what they have to do to stop? Oh? Slade sneered and said, I don't know, I'd like to hear the details. That bastard Wang Songshan said that I can stop, but I have to offer Good's head. This is the only condition, nothing else. Thomas roared. The reason why he said this at this time was to let Slade and Leckroft know that he didn't have to fight to the death with the Butterfly family, but that the Butterfly family was too much. In any case, both Slade and Leckroft were Good's granduncles. Both of them would not sit idly by when they heard that Good's life was in danger. As long as the three of them reached a consensus, then things would be easy. The so-called fight to the death with the Butterfly family was just an excuse to scare people. This was because Thomas was certain that the Butterfly family wouldn't dare to fight to the death with him. Once the Butterfly family would be to the death, the Butterfly family would definitely take the initiative to compromise. This was because compared to the Lancer family, the Butterfly family was like a precious porcelain. At this moment, they were thriving. It was impossible to go head-to-head with the Lancer family. This was contrary to the development direction of the Butterfly family. As long as the Butterfly family to the death to the family to the death, the Butterfly family that tease a family, the Lancer family's crisis would naturally be resolved. However, Thomas's wishful thinking was good, but Slade and Leckroft didn't have the same thoughts as him. Not only were they not angry when they heard that the Butterfly family wanted Good's life, they began to gloat instead. Slade and Leckroft both thought, "This is great. Let's see how you, Thomas, make your choice. If you sacrifice Good, then we might have made a fuss for nothing this time. It seems that the family master's position can't be easily shaken. But if you protect Good and sacrifice the Lancer family's interests, then fine. In that case, we don't have to wait for the matter to be resolved. We will abolish your position as the family master now." This was because there was such a rule in the Lancer family. If the family master's actions were contrary to the family's interests and could cause great losses to the family, then the elders had the right to abolish the family master and appoint a wise new family master if the family master did not listen to the advice of the other elders and insisted on doing things his own way. Therefore, since there was this family rule, Slade and Leckroft were thinking about how to make use of this situation instead of Good's life. What a joke. He's just a grandnephew. His surname is Douglas and not Lancer. If he dies, then he dies. What's there to be angry about? If it weren't for this bastard, the Lancer family wouldn't have fallen to this point. In that case, Thomas, you must have made a decision, right? Slade asked again in a gloomy tone. Yes. Thomas nodded and said resolutely, "At this time, we can't compromise. The three of us must work together and confront the Butterfly family to the end." Confront? When did we agree to confront the Butterfly family to the end? Slade suddenly interrupted Thomas, "Aren't you courting death? You know that there is a gap between us and the Butterfly family, yet you still insist? If we don't confront them, do we have to agree to the Butterfly family's unreasonable request?" Thomas faintly felt that something was wrong when Slade opened his mouth. Slade didn't seem to support his suggestion at all. "Yes, that's right. Then, when will we give Good's head to the Butterfly family?" Leckroft also spoke, "Let this matter pass quickly. The Lancer family can't afford to be tossed around. It's really an eventful time. Third brother, you." Thomas widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that his third brother was so ruthless and didn't care about Good's life or death. "What about you?" Slade waved his hand and said, "Thomas, I think third brother is right. What's wrong with sacrificing a few people for the family's righteousness? What's more, Good is an outsider. If we didn't stand up for him, would we have fallen to this point? Therefore, sacrificing him this time is also a lesson for him. It's also good for him to not be so arrogant in his next life." Next life? Good for him? Thomas was so angry that his blood surged. He almost rolled his eyes. What next life? Isn't this bullshit tea? What's the use of having benefits in the next life? I think it's decided. Second brother, if you don't want to do it, just leave it to me. Or you can directly send him to the Butterfly family. They can do whatever they want with him, Leckroft said casually. You, Leckroft, what do you mean? Thomas was furious when he heard that his two brothers were determined to use Good as a scapegoat. He pointed at Leckroft and said loudly, "I'm telling you, I'm protecting Good." You? Slade snorted coldly, "Thomas, since you don't care about the family's interests and insist on doing things your own way, then as the first elder of the Lancer family, announced that Thomas is temporarily relieved of his position as the family master. Third brother and I will temporarily be in charge of the family's affairs until you change your mind or choose the next family master. What? You want to abolish my position as the family master? Thomas finally understood what Slade and Leckroft meant. They were using Good's matter to force him. If he protected Good, then he would have to give up his position as the family master. Thomas was really sad. The family had already reached this point, but these people were still thinking about internal strife. How could they oust him from the position of the family master? Can't these people be united for once? But why didn't Thomas think about it? If he hadn't insisted on protecting Good and occupied the position of the family master, how could his elder brother and younger brother fight with him openly and secretly at all costs? I am the chief elder of the family. Naturally, I have this right. Slade snorted. If I give up the position of the family master, can you guarantee Good's safety? Thomas sighed and asked helplessly. This? Slade and Leckroft didn't dare to agree to Thomas's request. After all, no matter who became the family master, it was impossible to go against the butterfly family for Good. As a result, the position of the patriarch had become a hot potato. Who would be able to sit still in that position? Humph. Such heartless people, how can the two of you be fit to be patriarchs? Thomas sneered at Slade and Leckroft. At this moment, he didn't care at all and didn't hesitate to fall out with the two brothers. You deserve it? That's good. You can protect Good, but you can't let the Lancer family suffer any losses. Leckroft sneered and said, if you have such ability, we will definitely support you to be the family master. You. Thomas was furious. He knew that what Leckroft said was impossible. How could the current butterfly family be easy to deal with? If he wanted to protect Good, he would have to suffer the Buffon family's revenge. He was determined not to continue the arms business. Our Lancer family has earned enough money over the years. Even if we don't do the arms business, we can still do other businesses. Other businesses? You make it sound so easy. What can be more profitable than selling arms? Slade sneered, don't tell me it's selling drugs. Our family is a legitimate family. We don't do illegal things. Thomas was choked by Slade's words and his face turned red. Now, the technology industry is also very profitable. The profit is not lower than the arms business. We can enter the technology industry. Second brother Thomas, you make it sound so easy, don't you think? Technology industry? Do you think that our Lancer family has been engaged in this industry? Do we have the ability to enter the technology industry? Leckroft said sarcastically, we don't have any high-tech foundation. If we enter this industry rashly, we will die very quickly. In this world, there are more than one or two families that are richer than us. Who doesn't know that high-tech makes money? But how many would dare to enter this industry? Thomas also knew that Leckroft was telling the truth. He sighed slightly, but he was unwilling to give up on Good. After all, Good was his only grandson. Especially after his daughter died in childbirth, he poured his love for his daughter onto Good. In other words, he would rather fight to the death with the butterfly family or give up the position of the family master than hurt Good. Thinking of this, Thomas let out a heavy sigh. Looking at the two brothers who were fighting for the position of patriarch with him, he felt really tired. It was really a case of not being in the position and not scheming. Could it be that these two fellows thought that being the patriarch of a family was so easy? I'll say this now. Between the two of you, ask yourself who can protect Good from harm. I'd rather give up the position of family head. Thomas gave up the position of family head after thinking it through. Since there was nothing to worry about, let them fight it out. Thomas's idea could be said to be extremely tempting. Although Slade, as the chief elder of the family, had the right to abolish Thomas's position of family head according to the ancestral teachings, Slade actually knew that this was just an ancestral teaching. It seemed to have a lot of power, but it was actually very difficult to implement it. In the current Lancer family, Thomas had the most people and was the strongest. Although Slade, as the chief elder, also had some direct descendants, they were much worse than Thomas. After all, Thomas was the family head. If Thomas could take the initiative to give up the position, it would save a lot of trouble, so Slade couldn't help but be tempted. Not only was Slade tempted, but Leckroft was also very tempted. The two old men looked at each other and saw the burning desire in each other's eyes. Leckroft had long known that Slade coveted the position of family head, so he didn't feel anything strange. Instead, it was Slade's first time seeing that his third brother also wanted to compete for the position of family head. He was destined to be a person who didn't know his place. Slade suddenly had a sense of fear. In fact, Leckroft competing for the position of family head was more legitimate than his own son. After all, Leckroft was the son of the previous family head like himself and Thomas. However, Leckroft's only advantage was that he was still young. He was in his middle age and was at the prime of his life. He was only a few years older than his son, Kevithan. If they really competed, he would be more competitive than Kevithan. Slade couldn't help but have a headache when he thought of this. This was really a mistake of his. He originally thought that Leckroft stood on his side because he couldn't stand Thomas, but he didn't expect this kid to have disloyal thoughts long ago. He had been enduring and waiting for the right opportunity. And now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Thomas took the initiative to give up the position, not others usurping it. This meant that everyone had a chance. As long as they could protect good, they could become the new family head of the Lancer family. However, the price of protecting good was to let the Lancer family decline. Who would dare to bear this responsibility? Therefore, it was precisely because of this that Slade and Leckroft were full of scruples in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one dared to speak first. At this time, if there was no foolproof way to not only protect good, but also prevent the Lancer family from continuing to decline, who would dare to speak up and accept the position of the family head? Otherwise, once this person agreed, he would inevitably become a sinner of the family and become the target of others' attacks. Even if he temporarily became the family head, it would not be stable. Sooner or later, he would be dragged down by others. Thomas had an indescribable sense of satisfaction when he saw Slade and Leckroft being cautious and no one daring to speak first. "Aren't you guys snatching? Why aren't you snatching this time?" Just when Slade and Leckroft didn't dare to speak, a voice sounded in the conference room, "Can I become the new family head as long as I protect good?" The people present had different expressions after hearing this sentence because the person who spoke was the leader of the second generation of the family, Kevithan, Slade's son. Originally, in the family meeting, although the leaders of the second and third generation were eligible to attend, they rarely spoke because the current family meeting was still the main battlefield of the family head and the two elders. They had no right to participate. However, Kevithan suddenly spoke in such an important meeting and wanted to fight for the family head's position. Everyone suddenly looked like they were watching a good show. Especially the people in Leckroft's faction, they all looked at Kevithan as if they were looking at a fool. Leckroft was also secretly delighted in his heart. This Kevithan was his archenemy. Now that he had taken the lead, even if he won the family head's position, it would only be temporary. When the time comes, wouldn't he have to abdicate when the family goes downhill? Slade, on the other hand, was shocked. Looking at his son who suddenly stood up at this time, his heart was filled with hatred. He sighed in his heart. My son still lacks patience and finally can't help it. However, even if he won the family head's position at this time, what can he do? Now, this was a position where one's buttocks were roasted. Whoever sat on it would not have a good ending. He looked at his son with some resentment, but he suddenly found that Kevithan nodded to him confidently. This made Slade feel a little strange. The previous complaints about his son also turned into doubts. Yes, logically speaking, my son is not a reckless person. What is his intention to stand up at this moment? Could it be that he has his own plans? However, even if he has his own plans, this is definitely not a good opportunity to stand up. As a result, Leckroft and Witch are benefiting. But at this moment, Kevithan had already spoken. Even if Slade disagreed, it would be useless. Stop Kevithan at this time? I'm afraid it's too late. Yes, I have already said that the family master's position will belong to whoever can protect good. Thomas looked at Kevithan with interest. Since you're willing to take over the position of patriarch, that's fine as long as you can protect good. As for whether you'll be pushed down by others, that's not my problem anymore. Nephew Kevithan, have you thought it through? Are you going to disregard the interests of the Lancer family in order to protect good? Our Lancer family will decline if we lose the qualification to sell firearms. Although the family master's position was currently a hot potato, Leckroft did not want it to fall into the hands of others. After thinking about it, not only should he not gloat, but he should also stop it. After all, Kevathan was Slade's son, and Slade's power in the family was not small. Once the fact that Kevathan became the family master was confirmed, it would be difficult for him to snatch it from Kevathan's hands. No matter what, good is my nephew. How can I ignore his life and death? Kevathan looked at Leckroft righteously. I am not like some people who can ignore the lives of their relatives. Oh? So, nephew Kevathan, you mean that you can destroy the interests of the entire family for good? Leckroft seized the opportunity to mock. When did I say that I would ignore the interests of the family? Kevathan smiled and shrugged. Did I say that? Who here heard it? The people present looked at each other after listening to Kevathan's words. Yes, you didn't say it, but what's the difference whether you said it or not? If you insist on protecting good, you will definitely offend the Butterfly family, and there will be no room to maneuver with the Bouffon family. The decline of the Lancer family will become inevitable if they lose the qualification to sell firearms. Won't our Lancer family decline if we lose the support of the Bouffon family? Leckroft snorted and asked, if it is only to protect good, then any one of us can do it. The key question is, who can guarantee that the Lancer family will not decline after protecting good? I can. Kevathan said firmly as soon as Leckroft's voice fell. You? Leckroft's eyes widened. He looked at Kevathan as if he was looking at a fool. Who would dare to say such big words? Who would dare to say anything? Not only Leckroft, but even Thomas and several other important members of the family looked at Kevathan in bewilderment. They didn't know why Kevathan would say such a thing. However, after hearing Kevathan's words, the only one who wasn't surprised or doubtful was Slade. Only after hearing Kevathan's words did Slade feel relieved. If he didn't have absolute certainty, Kevathan wouldn't have said such a thing. This was because saying such a thing was equivalent to making a guarantee. If Kevathan allowed the family to decline after protecting good, then Kevathan's position as the patriarch wouldn't be stable. Moreover, after abdicating, he was destined to have no chance with the patriarch's position. I have a cousin. Everyone is very clear about this, right? Kevathan slowly opened his mouth. Cousin? What cousin? Leckroft just wanted to say something sarcastic, but he suddenly paused when he heard the words coming out of his mouth because he thought of something. His expression suddenly became panicked. You mean, your cousin Jetson? Yes, it's really him. Kevathan nodded. He is working for Dr. Benjamin. If we can get 1 or 2 technological inventions from him, it is enough to make our Lancer family join the ranks of the world-class high-tech companies. Kevathan's words made everyone present panic. To be exact, it was fear. Kevathan's cousin, everyone in the Jetson family knew this name. This person who played with Kevathan when he was a child had a very good relationship with Kevathan. However, 3 years ago, Jetson suffered from a strange disease and was about to die. Just as the doctor announced that everyone should prepare for his funeral, 3 uninvited guests suddenly came to the hospital. An old man in his 60s with 2 young male and female assistants in their 30s. The old man claimed to be called Benjamin. He came from an organization called Central and was a doctor of science and technology. His purpose for coming here was very simple. He claimed to be able to save Jetson, but as a condition, Jetson needed to work for him in the future. Originally, Jetson couldn't make it. If Dr. Benjamin didn't appear, he definitely wouldn't have lived for more than a month. Therefore, Jetson's family agreed to Dr. Benjamin's conditions. So, Jetson was taken away by Benjamin. In the following year, there was no news of him. Just when everyone thought that Jetson couldn't be alive in this world, Jetson appeared. Jetson came to visit Kevathan. However, when he came this time, Kevathan didn't look like he was sick at all. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but his whole body also revealed an indescribable domineering aura. When Jetson was seriously ill, Kevathan had worked hard to take care of him in the hospital, which made Jetson very moved. Although they were childhood playmates, how many people could have such intentions, especially when he was about to die? Therefore, Jetson remembered this friendship in his heart and always wanted to repay Kevathan when he had the chance. The entire Lancer family was shocked by Jetson's recovery. They didn't understand how this Dr. Benjamin could make a dying person become so strong in just a year. The Lancer family only paid attention to the institution central. After inquiring in the upper class, they found out that this central was not unfamiliar, but a transcendental institution. Many big families of rich families had more or less connections with this institution. The research direction of this institution was the development of the human body's potential. It belonged to the level of scientific research that defied the natural order. It was especially experienced in organ transplantation. Therefore, if some important figures of big families were to get central to lend a helping hand when they were sick, then everything would be peaceful. Of course, this central did not belong to the official forces, but was a terrorist organization similar to a criminal. Not only did they research the potential of the human body, but they also dabbled in many technologies. This kind of terrifying existence immediately attracted the attention of the Lancer family. Unfortunately, Jetson was not very interested in the other members of the Lancer family except for showing kindness to Kevathan. After all, although the Lancer family was very big, it was still more than one level lower than the real top families. Therefore, the Lancer family was not in the eyes of Central at all. At this moment, the members of the Lancer family did not doubt that Jetson would not contribute because his friendship with Kevathan was obvious to all. If Kevathan really became the family master, then the Lancer family would not decline, but might become even stronger. After being associated with Central, not only would the Butterfly family not dare to underestimate the Lancer family, even the Buffon family would give them some face. After all, Central was an organization with a transcendental existence. I support Kevathan as the new family master of our Lancer family. Slade spoke first. Of course, as Kevathan's father, it was normal to support Kevathan. I also support. Thomas hesitated and also spoke. Although he gave up the family master position, he was still a member of the Lancer family. If Kevathan could lead the Lancer family to glory, he would also be very pleased. The most important thing was that as long as they were associated with Central, it would be really easy to protect good. Not only would they protect good, but as long as Jetson supported them, it would not be a problem to turn the tables on the Butterfly family. Leckroft sighed. At this moment, he finally knew that his momentum was gone. Kevathan had a cousin who worked in Central. He wasn't his opponent at all. He couldn't snatch the position of the family head from Kevathan. Even if he wanted to snatch it, the other members of the Lancer family would not agree. I also agree. Leckroft said helplessly. Even the current family master agreed. What else could Leckroft say? Kevathan seemed to have expected this result long ago. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He cleared his throat and said, "Since everyone trusts me so much, then it would be impolite for me to refuse." Leckroft was better off. He knew that his power was not as big as Slade's. Now that Kevathan had the support of the family master, Leckroft still had some self-awareness. However, the one who was most upset was Thomas's grandson, which he had long been selected as the new family master of the family, but now his uncle had taken the lead. His dream of being the family master for many years was shattered at this moment. Which was very clear. From now on, he had no chance to be the family master. Even if Kevathan stepped down from the family master position, the next family master would be one of Kevathan's sons. They were the few cousins that he had looked down on the most. He had also used his identity as the first successor to bully and ridicule them many times. But from now on, Witch knew that his identity would be exchanged with those people, and he would become the object of ridicule. Thinking of this, Witch's heart was full of deep dissatisfaction, so much so that he also hated good. If it weren't for him, would the Lancer family be implicated? Would he be implicated? But he had no right to speak. How could he change the things that his grandfather had already decided? He could only stare fiercely at Kevathan, the uncle who had robbed him of the family master position. Witch understood that this was also the last time he would participate in the family's decision-making meeting. In the future, no matter how outstanding he would not be able to appear in this meeting again. Just because he was the grandson of the former family master, the new family master Kevathan would never allow him to appear in this family master's meeting. In the butterfly family's Wang Songshan's study, Yang Ming looked at Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui with a smile. How is it? Uncle Wang, this time, you should agree to my cancellation of the engagement, right? Senior Wang Ruoshui, you won't invite me to compete again, right? Originally, Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui were very excited about the Lancer family's surrender. They were thinking about how to celebrate, but when they suddenly heard Yang Ming's words, their faces suddenly showed a wonderful expression. You really want to break off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui already knew about the matter between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. She knew about the misunderstanding between the two of them. She also knew that all this was done by the two old guys, Wang Songshan and Fang Tian, behind Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan's backs. So, she felt a little strange when she heard that Yang Ming still insisted on breaking off the engagement. That's right. Why else would I spend so much effort to help you? Yang Ming blinked his eyes. Could it be that the two of them were unwilling to break off the engagement after seeing how powerful he was? If that was the case, he would have overreached himself. Strenuous? Wang Songshan rolled his eyes. He didn't see how much effort Yang Ming had put in. It was nothing more than a phone call, and everything was settled. Moreover, his tone was quite arrogant. It didn't seem like he was asking for help, but more like he was ordering people. How was this laborious? This was clearly a piece of cake. No, it should be a piece of cake. He didn't even raise his hand. Yeah, I also have to pay a certain price. Yang Ming pretended to sigh sadly. Do you think that the Buffon family's people will listen to me just by casually greeting them? Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but look at each other after listening to Yang Ming's words. Indeed, what kind of existence was the Buffon family? How could they make such a big reaction after listening to Yang Ming's words? No one would believe that Yang Ming didn't pay a considerable price. Unless Yang Ming was a more powerful existence, but neither of them found anything special about Yang Ming. In fact, Yang Ming's biggest source of strength was Fang Tian. Yang Ming could take over the Charles family because of Fang Tian's name. If he wasn't Fang Tian's apprentice, old Charles would definitely not easily rely on Yang Ming with his shrewdness. Therefore, when Yang Ming said this, Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui understood a lot in their hearts. Sure enough, Yang Ming had paid a certain price. The reason why Yang Ming said this was because he guessed that Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui didn't want to break off the engagement after seeing his great ability. Therefore, he expressed that it wasn't because he had great ability, but because he had paid a price. Moreover, Yang Ming didn't lie to them. Because Yang Ming did pay a price. Old Buffon came to the butterfly family to look for him. How could he let him go for nothing? Of course, he had to teach him some new cultivation techniques, so it could be considered a sacrifice. Okay, but before breaking off the engagement, you should meet my daughter. At least we can part on good terms. Wang Songshan felt a little sad for Yang Ming. He had paid so much, but in the end, he found out that he couldn't break off the engagement. He believed that only he could feel how depressed he was. Let's meet. All right then. Yang Ming said in his heart. According to the originally agreed process, both parties had to meet before breaking off the engagement. Then, they would announce to the public that it was due to the incompatibility of their personalities after meeting, and it wasn't a decision made by one party. Then let's do it tonight. There's no time to lose. I'll make arrangements. Wang Songshan sighed, but a smile flashed in his eyes. He also thought of how mischievous Yang Ming would be when he met Wang Xiaoyan. Yang Ming also keenly felt that Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui seemed to be a little abnormal, but he didn't find anything else wrong. Yang Ming just thought that they felt pity for breaking off the engagement, but he didn't think much about it. Yan, meet with your fiancé tonight to discuss breaking off the engagement. Wang Songshan waited for Yang Ming to leave, then he came to Wang Xiaoyan's room. Because the family's matter had been resolved, Wang Songshan had nothing to do, and the smile on his face increased. Oh? Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. Has the family's matter been resolved? This matter isn't urgent, right? After Wang Songshan told Wang Xiaoyan about the butterfly family's situation, Wang Xiaoyan was also very worried about the family's matter. When she returned to the room, she was thinking about whether to call Yang Ming. In Wang Xiaoyan's opinion, only Yang Ming could solve this matter. Although she also knew old Buffon, she was only a master's wife after all. The strength of her words was not as good as Yang Ming's. It would be better for Yang Ming to call old Buffon personally. She didn't stay in the room for long before her father came to the door to talk about breaking off the engagement. This made Wang Xiaoyan feel a little embarrassed. If it were at other times, Wang Xiaoyan would naturally be anxious to settle the matter of breaking off the engagement quickly. After all, she was also anxious to return to China. But now, with the family crisis in front of her, how could Wang Xiaoyan still have the mood to think about breaking off the engagement? Even if she was not sensible, it was impossible for her to take care of her own affairs at this time. The family's matter has been resolved. Wang Songsan smiled easily. It was just resolved. It's fine now. Resolved? So fast? Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised after hearing her father's words. The Lancer family compromised so quickly? What price did we pay? We didn't pay any price, and the Lancer family suffered a big loss instead. Wang Songsan couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this matter. Thomas, this old bastard, got caught in his own trap this time. He told me that the firearms quota was reduced by the factory. This is great. His dream came true. Not only did it come true, but he also overfulfilled his dream. Dream come true? What do you mean? Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. She didn't quite understand the meaning of her father's words. The Lancer family's superior supplier is the Buffon family, and the Buffon family has cancelled the Lancer family's firearms dealer qualification this time. Wang Songsan smiled. This is a big joke. Thomas is probably regretting his jinxed mouth. The Buffon family? Wang Xiaoyan's eyes were full of disbelief and shock after hearing this name. How could it be so coincidental? The Lancer family's superior supplier is actually the Buffon family? Then how did father get the Buffon family to help the Butterfly family? Yeah, our family's firearms will be directly supplied by the Buffon family in the future. Wang Songsan said proudly, not only is the price much cheaper than before, but the quantity has also increased a lot. The only unlucky one is Thomas. Dad, as far as I know, our Butterfly family has never been in contact with the Buffon family before, right? Wang Xiaoyan asked curiously. So, how did you get in touch with the Buffon family, and how did you get them to help us? Wang Xiaoyan knew the Buffon family's style of doing things very well. This kind of big family would not do anything without benefits. They would not do anything that was not beneficial to the family. Moreover, the Butterfly family had never cooperated or contacted the Buffon family. Why would they help her family? Although old Buffon was respectful to Yang Ming and her and listened to everything they said, that was because he respected his teacher. It was absolutely impossible for old Buffon to treat others the same way. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan was very surprised that the Buffon family could lend a helping hand at this moment. Actually, this time, it was all thanks to your fiancé. Wang Songsan laughed. I didn't expect him to be so capable that he could actually ask the Buffon family for help. This time, it was all thanks to him that our Butterfly family got through this difficult time. That fiancé? Wang Xiaoyan frowned after hearing her father's words, the apprentice of the king of assassins? He solved it? Wang Xiaoyan was extremely unhappy about this news. There was no other reason. In Wang Xiaoyan's opinion, this matter could only be solved by Yang Ming. This could also show Yang Ming's strength, show his face in the Butterfly family, and let her father see Yang Ming in a new light. However, she did not expect that the limelight would be stolen by that so-called fiancé. How could this not make Wang Xiaoyan angry? Wang Xiaoyan did not care that the fiancé was the hero who solved the problem for her family. She had already begun to curse in her heart. This person is so annoying. Why can't you just cancel the engagement if you want to? Why are you so nosy? Do I need you to care? If she had known that the supplier behind the Lancer family was the Buffon family, Wang Xiaoyan would have been more confident in solving this matter. How would it be the fiancé's turn to come forward? Wang Xiaoyan's tone was a little unfriendly. He can actually solve it? Yes, so Yan, I think he is good. It is a pity to cancel the engagement with such a capable young man. Why don't you consider it again? Wang Songshan touched the beard on his chin and asked with a smile. Consider what? Wang Xian said unhappily, Dad, didn't I say? Yang Ming can solve it. Why do you look for others? You owe them a favor for no reason. Wang Songshan said in his heart, at this moment, I finally believe that what you said about Yang Ming being able to solve it is true because this matter was really solved by Yang Ming. Of course, Wang Songshan could only think about it. After all, he has good intentions. Wang Songshan said awkwardly, when you meet at night, you have to have a better attitude. Don't offend them. Humph. Wang Xian snorted with some displeasure, it is clearly a matter that your own family can solve, but you have to rely on an outsider. Won't it be awkward when you meet? Ugh, that Yang Ming is not considered a family member. Wang Songshan laughed dryly, moreover, it has already been solved. We should thank him. Wang Xian sighed. Although she complained, she also knew that her father was telling the truth. It was a good thing that someone helped to solve the problem. If there was no Yang Ming as a trump card, then the butterfly family would really be grateful. Therefore, after thinking this through, Wang Xian had no choice but to thank him when they met at night. Wang Xian felt that this thank you was really a waste of money. She could obviously solve it herself, but she had to thank others. Well, I will thank him. Wang Xian nodded, however, the next time there is such a thing, just look for Yang Ming. Don't owe other people anymore. Okay, I know. Wang Songshan smiled helplessly, you child, you haven't married him yet, but you are already speaking for him. Wang Xian blushed and said, what? I just feel that there is no need to trouble others if you can solve it yourself. Wang Songshan walked out of Wang Xian's room. His two shoulders shook up and down, and he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. They are obviously the same person. Why is there a need to distinguish so clearly? Yan Yan will probably understand everything when she meets Yang Ming at night. Early this morning, Bao Sanli drove Jing Xiaolu straight to the city police station. He had already made an appointment with Chen Fei to bring the contract to do the judicial fingerprint identification. For this matter, Chen Fei was duty-bound to do his best to help. Chen Fei already knew about this company. Yang Ming was the big boss behind the scenes, and Bao Sanli was the general manager of the Mingyang Security Company. He was his subordinate in name, so Chen Fei had to do things well for both public and private reasons. Chief Chen. How could I trouble you to personally welcome me downstairs? Bao Sanli didn't expect that Chen Fei, the head of the police station, would personally come downstairs to welcome him. He was suddenly flattered. He quickly reached out and shook hands with Chen Fei. While he was excited, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Once upon a time, he was just a little punk. Not to mention the chief of the police station, even if he saw an ordinary police officer, he would be scared to turn around and run away. But now, not only did he have an identity and status, but he was often on equal footing with many politicians in Songjiang. All of this was thanks to Yang Ming. If it weren't for Yang Ming, he would probably be in the palace now. He might even be hacked to death by Xianxia. President Bao, you have paid a lot of management fees to our police station in a year. You are the god of wealth of our police station. It is not too much for me to come and welcome you. Chen Fei smiled. These words were actually said to the others around him. Chen Fei belonged to the kind of person who was more upright. He didn't like to use his power for personal gain. Therefore, helping Bao Sanli this time was actually to tell his subordinates that he was the boss of the company under the city bureau. So, helping others was equivalent to helping ourselves. Chen Fei was not wrong. The Mingyang Security Company was indeed a company under the city bureau. It was under the guidance and management of the city bureau. It did pay a lot of management fees every year. This was something that everyone present knew. That's right, President Bao. You have solved a lot of problems with welfare funds in our bureau. A deputy bureau chief on the side also said with a smile. Of course, if it weren't for Chen Fei, he certainly wouldn't give Bao Sanli face like this. In his opinion, since Bao Sanli's company was under the guidance and management of the city bureau, he was his own subordinate. Was there a need to welcome him personally? However, these people knew that Chen Fei had already welcomed him. If they didn't welcome him, they were simply not giving face to Bureau Chief Chen Fei. Therefore, these people were also very friendly to Bao Sanli. "This is Vice President Jing of our company." Bao Sanli introduced Jing Xiaolu to Chen Fei. "Hello, Bureau Chief Chen." Jing Xiaolu knew Chen Fei's identity. This was the father of the harem master, Chen Mingyan. Naturally, she didn't dare to neglect. Chen Fei had never seen Jing Xiaolu before, so he wasn't familiar with her. He just shook hands and nodded. He didn't say anything more. Jing Xiaolu didn't care. "I heard that you were looking for me to do a fingerprint identification?" Chen Fei and Bao Sanli walked side by side. He asked as they went upstairs, "What happened? What trouble did you encounter? Tell me." Bao Sanli didn't hide it at the moment. He directly told the truth. He told Chen Fei how his company was cheated when it cooperated with the Jiangyan group. Then, he told him the flaw that Jing Xiaolu found, which was the fingerprint problem on the contract. Speaking of Jing Xiaolu finding the flaw in the fingerprint, Chen Fei looked at this little girl who was about the same age as his daughter for the first time. Chen Fei was a criminal investigator. Combined with Bao Sanli's description, it was not surprising that he could think of the flaw. However, Jing Xiaolu, a young girl, could actually find this suspicious point. Chen Fei couldn't help but be amazed. When Chen Fei saw Jing Xiaolu for the first time, he thought that she was just a relative of Bao Sanli's family or a little mistress. The vice president position was just an empty position. But after listening to Bao Sanli's words, Chen Fei realized that he had underestimated this girl. With such a smart mind, it was not unusual for her to be promoted to the vice president of the company at such a young age. He glanced at Jing Xiaolu. With appreciation, said not bad, and continued to listen to Bao Sanli's narration. However, this not bad had already made Jing Xiaolu very proud. Being able to get Chen Fei's affirmation showed that she was really capable. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaolu smiled slightly imperceptibly. This time, the matter had come to this point. At least, she would not lose face in front of Yang Ming. "President Bao, Vice President Jing, you wait in the lounge. I have other things to do here, so I can't accompany you. However, I will hand over this contract to the identification department as soon as possible for fingerprint identification. Once the results are out, I will get it back as soon as possible." Chen Fei led Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu into a lounge and said to them. Since he learned that the loophole in the contract was discovered by Jing Xiaolu, Chen Fei had a whole new level of respect for Jing Xiaolu, so naturally, his tone became respectful. "Okay, Chief Chen, you go ahead. We will wait here. Don't worry about us," Bao Sanli said quickly. As the chief of a bureau, Chen Fei must have a lot of work every day, so Bao Sanli would not ask Chen Fei to accompany him. After Chen Fei nodded, he left the lounge. Bao Sanli and Jing Xiaolu were not in the mood to visit the police station and chat. They were anxiously waiting for the identification results. The Lancer family's industry had been attacked to varying degrees within a day. Since the news of the Buffon family cutting off business with the Lancer family spread, almost all of the Lancer family's partners followed suit and directly announced that they would cut off future business with the Lancer family. For a while, several arms dealerships of the Lancer family became deserted. Originally, Thomas, Kevathan, and others were still preparing to limit the supply of firearms because they couldn't get more after selling them. They would use the stocks in their hands to hold on for a while until Kevathan contacted cousin Jetson, who worked at Central, to come up with a new money-making project. Then, they would end all the arms business. But now, they were still preparing to limit the supply for a while. Those businessmen who used to do arms business with the Lancer family simply did not come to their door, for fear that they could not avoid it. In addition to the special firearms supplied to Wang Songshan's butterfly family, there were many other firearms that circulated in the market. The Lancer family was not the only dealer. And the Lancer families who dared to risk offending the Buffon the risk of offending the Buffon family and continue to buy. They directly transferred to other dealers to other dealings. That was not all. The firearms store, which originally had all the licenses and permits, was now subject to the strictest surprise inspection. Since the Lancer family did such a big business, it was inevitable that there would be tax evasion. This was not a secret among the major families in the upper-class society. However, at this time, someone came to find trouble with the Lancer family. After the inspection, not only was the Lancer family's shop temporarily sealed, but a huge fine was also issued. This made the Lancer family, who was already in a terrible situation, even worse. The most intolerable thing was that the peripheral members of the Lancer family would be attacked by unknown mysterious people every time they went out to buy necessities or to take care of the shop. Although it was not fatal, they were beaten black and blue every time. At this point, the Lancer family finally understood that offending the Butterfly family before was the biggest mistake in Thomas's life. Moreover, the troubles that followed made the newly appointed family master, Kevathan's good mood suddenly disappear. He had yet to enjoy the joy of the family master's power, but he was already mentally and physically exhausted by these things. Just as he was remedied, there was a problem on the other side. All the troubles fell on the Lancer family together, making Kevathan breathless. The Lancer family had to urgently convene the second family meeting of the day. In this meeting, the person sitting in the main seat had become Kevathan, but his expression was not much more relaxed than Thomas before. Because now it seemed that the Butterfly family did not want to stop the Lancer family's arms business. Judging from the current situation, no matter what the Lancer family did in the future, they would inevitably be attacked by the Butterfly family's revenge. The arms shop was attacked, the partners betrayed them, and the family's children were beaten by mysterious people. All of this showed the Butterfly family's determination to retaliate. No one thought that the Butterfly family's revenge would be so fast and shake the foundation of the Lancer family so quickly. Kevathan sighed. He suddenly realized that it was a wrong decision to promise Thomas to save Good's life. Now it seemed that the Butterfly family would not give up until they achieved their goal. Even if the Lancer family wanted to save Good with the idea of losing the arms business, it would be impossible. The Butterfly family's current approach was to announce that as long as Good was not handed over, the Butterfly family would not give up. This was the most troublesome thing for Kevathan. Originally, his wishful thinking was very good. The Lancer family would give up the arms business. He thought that after suffering such a loss, the Butterfly family would no longer be aggressive. This would save Good's life. With the help of Cousin Jetson, the Lancer family could engage in other industries which would not be much worse than the current arms business. But he never expected that the Butterfly family was determined to get Good. It could be seen from the Butterfly family's current fierce means, and this was just the beginning. The Butterfly family could make such a big move in just one day. In the future, they might have other means waiting for the Lancer family. When Thomas heard Kevathan's words, he secretly felt that something was wrong. How could Thomas not understand the purpose of the Butterfly family's actions? It seemed that the Butterfly family would never give up if they did not hand over Good. The Butterfly family had been wronged before. I think it is normal for them to vent. After they vent, everything will be calm. Thomas had to bite the bullet and said, for Good, we have to bear with it for a while. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Thomas, what you said is a bit wrong, right? Leckroft's cold voice sounded. Kevathan could see the current situation, Thomas could see it, so how could Leckroft not see it? You'll calm down after venting your anger? Do you think the Butterfly family is venting? If you want to talk about venting, it is enough to cancel our Lancer family's arms quota. Why are they still using these underhanded means? It is clear that they will not give up until they achieve their goal. If they don't hand over Good, they will continue to do this until they are dead. Leckroft's words made Kevathan's expression very ugly. If he agreed with Leckroft's point of view, it meant that he could not protect Good. Then, he would not be able to keep his promise before he became the family master. At that time, Thomas or Leckroft would use this as an excuse to attack him. He really could not deal with it. But if he did not agree, he would still be the unlucky one in the current situation as the family master. The current situation had reached the point where it was out of control. Even if there were new projects and new business, the Butterfly family would definitely not let him have an easy time with their attitude. After a long sigh, Kevathan could only tell the truth, this is the current situation. As for what to do, I think everyone should vote to decide whether to continue to endure for a while or hand over Good. Kevathan, what do you mean by this? Thomas didn't wait for Kevathan to finish and interrupted him. You have to understand that the reason why I gave you the position of the patriarch was because you promised me that you would protect Good. Now you want to hand him over. Do you want to go back on your word? I. Kevathan was speechless for a while. His face was slightly red, and he could not speak. Indeed, in the morning, he had vowed to protect Good's life. It was indeed unreasonable for him to hold a meeting to discuss handing Good over. But the key was that the situation was different now. That's right. If we still hand Good over in the end, then isn't it the same no matter who becomes the family master? Do you think it will be your turn? Leckroft snorted coldly, we let you be the family master because you can protect Good, but we can't. If you can't protect him, then you should quit being the family master and abdicate. Kevathan was rendered speechless by Leckroft's words. However, Leckroft was not wrong. When he was fighting for the family master's position, he did use protecting Good's life as a guarantee. Leckroft, you're not doing the right thing, right? Slade glanced at Leckroft coldly, now is the time for a meeting to discuss countermeasures. It's not the time for infighting. Besides, Kevathan did not say that he would abandon Good. It's just that the current situation is pressing. He wants everyone to vote on whether to continue protecting Good. It's not that he doesn't want to protect Good, but he's afraid that protecting Good will affect everyone's interests. So Lady's words had completely pushed Kevathan's responsibility away. What he meant was that Kevathan did not intend to abandon Good. He was just afraid that they would not be willing, so he wanted to discuss with all of them. If all of them said that they would give up, then even if Kevathan, as the family master, wanted to protect Good and all of the elders voted against it, Kevathan couldn't go against it, right? As a result, the responsibility fell on the shoulders of the elders, and Kevathan had no choice but to do so. You. Leckroft glared, but he couldn't argue with Slade. He could only snort coldly and glare at Slade. What about me? Besides, Kevathan's cousin is from Central. He can just give me some technology projects and it will be enough for our Lancer family to eat for a lifetime. Which one of you has this ability? Slade must solidify Kevathan's position as the family master. At this time, it couldn't be snatched away by others. Leckroft was even more speechless this time. He knew that he did not have the ability to do so. In the current situation, even if he handed Good over, the Butterfly family's anger would be appeased. However, it would be impossible for them to resume business with the Buffon family. Therefore, even if Leckroft asked himself to be the family master, it was impossible to find a new way out. Kevathan had the support of his cousin who worked in Central. Even without the support of the Buffon family, he could still make the Lancer family return to glory in a short time. Thinking of this, Leckroft felt that he had no other choice. He could only look at Thomas, wanting him to continue attacking Kevathan. However, after Thomas heard Slade's words, the words he wanted to say to attack Kevathan were all gone. Because of Kevathan's actions, Solier's first explanation was that Kevathan didn't want to give up on Good, but was forced to do so due to the pressure from his family. That had nothing to do with Kevathan. The current situation is pressing. I agree to give up on Good in exchange for the Butterfly family's anger to be appeased. Slade took the lead and raised his hand. He naturally did his best to pave the way for his son. Anyway, he was already so old and didn't care about anything. He wasn't afraid of being the sinner who stood out. So what if he offended Thomas? He was no longer the family master. As long as his son sat firmly in the position of the family master, he didn't care what Thomas thought. Slade was the first to raise his hand. As soon as his voice fell, everyone present cast a contemptuous look at him. They thought that this old man was really shameless. How could he say such words? He was obviously helping Kevathan to pave the way. However, no one dared to say this out loud. Because going against Slade meant that they were on the same side as the original family master to protect Good. No one wanted to be the sinner of this family. In this case, who dared to protect Good? Protecting Good could lead to the destruction of the family. Seeing that no one spoke, Slade snorted coldly and said to Leckroft, Leckroft, as the third elder of the family, tell me. Do you support protecting Good or giving up on Good? Leckroft didn't expect Slade to be the first to fire at him. This guy must have offended him with his previous words, so he targeted him. However, there was no other way because Leckroft was the third elder of the family. In the past, it was always the third elder's turn to speak after the first elder. Slade finished speaking in every meeting. Although Thomas was no longer the family master and had abdicated to become the second elder, this matter was related to his grandson. Moreover, it was his first time participating in the family meeting as the second elder. Therefore, it was not inappropriate for Leckroft to speak after Slade. "Why, Leckroft, do you want to be the sinner of our Lancer family?" Slade raised his eyebrows and looked at Leckroft coldly. "This is an important moment for the survival of the family. You have to be responsible for your words." Leckroft's heart trembled and he was furious. He took a deep breath. Although he didn't want to speak, Slade had already raised the matter to the height of the family's survival. Leckroft had no choice but to express his opinion. "I agree to give up on good. After all, the family's interests come first." "Second elder, what about you?" Slade was very satisfied with Leckroft's answer and nodded with a smile. He then turned to Thomas and said, "However, 2 of the 3 elders have already reached a consensus. Your opinion is not important. Even if you object, we still have to give up on good in a 2-to-1 ratio. Now, I announce that according to the votes of the family's elders, we will give up on good to appease the anger of the butterfly family." "Slade, you..." Thomas was so angry that his face turned pale. He covered his chest with one hand and gasped for breath. His other hand pointed at Slade with trembling fingers. "You are so vicious. The family's interests come before everything else." However, Slade didn't seem to see Thomas's current appearance at all as he replied indifferently. "Since everyone has this opinion, then I have no other choice." Kevathan breathed a sigh of relief. He was grateful to his father for everything he had done. "Although I also want to keep good, everyone is against it. The family's interests are the most important. I have decided to listen to everyone's opinion." "No." Thomas slammed the table. "I want to see who dares to give good away. Although I, Thomas, am no longer the family master, I want to see who has the ability to disobey me in the Lancer family." Slade and Kevathan's faces suddenly became ugly after listening to Thomas's words. Indeed, they had overlooked the most important point. Although Thomas was no longer the family master, he had worked hard in the Lancer family for so many years. There were many direct descendants. These people were all loyal subordinates who directly took orders from Thomas. It wasn't that they would be disobedient when Thomas was no longer the family master. As long as these people were still around, it was impossible for Slade and Kevathan to do whatever they wanted in the Lancer family. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Leckroft. Just now, he had no choice but to agree with Slade's opinion. This made Leckroft very unhappy. Now that he saw Thomas and Slade going against each other, he was gloating. "Aren't you very capable? Let's see what you can do now. You are in a dilemma, right?" After Thomas left this sentence, he didn't say anything else. He stood up and walked out of the conference room, leaving everyone with his back. Slade and Kevathan looked at each other. If Thomas insisted, then they really couldn't do anything to good. After all, more than half of the subordinates in the Lancer family directly took orders from Thomas. "I have already expressed my opinion. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving too." Leckroft's expression was very annoying. He stood up and followed Thomas out. "Damn it." Slade was the first to slap the table. "These guys. The family has already reached such a point, but they are still fighting internally. They will be happy when the butterfly family completely annexes them." While Slade was scolding, he didn't think that he was also helping his son Kevathan to fight openly and covertly for the position of the family master. Now that he was considering the problem from the position of the family master, the direction of his consideration was naturally different. In the afternoon, all the disciples of the butterfly family began to get busy because today was a special day. It was the first meeting between the family's Miss, Wang Xiaoyan, and the future son-in-law before their engagement. However, because it was a meeting before the engagement, although the family was busy with decorations, it was very low-key to the outside world. After all, this was a private meeting, not an engagement ceremony. Looking at the extremely busy butterfly family disciples outside the door, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "I'm here to cancel the engagement. The meeting at night is just a formality." "Why is it so formal?" "It seems like it's really the case. It's hard to imagine if these disciples would feel wronged after knowing the truth that I proposed to cancel the engagement after meeting the miss of the butterfly family." Right now, they probably didn't know that this so-called meeting was actually just for show. In their opinion, the first meeting between the miss of the butterfly family and the future son-in-law was an important matter. Naturally, they couldn't neglect it. It was understandable for them to decorate the family in a festive manner. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It's really hard on these servants. Wang Xian also had the same thoughts as Yang Ming. Seeing how busy the people at home were for her meeting, Wang Xian felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She felt like she had been cheated. The people at home were still in the dark. It could be seen that these people were sincerely happy for her. After all, the marriage of the butterfly family's daughter was a big deal. However, Wang Xian knew very well that the meeting at night was nothing more than a formality. The final result could already be predicted. Thinking of this, she was even more annoyed with the fiancé that she had never met. He came to cancel the engagement and made such a big fuss. It's really a waste of the butterfly family's human resources. If Yang Ming knew about Wang Xiaoyan's thoughts, he would probably be dumbfounded. He thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? Do you think I want to cancel the engagement? If it wasn't because I had no choice, I wouldn't have come so far. I'm giving face to the butterfly family by coming here. Otherwise, canceling the engagement is just a matter of a word. There's no need to come so far. What's more, I helped the butterfly family solve such a big problem in front of you. Not only are you not grateful, but you're also criticizing me. You're really wronged. When she opened the door and saw the sincere smiles on the faces of every butterfly family disciple, Wang Xiaoyan's heart ached. This time, she was afraid that she would disappoint her family. She sighed slightly, and finally couldn't help but call her father steady. Dad, it's me, Yan Yan. Wang Xiaoyan's name. What is it? Just say it. Why are you hesitating? You're my daughter. What can't you say? Wang Songshan was in a good mood at the moment. Yang Ming had just solved a big problem for him. He felt that it was very interesting when he thought of the mischief between his daughter and Yang Ming. Therefore, he was very pleased with Wang Xiaoyan's call. Dad, I think that the disciples and servants in our family seem to be a little too enthusiastic. Wang Xiaoyan said, it's just an ordinary meeting at night, and it's to discuss canceling the engagement. There's no need to decorate the house so jubilantly. Hee, Yan Yan, so you wanted to talk about this? Wang Songshan thought, of course, it's to decorate. After you and Yang Ming meet, you naturally have to discuss the marriage. Do you really think that you want to cancel the engagement? However, this can't be said now. Yeah, I see that everyone's face is full of joy. If they know that we're just going through the formalities, they will be very disappointed. Wang Xiaoyan sighed. Silly child, it's a big deal for you and your fiancé to meet for the first time. Wang Songshan said, only a few of us know about the cancellation of the engagement. The servants and disciples still don't know about it. Before you and your fiancé meet, this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, what's the point of your meeting this time? We just want to show outsiders that you two did not cancel the engagement because of a single party. After you met each other, you felt that both parties' personalities were not suitable, so you cancelled the engagement. That's true. Wang Xiaoyan listened to her father's explanation and knew that this was the case. But I just feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. It doesn't matter. Now that the arrangements are done, just treat it as preparing for your engagement in advance. After this matter is over, you can bring your little boyfriend home. It'll save you the trouble of rearranging it. Wang Songshan laughed. Dad, you're so annoying. Wang Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed by Wang Songshan's words. She rebuked a few words, but she didn't bother about the arrangements. Anyway, Yang Ming was here to arrange it, so she would just consider it as arranging it for her in advance. Okay. Wang Songshan said, I won't say any more. You should dress up. You have to be more formal when meeting at night. I'm not going to dress up. Wang Xiaoyan flattened her mouth. A woman should dress up for the one who likes her. Why should I dress up for a fiancé that I've never met before who wants to cancel the engagement? What if he takes a fancy to me after I dress up? Wang Xiaoyan is not going to dress up. Then you should at least look like it. Wang Songshan shook his head helplessly. Don't lose face for the family. Who knows, when that fiancé of yours sees your outstanding beauty, he might regret his hasty decision to annul the engagement. I don't care what he thinks. Okay, I got it. Wang Xiaoyan dealt with it unpleasantly, but she was pondering in her heart. How should I dress up to be more frightening? What if the other party goes back on his word like what her father said? If the other party suddenly changed his mind and didn't agree to cancel the engagement, then there would inevitably be a lot of trouble. Even if she insisted on canceling the engagement, the butterfly family would be criticized for not keeping their promises. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan had secretly made a decision. I won't give you a chance to go back on your word. I will make you think that canceling the engagement is a very wise choice. Humph, wait and see. I will let you see me become your nightmare in this life. You don't want to see me again after seeing me once. Yang Ming, who was far away in the guest room, naturally felt the different atmosphere of the butterfly family at this moment. He originally thought that they would just decorate normally, but he didn't expect them to be so meticulous. Even the family's private tailor came to measure Yang Ming's body to make a suit for him. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this necessary? It's just a meeting, why do they have to order a suit? Is this canceling the engagement or an engagement? In desperation, Yang Ming could only go to the room next door to find Feng Tian. Old man Feng, what is the butterfly family trying to do? Why did they make it look like this? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Oh. Feng Tian looked up at Yang Ming and didn't speak anymore. Oh what? Old man Feng, I'm asking you a question. Yang Ming saw that Feng Tian didn't continue after saying oh. He was a little angry. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Oh? Feng Tian looked up at Yang Ming again and said oh again. But unlike before, this oh was in a questioning tone. Yang Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at Feng Tian carefully. He suddenly found some clues. This old man actually had 2 earphones in his ears. No wonder he couldn't hear when I was talking to him. Yang Ming was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Was I talking to a deaf person just now? No wonder he only said oh. It turned out that he didn't hear what I said. Yang Ming stepped forward quickly and pulled down the earphones in Feng Tian's ears. He frowned and listened to it. He wanted to hear what was so attractive that Feng Tian was listening to it with great interest. Zhang San picked up a big knife and slashed at Wang Ermotzi. Storytelling? Yang Ming's face suddenly showed a strange expression. You can also receive a domestic storytelling broadcast in Europe? Isn't this too magical? It's half a world away. Isn't this signal too strong? Yang Ming opened his eyes wide and was inexplicably horrified. This is cancerwood arsenic. Dong Jun gave it to me. Feng Tian rolled his eyes. Your imagination is really rich. It's even better than that Murloc 2nd generation. Cancerwood arsenic? What is that? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Feng Tian strangely. You haven't heard of this before? Feng Tian looked at Yang Ming with disdain. He took out a small square from his arms and shook it in front of Yang Ming. Do you see this? You can download the storytelling to listen to it. You can listen to it whenever you want. You can listen to whatever you want. Yang Ming looked at the thing in Feng Tian's hand. Suddenly, his vision turned black and he fell to the ground. Because the thing in Feng Tian's hand was an MP3 player. Cancerwood arsenic? Too powerful, too shocking. Yang Ming said in his heart, you have a rich imagination. Looking at Yang Ming who had fallen to the ground, Feng Tian touched his chin strangely and said to himself, no way, this thing is quite common. Now, cancerous wood strike has been around for a long time. This is an old thing. Don't tell me you haven't seen this before? Cancerous wood strike? MP4, right? Yang Ming wiped the sweat on his forehead. This old man is too strong. Didn't you hear what I said to you before? Yang Ming took the MP3 player in Feng Tian's hand and put it aside. Then, he asked. I heard it. Feng Tian nodded. Why didn't you answer me if you heard it? Yang Ming looked at Feng Tian, dumbfounded. I answered. I said, oh. Feng Tian said seriously. What do you mean by oh? Yang Ming almost rolled his eyes. I think it's just a formality. Isn't it inappropriate to make it so grand? There's nothing inappropriate. Fang Tian shook his head. Even if you don't need it, Ruoshui and I can use it. Yang Ming was stunned. So this is what this guy is thinking? Looking at Yang Ming's weird expression, Fang Tian smiled and said, well, to be honest, only Wang Songshan and I know about the cancellation of the engagement this time. The servants and disciples of the butterfly family don't know the inside story. If everyone knows the inside story, then what's the point of this formality? That's true. Yang Ming nodded. This kind of secret matter naturally wouldn't be known by outsiders. If it was spread out, this formality would be in vain. I thought Wang Songshan didn't want to cancel the engagement after I helped him solve his family's big problem. Oh, it's also possible. He definitely wouldn't want to give up such a capable son-in-law. Fang Tian smiled. If it were me, I wouldn't give up so easily. This time, Wang Songshan might really want to keep you in the butterfly family. Damn, I'm being a busybody. Yang Ming shrugged. If I knew, I wouldn't have helped them solve their problems. I can't even help them and make a mistake. That's your own business. You decide for yourself. Fang Tian waved his hand impatiently. Okay, I'm going to continue listening to the storytelling. You go play by yourself. What do you mean go play by yourself? Yang Ming saw that Fang Tian actually ignored him, put on his headphones and continued listening to his cancerous wood arsenic. Yang Ming had no choice but to push the door open and leave the room. However, he was muttering in his heart. Judging from the tone of Heavenly King Songshan when he spoke to him today, the possibility of him going back on his words was very high. It wasn't that Yang Ming was arrogant and felt that his charm was infinite. It was mainly because the strength he showed was too strong. He directly solved the butterfly family's biggest problem with a phone call. It was impossible that this strength didn't move Wang Songshan. If he could become the butterfly family's son-in-law, then he would be a big help to the butterfly family and make the current butterfly family's strength reach a higher level. Yang Ming asked himself. If he was in Wang Songshan's position, he would naturally have such thoughts. This wasn't because Yang Ming was overconfident. Thinking of this, Yang Ming felt that when he met the butterfly family's little princess at night, he must not let her take a fancy to him. Previously, Yang Ming still had an indifferent attitude. Anyway, it was just a formality. But now, since Wang Songshan's side might be tempted, and if the little princess of the butterfly family also took a fancy to him, the possibility of him being forced to marry Wang Ruoshui was too high if the father and daughter joined forces and Wang Ruoshui forced Fang Tianyi. Yang Ming had to be on guard. After figuring out the various links in the middle, Yang Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It seemed that he had to do something. Otherwise, he was still considered handsome. The possibility of being taken a fancy to was very high. Maybe he could only pretend to be the most hated image of himself to make the butterfly family's little princess not want to see him a second time. This way, he could eliminate all future troubles. Sigh, for the sake of righteousness, I, the handsome assassin Yang, also have a day of self-degradation. What Wang Xiaoyan didn't expect was that Yang Ming actually had the same idea as her. This was really a case of lovers having a telepathic connection. Their thoughts were the same. In the evening, the entire butterfly castle was in a festive atmosphere. Wang Songshan saw that it was almost time, but Wang Xiaoyan still hadn't come out of the room. He was a little anxious and knocked on the door. Yan Yan, it's almost time for both parties to meet. Why haven't you come out yet? Dad, didn't you ask me to dress up properly? Am I not dressing up now? Wang Xiaoyan looked at the watch on her wrist. Isn't there still half an hour left? What's the hurry? If I go out now, I might be chased back by my father to dress up again. Even if my father doesn't agree at the last moment, there's nothing he can do. Oh, then hurry up. Wang Songshan had no choice but to stand at the door and wait anxiously when he heard that his daughter was dressing up. On the other side, Yang Ming was also preparing in an orderly manner. Old man Fang's voice also came in from outside the door. Yang Ming, what are you doing, little brat? It's almost time. Don't tell me you've gone missing? No, I don't know which clothes are suitable for me. I'm choosing. How was Yang Ming choosing clothes? He was obviously modifying the clothes at the moment. The clothes in the room were all sent by the servants of the butterfly family for him to choose from. No matter how Yang Ming looked at it, every piece of clothing could only set off his handsomeness and was of no use in destroying his image. There was no other way. Yang Ming could only start to modify the clothes by himself. Why did you lock the door from the inside? Hurry up and open the door. I'll give you some advice. Fang Tian heard Yang Ming's voice and felt relieved. It's good that this kid didn't run away. Wait for a while. I'll be done soon. Yang Ming shook the robe that he personally modified and put it on. After looking left and right in the mirror, he finally nodded with satisfaction. After putting on the clothes, Yang Ming picked up a thumb ring and put it on his hand. This thumb ring was previously stolen from Wang Songshan's antique showroom. With Yang Ming's skill, stealing these things was a piece of cake. Yang Ming casually picked up a pair of sunglasses and put it on his face. He smiled at the mirror twice. It's too perfect. I'm simply a genius. Yang Ming touched the bald head that he had just shaved. My current image is no different from the big bully Huang Shiren in the TV series. It's simply too realistic. I didn't expect that I have such a talent for disguise. This was the first time Yang Ming put on makeup after becoming an assassin. It was obviously very successful. Even he didn't recognize himself. If it wasn't because he was afraid of exposing his special ability to directly change his appearance, Yang Ming wouldn't have spent so much effort. It wasn't difficult to directly transform into the image of a stupid guy who deserved a beating. Looking at the time, it was almost time. Yang Ming held a cigar in his mouth, pushed the door and walked out of the room. What the F***ck? Who are you? Fang Tian was waiting for Yang Ming at the door. When he saw the door open, he was about to scold this kid. Why is he so slow in wearing clothes? But before he could open his mouth, he saw a bald man with sunglasses and a cigar. He was wearing a vulgar robe and had a thumb ring on his hand. Who the F***ck is this person? What the F***ck? Who are you? Fang Tian pushed Yang Ming aside and looked into the room. However, he found that there was no one in the room. Then, he turned his head and looked at Yang Ming. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. He blinked his eyes in confusion. You. I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming rolled his eyes. However, Fang Tian couldn't see through the sunglasses. He didn't have Yang Ming's X-ray vision skill. Pooh. Fang Tian heard Yang Ming's voice and almost fell down. He stared at Yang Ming's extremely vulgar outfit. Are you really Yang Ming? As real as it can be. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He also knew that anyone who was familiar with him would have such an unbelievable reaction when they saw his current appearance. How did you become like this? Fang Tian was surprised for a long time. His psychological quality was relatively strong. He was an assassin, so his ability to accept things was relatively strong. However, he was really shocked by Yang Ming. It's all because I overdid it previously. I appeared too strong and helped the butterfly family solve their problem. I was really afraid that their little princess would take a fancy to me, so I dressed up like this. Yang Ming shrugged and said somewhat helplessly, in this way, any girl who sees me will not be able to fall in love with me. It's good enough that they don't hate me. Your trick is really good. Quack quack. Fang Tian listened to Yang Ming's explanation and laughed like an old duck. He was as wretched as he could be. I say, old man, what are you laughing at? Yang Ming was a little annoyed by his own image. He was also handsome. When did he become a big hooligan? Moreover, he was such a vulgar hooligan. The only thing missing was a label on his face that said, I am a bad guy. Nothing. Fang Tian was imagining what expression Yang Ming would have when he met Wang Xiaoyan later. When he thought of this, he felt that it was really fun. Nothing? Yang Ming curled his lips. If you want to laugh, just laugh. You have laughed enough now. Don't laugh later, so as not to make the other party suspect anything. Yang Ming knew that Fang Tian would inevitably laugh because of his behavior, so he endured it. He let Fang Tian finish laughing at this time to avoid making mistakes later. Stop laughing. Kid, I haven't asked you yet. How do you know the people from the Buffon family? Fang Tian glared at Yang Ming. After all, he was the king of assassins. He had a sense of propriety in controlling his emotions. It only took a moment for him to calm down from laughing out loud. Hee, I have accepted a grand disciple for you. In a few days, I will visit you. You will know. Yang Ming laughed. Fang Tian was shocked. The king of assassins of each generation only decided to accept a disciple and cultivate his successor when he was about to retire. You haven't finished your apprenticeship yet. How did you accept a disciple? Yang Ming rolled his eyes. I just accepted a disciple. Who said that I would let him inherit my mantle? He is just an outer disciple. Didn't you also accept Dong Jun? I see. You scared me to death. Fang Tian was confused because of his concern. When he heard that Yang Ming only accepted an ordinary disciple, he didn't take it to heart. Your disciple is from the Buffon family? Yes, and he is a core member. Yang Ming smiled. You will know when the time comes. Fang Tian laughed and didn't say anything more. He took Yang Ming to the restaurant where they would meet. Yan, are you done yet? Wang Songshan was so anxious that his eyes were green. There are less than 20 minutes left before the meeting. Why hasn't Wan Xiaoyan come out yet? Even if she wants to dress up like a fairy, it doesn't take so long, right? Dad, why are you in such a hurry? Wang Xiaoyan was applying eyeshadow in front of the mirror at the moment. This is not bad. I look more and more like a delinquent girl. Wang Xiaoyan looked at the tattooed sticker in her hand. It was about time, so she tore it off. The sticker is not bad. It looks real. How can I not be anxious? Hurry up and open the door and let Dad in. Aren't you being too slow? Wang Songshan said anxiously. Okay, I will be done soon. Wang Xiaoyan put on a bright leather coat and replied quickly. This dressing was already a delinquent girl. Wang Xiaoyan's whole person became very flirtatious. It was estimated that a decent man would not like this. Wang Xiaoyan's plan was that when they met later, her fiancé must not take a fancy to her. It would be difficult to deal with him if he kept pestering her. This time, she could directly make him hate her, which would save a lot of trouble. Wang Xiaoyan opened her door and walked out in a pair of very high heels. If it weren't for the excellent balance of an assassin's body, Wang Xiaoyan estimated that she couldn't wear this pair of high heels. F***CK. Who are you? Wang Songshan saw the flirtatious girl in front of him who was actually taller than him. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and was a little overwhelmed. Where is my Yan? Are you the makeup artist she hired? What makeup artist? Wang Xiaoyan was dumbfounded after listening to her father's words. Dad, it's me. Jie? Yan? Wang Songshan's throat was like an old duck. He suddenly made a Jie sound and looked at the flirtatious girl who called him dad in front of him dumbfounded. What's wrong? Don't you think I look very handsome in this outfit? Wang Xiaoyan was very proud of her masterpiece. Cough. Wang Songshan was stunned for a long time and finally coughed violently. Yan, what are you doing? Why are you dressed like this? Like a female hooligan? Oh? Do you also think I look like a delinquent girl? Wang Xiaoyan was even more proud after hearing her father's words. It seems that my dressing up is still very successful. You did it deliberately? Wang Songshan finally saw a little bit of his daughter from the girl in front of him. Yeah, it was intentional. Wang Xiaoyan admitted very frankly. Why did you do this? Wang Songshan didn't understand Wang Xiaoyan's approach. You dilly-dallied for so long to dress up like this? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Wang Xiaoyan said in her heart, in fact, I have already finished dressing up. The rest of the time was just for dressing up. I came out early because I was afraid that you would ask me to go back and dress up again. I came out now because I was running out of time. Even if you don't want to, there's no other way. Wang Songshan was suddenly angry. What are you doing like this? Won't you lose the face of our butterfly family if others see you like this? What's wrong with losing face? Wang Xiaoyan disagreed. I'm just afraid that the so-called fiancé will not be willing to break off the engagement after seeing me. It will be troublesome if he pesters me like good. Am I not saving you trouble? You made such a scribbled appearance just for this? Wang Songshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Wang Xiaoyan's so-called reason. Yeah, the other party is already engaged to me. His master is your old friend, and aunt. So, if they really don't agree to break off the engagement, won't the butterfly family be looking for trouble if we unilaterally propose to break off the engagement? Wang Xiaoyan said, this way, he will hate me when he sees me. It will save a lot of trouble. A decent man won't like me dressing like this. As for my own reputation, it doesn't matter. I have a boyfriend anyway, so I don't care about this. Wang Songshan was speechless. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to have such an idea, but let her be. If the person Wang Xiaoyan was meeting today was not Yang Ming, then Wang Songshan would rather let Wang Xiaoyan go back and dress up again even if it was too late. However, the person she was meeting today was Yang Ming, so she could do whatever she wanted. It would be fun when this girl saw that the person she was meeting was actually Yang Ming. Hee hee. Wang Songshan began to plot against his daughter insidiously. Dad, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that it's almost time? Wang Xiaoyan smiled mischievously, let's hurry over. Don't let others think that our butterfly family is neglecting others. Your outfit. Forget it, do whatever you want. Wang Songshan pretended to sigh, if you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself, then I have nothing to say. What am I afraid of? Wang Xiaoyan said indifferently, in front of that so-called fiancé, the more I embarrass myself, the less he will like me. Hurry up and cancel this engagement, then everything will be fine. Why should I care about that? Okay, as long as you don't regret it when you see that the other party is a young talent, Wang Songshan reminded Wang Xiaoyan. It didn't matter if she took it to heart or not. Don't worry, what do I regret? I can't wait for that young talent to be scared away when he sees my appearance. Wang Xiaoyan waved her small fist. Wang Songshan nodded and walked with Wang Xiaoyan to the pre-prepared preparation room of the restaurant. At this moment, Yang Ming was sitting in the preparation room next to the restaurant. This was a temporary resting place before the formal meeting between the two parties. Yang Ming had a room, and Wang Xiaoyan also had a room. Yang Ming grabbed 2 glass balls and rubbed them in his hands. It would be better if there was a birdcage. This hedonistic bully doesn't look good. Not only did Fang Tian not stop Yang Ming's actions, but he also laughed at the side as if nothing had happened. However, the few servants of the butterfly family were somewhat inexplicable. The future son-in-law of the family looked so handsome and talented yesterday and this morning. Why did he become such a jerk at the critical moment? They wanted to remind him, but they didn't dare to speak casually. Even these servants were a little anxious. They were very optimistic about the future son-in-law, and they heard that the future son-in-law showed his invincible power today and solved the biggest problem facing the family. Such a super talent had already become the idol of everyone in the family. Why did he drop the ball when they were about to meet? As long as one slightly compared the image of Yang Ming before and now, one could distinguish which one was more charming and likable. Even the servants and family disciples could understand such a simple truth. How could Yang Ming and Fang Tian not know? But that was the truth. Yang Ming appeared with such a vulgar image. Moreover, she only appeared when it was almost time to meet. Even if she went back to dress up now, it was too late. These people found it hard to understand. Why did Yang Ming become like this? Could it be that he felt that bullies were more attractive? But isn't this image of a bully a bit too vulgar and stupid? Wang Xiaoyan was also led into another lounge by Wang Songshan. The servant who was in charge of waiting on the side almost stared her eyes out. Is this the little princess of the family? Why does she look so different from the little delinquent girls in the market? These high heels, this outfit, this hairstyle, these big earrings, this, even tattoos on her hands? The servants were completely confused. What happened to this young lady? A few days ago, she still had a pure and cute appearance. How did she become like this in the blink of an eye? Wouldn't the future son-in-law be scared to death if she went to meet him with such an outfit? Who can marry such a wife? What is going on? These servants wanted to ask what was going on, but Wang Songshan was following them. Wang Songshan didn't show any displeasure, so what else could they say? There are still 5 minutes. Yan Yan, you prepare a little. We will go out together. Wang Songshan said. No need to prepare. It's fine like this. Wang Xiaoyan said indifferently. Wang Songshan glanced at his daughter speechlessly, but he didn't say anything in the end. Since she thought it was fine like this, what else could he say? The servants and the disciples of the butterfly family also wisely shut their mouths after seeing that Wang Songshan didn't speak. It seemed that the young lady's outfit was approved by the family master. Then, no matter the reason, dressing up like this had nothing to do with everyone. Dad, let's go? Wang Xiaoyan stood up. She wanted to meet as soon as possible and break off the engagement as soon as possible, so as not to waste any more time. Let's go. Wang Songshan looked at the time. Although there were still 5 minutes, it was almost time. Even if they walked out, they would only have to wait for a few minutes. Besides, Yang Ming wouldn't come out on time. Wang Xiaoyan walked out of the door while humming a little song. She did some weird dance moves with her feet. She looked like a little delinquent in a disco bar. It was hard for her to wear such high-heeled shoes. If she hadn't practiced the family's unique butterfly steps, she would have fallen to the ground at this moment. Anyway, Wang Xiaoyan acted as exaggerated as she could. When she went out, she took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. She took one out, lit it with a match, and held it in her hand. Although Wang Xiaoyan didn't smoke, she could at least pretend. After taking a puff, she would keep the smoke in her mouth and spit it out after a while. She didn't need to inhale it into her lungs. Huh? When Wang Songshan saw that his baby daughter actually lit a cigarette, he was shocked beyond words. When did my daughter get such a bad habit? Just as he was about to scold her, he saw Wang Xiaoyan winking at him and smiling slightly. Wang Songshan immediately understood that this girl was just pretending. She didn't know how to smoke, so she took out a cigarette to pretend. However, if the person she met wasn't Yang Ming, he might really be scared away. Why isn't that bullshit fiancé here yet? Why do you want me to wait for him? When Wang Xiaoyan went out, she saw that there were no outsiders in the restaurant except for a few servants and disciples of the butterfly family. There wasn't even a shadow of her fiancé. She immediately became angry. She spent so much effort to perform the little dance and pretend to be proficient in lighting a cigarette. Did it all go to waste? No one saw it? Therefore, Miss Wang's anger was aroused at once. Anyway, her purpose was to make the other party hate her, so Wang Xiaoyan didn't care whether she was elegant or not. She directly opened her mouth and scolded. When Wang Xiaoyan said this, everyone present widened their eyes. Is this the little princess of the butterfly family? How can she say such unpleasant words? What's going on? On Yang Ming's side, it was almost time. He was about to go out when he heard a sudden scolding. Black lines suddenly appeared on his forehead. What the F***ck? This is my fiancé? So rude? However, this voice is a bit familiar. Is this chick also very dissatisfied with me? However, although Yang Ming thought so, he didn't dare to neglect. If this violent chick really took a fancy to him, he would be in trouble. Therefore, this evil tyrant Yang Ming still had to continue acting. What are you yelling for? Yelling for your ass. Do you want to be F***ked? Since Yang Ming had made up his mind to break up with this chick, he naturally wouldn't spoil her. Anyway, the more vulgar he was at this moment, the more annoyed this chick would be. Yang Ming pushed open the door, holding 2 glass balls in his hands. He looked up and walked out with swaying steps. There was still a half-lit cigar in his mouth. His other hand touched his bald head with a complacent look. Wang Xiaoyan just scolded, but she didn't expect to be retorted by someone. Moreover, it was extremely vicious. She was suddenly furious. This is my F***king fiancé? Is he actually such a person? Fortunately, I didn't agree to be engaged with him. Otherwise, my life would be over. But, why is this person's voice a bit familiar? Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw a bald man with sunglasses and a cigar in his mouth. He was wearing a landlord's robe from an unknown dynasty. He was holding 2 glass balls in his hands and wearing a big thumb ring. He walked out swaying with his eyes looking up. Every step he took, his legs trembled. It was as if he couldn't stand properly after too much indulgence at night. Such a man is actually the young talent mentioned by father? Is there a problem with father's vision, or is there a deviation in my aesthetic? This is obviously the image of a nouveau riche who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Such a person is the successor of the King of Assassins? Isn't the title of the King of Assassins too worthless? Wait. Why does this person's aura seem familiar? I have been waiting for you for a long time. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Although Wang Xiaoyan felt that the aura of the person in front of her was somewhat familiar, she didn't think much about it. The only thought in her mind was to quickly end the battle so that she could break off the engagement after meeting him. Therefore, the worse the impression she left on her fiancé, the better. Wang Xiaoyan crossed her legs and casually sat on the chair. Then, she raised her hand to put the cigarette in her mouth and took a puff. She left the smoke in her mouth for a while and then spat it out. Wang Xiaoyan was an assassin, and she was good at disguising herself. Her imitation of smoking was also very good. If it were someone else, they would definitely be deceived by her and think that she was an old smoker. But who was the person in front of her? That was Yang Ming, the great assassin who was best at observing details. Although real smoking and fake smoking looked similar, they were actually very different. Real smoking was to inhale smoke into the lungs, so the chest would bulge when smoking. However, fake smoking was to inhale smoke into the lungs with the mouth but not into the lungs. Instead, it was kept in the mouth. As a result, the chest would naturally not bulge. Therefore, as long as this small detail was discovered, one could see through the truth of the matter. Yang Ming didn't deliberately distinguish whether the little delinquent girl in front of him was a real smoker or a fake smoker. He just accidentally discovered this situation and couldn't help but mock. You don't even know how to smoke, yet you are still pretending. It's really ridiculous. Are you brainless? Yang Ming's words could be said to be extremely vicious, but Yang Ming was not afraid of offending the little princess of the butterfly family. Yang Ming's original intention was to offend this little princess completely. The best way was for both of them to bare their teeth when they met. It could also ensure that he could successfully break off the engagement. Damn, you dare to call me brainless. Wang Xiaoyan stood up suddenly and pointed at Yang Ming angrily. I think you are the brainless one. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly lost her balance because she stood up too quickly and was not used to the super high heels on her feet. Even though she was an assassin, it was still difficult for her to maintain her posture in anger. She directly leaned back and sat on the ground. It was very funny. Humph. Wang Xiaoyan suddenly screamed and grimaced in pain. N? Yang Ming was stunned after hearing Wang Xiaoyan scream. Why is this voice so familiar? It's like a woman moaning at a certain time. It's still fresh in Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming took off his sunglasses and carefully looked at the face of the little princess of the butterfly family. Previously, Yang Ming came here with the intention of breaking off the engagement. He wanted to be on bad terms with the little princess of the butterfly family, so he didn't take a closer look at what she looked like. Because whether she was as beautiful as a fairy or extremely ugly, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. However, after Yang Ming heard this scream, he began to pay attention to the person in front of him. At first glance, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although this woman's appearance was beyond recognition, through the messy makeup, the bottom plate was somewhat familiar. She was very similar to the owner of the moaning sound. After using his special ability, he directly ignored the disguises in front of him and directly saw the true face of the person in front of him. The two glass balls in Yang Ming's hands fell to the ground with a clatter. He couldn't help but blurt out two words, yen yen dash? Wang Xiaoyan was covering her little butt and grimacing from the fall. She was very unhappy with the fiancé in front of her. She was about to stand up and quarrel with him to vent her anger. Suddenly, she heard him call her name so intimately. Wang Xiaoyan almost exploded. Is Yan Yan someone you can call? Who do you think you are to me? Only a few people closest to me call me that. Who do you think you are? Wang Xiaoyan was about to refute, but suddenly she felt that this Yan Yan had an indescribable sense of familiarity. It seemed like. Wang Xiaoyan thought of this and quickly raised her head to look at her fiancé. At first glance, she couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, Yang Ming had taken off his big sunglasses. Although he was still bald and his clothes were indescribably vulgar, at this moment, people who knew Yang Ming could naturally see that the person in front of them was Yang Ming. Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. Why does my extremely annoying fiancé look so similar to Yang Ming? Except for the head shape and dressing habits, they were simply carved from the same mold. He wore sunglasses before, covering most of his entire face. Wang Xiaoyan didn't see the appearance of the person clearly. She even disdained to look. Because in her mind, what this person looked like had nothing to do with her. It didn't matter now, and it was impossible to have anything to do with it in the future. So, what did it matter if she looked or not? Therefore, from then on, Wang Xiaoyan didn't pay attention to this person's appearance. Even if she felt that his voice was somewhat familiar, she didn't think much about it. Because the preconceived evil thoughts had already made Wang Xiaoyan extremely annoyed with this fiancé. How could she have the mood to analyze who his voice was like? But after Yang Ming called out Wang Xiaoyan's nickname, Wang Xiaoyan had to pay attention to the man in front of her. The so-called attention was just anger. How could anyone call this name? At home, in addition to her father, butler Mu, and the aunt she just met, outside, only her good friend Xiaoying and her boyfriend Yang Ming could be called. The person in front of her actually called her that. How could Wang Xiaoyan not be annoyed? So, she looked up at this man, but she didn't expect that at first glance, Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly dumbfounded. Is there such a similar person in this world? The reason why Wang Xiaoyan didn't immediately confirm that the person in front of her was Yang Ming was because the image of Yang Ming and the Yang Ming in her heart was simply different. One of them had a handsome face that always carried a trace of an evil smile. And this Yang Ming was simply the villain image of a costume TV series. The kind of stupid bully who was abused by the protagonist. Ugh. Are you really Yan Yan? When Yang Ming saw that Wang Xiaoyan in front of him actually recognized him, he was even more certain in his heart. Although Yang Ming found that the person in front of him looked exactly like Wang Xiaoyan through his special ability, after all, the image was somewhat different. He and Wang Xiaoyan had the same idea and were not sure. Until Wang Xiaoyan recognized him, he was sure that the person in front of him was Wang Xiaoyan. Ugh. Are you really Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan was suddenly dumbfounded. The person in front of her, regardless of appearance or tone, was exactly the same as Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan didn't believe that he wasn't Yang Ming. This was because she had never heard that Yang Ming had a twin brother or something like that. Wang Songshan? Wang Xiaoyan? Damn. Wang Songshan, is he your father? Yang Ming silently repeated the two names, and suddenly felt like he was being played. Are these two people father and daughter? Yang Ming? You are the apprentice of the king of assassins? My fiancé? Wang Xiaoyan didn't care about the slight pain in her little butt. She got up from the ground and threw the cigarette aside. Then, she kicked off the two high heels on her feet and sighed, if I knew it was you, I wouldn't have pretended. I'm so tired. It seems that the person you are talking about seems to be me. Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly, I had a hard time pretending. Mother ***, when did I pretend to be a bully? Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were not stupid people. On the contrary, they were extremely smart. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach the peak of assassins. In an instant, the two of them understood the current situation. That is, both of them should have been played. Or it could be said that they were tricked by the two elders. Fang Tian and Wang Songshan clearly knew that he and Wang Xiaoyan knew each other, and they made such a big scene. The purpose was to embarrass both of them. If Wang Songshan didn't know Yang Ming, it would be reasonable, but Fang Tian would definitely know Wang Xiaoyan. Before going to Vietnam, Yang Ming had brought Wang Xiaoyan to meet Fang Tian, and Fang Tian also knew the name of Wang Xiaoyan. Now that he thought about it, Fang Tian's strange words like very good had a different meaning. He must have thought of Wang Xiaoyan's identity at that time, but he didn't say it. Yang Ming was so angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. These two old guys are simply disrespectful. No wonder they kept saying that I would definitely regret it if I broke off the engagement. Sure enough, there is another deeper meaning. Dad? Wang Xiaoyan obviously realized that she was tricked by her family at this moment. Before this, she had not only mentioned Yang Ming's name to her father once, but she had mentioned it many times. Whether it was on the phone before or when she went home this time, she almost kept mentioning this name. However, her father did not mention that her fiancé was Yang Ming. If Feng Tian didn't know, it was still reasonable. After all, he didn't know her identity and couldn't be sure. However, it was impossible for her father to not know. This time, it was obvious that her father and Feng Tian colluded to play a joke on her and Yang Ming. No wonder her father said that the fiancé easily solved the family's trouble and could easily order the Buffon family people. Yang Ming was old Buffon's master. If this matter couldn't be done properly, it was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Wang Xian suddenly gritted her teeth in anger. Looking at Yang Ming, who had a bitter smile on his face, Wang Xian suddenly laughed. "You were fooled too?" "Nonsense. If I wasn't fooled, why would I dress up like this?" Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. "If I knew it was you, why would I waste this effort? Am I not sick in the head?" "Huh, but your bald head is really funny." Wang Xian looked at Yang Ming's head and couldn't help but laugh. "Come on. Look at your appearance. It's funny." Yang Ming sat opposite Wang Xian. Since the two people had confirmed each other's identity, they naturally let go and were not as restrained as before. "Didn't I do it for you?" Wang Xian snorted. "I came here to break off the engagement. Wasn't it just to be with you? Am I not doing it too?" Yang Ming spread his hands and said innocently, "I have made such a big sacrifice. My brain will be laughed at when I go back." "You? Do you still care about this? Anyway, you already have so many women. You don't need one more, right?" Wang Xian snorted. Her voice was a little jealous. Apparently, she thought that Yang Ming had more than one woman. That also requires a foundation of feelings. Yang Ming said awkwardly, "I don't even know you, and I'm already engaged. How can I not break off the engagement? You dressed up like this. Are you afraid that I will like you?" Wang Xian looked at Yang Ming for a long time, and finally couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, I thought that I would dress myself up. Why didn't you mention it before?" Wang Xian frowned. She was a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming's concealment. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? My master didn't ask me to talk nonsense." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Why didn't you say that you are the miss of the butterfly family?" I don't dare to talk about things in the family." Wang Xian also knew that she couldn't blame Yang Ming for this. She couldn't simply say it, so Yang Ming naturally couldn't simply say it. "No wonder you have a butterfly tattoo on your body." Yang Ming suddenly thought of the tattoo on Wang Xian's body and said with a smirk. Wang Xian suddenly blushed. "What are you talking about? How am I talking nonsense?" Yang Ming smiled. "I guess it's because your father and my master are a little unhappy with our resistance to this marriage, so they deliberately did such a thing to trick us." "Dad?" Wang Xian naturally thought of this possibility. Just now, she was angry and wanted to call her father out to ask, but she was interrupted by Yang Ming. At this time, Yang Ming mentioned it again, so she raised her voice to call her father out. "Hee, you've met enough. Shouldn't we discuss the cancellation of the marriage?" Wang Songsan smiled and pushed open the door of the lounge and walked out. "Dad. You." Wang Xian was furious. "Tell me, did you do it deliberately?" "Deliberately? What deliberately?" Wang Songsan pretended to be ignorant and scratched his head. He looked at Wang Xian strangely. Yan, what are you talking about?" "Well, let's quickly discuss the cancellation of the marriage, so as not to be a joke. Uncle Wang, don't mess around. Did you already know about it?" Yang Ming couldn't yell like Wang Xiaoyan. After all, the person in front of him was not Feng Tian. He could be impolite to Feng Tian, but he couldn't do that in front of Wang Xiaoyan. At least he was Wang Xiaoyan's father and his elder. Are you really Yang Ming?" Wang Songshan was shocked when he suddenly saw Yang Ming. How did Yang Ming become like this in just one afternoon? He wasn't like this in the morning. Is this Yang Ming? At this moment, although Yang Ming had taken off his sunglasses, his bald head and robe were still there. Especially the big shiny thumb ring on his hand, it made Yang Ming look extremely vulgar. It's me. Yang Ming nodded. I'm afraid that I had the same idea as Yan Yan before. At this moment, Yang Ming felt very embarrassed. Although the current situation was set up by Wang Songshan and Fang Tian, he did indeed swear that he would definitely cancel the marriage, and even achieve this goal at all costs. Wang Songshan had reminded him more than once not to regret it in the future, but he still insisted on canceling the marriage. So no matter what, Yang Ming was still a little bit in the wrong. Haha, Yang Ming, you little brat, didn't you insist on canceling the marriage? Before Wang Songshan could answer, Fang Tian's wretched and proud voice came out. Then, the door of Yang Ming's lounge opened, and Fang Tian walked out from inside. The marriage contract I set for you can naturally satisfy you. Are you satisfied now? The young lady of the butterfly family, not bad, right, quack? Fang Tian's voice stopped abruptly when his gaze moved to Wang Xiaoyan. He made a quack sound like a duck and looked at Wang Xiaoyan dumbfoundedly. This? Old Wang, is this your daughter? Look at your apprentice, and you will know if this is my daughter. Wang Songshan smiled bitterly. It's really difficult for these two young people to be so scheming. They actually thought of the same thing and used the same method to make each other hate each other. It can be said that they have a tacit understanding. When Fang Tian heard Wang Songshan's words, he immediately understood the intention of Wang Xiaoyan's dressing at this moment. It should be the same idea as Yang Ming. Thinking of this, he laughed, these two little guys. Old man Fang, are you deliberately making fun of me? Yang Ming's face turned red, and he was very unhappy. Humph, when you rejected the engagement that I set for you, why didn't you think about whether I was happy or not? Fang Tian glared and retorted, well, now I agree to you breaking off the engagement. You two have also met. Now, it's time to study the specific matters of breaking off the engagement. Uncle Fang, you are deliberately angering me, right? When Wang Xiaoyan saw Fang Tian's figure, she remembered the mysterious man she saw before going to Vietnam. This person turned out to be the famous king of assassins, Fang Tian. Such an ordinary person actually has such a reputation. However, it seems that he is as wretched and indecent as her father. You two old men are shameless. Wang Ruoshui also walked in at this moment. She had completely seen the scene that happened before outside the restaurant. When she hurriedly listened to Wang Songshan's plan, she just felt that it was a bit of a joke. However, after experiencing it personally, she suddenly became angry. You two almost broke them up by doing this. Do you know that? How can this be a joke? Because Wang Ruoshui had missed Fang Tian before, she was particularly concerned about this kind of thing. She didn't want the same thing to happen to her niece, so she was a little excited at this moment. Wang Songshan and Fang Tian blushed when they were scolded by Wang Ruoshui as shameless. Indeed, it was inappropriate for an elder to make such a joke with a junior. Especially Fang Tian, he didn't dare to say anything after being scolded by Wang Ruoshui. He lowered his head and looked like he was being bullied. Wang Songshan couldn't do anything about it. He secretly hated Fang Tian for being a coward. Now, Wang Songshan could only take the blame for the plan that they had discussed together. Ruoshui, don't be angry. Old Fang and I are only doing this because these two juniors don't know what's good for them. We originally arranged a perfect marriage for them, but they didn't cherish it. So, we're just teaching them a lesson. Ruoshui, you also saw that little friend Yang Ming wanted to break off the engagement no matter what. Wang Songshan secretly said in his heart, Yang Ming, little friend, I'm sorry. I can only transfer the conflict to you. Otherwise, I would be scolded. Sure enough, Wang Songshan's heaven and earth great shift had transferred the conflict to Yang Ming without leaving a trace. After Wang Ruoshui heard this, she suddenly remembered Yang Ming's various actions of breaking off the engagement. Anger suddenly surged in her heart. Indeed, this kid really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I kindly wanted to marry my niece to him, but he refused. He even proposed an absurd idea of a martial arts tie to achieve his goal. Then, he helped the butterfly family through the most difficult time. Wang Ruoshui was still grateful to Yang Ming. However, when she thought of Yang Ming's purpose, she didn't feel grateful at all. It was very simple. Yang Ming's purpose was not pure. His purpose of helping the butterfly family was entirely to break off the engagement. Yang Ming, how is my niece not worthy of you? Wang Ruoshui immediately raised her eyebrows at Yang Ming when she thought of this. You tried every means to break off the engagement? Now that you see that my niece is your sweetheart, you don't want to break off the engagement. What's the reason for this? How can the Wang family endure this? Do you think that the butterfly family is so easy to bully? That you can break off the engagement as you wish and marry as you wish? Aren't you looking down on the butterfly family and me, Wang Ruoshui? Who are you relying on to be so arrogant? Wang Songshan didn't expect that his words would cause Wang Ruoshui to be so resentful. He looked at Yang Ming and said in his heart, I'm sorry. I didn't expect my sister to have such a fiery temper. Good luck to you. And Wang Ruoshui's last sentence, whose power did you borrow to be so arrogant, was obviously directed at Feng Tian. As soon as Wang Ruoshui said this, Feng Tian quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. Yang Ming cursed in his heart. This woman, Wang Ruoshui, vented all the resentment of the old man on me. Who did I provoke? How could he be so unlucky? He was so King unlucky. It seemed that if he didn't use a thunderous method to end the battle quickly, this Wang Ruoshui would always be a big trouble. As long as she thought of this matter in the future, she would use this as an excuse to insult him. How could he endure this? What if she was angry and caught him to compete with her? Would he still be alive? Yang Ming really couldn't do anything to such an old lover of Feng Tian and Wan Xiaoyan's aunt. Originally, Yang Ming had a lot of scruples. Now there was another identity of Wan Xiaoyan's aunt, which was his own aunt. If Yang Ming made a move, other than being beaten up like a punching bag, what else could he expect to fight back? Therefore, Yang Ming must solve this big problem once and for all. Otherwise, he would have a hard time in the future. Of course, once and for all did not mean that he would beat Wang Ruoshui directly because this was impossible. Yang Ming's idea was to make Wang Ruoshui convinced and speechless, and she couldn't find any reason. This was a bit difficult. Yang Ming was best at fighting and killing, but he couldn't use it at this moment. It really gave Yang Ming a headache. Since he couldn't fight, then he would fight with his wits. Yang Ming, why don't you say something? Who are you relying on to dare to bully people like this? Wang Ruoshui saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and his expression was unpredictable, so she snorted and asked. In Wang Ruoshui's opinion, Yang Ming's so-called leverage was only Feng Tian. As long as Yang Ming said Feng Tian's name, then it would be fine. She would take care of Feng Tian together with this old guy. Wang Ruoshui had a deep resentment against Feng Tian. Although she had changed in the past 2 days, how could the resentment in her heart be resolved just like that? Feng Tian was still obedient to her, so she couldn't find a reason to be angry. Wang Ruoshui hoped that Feng Tian could be more unyielding so that she could cry and make a fuss with him. This would be more refreshing. However, Feng Tian didn't let her do as she wished. Therefore, while Wang Ruoshui was teaching Yang Ming a lesson, she deliberately directed the fire to Feng Tian. As long as Yang Ming cooperated, then her anger would be successfully transferred to Feng Tian. As for Yang Ming, he was just an innocent victim. How could Yang Ming understand Wang Ruoshui's complicated thoughts? Seeing that she was staring at him like a tiger watching its prey, Yang Ming was really a little timid. Hearing that she deliberately directed her anger to Feng Tian, Yang Ming thought that she wanted to scold both of them. Thinking of this, Yang Ming thought, Feng Tian is my master no matter what. I usually don't respect him, but at the critical moment, I can't be so unloyal. I can't sell Feng Tian directly. What's more, the relationship between Old Man Feng and Wang Ruoshui was complicated. It had become an established fact that the two of them could finally come together. Therefore, it was difficult to guarantee that if he betrayed Feng Tian now, Feng Tian and Wang Ruoshui would turn around and criticize him in a few days. Right. Thinking of the relationship between Feng Tian and Wang Ruoshui, Yang Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a solution. Immediately, Yang Ming's mouth drew a beautiful arc. If you want to say who I am relying on, this is not easy to say, right? What's so hard to say? Wang Ruoshui snorted, if you have something to say, just say it. Then. I'm really going to say it? Yang Ming pretended to be nervous and asked, But, this is really not easy to say. Yang Ming, hurry up and say it. You're quite a big man. Why are you hesitating? Wang Ruoshui listened to Yang Ming's repeated words and was a little impatient. She glared at him and said angrily. Well, then I'll say it. Yang Ming sighed and shrugged. When Yang Ming spoke, Fang Tian's face immediately turned green. He scolded in his heart. Kid, aren't you too disloyal? Don't you know how to take the blame for your master? You actually want to transfer Wang Ruoshui's anger to me? Aren't you too immoral? What's the use of having a disciple like you? Are you going to say it or not? If you want to say it quickly. Wang Ruoshui said anxiously. In fact, the reason why I am fearless and not worried at all is because the person behind me is simply too powerful. The entire butterfly family doesn't dare to provoke him. Even Uncle Wang, who is the family master, can't do it. Yang Ming said and shook his head, even if you meet him, you have to avoid him. When Yang Ming said this, everyone present was stunned. However, Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui's faces immediately showed anger. They also vaguely guessed who Yang Ming's backer was. Could it be the Buffon family? Only the Buffon family's people would not dare to provoke Wang Songshan, who is the family master of the butterfly family, right? However, even so, you said it in front of so many people. Where do you want me, the family master of the butterfly family, to put my face? Where do you place the entire butterfly family in your eyes? Although Wang Ruoshui questioned Yang Ming aggressively before, she didn't have any malicious intentions. She just wanted to deal with Fang Tian together. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Ruoshui was actually referring to Fang Tian. However, what she didn't expect was that Yang Ming actually pulled out another person. Wasn't this obviously bullying others? Even if the butterfly family really couldn't afford to provoke the Buffon family, he couldn't say that, right? Yang Ming, who is the person you are talking about? Wang Ruoshui's face suddenly turned cold, and her tone became cold. Fang Tian's forehead also had some cold sweat. He thought that Yang Ming was really too young. How could he mention some external forces in this kind of situation? How could the butterfly family endure this? The most anxious person was Wang Xiaoyan. If she offended her father and aunt because of Yang Ming's words, how could she be together with Yang Ming in the future? How could she face her family? End of chapter 1448. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.